A solid wooden door creaked open, and a young man with short hair, clad in a simple tank top and shorts, stepped inside. This was Lin Feng, an ordinary student just beginning his university journey. How ordinary was he, you might ask? In his own words, he would simply be the most inconspicuous background character. Even if transported to another world to play the lead role, he was not destined to be a protagonist. Lin Feng settled in front of his computer, seeking his favorite pastime, the finest nourishment for his spirit. Anime, an ardent fan of One Piece. His greatest wish was to alter Ace's fate, to ensure his survival. Beyond that, he had not contemplated much. However, this was merely a fanciful dream. As he clicked on an episode to relive the experience, he noticed a bottle of water nearby. Overcome by thirst, he drank without hesitation, only to be greeted by a peculiar taste rising in his throat. Lin Feng attempted to rise and expel the contents of his stomach, but it was already too late. His vision blurred, and his mind grew foggy, with only the hazy images of One Piece. Remaining focused, he tried to reach out, but his limbs felt heavy, and with a sigh of regret, he closed his eyes and fell. When Lin Feng next opened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in darkness, surrounded by rustling sounds. He discerned a few voices conversing nearby. Voice A, what should we do now? Voice B, what can we do? It's already happened. The body has been cremated, and we can't return it. Since when has the mortal realm been so efficient? Voice A, so we just take it back like this? I don't want my salary docked. Voice B, who wants their salary docked? But since I'm on the same team as you, well, both face the consequences. Voice A, what if? Voice B, don't even think about it if this is discovered. Well, both face punishment in hell, and that is no trivial matter. Voice A, what are we to do then? Lin Feng felt a bittersweet smile creep onto his face. Was it wrong for me to still be alive? Perhaps my death was indeed unjust. My parents had hastily cremated me, likely for some special reason. As for what that reason might be, Lin Feng chose to forget it. What was the point of dwelling on it now that he was gone? Yet, since his demise was deemed a wrongful one, he ought to seek ample compensation. A chuckle escaped him as he felt his body being moved, and once again, his consciousness slipped away. When he regained awareness, Lin Feng found himself in a somewhat illuminated space. Though still disoriented, he was aware enough to grasp the situation unfolding around him. Before him stood a grand desk, behind which sat an indistinct figure. A voice, authoritative yet oddly incongruous with its tone, echoed in his ears. Please do not file a complaint. No. First, I must apologize. My subordinate has made a grave mistake. We take full responsibility for your death. We were supposed to send you back immediately, but alas, your body has been cremated. Truly regrettable. Compensation will be provided. Rest assured. You shall be granted a new life in another world. Everything is arranged, so go forth with confidence. However, you may find one aspect unsatisfactory. You are destined to be ordinary. That is all I have to say. You too. Please escort him. Yes. Yes. After hearing their affirmations, Lin Feng was once again moved. He processed the information he had just received had arrived in the underworld. His death warranted compensation, and he was to embark on a new life in another world. Did this mean he would enter the realm of One Piece? Destined to be extraordinary? He didn't want to be Luffy. Even being one of his companions was unacceptable. He yearned for another identity to save Aces. Another identity. As he pondered this, he felt the urge to speak to the two workers, but before he could utter a word, Lin Feng suddenly felt a jolt, plummeting downward. He wanted to scream, but all that met him was silence. That a shiver coursed through him, and gradually, the haze began to lift. He felt warmth and moisture enveloping him. Was he submerged in water? What was happening? As he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a vast expanse of ocean, devoid of waves. Was it a lake? Or perhaps a windless zone? He attempted to swim, but to his astonishment, he realized he had no hands. Panic surged within him when a voice emerged. My child, you have awakened. Lin Feng managed to inquire. Who are you? Whether it was that Lin Feng's voice failed to carry or the speaker could not comprehend him, the voice continued. Child, you are inherently special. When you are ready, I shall send you out to hone your skills. Confusion enveloped Lin Feng, and another voice chimed in. You're crowding me. Scoot over a bit. At this, Lin Feng shifted aside, and his perspective shifted as well. He caught sight of a fruit, an ominous devil fruit. The earlier voice spoke again. You are the elder brother. Take good care of your sister. You are children of your mother. Look after one another. Your sister is somewhat frail. She may mature later than you. I will allow her to reside within your body until she is ready, at which point you may let her venture forth. When you return here, you will understand everything. Lin Feng was bewildered. Mother? What are you talking about? Could you please clarify? The voice did not respond to his inquiries, but the devil fruit drew closer, merging with Lin Feng's being, startling him. Before he could react, the sound of crashing waves filled the air. The voice that had called itself Mother declared, "It is time to go forth, my children." A colossal wave surged towards him, sweeping Lin Feng away in a daze. Anxiety gripped his heart. What do I do? I have no hands. Am I going to drown? Brother, what are you saying? We are devil fruits. How can we drown? Our mother is the sea, and she is sending us on a journey. Devil fruits? So are all devil fruits siblings? Brother, only we are different than the true children of the sea. Speaking of which, I am tired now and wish to rest. Please do not wake me before my next awakening. Understood. The voice that called itself sister fell silent. Curiosity piqued. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the vast ocean, the sun, and the clouds above, there was nothing Elzino birds in sight. He felt a twinge of worry. What would happen to him? Would he be consumed by others? That simply would not do. Lost in thoughts of his unfortunate fate, he failed to notice the changes occurring within himself. A small boat appeared in his line of sight, and as he drifted closer, he instinctively reached out. To his surprise, he found hands. Though small and pudgy, they were better than nothing. He struggled to climb aboard, but the waves propelled him onto the vessel. Sitting up, he realized he appeared to be about a year old, yet surprisingly agile. The boat was more than ample for him, equipped with a small compartment filled with food, water, and a blanket clearly prepared just for him. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded and picked up a nearby fruit, attempting to bite into it, but found it difficult. He only had a few teeth nonetheless. He could manage to nibble slowly. Lin Feng suddenly felt an unusual sensation as he gazed upon his bare body. How had he transformed into a naked little boy? Indeed, that younger sister had called him brother. She must not have been born yet. How careless of him to overlook such a detail. He had been reborn. Lin Feng sat in a daze for a while, before breaking into a smile. What a trivial matter. I've already faced death once. I shall merely adapt anew. Growing up with strength will make it easier to rescue Ace. Haha. After saying this, he remained in a stupor for some time before finally rising and exiting the small room. Lin Feng looked on in disbelief as the ship drifted in a certain direction. Where was it headed? The speed seemed rather slow. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a colossal figure emerged, a gigantic fish, or rather, a sea king. Lin Feng felt no fear. It was likely there to push the ship, surely offering comprehensive service. However, he had underestimated the speed of this push. It was rather swift, startling Lin Feng into retreating to the small room to escape the wind. Perhaps this body was too easy to exhaust, for he soon fell into a deep slumber. Time passed unmeasured until Lin Feng awoke to find himself upon the red Earth continent, gradually ascending. This was rather alarming. He chuckled to himself, saying, I must still be dreaming. I need to sleep a little longer. With that, he drifted back into slumber. Unexpectedly, nothing disturbed his rest, and when next he awoke, he was once again surrounded by the vast ocean, with some unknown creatures pushing the ship. Bored, he gazed at the scenery as seabirds flew by. The ship jolted slightly, and its pace significantly slowed, yet it continued to drift in one direction. Lin Feng realized they were likely to encounter another vessel. Given his current situation, the best outcome would be to be adopted. He quickly wrapped himself in a small blanket, lying there in the guise of an innocent infant. Indeed, he did not have to wait long. A large white and green ship approached. Was that a warship? Could it change direction? It seemed not. Oh well, he would figure it out later. Soon, someone boarded Lin Feng's small sheep, a figure draped in white, donning a dog mask. Wait, was that Carp? Ha! You and I are fated, boy. From now on, you shall be my son, Monkey D. Luffy. Chapter 2. The Dragon's Arrival in His Heart. Lin Yi mused. Well, it seems that Garp is indeed Garp. The son of a naval hero is not a bad thing. It appears I am now the uncle of Luffy and Ace. How delightful. Lin Yi accepted the name Lin Yi, finding it not unpleasant. The infant emitted a joyful giggle effortlessly. as if this was the expression that this body recognized. Garp chuckled, while the other Navy personnel looked on in astonishment. However, their rear admiral was known for his eccentricities, and today's event was rather par for the course, unexpected yet within reason. One naval officer reminded, "Admiral Garp, shouldn't we be on board?" Garp halted his laughter. "What? Afraid I might capsize the ship?" Not quite, but it does seem to be sinking," the officer replied. Garp glanced down, and indeed, the vessel appeared to be in distress. He laughed heartily before leaping onto the warship, while several sailors went to retrieve the small boat. Yet, for reasons unknown, the rope of the small boat suddenly snapped, and it was whisked away at an alarming speed. Lin Yi witnessed this, but Garp paid it no mind. Turning to enter the ship, the small boat vanished from Lin Yi's sight. Garp gently placed Lin Yi in a small bed, which appeared rather inexplicably in that place. Clearly, Garp was experienced, yet Lin Yi and Apos' infant body began to wail uncontrollably. Lin Yi gazed at Garp, who seemed to permit this behavior, exuding a sense of complete trust. After an indeterminate amount of time, Garp transported Lin Yi to an island adorned with a grand windmill. If Lin Yi was not mistaken, this was Luffy's hometown and now his own as well. Noticing Garp's still black hair, Lin Yi suddenly pondered Garp's age and realized he had yet to meet Luffy. Carried into a modest dwelling, Lin Yi was placed on a bed, where he began to survey his surroundings. A small boy appeared, furrowing his brow, seemingly unwelcoming of Lin Yi's presence. Garp explained nonchalantly, "This is your brother, Lin Yi." The boy's face reflected disbelief. "Huh? Is that it? No one even asked me. You just brought him here so casually? Do you know I've been living alone?" Garp delivered a playful punch to the boy's head, remarking, "Is this the attitude you show to a father you haven't seen in ages?" Lin Yi comprehended the boy's identity. Dragon, Luffy's father, and therefore his own brother. Dragon rubbed his head, where Garp had struck him, with an expression of dismay. Lin Yi, unable to contain himself, burst into tears. Garp approached, lifting Lin Yi into his arms, somewhat exasperated. All right, it's my fault. Don't cry. I won't hit your brother anymore." Lin Yi's sobs subsided, and he fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, he found himself still in that small room, greeted by the sight of Dragon, whose forehead bore a slight redness. Dragon, looking resigned, said, "That old man left you with me. Though I'm not thrilled about it, I will take care of you. It's my responsibility, Lin Yi." Lin Yi felt a surge of warmth at the unconditional care bestowed upon him. Having not experienced familial love in his previous life, he decided to indulge his heart as a child. He reached out, trying to touch Dragon, who paused momentarily before leaning closer. Lin Yi gently placed his hand on Dragon's swollen forehead, gazing into his eyes, which seemed to glisten with unshed tears. Nestled in Dragon's embrace, Lin Yi felt the rhythm of his heartbeat. Dragon held Lin Yi tightly, and Lin Yi thought, so this is what it feels like to have a brother. A cherished sensation indeed, a privilege of childhood. In the subsequent days, Garp was absent, but Dragon shared the space with a young woman who communicated little with him, yet provided guidance on various tasks, such as baking pies or making noodles. She demonstrated each method once, leaving Dragon to figure it out himself. As for food, there was no immediate concern. The cellar was well stocked. Whenever Dragon tended to Lin Yi, she would again demonstrate if he faltered. Dragon and Apos' days grew somewhat chaotic with Lin Yi and Apos' presence. Lin Yi endeavored to avoid causing trouble, but being a child, he required much care and often found himself inadvertently complicating matters. Lin Yi was deeply touched by Dragon's steadfast commitment to his well-being, never uttering a complaint and always nurturing him with kindness and encouragement. After about 2 months, both Dragon and Lin Yi had adapted to their new life. Upon Garp's return, Dragon regarded him with irritation, while Lin Yi clung to Garp's feet, apprehensive that Garp might scold Dragon. After all, he had only just acquired a brother, and the thought of Garp punishing him was distressing. Garp lifted Lin Yi and temporarily set aside his concerns for Dragon, but then turned back to deliver a stunning proclamation. "Dragon, starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for gathering your own food. You are 5 years old now. It's time for you to learn." He looked at Lin Yi, adding, "As for him, we will only provide enough milk powder to sustain him. Whether you can feed yourselves is now your responsibility." Dragon gazed at Garp in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can you do this, you old man? Lin Yi is at a crucial stage of development. You can't Apos. Jest about something like this." Garp replied sternly, "This is a necessary challenge for you." Dragon was left speechless, while Lin Yi contemplated standing up sooner and gaining strength to assist his brother. After Garp and Apos' departure, food was indeed taken away, leaving only essential water and the life-sustaining milk powder. Dragon held Lin Yi, feeling somewhat at a loss, and said, "Is there truly such a father? But do not worry. Lin Yi, your brother will ensure you are well-fed and grow strong." Lin Yi thought this was an opportune moment to speak. Brother. Having always been articulate, he struggled to find the right balance, his voice sounding somewhat peculiar. However, Dragon, brimming with excitement, did not notice he spoke. "Lin Yi, you called me brother." Lin Yi repeated, brother. Dragon's frown dissipated, replaced with joy and determination. The following morning, Dragon ventured to the forest's edge to hunt, returning disheveled but triumphant with a small rabbit. He shared a portion with Lin Yi, saving the rest for later. Thus, Lin Yi gradually grew. By the time he was 2, one day, Dragon took him to the seaside to fish. While Lin Yi played by the rocks, Dragon focused intently on fishing, yet the line remained empty. Meanwhile, waves pushed numerous fish toward Lin Yi. He caught a sizable fish, dragging it toward Dragon. "Brother, there are so many fish here. Look how big they are." Dragon felt a mix of disappointment in his fishing skills and elation at the prospect of food for the coming days. However, he remained concerned about maintaining a balanced diet. Pondering where to find vegetables remained a mystery. Lin Yi suggested, "Brother, why Don and Apos? We plant something?" Long inquired, "What shall we plant?" Lin Yi replied matter-of-factly, "Vegetables, of course." Long, taken aback, asked, "How did you know what I was thinking?" Lin Yi chuckled, "We share a bond. My brother, I naturally know what occupies your mind." Thus, Long accepted Lin Yi's reasoning and remarked, "It seems we need to find some seeds. I wonder if it will be difficult." Lin Yi responded, "Brother, we can ask Annie to teach us." Long agreed, saying, "Then I shall see if that's feasible." After gathering their supplies, Long took Lin Yi's hand, and they strolled homeward. Subsequently, Long procured some seeds from a neighbor. However, the question of where to plant them arose. The vicinity around their home was predominantly wasteland and forest, making it quite challenging to cultivate vegetables. Lin Yi offered to assist, albeit only with tasks such as weeding, while Long diligently began to clear the land. In due time, through the efforts of Long and Lin Yi, a modest plot of land was cultivated. After sowing the seeds, they soon began to sprout, much to their delight. Occasionally, Carp would visit, and his presence often complicated their lives. Yet both Long and Lin Yi managed to navigate these challenges, growing stronger in the process. As time passed, Lin Yi matured, reaching the age of 6, while Long was now 10. Together, they roamed the village, though Long found himself increasingly vulnerable to Carp's reprimands, primarily due to his aspirations to change the world and the government. Discontent with the Navy, he resolutely vowed before Carp that he would never join their ranks. To shield Long from Carp's wrath, Lin Yi declared his own intent to become a Navy officer, pleading with their father not to harm his brother. Carp laughed heartily and departed. Long often advised Lin Yi, "Brother, you need not pursue this path. Being a Navy officer offers no freedom, and the justice they uphold is far from pure." Lin Yi nodded, saying, "If it means protecting you, then becoming a Navy officer is not so bad. Perhaps you could provide me refuge from that life." Long solemnly assured him, "Brother, I will create that sanctuary, a new world." Lin Yi affirmed, "I believe in you." Due to his ambitions, Lin Yi faced numerous demands for training, aware that their leisurely days were swiftly drawing to a close. However, Carp had yet to take Lin Yi away, even as training tasks multiplied. Chapter 3. Escape from Shuko in the days when Lin Yi was not taken away. He continued to accompany his brother on various adventures, climbing mountains and diving into the sea, engaging in exercises and meeting diverse individuals, until one fateful day. The weather was clear and refreshing when Lin Yi followed Long to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables, only to overhear that a band of pirates had arrived in this obscure village, intent on seizing supplies. Linya turned to Long and asked, "Brother, what should we do? Should we rush out to help the villagers?" Long gazed at the commotion within the village, hesitated for a moment, then replied, "No, little brother. We lack the ability to protect ourselves, let alone the villagers. Listen, bravery does not mean recklessly charging forward. It is the courage to confront realities, whether we can conquer them or not. Right now, we must accept that we cannot defeat them." Linya nodded but pressed on. "But brother, what about the villagers? Will they be in danger?" Long chuckled softly, saying, "That depends on the ineffectual world government and whether they can summon the navy for aid. Rest assured, little brother. While these pirates may seem fearsome, they are not necessarily intent on killing. They will merely take some provisions, and that is the best outcome we can hope for." Linya wished to say more, but Long shook his head, adding, "When we are still too weak to protect ourselves, we must refrain from foolish acts of heroism." Linya acquiesced, saying nothing further, though a slight worry lingered in his gaze upon the village. Long took Linya's hand and said, "All right, brother, we need to hide. We are often the vulnerable points that adults cannot defend. Let us move quickly." Linya nodded and followed Long into the mountains. As they ran, Linya suddenly felt the piercing gaze of something cold upon him. He tugged at Long, who seemed to sense it as well, stopping immediately. Long positioned himself protectively in front of Linya, subtly signaling him to retreat. Though Linya could not see fully, he guessed from his brother's demeanor that a monstrous serpent, measuring over 10 meters with brown stripes, was fixated on them. Linya noticed beads of sweat trickling down Long's face, indicating his heightened tension. Long slightly turned, whispering, "I will count to 3, and then you must run." Linya looked into Long's resolute eyes and nodded silently. Long managed a bittersweet smile, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. A wave of emotion surged within Linya. He understood that Long was prepared to sacrifice himself to buy him time to escape. Linya cautiously began to back away, striving to make no noise that might alert the serpent. The creature, with its large, bell-like eyes, locked onto them, flicking its tongue in and out as it assessed their positions. Linya stealthily grasped the dagger at his side, as did Long. However, unlike Long, Linya infused his dagger with a surge of dark energy, summoning all the strength he could muster. He knew that a single strike from either of them would not suffice to vanquish the serpent. What would happen after exhausting all his strength was a concern for another time. Long was ready, and the serpent had assumed an aggressive stance. Linya prepared himself, and Long quietly counted 1, 2, 3. With a fierce shout, he commanded, "Linya, run." Long lunged at the serpent, which retaliated with a fierce strike. It was evident that Long was no match for the beast, as it swiftly bit into his arm. No matter how fiercely Long stabbed with his dagger, it could not penetrate the serpent's thick skull. Linya, summoning every ounce of energy, rushed to Long's side, plunging the dagger into the serpent. The creature thrashed violently, and Linya gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. The last image imprinted on his mind was the serpent lunging toward him, and even then, he lacked the strength to flee. Linya thought to himself, "Is this how it ends? After all, I have just become the protagonist." Darkness enveloped him completely. What awakened Linya was a female voice, "Brother, wake up. You must get up. I cannot protect you for long. If you stay down, other beasts will come for you." Linya opened his eyes, finding himself alone, surrounded only by the serpent's carcass and Long lying in a pool of blood. He rushed over to check on Long, who was bloodied and unconscious. Just as he felt a wave of sorrow, the voice continued, "Brother, I have already tended to both you and him. His injuries are manageable. The scars on his face may be difficult to erase, but my treatment will make them appear less gruesome. He has merely lost too much blood and fainted. He will recover shortly. As for you, having exhausted your strength, you won't awaken for at least 10 days to half a month. I am currently using my power to sustain you. You must take him to a safe place. I am still immature and shouldn't be burdened with so much work. I don't know how you, as his brother, manage this." With that, she declared her need for rest, warning Linya not to wake her again. Linya wanted to apologize, but no one was there to respond. He hurriedly carried Long home, and as soon as he placed him on the bed, Linya too lost consciousness. During this time, he heard the reproachful voices of 2 women, both chastising him for not taking better care of himself and landing in such peril. Linya recognized one voice as his sister S and the other as his mother S. It dawned on him that his mother had always been watching over him. After all, the sea was like a mother, and what could she possibly not know? In his dreams, Linya continuously apologized to his mother, promising to take better care of himself, and offered his sister reparations for his reckless behavior. He agreed to everything he could think of. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Linya, the pirates had vanished without posing any danger to either of them. Just as his sister had predicted, he awoke 2 weeks later, greeted by the sight of Long's somewhat haggard face and the worried expression of Carp. Linya inquired, "Brother, why do you look so worn? Is father giving you a hard time again? I've told him to stop troubling you since I'm joining the Navy." Carp interjected, "Hey, kid, I am not troubling him. We are family, so don't use such harsh words." Linya chuckled, Yes, I understand, father." Carp remained silent, and Long asked, "Little brother, how do you feel? Is there anywhere that you are uncomfortable? Tell your brother. Your extended slumber has worried me greatly." Linya responded apologetically, "I'm truly sorry, brother, for causing you concern." Long chuckled, "Look at you. It is natural for an older brother to worry about his younger sibling. If it weren't for you, I would have perished long ago." Linya smiled and then asked, "By the way, brother, father, have those pirates left?" Long paused for a moment, having been preoccupied with Linya's condition, and turned to Carp, who replied, "The pirates were swept away by the sea, leaving no trace behind. I suppose they met their end fittingly." Long was taken aback by Carp's answer, while Linya showed little reaction, accepting it as the truth. Kapu, upon arriving, exhibited no reaction initially, but soon, with a touch of annoyance, he playfully nudged Rinya, exclaiming, "Do you still not trust your father, you rascal?" Rinya, with a smile, responded, "Of course, I believe in my father. It's just that I find this matter quite intriguing and miraculous. Perhaps, when I reach that level, I too could achieve such feats." Kapu paused for a moment, asking, "Are you suggesting that someone passed by here and used their power to save this village?" Rinya nodded, wearing an expression that implied there could be no other explanation. Naturally, someone must have intervened. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have arisen. Could it be that the sea could no longer bear witness? That seems unlikely. However, the strength required to accomplish this must be formidable. Can father achieve such a thing? Before Kapu could respond, Long interjected, "He possesses the ability to send an entire island soaring into the sky, along with the pirates." Kapu, in a fit of anger, shouted, "You little brat, how dare you speak to your father like that?" With that, he lunged at Long, feigning an assault. Unexpectedly, they both succumbed to slumber simultaneously. Rinya glanced at them and, chuckling, drifted off to sleep as well, still in the midst of his recovery, feeling quite fatigued. As for matters concerning his brother, he chose to temporarily set them aside. When Rinya awoke, it was already evening. Long had prepared dinner, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Upon noticing Rinya's awakening, Long hurried over and remarked, "Rinya, you've been asleep for an entire day and night. Previously, it was a fainting spell, and now it seems you are in a deep slumber. My dear brother cannot afford to be so weak. Come, I've stewed the large snake I had marinated earlier to help replenish your strength, and I've also made some grilled meat. Come and eat." Rinya laughed, recognizing that his brother was indeed one to repay any grievances. The thought of him enduring the task of handling such a large snake was truly beyond imagination. In truth, it was Kapu who arrived on the night Long and Rinya were attacked, alerted by the woman living with them. Upon reaching the location, Kapu assessed their condition, then ventured into the mountains, returning with the snake and 2 daggers. Additionally, Kapu meticulously scoured the mountains for any lurking dangers that had driven them deeper into hiding. Chapter 4. Cultivation. Under the meticulous care of Long, Linya's health gradually improved, and his strength swiftly returned. However, when he attempted to harness that strength, he discovered that the power within him felt as if it were sealed. Linya speculated that this might have been orchestrated by his sister, concerned that he might exhaust his powers once more, leading to undesirable consequences. Despite possessing a formidable identity and background, he felt that, in his current state, both his physical prowess and innate talents seemed to fall short compared to his peers. In light of this, there was but one course of action: to cultivate. In this alternate world, Lin Yi found himself as a rather feeble young man. Although he maintained a sunny disposition, he had achieved little in the realm of athletics, merely scraping by. Thus, he harbored doubts about his ability to endure the arduous training ahead. Nevertheless, in the world of One Piece, where only the strong survive, he had no choice. "Brother, I have something to ask of you," Lin Yi said earnestly. Long, taken aback, replied, "What is it, little brother? As long as I can assist, I will." With sincerity, Lin Yi continued, "I wish to cultivate and become strong, but I am uncertain if I possess the steadfast resolve you have. Therefore, I implore you to help me." Feeling a bit bashful from Lin Yi's words, Long scratched his head and chuckled. "I'm not as remarkable as you claim, but I will take on this responsibility. It is my duty to help you grow strong." Lin Yi smiled, for he envisioned the robust version of himself in the future. Yet, the reality was different. In the morning, Lin Yi and Long set off together, jogging around the village. After only a short distance, Lin Yi began to perspire slightly, prompting Long to inquire, "Brother, are you tired? Do you wish to rest? Perhaps I should carry you for a bit." Lin Yi chuckled at Long's anxious expression. "Brother, I've only run 2 kilometers. This is trivial compared to your usual training regimen." Long, still concerned, replied, "But your current physical condition differs from mine. Training must be approached gradually." Lin Yi found the situation both amusing and exasperating. "Brother, if I cannot prove that I can train well by your side, Father will surely take me away from you." Long paused, his expression shifting to one of worry mixed with indignation. "That old man, how dare he? He has failed in his duties as a father." Lin Yi smiled gently. "Brother, there are reasons for Father's actions. Although his methods may be hard for you to accept, if we do not grow strong, how can we survive in this era? How can you create the world you desire? It is also impossible for you to protect me at all times, is it not? Therefore, I too must become powerful. If I can become strong by your side, Father will have no reason to take me away. What do you think, brother?" After a moment of contemplation, Long patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and replied, "All right, I understand. Lin Yi, I will surely grow strong enough for you to rely on. You must become strong as well. It's essential to have the ability to defend yourself and to stand up to others." Lin Yi beamed. "Then let us train together." Long nodded, and the two of them ran toward the rising sun, their silhouettes resolute in the golden light. That evening, Lin Yi quickly succumbed to sleep from exhaustion. Long quietly approached, tucking the blanket around him. As he sat by Lin Yi's side, he gazed at his sleeping brother, clenching and releasing his fists. With a soft sigh, he turned away, only to tighten his fist once more as he stood up and whispered, "Lin Yi, I will always protect you, forever and always." These words seemed directed at Lin Yi, but felt more like a promise to himself. Long strode into the depths of the forest, where he tirelessly battled wild beasts. Indifferent to his own wounds, the scars on his face only served to highlight his resilience as a man was being forged anew. Yet, in Lin Yi's eyes, he had never witnessed such a steadfast brother, only a sibling who loved to sleep in. This morning was no exception. "Brother, wake up. It's winter. Yet you're sweating profusely. And who have you been fighting? Why are you injured? Don't give me that sleepwalking excuse." Long struggled to rise, attempting to divert Lin Yi's attention from his wounds, wishing he had a remedy to erase the scars. He was utterly exhausted. All right, brother, I understand. I'll get up now. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you." Lin Yi watched as Long sprang out of bed. Feeling slightly disoriented, yet he suggested, "Let us have fish today. I caught a particularly plump one." Long nodded, tidying himself as he mused, "But just fish one tea suffice. We need some vegetables to accompany it." Without hesitation, Lin Yi replied, "How about cabbage? It's our garden's specialty, and I have no idea where Father sourced it from, but it's sweet." Long nodded in agreement as he began to wash up, water dripping from his face back into the basin. "What about fruit? We need a balanced diet. Let us add some eggs to the soup." Lin Yi considered the fruits, oblivious to how far the conversation had drifted. Perhaps oranges? Watermelon? Or grapes? Long pondered, oranges would be best. Although we don't experience seasonal changes, it's wise to consume oranges for vitamins, especially since we'll need to eat them frequently when we set sail. That's likely why that old man brought us so many saplings. Lin Yi laughed. It seems you still remember father fondly. Long scoffed. As long as he doesn't tea-meddle with you. Lin Yi shrugged, unsure of how to respond, and awaited Long to prepare the meal, happily assisting him. He relished watching Long cook, meticulously considering how to ensure Lin Yi enjoyed his meal, and he grew increasingly strict with himself. Unless he witnessed it firsthand, Lin Yi would never have imagined his brother could be seen in such a nurturing light. Lin Yi cherished every moment spent by Long's side, listening to his attentive reminders. Be careful, don't cut your hand. It's better to chop it into pieces. Is the water too cold? Heat it before washing the vegetables. Brother. Each time he heard these words, Lin Yi found them amusing and felt a warmth that made him forget his own identity and past. After finishing the meal, it was time for training once again. Currently, Tamiya was training alongside Long. Tamiya believed that his awareness was insufficient, thus requiring Long's encouragement. However, he soon discovered that Long often expressed sentiments urging him to give up, fearing that the intensity of Tamiya's training might be too overwhelming. As a result, Tamiya found himself needing to summon additional resolve to resist Long's discouragement. At present, Tamiya's training regimen cannot be deemed excessive. He felt invigorated and, as a boy in the world of One Piece, believed he should possess ample energy. Consequently, he engaged in a variety of physical training without feeling fatigued. It was akin to running several kilometers and still being able to push through. This was indeed astonishing. Yet it served as a testament to his existence within the One Piece universe, a realm abundant with the extraordinary. Occasionally, Tamiya would also swim and dive with Long as part of their training. He recalled the presence of a coastal tyrant in the vicinity, yet it had inexplicably remained absent. This matter weighed heavily on his mind, as he hoped that once he gained sufficient strength, he could confront this menace to prevent it from impacting his nephew in the future, although he might not yet be able to defeat it. Tamiya was confident it posed no immediate threat to him or Long. Unbeknownst to them, the coastal tyrant was puzzled by the sudden contraction of its territory, its large head unable to comprehend the reasons behind this change. Day after day, Tamiya and Long persevered in their training, yet Tamiya felt his progress was painfully slow, leaving him bewildered as to the root of the issue. He was acutely aware that if this continued, he might indeed be taken away from his brother by his father. As these worries mounted, his anxiety deepened. Despite his relentless efforts to train, he still fell short of his desired outcomes. Tamiya was haunted by the inevitable, an outcome he could not escape. Chapter 5. Taken away. Carp's ship had anchored at the shore. The enormous dog head, clamped around a bone, came into view, the emblem of Carp's warship, as unchanging as Carp's own character. Lin Yi knew what was coming. He glanced at a tense Long, who stood before him, arms protectively shielding him. Lin Yi understood that his brother must also know their father's purpose. Carp strode through the village, heading straight for them. He stopped at the doorway and said with some ire, "You two scoundrels, not even coming to greet your father? Is this how you treat your own kin?" Long remained silently inside, showing no intention of going out. Lin Yi sighed softly behind Long, a silent exhalation, and reached out to touch Long's arm. "Brother, father has come. If you don't greet him, I fear there will be." Long cast a glance at Lin Yi. "Greet him for what? He's here to do something cruel. That old codger actually expects me to welcome him. He's delusional." Lin Yi shook his head. "Brother, this won't do. If the outcome is inevitable, it and Appo's, it's better to face it with equanimity. If there and Appo's room to maneuver, we must strive for it. He is, after all, our father, not our enemy." Lin Yi's words moved Long, who lowered his arm, stiff and aching from being raised for too long, and hung his head. Lin Yi couldn't bear to push his brother to face their father, so he decided to go ahead and placate their father to prevent him from blaming Long. Just as he was about to step to the door, Long called out softly, a plaintive brother. Lin Yi paused, opened the door, and smiled. "Father, forgive us." Brother was occupied. Whether it's a father returning from afar or a brother about to embark on a journey, shouldn't he have a delicious meal prepared by his brother? Otherwise, it would be a great pity. So, "Father, for the sake of brother's hospitality, you must exercise patience." Carp chuckled at Lin Yi's words and patted him on the shoulder. "Ha ha ha. Yes, yes, yes. That scamp is cooking? Then I forgive him. This is the proper way to greet a father. Ha ha ha." Lin Yi led Carp into the house. Long was cooking, his expression hidden, but the heavy thuds of the knife against the cutting board betrayed his unease. Lin Yi was pondering how to make Carp forget about taking him away when Carp suddenly spoke. Lin Yi, I've come to take you with me this time. Pack your things. Lin Yi froze, and the sound of chopping ceased. Lin Yi inquired, Father, if I don't want to leave brother, is there anything I can do? Carp scratched his head and casually replied, Yes, defeat me. Lin Yi had expected the condition to be exceptionally harsh, but not such a pipe dream. Long roared in anger. Flinging a head of broccoli, Carp's most hated food, at Carp's face. Old codger, you're going too far. Carp stood up in fury. You brat, you dare serve me this. A battle seemed imminent when, suddenly, as if disconnected, both Long and Carp fell asleep, each with a large snot bubble. Lin Yi shook his head, muttering to himself. This is the one thing I can't seem to master. Lin Yi waited quietly. Soon, the snot bubbles burst, and Carp and Long awoke, looking bewildered. Carp grabbed Long by the collar, raging, You brat, you fell asleep while talking to me. Long scoffed. You did the same, humph. Carp glanced at Lin Yi, released Long, turned, and asked Lin Yi, your brother is impetuous, I know, but you understand your father. So, will you go with me? Lin Yi smiled wryly. It seems it's inevitable. Carp looked triumphantly at Long, laughing. See, your brother agrees. What can you say? Ha ha ha, brat. Just as Long was about to retort, Lin Yi said calmly, Father, I believe I will be taken away by you, but I am willing to try and see what level I can reach under your tutelage. Is that acceptable? Carp and Long grew serious, regarding Lin Yi. Carp said earnestly, Lin Yi, do you know what you're saying? It will be painful. Long frowned. Brother, no. This old codger hits hard. You've never been hit, so don't try such pain. Just go with the old codger. Lin Yi smiled. Brother, even if I'm badly injured by father, my life will never be in danger. But once we're on the free seas, with positions and enemies, we'll face mortal danger. It's good to try now. What do you say, father, brother? Long remained unconvinced, but said nothing, knowing his brother was much like himself and wouldn't give up once he'd decided. Carp saw the fighting spirit in Lin Yi's eyes, and tears welled up. Lin Yi, you truly are my son. I'm so proud. I understand. Come, let's go to the yard. I'll grant your wish. Lin Yi smiled. Thank you, father. Carp and Lin Yi walked into the yard, Long following anxiously, reminding, Old codger, don't be too harsh. He's my beloved brother. Carp punched Long on the head without turning, creating a bump. Lin Yi is my beloved son too. Long scoffed and moved away from Carp, cheering for Lin Yi. Lin Yi stood opposite Carp, ready. Carp said, All right, come at me. Lin Yi nodded slightly, secretly preparing all the power he could muster. Although his power was sealed by his sister, he could still use a small portion to enhance his muscles, increasing defense and attack. Lin Yi charged at Carp, aiming a punch at Carp's knee. Lin Yi didn't seek much, only to leave a mark on his father, proving his strength. Carp moved suddenly as Lin Yi approached, his fist about to strike Lin Yi's back. Lin Yi sensed danger, an aura of a strong person. He barely registered the movement, only knowing danger was imminent. Without time to think, Lin Yi abandoned his plan to attack the knee, crossed his arms, and turned abruptly, taking Carp and Appo's punch in a defensive stance. Despite the defense, Lin Yi was sent flying, crashing through a tree. He had concentrated his power on his back, but was still hurt, his back burning, his clothes torn. Lin Yi stood up, readied himself, and his eyes showed excitement. Carp praised, Well done, Lin Yi. You're already strong in self-preservation. Before you have power, don't be a hero and die needlessly. That's foolish and futile. Lin Yi nodded and charged at Carp again. Whenever Remiya attempted to strike Carp, he was compelled to swiftly revert to a defensive stance due to the imminent threat posed by Carp's rapid counterattacks. Remiya sensed a gradual decline in his defensive capabilities, and the injuries he sustained grew increasingly severe to the extent that he could no longer ignore the pain they inflicted upon him. His back felt numb, devoid of sensation. Yet the sharp pangs and aches in his arms, legs, and joints began to hinder his movements. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at his brother Long, who wore a pained expression, and said with a smile, Brother, when do you plan to set sail? I will return to see you off, I promise. Long paused momentarily, then realized that he was about to part ways with his brother, replying, When I turn 18, That will be the moment of my departure. I will wait for your return." Ramiya nodded with a smile, but then his expression shifted to one of seriousness as he drew a dagger from his waist, stating, "Father, this will be my final assault. There is no need to hold back. I have already grasped the most crucial information. Even if I am gravely wounded and lose consciousness, I must understand the gap in our strength." Karp let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Indeed, you are my son. I know what to do." With that, Karp assumed a stance no longer braced for impact. "Come, Ramiya, let me witness your final power." Ramiya charged forward, dagger in hand, first sidestepping to evade Karp's outstretched arm, aiming to strike him. However, in doing so, he exposed his entire torso. Karp delivered a swift elbow strike, and Ramiya instantly felt as if his internal organs had been mercilessly assaulted. The pain was overwhelming. It felt as though his very insides were on the verge of bursting forth. Ramiya was propelled backward, crashing into a large tree, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. He had wished to catch one last glimpse of his brother, but time was not on his side. For the sake of his brother's journey, to spur him on and to motivate himself, he acknowledged that naivety could no longer be afforded in this world. He was not the protagonist, lacking that halo of destiny. To reach the pinnacle and safeguard those he cherished, he had no choice but to become stronger. Chapter 6. A first encounter. As Zifu awoke, he found himself swathed in bandages, lying on an unfamiliar bed. A voice resonated, "You're awake, Linya." Turning his head, Linya saw his father, Karp, alongside a man wearing a hat. Noticing Linya's gaze upon the man, Karp introduced him. "This is my aide, Bogut. Should you require assistance, feel free to approach him. From this day forth, you are a naval soldier, not merely the son of a vice admiral. Remember, if anyone dares to bully you, and you find yourself unable to retaliate, simply inform me, and I shall intervene on your behalf." He chuckled heartily. "Do you understand?" Linya nodded, acknowledging Bogut with a slight gesture. Bogut returned the nod, and Linya considered it a greeting, given his current state. As Linya's injuries began to heal, training soon commenced. In addition to performing menial tasks, Bogut discreetly provided Linya with guidance in swordsmanship. This marked Linya's inaugural experience with a sword, a bamboo training sword, wrapped in cloth to prevent splintering, yet still causing blisters on his palms. These blisters would burst and scab over, eventually forming thick calluses. Night after night, Linya would inspect his hands, reflecting on his progress and marveling at his own resolve. Had he previously been unaware of such tenacity? Was it the influence of his surroundings? Acknowledging that strength was the key to one's voice in this world, he resolved to improve himself. Linya relished this new life, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. However, he found himself bemused by his father's occasional surreptitious inspections to ensure he was not slacking off. Beyond that, he was quite content. In 5 years, he aspired to return stronger, ready to send his brother off on his journey. As Linya trained diligently, he accompanied the naval fleet to Marineford, where he beheld the grandeur of the island. Towering structures adorned the landscape, and a massive inland port cradled a multitude of warships, both grand and modest, all displaying white sails emblazoned with the Navy's insignia. Surrounding the island were imposing black cannons, exuding authority. Observing Linya's expression, Karp chuckled. "Ah, my boy. This will be your workplace in the future. Should you wish to explore, we can arrange that later. For now, we must disembark. If he hasn't departed yet, he can show you around. After all, you are my son." Linya's eyes widened in surprise. Hadn't they agreed to keep it a secret? Karp scratched his head. "This matter is to remain confidential." He glanced around the deck, noting that aside from Linya, there was no one else present. Sighing in relief, he leaned closer and whispered, "Rest assured, I will not divulge anything further for your safety." Linya nodded, pondering who he might be. The naval ship docked, and a wooden bridge was lowered. Karp stepped off, followed by Bogut, with Linya trailing behind as they made their way to the naval headquarters. Along the way, they encountered numerous officers who greeted Karp with respect. Nonchalantly, Karp pulled out some snacks and bit into one, turning to Linya and asking, "Would you like some?" Linya shook his head. Yet Karp pressed a package of snacks into his hands, casually remarking, "Sengoku refuses to share any with me." Linya smiled, tucking the package away. Upon entering a room, Karp was greeted by a round-headed man with glasses, whose sharp eyes glimmered with a sense of authority. This must be Sengoku. Beside him stood a small goat, seemingly munching on something, revealing a corner of what looked suspiciously like documents. Karp introduced Linya. Sengoku, this is my second son, Linya. He is here to join the Navy. Please take good care of him. Sengoku rolled his eyes at Karp's casualness. Major? Have you forgotten your current rank is only that of a vice admiral? Ascending to the officer ranks is not a trivial matter. First, present me with a package of those snacks, and I may consider granting him the rank of private or perhaps a corporal. Upon hearing this, Linya cautiously placed the package Karp had just given him onto Sengoku's desk. Slightly worried it was too far for Sengoku to reach, he subtly pushed it closer. Both Sengoku and Karp were taken aback, exchanging amused glances before erupting into laughter. Karp, your son seems to know how to handle matters, unlike you. He is quite perceptive, Sengoku chuckled. Naturally, my son takes after me. A package of snacks for a corporal is a fair exchange. You must also find him a suitable mentor, Karp replied with pride. Sengoku raised an eyebrow with that statement. I assume you have someone in mind? Karp responded with a grin. I believe Zifa would be an excellent choice to mentor my son. He is certainly qualified. Sengoku was speechless. You truly expect a general to teach your son? Karp beamed. Of course. Should you have a son, you would surely want Zifa to instruct him. Alas, you have a daughter. Sengoku scoffed. What of having a daughter? You are yet to have one. Envy is futile. My daughter will also have Zifa as her teacher. You shan't monopolize the benefits. Karp nodded, then turned to Linya. You must not pursue his daughter. That would be ill-advised. She is a pampered little princess. And remember, this must remain confidential. Linya nodded again as Karp waved goodbye to Sengoku. I spotted Zifa's ship. I shall seek him out. Enjoy the snacks. Save some for me, as they are my treasured stash. When I return, you must also present your collection, Sengoku remarked with a roll of his eyes. Go on. I have many matters to attend to. Sengoku then turned to Linya, saying, Linya, I hope you become an exemplary Navy officer. Go forth. Linya nodded in acknowledgement as Karp glanced back one last time. Karp led Linya into another room, which bore a similar layout. A robust man with short purple hair and a countenance both stern yet kind stood to greet Karp. Vice Admiral Karp, I presume? What brings you here? Karp nodded and casually took a seat. Please, no need for formality. You are to become my son's mentor. Zifa, startled, stood up again. What did you just say? Karp laughed heartily. Zifa, surely you jest. You are only 42. Can you not hear me clearly? Zifa sat back down, realizing Karp was indeed serious. He turned to Linya, remarking, Karp, you are aware that such family matters must remain confidential. Otherwise, you would not have sent your child to that secure yet secluded East Blue immediately after his birth. Karp chuckled. It seems my confidentiality measures still require improvement. How did you ascertain it was the East Blue? Zephyr smiled and remarked that the security in the East Sea was exceptional. As a general, it seemed rather unworthy of him not to be aware of such matters. Karp nodded in agreement, acknowledging the point. He inquired whether Zephyr would continue in his role. If not, given his knowledge of Karp and Apos, son, the implications for his safety were significant. Zephyr chuckled warmly. And Ling found it hard to reconcile such gentleness with the stern title of a general. It was no surprise that throughout his life, he had never taken a life, even that of a pirate. It was only after suffering deeply that one could harbor such thoughts, relinquishing their lifelong beliefs and ultimately, their very selves. Karp. This is a blatant threat, Zephyr said, realizing he had little choice but to acquiesce. However, the identity of his son remained a concern. Karp continued. I have already spoken with Sengoku. He is aware that you will be a subordinate. The rest will be handled on his end, so you can focus on teaching without worry. To avoid any suspicion, I will limit my contact with him. Zephyr frowned, contemplating whether such a decision was overly cruel. Karp laughed heartily. You just had a son, who is only 3 years old, and you are overflowing with paternal affection. However, as you know, those in our positions often have numerous enemies. It is best for children to face such realities early on. Zephyr nodded in agreement. You are right. I will accept this disciple. Rest assured, I will treat him as my own. Ling then bowed respectfully to Zephyr, who paused momentarily before smiling and responding. Good child. I understand. You need not worry. Casting a glance at Carp, Zephyr added, You are correct. Allowing children to mature early will lead them to become individuals beyond our expectations. Carp smiled and patted Ling's shoulder, reassuring him, With your father gone, there is no need for concern here. Ling nodded, affirming, I will strive to grow stronger. So my father need not worry. Carp turned away from Ling, continuing on his path without looking back. Once the door was fully closed, Ling turned to face Zephyr and asked, Master, what should I do now? Training? Zephyr smiled. Carp has indeed raised a fine son. There is no need to rush. First, tell me your name and age. Ling replied, My name is Ling, and I am 9 years old. Zephyr nodded, My son is only 3 this year. Since you have called me master, come to my home today. From now on, it will also be your home. Chapter 7. The Zephyr family. Rin nodded, Yes, master. Zephyr replied, Please take a seat here for a moment. I will finish these documents, and then we shall depart. Rin obediently settled onto the sofa, waiting for Zephyr while observing the map on the wall, which his teacher had marked in numerous places. He noticed a spot that was slightly lighter in color than the surrounding areas, surmising that it must be his teacher's home, Glow Island. As he glanced at Zephyr, who was diligently engrossed in his paperwork, Rin pondered, why must such a devoted champion of justice face an untimely end? Having become his student, Rin felt a sense of responsibility and resolved to take action, though he lamented his current lack of strength, unsure of what he could truly achieve. After a considerable time, Zephyr looked up, somewhat embarrassed. Rin, I hope you haven't waited too long. My apologies for the delay. Are you hungry? Rin shook his head. Not for long, master. Your work is important. I am not hungry yet. Zephyr chuckled. There is no need for formality between us. Let us go to the ship for a meal. Following Zephyr, Rin traversed various corridors, encountering many soldiers who greeted his teacher. Eventually, they arrived at the port, a journey that had taken quite some time, during which Zephyr remained silent, perhaps not wanting to draw attention to Rin. Upon reaching the port, Rin beheld the navy blue warships with their expansive sails and bustling figures, making it hard to imagine what lay hidden behind the symbols of pure justice. Boarding the ship with Zephyr, they made their way to his private office. Zephyr instructed a nearby soldier, Please bring us some food. We will dine aboard today. Understood, Admiral, the soldier replied before departing. Zephyr turned gently to Rin. We estimate our arrival will be late tonight. In the meantime, let us discuss your training plan and assess your current level to devise a suitable regimen. Rin admired Zephyr's dedication. He must provide tailored training plans for each individual, truly embodying the essence of a committed teacher. Thank you, Master, Rin said, nodding. Zephyr laughed heartily and patted Rin's shoulder. I told you, there's no need for such distance between us. Rin felt a warmth in his heart. Yes, Master. After their meal, Zephyr meticulously assessed Rin's abilities. Unlike Carp, Zephyr's evaluation was data-driven, ensuring Rin would not be harmed in the process. Zephyr analyzed Rin's data, nodding approvingly. Your physical condition is excellent, though your previous training methods were somewhat monotonous and lacking in systematization. Once we reach the training grounds, we shall conduct thorough assessments. Rin nodded. Understood, Master. Zephyr hesitated slightly. Rin, if the training intensity feels overwhelming, you must speak up. You are still a child. Rin smiled and shook his head. Master, I am no longer a child. In this world, I must strengthen myself swiftly. I do not wish to burden my father or my teacher. Zephyr affectionately ruffled Rin's hair. Silly child, you think of burdens. It is good to want to grow stronger, but do not push yourself too hard, all right? Rin smiled. Yes, Master. I understand and will not overexert myself. Zephyr smiled with relief, knowing Carp's son was undoubtedly exceptional, but realizing that Rin's thoughtfulness was somewhat unexpected. How had Carp educated his son? The warship sailed swiftly, and as Rin gazed at the unchanging blue sea, he thought of the day he would drift upon these waters. Regardless of his identity, he was determined to chase freedom and savor its taste. Zephyr glanced at Rin. What are you thinking? We shall arrive shortly. Let us head to the deck. Rin nodded as Zephyr continued. I am here under the guise of official duties for inspections. The personnel here are my trusted allies. You need not worry. Rin nodded, though a tinge of unease lingered in his heart. If that were the case, how had the pirates learned of this place? As Glow Island came into clearer view, Rin could not shake the feeling of inadequacy. Once off the ship, Zephyr purchased a bouquet from a nearby shop, leaving only Rin and himself, as the soldiers had been instructed to patrol. Zephyr smiled shyly. Giving flowers to a lady is sure to be appreciated. Remember that. Rin felt a bit embarrassed. Master, I am still too young for such things. Indeed, Zephyr laughed heartily, leading them to a 2-story cottage by the sea. He rang the doorbell, and a beautiful woman opened the door, accompanied by a small child with purple hair. The child rushed to Zephyr. Daddy, you're back. Zephyr presented the flowers to the lady. Yes, I have returned and brought you a brother. He turned to the gentle woman. Philin, I am home. This is my disciple, Rin. The lady nodded, addressing Rin. Hello, Rin. I am your mistress. From now on, we are family. The purple-haired child, hearing this, joyfully exclaimed, I have a brother now. Brother Rin. Rin looked at the innocent child, feeling a bit overwhelmed by suddenly having a younger brother, unsure of how to be a sibling. He picked up the child. Smiling, yes, Justice. Justice touched Rin and Appo's face, and Rin felt an inexplicable warmth, relishing this new bond. Justice leaned in and kissed Rin and Appo's cheek. I like you, brother. Rin smiled. I like you too, Justice. Zephyr and Philin watched the interaction, smiling. Come inside. It must be time to eat, Zephyr urged. Once inside, Philin asked Rin, what do you like to eat? I will prepare it for you. I am not picky, mistress. Please cook whatever you like. I am sure I will enjoy it. Philin chuckled. You have quite a sweet tongue, Rin. You will surely attract the girls. Rin blushed at the compliments from both his master and mistress. Zephyr interjected, indeed. I just taught him how to give flowers to girls, but he claims it is too early. Philin laughed. And you still consider yourself a teacher? Zephyr chuckled. I have my merits. You set the dishes down. I will wash them. Philin smiled. Not yet. You should think about how to showcase your culinary skills. We must celebrate the addition of a new family member. Rin felt a bit overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Mistress, please do not make it too complicated. Philin shook her head. How can we not celebrate such a significant occasion? You are the first disciple of your master, after all. Rin felt a bit helpless against their warmth. I will help in the kitchen, mistress. I used to do this at home, Rin volunteered. Observing his earnest expression, Philin relented. All right. Rin, accustomed to assisting his brother, began to work alongside Philin, who watched with a mix of admiration and concern for this child. After a while, Zephyr donned an apron, ready to cook. Let me take the lead in the kitchen, watch and learn. Lin Yi was driven out of the kitchen, and Zheng Yi rushed over. Brother Lin Yi. Come play with me. All right. Lin Yi patted Zheng Yi's head. Before long, the table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, all vibrant and fragrant, save for one that appeared somewhat dull in color. Zfa enthusiastically placed it before Lin Yi, urging him to try it. Quick, taste this. It is my most successful creation. Lin Yi picked up a piece and tasted it. Aside from being slightly burnt, it was quite palatable. It's quite delicious, master, he remarked. Master's wife also took a piece and tasted it. Zfa, you don't intend for Lin Yi to eat this all the time, do you? That simply won't do. A hint of embarrassment crossed Zfa's previously joyful face. Oh dear, there are chefs. Master's wife replied sternly. How can that be? What if it's just you and Lin Yi? Are you truly going to care for your disciple in such a manner? Zfa, exasperated, interjected. Why must you speak of me in front of my disciple? I will strive to improve, truly. As long as Lin Yi is with me, I will ensure he does not go hungry. Please, spare me some dignity. Master's wife laughed. You cook so poorly, yet you expect me to cover for you? Lin Yi only said it was good to save face for you, master. Zheng Yi chimed in loudly. Dad's cooking is terrible, terrible. Zfa looked at Lin Yi with satisfaction. Still, my disciple is the best. Laughter erupted around the table, and Lin Yi silently resolved to protect the warmth of this family. Although he currently possessed no power, he was determined not to let their happiness be shattered. Once everyone was seated, Zfa raised his glass, proclaiming, Today, we celebrate the arrival of a new member to our family. Let us toast. Everyone lifted their glasses, with Lin Yi and Zheng Yi's filled with juice. Lin Yi joyfully sipped his drink. Throughout the meal, Master S' wife and Zfa continually offered food to Lin Yi, which deeply touched him. The family enjoyed a harmonious and delightful dinner together. Chapter 8. The pirates arrive in the evening. The Master S' wife prepared a room for Lin Yi. As he was about to sleep, Zfa entered with a smile and inquired, "How does it feel to be here?" Lin Yi nodded earnestly. "Very good." Zfa nodded in relief, as if a weight had been lifted. Lin Yi then asked, "Master, can I stay here permanently?" Zfa appeared puzzled. "Why?" Lin Yi, a bit disappointed, replied, "Is it not allowed?" Zfa chuckled, "It's not that you can't. But wouldn't it be better to be by my side? Wouldn't that provide a greater opportunity for self-improvement?" Lin Yi nodded, "Indeed. Being with you would certainly facilitate better training. However, I have never experienced maternal love. May I indulge in it for half a year? I assure you that I will diligently fulfill any tasks you assign me." Lin Yi understood that his reasoning was somewhat tenuous, yet he could not find a better justification. Nor could he reveal the truth. Zfa did not dwell on this. It was indeed possible that Lin Yi had never felt maternal affection. "Very well, but you must truly commit to your tasks. I believe in you. For now, focus on strengthening your body. The previous training intensity may not have sufficed. And given the lack of equipment, you can train here. My home has a practice room where you can go. I will assign daily tasks. And when I am not busy, I will check on you. At that time, I will assess your progress." Lin Yi was taken aback by how readily Zfa had placed his trust in him, and he felt immensely grateful, nodding, "Yes, I understand, Master. Rest assured." Zfa patted Lin Yi on the head before departing. As Lin Yi prepared for sleep, Zhang Yi rushed in, clutching a pillow, and whispered, "Brother, can I sleep with you?" Lin Yi smiled and nodded, "Of course, come here." Thus, Lin Yi and Zhang Yi spent the night together on one bed. Lin Yi's life on Glow Island had just begun. After Zfa's departure, he left Lin Yi with numerous training tasks, but there was also leisure time. Lin Yi ventured to a nearby garden, took up a shovel, and began to dig, working diligently as if time were running out. This was a matter of survival. In the absence of his master, Lin Yi was the only one capable of protecting them. The Master's wife, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Lin Yi, what are you digging?" Lin Yi replied with a smile, "In my hometown, I was once attacked by pirates. Although I managed to escape, I have since been taught that until I possess strength, I must find a way to secure an escape route for myself. Therefore, I plan to dig a hiding place. Do you disapprove, Master's wife?" She shook her head. "No, I certainly do not disapprove. You are right to take measures to protect yourself." Lin Yi beamed. Occasionally, he would venture into the mountains to gather fruits for storage, placing them in the spot he had excavated. However, that was not enough. "Master's wife, do we have any sea prism stone at home?" She nodded. "Yes. There is a large slab of it at home." "Why do you ask?" Lin Yi replied cheerfully. "That is wonderful. My refuge will require a means to evade detection, and sea prism stone is the best solution." The Master's wife smiled. "Is that so? It is truly delightful to assist you, Lin Yi." Zhang Yi, who was nearby, chimed in, "Can I help brother too?" Lin Yi smiled, "Of course, but for now, let me handle this. I will take you out to play later." Zhang Yi nodded eagerly. "Okay, brother, I want to play." Lin Yi sliced the sea prism stone slab into thin pieces, placing them underground. He expanded the space behind it to ensure that the Master's wife could hide within. Regarding his training, he increased the intensity, hoping to grow stronger swiftly. For days, a dagger lay hidden beneath Lin Yi's pillow, and each day, he sharpened its blade with the sea prism stone. He also crafted a knife made of sea prism stone. Although his skills were lacking, the blade remained sharp. Lin Yi's unease began to spread within him. That night, Lin Yi's heart raced erratically, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He quickly rose and gazed out the window. A wave of danger approached. He hurriedly lifted Zhang Yi, who had come looking for him to sleep, and took him to the refuge. Although it was not yet fully constructed, it was sufficient for concealment. Lin Yi gently placed the slumbering Zhang Yi inside, then dashed out, securing the door for cover. He rushed to the Master's wife's room and shook her awake. "Master's wife, pirates are coming. Wake up. Where's the transponder snail? We need to contact the Navy immediately." The Master's wife, still groggy from sleep, seemed confused by Lin Yi's urgency. He could not afford to explain further. He grabbed her and led her toward the refuge. As she began to awaken, she said, "The transponder snail is in the study, your Master-S study." Linyi nodded, ushering the Master-S wife into the hiding place. He whispered urgently, "I must inform Master. Otherwise, we are all in danger. If they are coming, they must be prepared. Stay here, and I assure you I will be safe. Therefore, no matter what you hear, do not come out." The Master-S wife resolutely refused. "No, I will go." Linyi insisted, "Master-S wife, they do not know my relationship with my master. But you are different. So please, hide well. If you are discovered, we will all be in serious trouble." Finally, she hesitated and nodded, retreating into hiding. Linyi concealed the area and hurried to the study. The sound of pirate footsteps drew nearer, and his heart raced, but he forced himself to remain calm. Linyi picked up the transponder snail and dialed his Master-S number, but there was no response. He dialed another number at random, yet still received no answer. His heart sank. Indeed, they had come prepared, severing Glow Island's connection to the outside world. After a moment of thought, Linyi kept the line open, maintaining the call status, then tucked the transponder snail into his clothing. He considered searching for the Master-S wife and Zhengyi, but the pirate's presence was too close for comfort. Instead, he sprinted into the woods behind the house, placing the transponder snail on a nearby tree for concealment. He quickly rolled on the ground to dirty himself and inflicted minor wounds on his arms. Lighting a torch, he aimed it at the house. Though the flames had yet to catch, the pirates seemed to have noticed him. Refusing to give up, Linyi held the torch high, even as the fire threatened to burn his hand. He continued to ignite the structure while the pirates moved toward him. Finally, the house caught fire, the flames growing larger. Linyi discarded the torch and dashed into the mountains. The pirates spotted Linyi and gave chase. He ran with all his might, but against the strong, adult adversaries. Escape was futile. He was captured, bound by two burly men, and forcibly dragged before someone. All he could see were their shoes, and every detail was clear, including the sand along the edges. Linyi smiled. "Indeed, it is done. Damn the Navy, bullying me and even striking me. Your arrival is futile. Everything shall be consumed by flames." The leader, a fearsome figure with a long beard and a scarred face, questioned, "Boy, do you harbor animosity towards the Navy? Be clear. We are not the Navy. We are pirates." Feigning defiance, retorted, "Pirates? Can pirates be more detestable than the Navy? These fellows assault me daily, utterly loathsome." The crew erupted in laughter. The scarred leader seized and inquired, "You are quite amusing. Who resides here, and what are their names?" "Do you know?" Nodded. "I am uncertain of their names, but there is a woman and a child here, both exceedingly vile and ferocious." The scarred leader nodded. "It seems this is the place. Search the premises for any means of identification or any remains." The subordinates scattered. Turning to his first mate, who remained stationary, he instructed, "First mate, scour the area for any survivors who may be concealed." Shortly, a subordinate returned to report, "Captain, there are two charred corpses within the dwelling, one large and one small, rendered unrecognizable. They appear to be a woman and a child." The first mate added, "There is no indication of anyone hiding nearby." The scarred leader nodded. "Excellent. Vengeance is mine. First mate, maintain your vigilance. The Navy and Oppos's discovery of any anomaly would be catastrophic. Others, search for any valuables and seize them. Drag the corpses to the entrance as a parting gift." The two blackened corpses were dragged forth. The scarred leader turned to and inquired, "Do you recognize these individuals?" Nodded. Spitting, "I would recognize them even in ashes." In truth, had secretly fashioned these corpses from animal flesh and bones, treated with preservatives, ensuring that, once charred, they would be indistinguishable from human remains. Fortunately, the pirates seemed convinced, perhaps due to their overconfidence leading to negligence. Breathed a sigh of relief. The scarred leader, narrowing his eyes, regarded, "You are quite remarkable. I am impressed. Join my pirate ship." Feigned astonishment, but recognizing that this was far preferable to the threat of death. He realized that once at sea, finding a means of escape would be far easier. Chapter 9. Choice. Linyi nodded in agreement, feeling truly honored to board a notorious pirate ship. The scarred-faced man acknowledged him with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Very well, let us depart, lad." With a hearty laugh, he rallied the crew. "All right, my little ones, let us set sail. Having avenged our grievances today, we shall revel tonight, satisfied with the camaraderie of his fellow pirates. The scarred man led the way toward the shore. Although Linya and Apos' situation was precarious, he felt a sense of relief for his mentor and the embodiment of justice. As he followed the scarred man, donning a facade of ease, a familiar voice pierced through the air, tightening his heart. No, you cannot take him. Linya, come here. The figure was indeed his mentor. Had this been a different time, Linya would have surely voiced his complaints about such foolish characters often scripted in melodramas. Those who, despite their ineptitude, stepped forward to render all plans and sacrifices meaningless, ultimately worsening the situation. Yet, in that moment, gazing at the resolute expression on his mentor and Apos' fragile face, he found himself unable to utter a word of reproach. Linya now understood that sometimes, despite the apparent folly of one and Apos' actions, the inability to tolerate another and Apos' self-sacrifice, even with the knowledge of a dire outcome, stems from love. No longer did Linya perceive this place as an alternate world. The emotions of its inhabitants were genuine, as real as the presence of his mentor standing before him. The scarred man, oblivious to the true identity of Fei Lin, barked, "Hey, do you know the consequences of meddling? I will replace him and accompany you." His mentor responded firmly. The scarred man burst into laughter. "What did you say? This lad is one of us now. Why would you do such a thing? Do you wish to join us as a pirate?" Linya chuckled as well. The opportunity to join a grand pirate crew was a rare fortune he could not relinquish. "Cook, you must leave. Do not concern yourself with this matter. The Navy woman and children are already dead by my hand. I avenged the wrongs they inflicted upon me. Seek a good family for yourself and escape their torment." His mentor hesitated momentarily. "But I cannot go with you. What if they turn out to be worse?" The scarred man grew irate. "Why do you meddle so? Will you leave or not? If you do not depart soon, you will regret it." Nearby, the first mate scoffed. "Boss, why waste your breath on her? This cook has a bit of charm. Let me show her the consequences of interference." With a speed unfathomable to Linya, the first mate lunged toward Fei Lin. Linya rushed forward. "What are you doing?" The first mate seized Fei Lin's wrists, grinning wickedly. "What do you think I can do?" Fei Lin struggled fiercely, shouting, "Linya, run. Do not go with them." Linya sprinted towards his mentor, but he could only watch helplessly as the first mate, in a fit of rage, plunged a dagger into Fei Lin's abdomen. Blood stained her clothes, and her eyes widened as her breath faltered, still urging, "Run." In an instant, Linya's vision turned crimson. His speed surged as he whisked Fei Lin aside, desperately attempting to staunch the bleeding. Blood flowed incessantly through his fingers, and despair gripped his heart. Could he truly effect no change? Gazing at his mentor's pallid face, he realized her breath was fading as she urged, "Run, Linya." Her head tilted away. And in that moment, a surge of power coursed through Linya's body, shattering his physical constraints. A panicked voice echoed in his mind, "Sister, this will have severe consequences. Stop now." Yet, Linya surrendered his rationality to fury, consumed by the singular thought of saving his mentor. His eyes turned a deeper shade of crimson, and blood began to drip from them. The first mate stood perplexed. "Kid, what are you up to?" The scarred man sensed the impending doom. "Forget him. We must leave now. The Navy will arrive, and we will be trapped in this mess." The first mate remained unconcerned. "Let me finish off this peculiar brat." He approached Linya. At that moment, a viscous black liquid enveloped Linya, oozing forth. Blood drained from his eyes, transforming them into an abyss of darkness. Instantly, the thick liquid expanded dramatically, morphing into tendrils that encased his mentor's wound. Linya embraced her tightly, and the black substance surged toward the assailants, taking form as enormous hands that grasped at them. The pirates shrieked and scattered in fear, some snatched away by the darkness before they could react. While those who fled quickly found themselves ensnared, the looming black hands following them relentlessly. Finally, the last pirate, the scarred man, was dragged into the void. The liquid gradually calmed, enveloping Linya in a solid cocoon, leaving only his face exposed. The following morning, the Navy and Apos' warship raced to the scene. ZFA swiftly disembarked, rushing to the ruins and the bodies strewn about, nearly collapsing in despair. Suddenly, He realized he had not seen Linya's body and began searching frantically. He soon heard the cries of justice, prompting him to seek the source. He discovered a concealed entrance and, upon entering, found a massive piece of sea stone. The voice of justice echoed clearly from behind it. Zafa pushed aside the sea stone, and justice rushed into his arms. "Father, I woke up here yesterday. Where have Mom and brother gone?" Zafa comforted. "Do not cry, Justice. I will find them." He stepped outside, entrusting justice to the soldiers who had arrived. A soldier whispered, "Report, General, we found something by the sea." He glanced at justice, hesitating to continue. Zafa, not waiting for the soldier to finish, dashed forward. Upon arrival, he saw the ship's doctor and soldiers gathered around. Zafa's heart tightened as he approached, parting the crowd to reveal Linya, ensconced in an unknown substance, cradling the pale form of Fei Lin. The doctor, wielding a scalpel, seemed to be performing an urgent procedure. Upon noticing Zafa, the doctor quickly stepped aside. "The lady is not in life-threatening danger. This young man is still alive, but his arm has stiffened. It is uncertain whether acting hastily will cause him harm." Zafa, overwhelmed with guilt, rushed to Linya and Fei Lin, his heart aching at the thought of the previous night's horrors. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. "Linya, Fei Lin, I am so sorry. Linya, you have done exceedingly well. You protected them. Thank you." As Zafa and Apos' tears fell onto Linya and Apos' arm, the black solid began to dissolve, and the liquid surrounding Fei Lin receded. The doctor exclaimed, "General Zafa, quickly, release them. Look, it has vanished. The black solid is gone." As Zafa freed them, the doctor noticed blood seeping from Fei Lin's wounds once more, quickly summoning the medical team. Zafa lifted Fei Lin from Linya and Apos' embrace and placed her on a stretcher, urging the medical personnel to take her aboard for treatment. Turning to Linya, Zafa observed that one of his arms and one of his legs remained encased in darkness. After a thorough examination, the doctor shook his head repeatedly. "I am unsure how this occurred. His condition is dire, and his organs are failing. To save his arm and leg, we must remove this black substance swiftly." The doctor hesitated. "The obstruction is severely hindering blood circulation. If we cannot remove it, we may have to amputate to preserve his life. We must decide quickly." General Zafa, furrowing his brow, Zafa suddenly recalled something. "Wait, Vegapunk. He might know something." Quickly, to the ship, the soldiers sprang into action while the doctor prepared some nutritional supplements for Linya. Zifa gazed at Rinya, clenching his fists, as the searching soldiers reported that there were no traces of pirates. He couldn't and Apos' help but reflect on how, had he returned sooner or been more vigilant, Rinya and the others might have been spared such misfortune. Fortunately, Philin had emerged from surgery without significant issues, while Justice remained concealed in his office, guarded by his aide. The question of how that band of pirates had discovered his residence on Glow Island was troubling, compelling Zifa to furrow his brow. It seemed that not everyone in his vicinity was trustworthy. Observing Rinya's tightly shut eyelids, a storm cloud loomed over Zifa's expression. The warship sailed swiftly, and Rinya's condition had not deteriorated significantly during this time. Rather, there was a hint of color returning to his face, which suggested the doctor's skillful treatment. Upon arriving at Marineford, Zifa instructed his men to implement some disguises, ensuring that Rinya and the others could be transported discreetly. Both Philin and Rinya needed to be taken to a secret infirmary, while Justice remained hidden in the office with the aide. After making the necessary arrangements, Zifa sent for Vegapunk. He intended to notify Garp, but it appeared that Garp was not aboard the ship, and no one knew his whereabouts. Thus, Zifa decided to take Vegapunk to see Rinya first. Vegapunk was somewhat reluctant to examine the patient, but upon witnessing the darkened limbs of Rinya, he rushed forward. "What is this substance?" he exclaimed. "No, it resembles an external manifestation of armament hockey." Vegapunk examined the situation closely, nodding in assurance that there was no grave issue. It was merely the externalization of Rinya's power, which had not dissipated likely due to his lack of consciousness. Zifa, filled with concern, inquired about Rinya's potential for awakening. The doctor explained that his organs were failing, and after a moment of contemplation, Vegapunk remarked that it would depend on Rinya and Apos' willpower. If we amputate his arms and legs, we can certainly preserve his life. However, if we wish to save them, we must take some risks and gamble. He added, I have never encountered such a case before. I will dispatch my assistant to monitor the situation closely. At that moment, Zifa found himself engulfed in turmoil, failing to respond to Vegapunk. By the time he reached a decision, Vegapunk had already departed. Chapter 10. The Pursuit of Strength. Zephyr gazed at Linya, his voice grave. Linya, it all hinges on your will now. You must endure. Within Linya's consciousness, he regarded the young girl before him with helplessness. I'm sorry, little sister. Please, don't be angry. His sister turned away, retorting, I told you it was inadvisable. It and Apos, perilous. This is the second time you and Apos, done this, brother. Power surges are a grave matter, especially for us. If you mishandle it, our devil fruit identity could be exposed. What will become of us if we lose our ability to act? Do you comprehend the ramifications? Linya nodded profusely. I understand, sister. It was my fault. Please, forgive me. What should we do now? His sister huffed. Consider yourself fortunate that you recognize your error. However, brother, this time it's particularly troublesome. Too much power has overflowed, and you possess no inherent strength to reclaim it. Your physical condition is precarious. You must diligently train your body and learn to control your abilities in the future. Linya readily agreed, acknowledging his shortcomings in that regard. He sensed that his power's intensity far surpassed his sister's, but his control paled in comparison. His sister, currently mending Linya's organs with her power, grumbled. What kind of brother are you? You're such a worry. You've been around for so long. When will I be born? Linya felt a pang of guilt. I'll start training diligently right away and accumulate power so you can be born sooner. His sister regarded him skeptically. Not only is your strength unstable, but the surrounding circumstances are also complex. You must take responsibility for my birth. I and Apos, a girl, I can and Apos, be subjected to the environment you experienced as a child. Linya smiled. Of course not. How could I ever subject you to such an environment? How about a castle? His sister's mood improved slightly. That's more like it. I'll let you off the hook this time, but there won't be a next time. Linya, relieved to be forgiven, exclaimed, Of course, of course. There one and Apos, be a next time. His sister remained unconvinced. I have a feeling there will be a next time. Linya blushed. Dawn and Apos, be so distrustful of your brother. His sister didn't press the issue. Fine, I'll let it slide. Linya sighed in relief. Did mother say anything? His sister shook her head. Mother can't constantly monitor our situation. She seems preoccupied with something important. Just try to ease her burden. Linya knew he was at fault and could only respond. Yes, it and Apos. That's my fault. Linya remained unconscious for 5 days. Besides the doctor, Abelin, Vegapunk's assistant, frequently attended to him, displaying a keen interest in Linya's physical condition, which caused the unconscious Linya to shudder. Zephyr disapproved of Abelin's meticulous, even excessive, behavior but refrained from interfering, uncertain whether Abelin's actions were beneficial to Linya's recovery. Filin's condition had improved, but due to her weakness and significant blood loss, she remained bedridden. Upon awakening, Linya noticed that the black solid matter on his body had vanished. He was met with Abelin and Apos' fanatical gaze. What and Apos' happening? You and Apos, reawake? Can you explain what that black solid matter on your body was? How did it disappear? What do you know? Your constitution is extraordinary. Would you allow me to study you? Linya regarded Abelin, a man with large, dark-rimmed glasses, a pallid complexion, and bloodshot eyes, with bewilderment. He knew Abelin's name, but refrained from revealing it to avoid complications. I don't know anything. I'm truly sorry. Abelin appeared disappointed, but the curiosity in his eyes remained undiminished. Although I regret not being able to dissect your arm and leg for research, it would be beneficial if I could conduct some human experiments now that you're awake. Linya suddenly realized that while he might not be able to abduct Vegapunk, cultivating a relationship with his subordinates could prove advantageous. After all, his goal was to rescue Ace, and he would eventually require support from various sources, potentially necessitating his departure from the Marines. Linya carefully observed Abelin's expression and cautiously inquired, If I allow you to study my body, what benefits would I receive? Abelin was overjoyed. Benefits? Anything you desire. Linya was surprised, but also pleased. If only many people in this world could be so easily enticed. Agreed. The day you receive your benefits will be the day you study my body. But not now. We'll discuss the specific timing later. Abelin attempted to interject, but Linya shook his head. If you wish to study my body, these are the conditions. Otherwise, forget it. Abelin reluctantly agreed, departing with a hint of disappointment. Zephyr, upon learning of Linya's awakening, rushed to his side. Seeing Linya's improved complexion, he was greatly relieved. He approached Linya and embraced him. Linya felt a surge of warmth. Teacher Zephyr is truly like a father. Teacher, I'm fine now. Zephyr released Linya, overjoyed. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Your teacher and Justice are also doing well. You did exceptionally well, truly. Can you recount what happened that day? I can't find any trace of those pirates. Linya omitted some details and provided a general account. Zephyr patted Linya's shoulder. Rest well. Your teacher will never allow you to be harmed again. Linya shook his head. No, teacher, that's not acceptable. I need to become stronger. If I were stronger, my teacher wouldn't have been injured. Zephyr, seeing the resolve in Linya's eyes, hesitated. Indeed, the sea is vast. How long and how far can I protect Linya? Focus on recovering for now. We'll discuss becoming stronger later. Linya nodded and lay down, watching Zephyr's departing figure. Linya pondered. CP9, where do they train? It must be a secret and brutal place. The Marines must have many such places. I must go to the most rigorous place and train diligently. After his recovery, Linya participated in the Marine Headquarters standard training. As expected, he overheard rumors from so-called privileged sons about the terrifying archipelago known as Hades Archipelago. Linya solemnly informed Zephyr of his desire to go there. Zephyr frowned. Where did you say you wanted to go? Linya affirmed, Hades Archipelago. How did you learn about that place? It's not a playground. Even I didn't propose going there in my youth. It's not just rigorous. Less than half of the trainees who go there survive. Zephyr was stern, disapproving of Linya's suggestion. You want to become stronger, but you can't be reckless. Don't you remember what you promised me? Linya nodded. Teacher, your training methods are too gentle. I don't feel the fear of death. It said that progress is greatest on the brink of life and death. Zephyr sighed. Linya, why are you so eager to become stronger? Linya stated resolutely, for self-preservation, to protect those I want to protect. The incident on Galo Island taught me that I lack not only the power to protect others, but also the power to protect myself. Zephyr was momentarily speechless. Linya's words were accurate, but Hades Archipelago was not a place to be taken lightly. Linya continued, Teacher, I know what you're worried about. I promise I'll return alive and listen to your arrangements regarding future training. Zephyr, seeing the determination in Linya's eyes, recalled his encounter with Garp after Linya's awakening. Upon hearing about Linya's situation, Garp had laughed. Isn't he all right? That kid just needs more training. Zephyr, don't worry. I know my son. He knows what he's doing. Don't worry. Zifa hesitated, but after Lin Yi's repeated entreaties, he eventually nodded. You must understand the peril of that place. I will grant you 2 years, only 2 years. At this time in 2 years, I shall come to retrieve you, and you must not resist. Lin nodded eagerly, yes, master. He was unaware of Zifa's rationale for setting a 2-year deadline, yet it seemed sufficient for him to mature to a considerable extent. Observing Lin Ye's exuberance, Zifa could not help but smile wryly. It seemed only he could find such joy in the prospect of going there. Very well, go prepare your belongings. There is much to arrange. I shall have my aide accompany you. Lin nodded and departed. Zifa watched Lin Ye's retreating figure, pondering what the young man would become in 2 years. This child yearns to grow stronger. The notion of gaining strength on the precipice of life and death is compelling. Nevertheless, as long as the master stands by, I will ensure you face no mortal peril this time. Zifa glanced at the documents in his hands. With his disciple venturing into such a hellish realm, he found it impossible to concentrate on his administrative duties. Ever since the incident at Giro Island, he had been reflecting on this matter. He could not bring himself to take a lethal course of action, as it would only endanger his family. It was time to relinquish his position and allow another to take the reins, until his family could defend themselves. He would manifest his sense of justice through a different means. Rising from his seat, Zifa gazed out the window. Rather than pursuing this path alone, would it not be wiser to impart this mission to others as well? He recalled Lin Yi's expression when he expressed a desire to travel to the Hades Islands and smiled. Perhaps it would be fitting for the master to accompany him. In the shadows, where he would not be detected, he would ensure Lin Yi would not fall into any perilous situation. He wondered if such thoughts were overly ambitious. With a smile, Zifa picked up the resignation letter he had just penned and made his way to the office of the Warring States. Chapter 11. The Hades Islands. On a morning several days later, Lin Yi boarded a warship bound for the clandestine Hades Islands. On board, he was instructed to remain silent and confined to his modest quarters. Lin Yi exhibited no dissent. Evidently, the security measures were quite effective. Moreover, prior to their arrival at the Hades Islands, Lin Yi was blindfolded and turned around several times on the ship. When they were nearing their destination, he was permitted to remove the black cloth obstructing his vision. Standing on the deck, he observed numerous fellow trainees of similar age around him. Their faces a mixture of anxiety, anticipation, and a resolute desire for self-improvement. Lin Yi felt a pang of realization. Indeed, his current abilities were not particularly impressive, and without diligence, he would be unable to protect anyone in this world. He gazed towards the horizon, where the Hades Islands loomed, characterized by erupting volcanoes. The training officers nearby remained unperturbed by the spectacle, suggesting that such occurrences were commonplace, perhaps even routine. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings, pondering the prospect of forging connections with one or two individuals. Solitary endeavors would be futile in this realm. Yet, he refrained from seeking companions at that moment, as scanning the area too overtly would be unwise. Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly interrupted by a cheerful voice. Isn't it rather ominous with the volcano erupting? A boy with golden hair and clear blue eyes expressed with concern. His inquiry, however, was met with silence, eliciting scornful looks from some of the training officers. Another lanky trainee mocked, "If you're scared, just go back." The blue-eyed boy shook his head, clarifying, "I'm not afraid. I'm merely worried that someone might be troubled by the volcanic eruption. Natural disasters should not be underestimated." Before the lanky trainee could retort, a commanding officer with insignia, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and two contrasting scars across his bald head bellowed, "Silence, you brats. Now that you've arrived here, there's no turning back. Whether it's the volcano or anything else, your only option is to conquer and grow stronger. Do you hear me, brats?" The trainees chorused, "Yes, sir." The bald officer continued, "Here, you must respond with yes, training officer, when addressed. Understood?" "Yes, training officer." They echoed. The bald officer nodded approvingly. "Before you lies an island formed of numerous volcanic structures. This is your first station. Your primary task is to ensure your survival. I don't care what traditions you followed previously. I expect this group to succeed in training and become a formidable reserve force for the Navy. Is that clear, brats?" "Yes, training officer." The bald officer continued, "I oppose the extreme ideology of individual strength. While personal prowess is important, the greater strength lies within the Navy and the principles of justice. Overemphasis on individualism is misguided. Therefore, I have altered your graduation exam from a life-or-death combat among groups to a survival test in the perilous Hades jungle." Lin Yi suddenly recalled what Zifa-sensei had mentioned about a 2-year time frame. He wondered if it implied that his teacher intended to take him away before the graduation exam. Though touched by the concern, it seemed somewhat excessive. Meanwhile, Zifa was aboard another naval vessel, visibly frustrated, pondering how he could have lost track of his prized navigator. His aspirations to safeguard his disciple were now in jeopardy. The bald officer resumed his lecture. "Don't be complacent. The challenges ahead are far more daunting than mere combat. My training will be conducted in teams. You have 5 days to familiarize yourselves with one another, during which you will select a team leader and submit a roster of your group members. There are 50 of you, forming 10 teams of 5. This is crucial for your future, so take it seriously." Afterward, he cast a glance at another officer with tied-back hair and a long sword at his waist. Both men sharing a profound camaraderie that made one ponder the deeper implications of the bald officer's words. He added, "Here, you have no names, only numbers. You will be assigned a number upon disembarking. Remember, and most importantly, I am your web air training officer. If you find yourselves in peril, do not hesitate to shout for me. I will come to your aid. If I cannot hear you due to distance, you can only blame your misfortune. Do you understand? Brats? Yes, you web air training officer. As the ship docked, the trainees descended, each receiving their designated number. Linya was assigned number 16. He attentively observed the commotion around him as the tied-back officer conversed with the bald officer, who suddenly changed his demeanor and offered a sheepish smile. The remaining officers stood around the trainees, their expressions impassive. Some trainees murmured among themselves while others scanned their surroundings. The golden-haired boy, now standing beside Linya, cheerfully greeted him. "Hello, I'm number 17. Linya replied with a smile. "Hello, I'm number 16. The golden-haired boy chuckled. "Oh, what a coincidence." Linya couldn't help but feel somewhat unimpressed. Did he really need to comment on how fortunate it was to be beside number 17? Yet, the boy's smile seemed genuine. Suddenly, the golden-haired boy seemed to realize something, scratching his head. Pardon me, did I say something foolish? Sometimes I think slower than I act." Linya shook his head. "Not at all." Number 17 appeared a bit embarrassed, as if there were more he wished to express. "I have a good impression of you. I have a feeling we will be great friends. Shall we form a team?" Linya looked at number 17, taken aback by his straightforwardness. It was almost impulsive. Still, he thought it wise to delay his answer. Consider it a bit more. After all, we have 5 days. No need to rush. Number 17 seemed undeterred. "My instincts are usually accurate, but if you prefer to take your time, that's fine. I will await your decision in 5 days." Linya felt a sense of resignation. This person was remarkably efficient. He truly couldn't discern whether this forthrightness was a virtue or a vice. If viewed as a character from an anime, he would undoubtedly find him likable. However, this was reality, devoid of protagonist privileges, and such candor might lead to misfortune. Linya chastised himself for overthinking. The bald officer issued orders. "Let us proceed to the campsite. We will encounter lava along the way, so be cautious. Those who cannot make it past the first challenge might as well hide in a fish's belly." At the mention of the web air training officer's words, the trainees became more alert. All of them had training backgrounds, and overcoming such minor obstacles was within their capabilities as they effortlessly kept pace with the deliberately slowed web air training officer. After traversing a ring of volcanoes, they arrived at a dormant volcano surrounded by a waterfall-laden jungle, with a flat-topped mountain towering nearby. By the time they reached the summit, several hours had elapsed, leaving them breathless and drenched in sweat. The web air training officer expressed his dissatisfaction. "This was merely a warm-up. You have much more to endure." He continued, "Next, you must address your survival needs. You will have to create your own shelter and procure food. The web air training officer will provide you with some blueprints, and you are to construct according to them, including accommodations for the officers." The web air training officer nodded in agreement, being the one with the long sword. Linya had no objections regarding this aspect. Survival skills were indeed paramount. No one could guarantee that misfortune wouldn't strike unexpectedly. Failing to survive in the wilderness, despite the absence of enemies, would be utterly ludicrous. The Moon Bear instructor continued, "Moreover, the Moon Blade instructor is also your medical resource. Should you suffer a broken arm or leg, he will perform surgery with his blade." The trainees expressed a hint of concern, recognizing the low survival rate without a doctor in such a place. The Moon Blade instructor shot a glare at the Moon Bear instructor, asserting, "I possess medical knowledge, and you need not worry about the healthcare aspect. A medical team is stationed not far from here. You are a vital part of our strength, so I hope you will strive to accumulate your power and grow stronger. Survival skills are essential. Beyond pirates, our greatest adversary is the very nature itself. Those who cannot adapt or master it will inevitably be eliminated. You have only these 5 days to learn survival skills. After this period, I will no longer provide guidance. You must rely on self-study and practice. Now, if you have any questions, feel free to ask." A girl with brown hair raised her hand and inquired, "Moonblade instructor, will we receive guidance on the basic medicinal plants of this island during these 5 days?" The Moonblade instructor smiled and replied, "There is no need for you to know about the flora of this island. We will provide you with full support in terms of medication, so do not worry." The Moon Bear instructor nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, your primary task here is to enhance your fundamental physical abilities. Pharmacology will be addressed later. We will not allow you to perish so easily." The girl then asked, "What about knowledge regarding ferocious beasts?" The Moonblade instructor responded, "This matter is not so gentle. You will need to diligently investigate what is edible and what is not. If you encounter a poisonous creature and are bitten, call for the Moon Bear instructor." The Moon Bear instructor chuckled, saying, "Yes, just call for me, kids. Do not be timid, under my guidance. The only deaths will be those on the path to becoming stronger, not those that are pitifully futile. Now let us begin. If you have questions, seek out the Moonblade instructor. We will take you to find a water source. This is your benefit on the first day." Chapter 12. The Hades Islands. Lingya remained non-committal regarding the favorable demeanor of the Moon Bear training officer. He was uncertain what it meant for the path of strengthening oneself to be less intimidating. As he examined the architectural blueprint in his hands, he pondered that constructing such a modest cluster of buildings within a span of 5 days was not overly demanding, while erecting the structures was manageable. The intricacies of furnishing them required meticulous attention to detail, substantial tables and chairs, smaller bowls and combs, as well as essential fixtures such as toilets, bathrooms, sinks, and drainage systems. Lingya mused that if he possessed the swiftness of Frankie, these tasks would be effortlessly accomplished. He wondered if there were any talents in this regard among the group. At that moment, a boy with a center-parted fringe and a single dimple on his cheek confidently addressed the assembly, introducing himself as number 25. He stated, "Hello everyone, I am number 25. To facilitate our collaboration, it is important to understand each other's abilities. Those who possess great strength but lack skill in crafting, please stand to my right." Several individuals moved towards number 25's right side, including Lingya. "Those adept at creating large tools but not skilled in intricate work, please stand directly in front of me." Number 25 continued, "Those proficient in detailed craftsmanship, please take your place on my left. Furthermore, if you excel in invention, research, planning, geography, medicine, hunting, or cooking, step behind me." Everyone dispersed accordingly. Number 25 assessed the arrangement and elaborated, "For the first day, we will organize ourselves this way. The strong will form the resource group, while those skilled in creating large implements will comprise the major production group. These two groups will first focus on logging to acquire the primary large resources. The artisans of fine craftsmanship will form the minor production group, while the remaining specialized groups will gather edible resources and supplementary materials required for production. I hope there are no objections to this arrangement." The group unanimously expressed their agreement. "Then let us commence. The specialized groups may hold off for now. We need to further discuss our division of labor." Lingya accepted the logging axe provided by the Moonblade training officer and observed number 25, who was engaged in earnest discussion. He felt a growing intrigue in this individual. Just then, number 17, who greeted him enthusiastically, said, "What a coincidence. We've encountered each other again." Lingya responded, "Indeed, it is quite fortuitous. I possess strength, but I have never learned to craft." Number 17 laughed heartily. "I am part of the major production group. Back home, I learned some carpentry skills. Though they are merely rudimentary, I can only create rough items. I never expected to apply them here." Lingya regarded the boisterous number 17 and found it difficult to imagine what splendid creations he might produce with mastery. Lingya smiled. "Is that so? It's indeed fortunate to find a use for your skills." Number 17 nodded vigorously, and they arrived at a patch of forest. "Let us begin here," he suggested, gazing at the robust trees before them. Lingya nodded, selecting a tree and preparing his stance. He swung the axe, concentrating his strength into the blade. Although the layer of power he had managed to cover the edge was thin, it still enveloped the axe's blade. This was something Lingya had gradually comprehended after escaping danger. Realizing he had yet to fully master it, he resolved to hone his abilities over the coming years, vowing not to squander any opportunity for practice. With the power-enhanced axe blade rendered sharper, Lingya initiated the logging operation. After several swings, he felled a tree, prompting an astonished response from number 17. Number 16. "Your strength is truly remarkable. How did you accomplish that so swiftly?" Lingya chuckled, though internally he felt far from as relaxed as he appeared. The enhanced sharpness of the axe blade reduced the exertion required, yet maintaining the black film of power demanded more energy than felling 10 trees normally would. Ignoring the gazes of others, Lingya continued on to the next tree, determined to persist despite the effort involved. As he chopped down tree after tree, the labor became increasingly strenuous. By the time he reached the 10th tree, he could no longer sustain the black film and halted, drenched in sweat. Observing the others energetically at work around him, Lingya inwardly sighed, realizing that while he possessed innate strength, physical prowess, and a remarkable capacity for learning, others were now on par with him. It became evident that he had not exerted commensurate effort for his talents. Number 17 approached Lingya as he stopped, concerned. "Are you all right, number 16? You've already felled 10 trees? Impressive." Lingya shook his head. "I still feel inadequate." Number 17 grinned. "You are the most formidable person I have ever encountered." Lingya looked at number 17's earnest expression, puzzled. "How can that be? Regardless of our current abilities, recognizing our shortcomings and striving to improve continually, that is true strength. Perhaps we are weak now, but we will not remain so." Number 16, "You have already surpassed our level, yet you remain unsatisfied. That is a powerful state to be in." Lingya couldn't help but smile at number 17's unexpected words. No, number 17, you are equally impressive." He laughed. "Are we engaging in mutual flattery?" Number 17 looked at him quizzically. "Why do you laugh? What is mutual flattery?" Lingya chuckled. "You are quite an amusing person. Let's be on the same team, number 17. I have found a friend in you." Number 17 was overjoyed. "Really? That's wonderful, my friend." He excitedly embraced Lingya, causing him to blush slightly. "Ah, please don't be so fervent, number 17. The surrounding individuals looked at Lingya and number 17 with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Number 17 released Lingya, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I apologize. I got a bit carried away." Lingya waved it off. "No worries. Let us continue." "All right." Number 17 replied cheerfully before turning to a large tree, energetically chopping it down. Lingya, after regaining his composure, resumed his logging journey, practicing his film covering technique. The morning hours passed swiftly, and the logging group worked efficiently, transporting a substantial quantity of timber back. Others organized the site, delineating the locations for construction and the sequence of tasks. By noon, the meal was prepared, and the loggers enjoyed the most sumptuous fare, savoring the delicious dishes. Everyone expressed their satisfaction with lunch. After the meal, number 25 summarized the current situation, stating, "Let us review, blah blah blah." At this moment, a disheveled-haired male trainee stood up, interrupting, "You are being a bit too verbose. Just tell us what we will be doing this afternoon." Number 25 paused. "If I do not finish my explanation, some may not understand, which could lead to discontent." The boy who stood up looked somewhat exasperated. Another trainee, a girl with brown hair, rose and said, "I think after this morning's arrangements, everyone should have confidence in you. If there are any concerns, we will voice them. Just go ahead and give the arrangements." Lingya couldn't help but admire the two of them. Indeed, number 25 was rambling a bit. After hesitating, number 25 replied, "All right. This afternoon the resource group will continue to gather primary building resources, while the major and minor production groups can commence their crafting. Others should assist and prepare for the accommodations needed for the evening." Gradually, everyone rose to leave. Number 17 waved at Lingya, and Lingya nodded before heading into the woods, seeking a secluded area to begin his afternoon training. 5 days later, Lingya beheld a well-equipped village before him. 10 barracks for trainees, each containing private bathrooms and showers, along with 5 rows of single beds. Each individual had their own small locker. Adjacent to the barracks was the training officer's residence, consisting of several luxuriously appointed large houses. Between the 2 rows of barracks lay a medical room and a conference room. The training officer, Moon Bear, was exceedingly pleased with everyone's efforts. "Very well done, indeed," he remarked. "Now, you may gather in groups before your dormitories." Lin Yi felt a twinge of anxiety regarding this matter. He had bin so preoccupied with felling trees in the forest that he had scarcely considered his progress or how he might improve, completely neglecting this aspect of the training. Apart from the presence of number 17, he had not sought out any teammates, leaving him in a quandary. As Lin Yi wrestled with his concerns, no, 17 called out to him from in front of dormitory number 5. Lin Yi, come here. Lin Yi looked up to see 3 individuals beside number 17, which piqued his curiosity. He approached and inquired, what is the situation here? Number 17 smiled and replied, these are my intuitive companions. Lin Yi understood that these individuals had been gathered by number 17, and the term intuitive implied a decision made without much deliberation. Resigned, Lin Yi acknowledged that he had little choice now. He turned his gaze towards the 3 newcomers. 2 of them were familiar to him. One was number 25, and the other was an exuberant girl with brown hair. The last individual, however, was a stranger to him. With a smile, Lin Yi greeted them. Hello, I am No. 16. The girl with brown hair beamed sweetly and replied, hello, I am number 3. I look forward to working with you. Number 25 also smiled and said, I am number 25. It is a pleasure to meet you. The final member, who appeared somewhat sullen, spoke slowly. I am number 50. Lin Yi continued with a smile. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. I have been somewhat absorbed in my training lately, which is why I neglected to introduce myself earlier. I truly apologize for that. Number 3 waved her hands dismissively, saying, not at all. Your dedication makes us feel reassured. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. After saying this, number 3 blushed slightly. Number 25 nodded in agreement, adding, the resource team has made the most contributions, which compensates for your oversight in this regard. Number 50 glanced at Lin Yi, nodded, and then looked away. But the suspicious blush on his face led Lin Yi to wonder what number 50 was attempting to convey. Number 17 patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, laughing, it's nothing. Don't be so formal. They're all wonderful people, and you can rest assured that my instincts are not mistaken. Observing number 17's unwavering confidence, Lin Yi felt an urge to douse him with cold water. However, given the circumstances, further discussion seemed futile. Now that they were all group members, he resolved to engage with them amicably. Chapter 13. The Hades Islands 3. After inexplicably gaining several new members, Lin Yi also unexpectedly became the leader of the group. My intuition was not mistaken. It was indeed you, number 16. Number 17 proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Considering everything, number 16 is also a suitable choice, number 25 summarized. Well then, I look forward to your guidance. Group leader, number 3 said sweetly. Greetings, group leader, number 50 said. Her face still tinged with a suspicious blush. Lin Yi rubbed his forehead. Very well, I appreciate your guidance. If I falter, I hope everyone will speak up directly. Number 17 patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Naturally, my friend. Lin Yi looked at number 17's bright smile, and thought such terms as my friend were a bit exaggerated. Here, we referred to each other by our code names. Number 17 nodded with slight regret. All right, number 16. After a brief wait, the training officer, Moon Bear, announced, all right, the groups have been assigned. Now come here to collect your training plans. The group leaders stepped forward to receive their plans, and Lin Yi obtained the plan for Group 5. The first page was a map divided into 10 zones, with the distinct Zone 5 clearly marked. Moon Bear instructed, this island is divided into 10 training areas, and you will rotate through each area weekly. Each group will be assigned a supervising officer who will monitor your training progress, provide guidance, and keep records. Here, your primary task is to enhance your physical fitness. Each individual must meet specific benchmarks, which are outlined in the training plan. Acknowledging your differences, the benchmarks listed are merely the minimum requirements. Your supervising officer will establish your specific goals. Do you understand, little ones? We understand, Moon Bear. The officer nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Let the supervising officers lead the way. Commence. As Moon Bear's voice faded, 10 training officers swiftly appeared before their respective dormitories, shouting in unison, yes, sir. The supervising officer suddenly appeared beside Lin Yi, declaring, members of Group 5, follow me. The officer turned and sprinted in a direction, and Lin Yi and the others quickly followed. The officer led them to an open space, and, once they were all gathered, stated, I am your supervising officer, Star Wheel. Today's agenda includes a 300,000 meter weighted run. During the first lap, You need to familiarize yourselves with the route. You may take it slow, but subsequent laps must be completed within the time limit. The officer equipped Linya and the others with backpacks filled with multiple stones. All right, let us begin. Follow me. With that, Officer Starwill dashed ahead, and Linya and the others followed suit. After completing one lap, Officer Starwill remarked, "Very well, your physical fitness is commendable. Each lap here is 30,000 meters. Number 16, 20 laps. Number 17, 18 laps. Number 3, 16 laps. Number 50, 16 laps. And number 25, 12 laps. You may begin." Upon hearing this, Linya led the team forward. The current intensity was manageable for him. Along the way, number 25 expressed indignation. "Why does number 3 have to run more laps than I do?" Number 3 smiled and replied, "You might not believe it, but I'm no weaker than you boys. I take pride in my physical skills, so naturally, my endurance is not lacking." Number 25 felt quite frustrated. Why hadn't he noticed this before? Number 3 leaped over a magma pit, grabbing number 25 just before he nearly stumbled into it. Physical skills are evident in practical situations like this, unlike number 16. Who has resources? How could you have seen through that? Number 25 was puzzled. "I have observed everyone's muscle groups. How do you explain this?" Number 3 chuckled. "Number 25, that's rather rude. Naturally, girls shouldn't have overly developed muscles, but you are gravely mistaken if you underestimate mine." Number 25 remained silent, while number 17 inquired, "Then number 25, who do you think has the best physical fitness here?" Number 16, "Without a doubt. I have never seen such a perfectly coordinated muscle structure, not a trace of excess, nor an ounce of uselessness. When exerting strength, he can harness maximum power precisely, exhibiting remarkable explosive strength. He possesses the most harmonized physique I have ever encountered." Linya felt somewhat speechless at this candid praise, while number 3 teasingly remarked, "Number 25, when did you observe number 16 so closely? Such meticulous observation." Number 17 chimed in with a tone of dissatisfaction, "You're coveting." Number 16. Number 25 shook his head repeatedly, No. The previously silent number 50 suddenly interjected, "What a freak." Number 25 and Apos' face turned crimson. Whether from exhaustion or the scrutiny of his peers, he could not tell. Number 3 chuckled, "Group leader, you should say something to him." Linya smiled, but remained silent. Pondering, number 25 is correct. His physical fitness is indeed extraordinary, which places immense pressure on me. If I cannot match this physique through effort, I truly do not know how to face those who envy my fitness or how to deal with these compliments. Strive, Linya silently chanted to himself. In 3 years, he would ensure to present a satisfactory result for this excellent physique. After completing 20 laps, although Linya was panting heavily, he felt capable of running another lap. Therefore, he asked, "Officer Starwill, I can still run. May I go for another lap?" Officer Starwill paused in his note-taking, glanced at Linya, and replied, "Very well, go ahead. If you feel unwell, stop." Linya nodded. At that moment, number 17, striving to regulate his breathing, raised his hand, Starwill. "Officer, I can also run." Number 3. Number 50 also stood up from their resting positions, and number 25, striving to keep his legs from trembling, gradually straightened his posture. Starwill looked at the group and, setting down his notebook, clapped his hands. Splendid, very good." Officer Starwill's originally kind expression suddenly contorted with glee. Ha. You are truly remarkable. It seems my trainees are exceptional. I will exceed my targets. Ha. Promotions and raises." Realizing he might have lost composure, he cleared his throat. "Ahem, well. You are all wonderful, and I am very pleased. You may continue running. I will accompany you. You can run until you can no longer endure, and I will contribute to your strength training." Linya observed the fervor in Officer Starwill's eyes and thought, regardless of his reasons, it likely meant they could focus on becoming stronger without excessive concerns. Linya nodded and set off, with the group members trailing behind him. A wave of emotion surged within him. Apart from Luffy's freedom, what Linya envied most were the companions who stood by Luffy's side, yearning for such bonds. At that moment, Linya felt as if he too was enveloped in such connections. This sensation was truly intoxicating. He mused, if only number 17's intuition were indeed correct. As they ran to the point of losing consciousness, when they awoke, they found themselves in their beds, clad in clean garments, and their bodies were not as sore as they had anticipated. Number 25 expressed confusion. Why do we feel no discomfort after such exertion? Just then, the door swung open, and Officer Starwheel appeared wearing an apron. I provided you with comprehensive massages and herbal drinks to aid recovery. If you're well rested, come to eat. Other groups have to forage for their own supplies to cook. You must cherish this treatment. Number 17 exclaimed loudly, Yes, thank you, Officer Starwheel. The Starwheel warden hastily silenced number 17, urging him to lower his voice, cautioning that it was a secret, a contravention of Commander Moon Bear and Oppo's orders, and should not be divulged. The others quietly acknowledged. From behind the rightmost curtain, number 3 inquired softly about his attire. The Starwheel trainer chuckled, explaining that number 23 had assisted with the change of clothes and that number 3 shouldn't fret, but he should endeavor not to succumb to unconsciousness during training like the others. Number 3 paused, then declared that he wished to emulate his peers, merely suggesting that if changing clothes proved inconvenient, it could be omitted. He expressed his preparedness for the rigors ahead, determined not to be left behind and mentally prepared for the challenges. Number 25 interjected, assuring him that he had anticipated such a scenario and procured waterproof, breathable, and accommodating attire for women. Number 3 paused, then questioned how number 25 had ascertained his measurements. Number 25 casually responded that he could deduce them with a mere glance. Number 3 promptly approached number 25's bedside, firmly patting his shoulder, and cautioned him against disclosing the information, lest there be severe repercussions. Number 25 winced slightly and vowed to remain silent. The others chuckled, and Lin also mused that number 3 was far more lenient than Nami. The Starwheel warden beamed with matronly amusement and urged the trainees to partake in their meal, reminding them of the training regimen that awaited them. Lin and the others swiftly rose, affirming their understanding. After a convivial meal, they commenced another round of training, with Lin and his comrades once again being carried back unconscious by the Starwheel warden. The Starwheel warden gazed upon Lin and the others with a smile, envisioning a future where their growth would lead to promotions and salary increases that would overflow his coffers. He fantasized about ascending the ranks from warden to trainer to grand instructor, reveling in the prospect of career advancement and financial gain. Strange laughter echoed in the dreams of Lin and the others. Chapter 14. The Hades Islands. Limya could no longer recall the number of nights he had succumbed to unconsciousness. During the wakeful hours, conversations flowed among them, gradually fostering mutual understanding. One evening, number 17, with his vibrant voice, recounted tales of his homeland, a vast island shrouded in perpetual mist and dense clouds, where sunlight was a rarity. This land was known as the Dark Empire, bereft of blooming flowers and verdant trees, devoid of the melodies of birds and the chirping of insects, suffocated by an air of desolation. In the eyes of its inhabitants lingered despair. Even the children wore no smiles. I was born a child with a penchant for laughter, he continued, but upon the nation's sage learning of my nature, I was banished. My parents took me to sea in search of sustenance, but both fell ill. By the time I reached 6, they had succumbed to their ailments. The navy of our town took me in. I yearned to grow stronger, to return and illuminate the lives of those in my homeland. Number 25 inquired, Do you not harbor resentment towards them? Number 17 shook his head. This is the fault of the rulers. The people bear no blame. They merely wish to live. Number 50 added, I am an orphan, having lost my parents at a tender age, yet those from my homeland have treated me kindly. I struggle to speak fluently with strangers. Number 3, somewhat bashful, revealed, I am the daughter of a noble family. My mother was strict and yearned for a life of freedom, curious about the essence of adventure. Influenced by her, I fell in love with exploration and physical prowess. My greatest aspiration is to pen an adventure novel, chronicling my journeys around the world from my mother's eyes. Initially, I could not comprehend her, but eventually I realized she bestowed upon me the freedom she herself lacked. enduring immense pressure to allow me to choose my own path, to embrace freedom upon the seas. One must grow strong. Number 25 shared, I was born into a family of scientists, yet we fell into decline. I came here to arm myself for reasons unknown. After spending time together, Limia felt joy in the company of these individuals, knowing they were worthy allies. Number 17's intuition proved astute. Hesitating, Limia finally revealed, "My father's name is Cap, as you all know." The group gasped in astonishment. "You are the son of the naval hero?" Limia chuckled, however. "While it may seem absurd, I too long for adventure and the freedom of the sea. Indeed, I am the son of a naval hero, and my aspirations do conflict with my present reality. Nonetheless, my foremost duty is to grow stronger. I do not wish to disappoint my father. Should I venture into the sea, pursuing freedom, I wonder how he would react. Perhaps I appear overly sentimental, given my relatively untroubled past." Number 17 shook his head. "The conflict between ideals and reality is a burden we must all bear. Regardless of our lineage, what matters is our self-perception." At that moment, the sudden arrival of the Star Wheel Inspector shattered the ambience. "Oh, I yearn for status, wealth, promotions. When I was a child, I was both impoverished and oppressed." As the inspector lamented, the group gradually succumbed to slumber. Time passed swiftly on the Hades Islands, and Limia and his companions began their training in the Navy's 6 styles. This past year had been relatively uneventful, save for minor rivalries among groups. Relationships among team members had significantly strengthened. "My friend, where are you practicing?" Limia sighed. Having repeated his response countless times, codename, codename. "I'm over here in the woods." Number 17's insistence baffled Limia. Here, they were all referred to by code names, and a special title would seem rather peculiar. "There's no rush. We can address each other later," Number 3 chimed in with a smile. "You two are quite close." Number 3 teased. Limia replied with a grin, "Jealous?" Number 17, "You should call Number 3 as well. We can't play favorites." Number 3 blushed. "How could I be jealous?" Number 17, "Don't call me that." Number 50 rushed over, his demeanor transformed. He no longer hit his head, but stood tall with a hint of gallantry. "Ah, such liveliness. It seems your training is progressing well." After much interaction, Limia and the others felt that Number 50 had not addressed a significant issue. He had not mentioned his newfound fluency, which had led to his verbose nature. At times, they found his chatter rather tiresome. Number 25, feeling lonely, remarked, "Number 50, you are not needed over there. Come here where I am, and tell me how you overcame your struggles. My data is driving me to despair." With excitement, Number 50 bounded over. "Haha, I'm here. Wherever there is need, there I shall be." The Star Wheel Inspector approached with food. "Children, it's time to eat. Come quickly." Limia observed the inspector, whose appearance had increasingly resembled that of a nurturing mother, making it difficult to reconcile this image with the cold, handsome figure before the Moon Bear trainer. Number 17 approached with a smile. "Uncle Star Wheel is here. I and Apo's am starving." The inspector affectionately ruffled Number 17 and Apo's hair. "How wonderful. You've grown taller. Come, eat." Number 3 grinned. "Is Uncle Star Wheel's wallet getting plump again?" The inspector smiled bashfully. "Did you really notice? Your group has performed exceptionally well. The Moon Bear trainer was quite impressed and awarded me a bonus." Limia chuckled. "Uncle Star Wheel, we've discussed it among ourselves. We cannot do without your meals. Henceforth, 2/10 of our salaries shall be yours. It will surely exceed what you currently earn. Will you come with us?" Number 17 eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. I'll contribute 3/10. Uncle Star Wheel, come with us." The inspector's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really? That sounds splendid. But I have no one under my command. What of my authority?" With Number 50's assistance, Number 25 approached. "That's easily resolved. We 5 soldiers are insufficient. Once we have our own subordinates, it would be akin to having you as our superior. 5 of us managing together will yield plenty." The inspector laughed heartily. "You all amuse me. I will await your good news. Now, come and eat. Number 50, hold off on your lengthy discourse for now. Let us eat first." Chapter 15. The Hades Islands. The progress of Linya and his companions was remarkably swift. Other groups, having initially dared to provoke them, now regarded Linya's team with trepidation. almost to the point of reverence. The Moon Bear instructor, pleased with their performance, turned a blind eye to the fact that the Star Wheel inspector had taken on the task of cooking. After establishing a solid foundation, they commenced training in physical techniques and weaponry. Linya chose a sword. Number 3 opted for a short sword. Number 17 selected a great sword. And number 50 went for a dagger, drawn to the style of an assassin. Number 25, with a somewhat weaker foundation, chose a flexible baton and clearly stated that in combat, he would prefer to strike from behind, ensuring a safer position and better control of the overall situation. Laughter ensued among the group. Aside from their chosen specialties, everyone was required to have a basic understanding of various other weapons. After a year of foundational training, the subsequent 6 months focused primarily on weapon handling, with an emphasis on familiarizing themselves with the 6 forms of combat. Facing Linya, number 3 brandished a short sword in each hand, grinning, "I'm coming at you, so don't hold back." Linya smiled in silence, knowing few could be as courteous with number 3. Without relying on his unique abilities, he realized he was truly outmatched in physical combat. Linya assumed a defensive stance, ready for the onslaught. In an instant, number 3 vanished, and Linya barely caught sight of the glimmer of her sword as he swiftly adapted his form. With a flick of his right wrist, he swung the blade sharply to the left, but number 3 evaded with a paper drawing, and as Linya's sword flashed, he murmured, "Gale Slash." Number 3 disappeared again, creating distance, revealing a line of blood on her right side as her garment tore, blood seeping through. With a smile, she remarked, "Evading your Gale Slash from such close quarters is quite the challenge." Number 25 nodded in agreement, explaining, "Indeed." Number 16's Gale Slash encircles the opponent in a circular motion at the moment of the blade's pass, tearing through enemies in an upward arc. Its only drawback is the inability to move quickly while executing it, though number 16 seems to be studying that flaw. Number 3 chuckled, "Getting close is rather difficult." Linya returned the smile, aware that allowing number 3 to close the distance would be perilous. Suddenly, number 3's figure multiplied into 4, much to Linya's astonishment. Previously, number 3 had only managed to create 3 illusions, which had been a nuisance. Now, 4 would be a greater challenge. Linya concentrated his energy to anticipate any possible openings on his left, slightly shifting his stance and coordinating his movements with a rightward slash, void slash. An illusion of number 3 and Appo's blade grazed Linya and Appo's left arm, tearing through his clothing and grazing his skin, producing a metallic sound of impact. Another of number 3 and Appo's forms materialized, blocking Linya's blade. With a light laugh, she said, "Now it's my turn." Linya felt a surge of alarm as number 3's left-hand sword restrained his blade, while her right-hand sword arced swiftly toward his neck, attempting to evade with a paper drawing. Linya felt as though number 3's blade suddenly expanded, relentlessly pursuing his throat. In a desperate move, he enveloped his neck with a burst of energy, solidifying into a black barrier that successfully countered the manifestation of number 3's sword energy. Number 3 withdrew, creating distance. "Weren't we supposed to hold back?" Linya sighed. "If I hadn't I might have met my end here." Number 17 chuckled. "Number 3, it seems your sword energy manifestation has grown stronger." Number 3 grinned. "Naturally. In this team, I fear being outpaced." Number 50 retorted, "Who could possibly catch up to you? With 4 illusions, how am I, an assassin, supposed to survive?" Linya chuckled as he patted number 50 and Appo's shoulder. "Do you really consider yourself an assassin? What need does the Navy have for one?" Number 50 shrugged. "What of it? Isn't this combat style rather impressive? Watch me vanish." With that, he disappeared from sight, causing number 25 to roll his eyes as he rested the baton on his shoulder. "Do you find this amusing?" Number 50's dagger was now poised against number 25's baton. "Haha, who told you to be the weakest? I must be quite impressive to have figured that out." Number 25 shot him a look. "Did you really need to figure that out? You should try standing behind number 3 and let her poke a few holes in you. That would teach you a lesson." Number 50 laughed heartily. "Number 3 wouldn't he do that?" Number 3 interjected, "As long as you don't stand behind me, attempting to press a blade to my neck." Suddenly, number 17 grew serious, catching the group's attention. "My instincts tell me it's time to eat." Laughter erupted. Linya, exasperated, approached number 17, playfully knocking him on the head. "Don't wear that expression, It doesn't suit you. Number 3 gave him a disdainful glance. Indeed, you should just stick to smiling. Before long, the Star Wheel Inspector appeared beside Linya and the others. What are you all up to? Number 3 replied with a smile. We're sparring. I've mastered 4 illusions now. The Star Wheel Inspector beamed with delight. Excellent. You children are progressing remarkably fast. Truly wonderful. Number 3 felt a bit bashful, attributing her success to the inspector's cooking. The Star Wheel Inspector chuckled. By the way, I have an announcement. A year and a half has passed, and there's an opportunity for a vacation on another island. Will you go? Number 3 exclaimed excitedly. Yes, yes. We've almost forgotten what a town looks like. Linya remained indifferent. It made little difference to him whether they went or not. Number 25 pondered for a moment before saying, let us go. I want to purchase some research equipment. Our data will likely become more challenging to measure moving forward. Number 50 added, I wish to acquire gear that can specifically enhance my combat skills. Let us see what's available. Number 17 remained silent. When Linya glanced at him, he had regained his usual cheerful demeanor. Ha ha ha, let us all go. Linya found it strange that such hesitation was evident in him. Suppressing his curiosity, Linya observed number 17 during afternoon practice, eliciting warm sentiments about how his friend truly cared for him, and yet number 17 seemed unchanged. Linya shook his head, concluding he might be overthinking things. Chapter 16. Excursion. On the eve of their journey to another island, number 3 was filled with excitement, donning her training uniform. I have been left far behind by the trends, having not seen a skirt in quite some time, and I was almost forgetting the feeling of wearing one. We can hardly fathom that sensation, Lim also remarked with a smile. Number 3 retorted, you wouldn't understand. When we arrived, everyone was clad in identical naval uniforms. And your usual tastes are likely not much better. This assertion lacked foundation and veracity. I, however, have conducted profound studies on fashion and can undoubtedly curate superior taste. Number 25 stated confidently. Really? Then accompany me on a shopping spree to validate your claims. Number 3 replied eagerly. Well, I can join you after I procure the necessary equipment, if time permits. Number 25 pondered. How about the rest of you? Number 3 inquired, glancing at Lim and the others. Sure, once I finish my tasks, Number 50 responded. I'll assess the situation, Lim added. And you, Number 17? Number 3 asked. I think I'll pass. My time may be somewhat limited, Number 17 said with a slight, apologetic smile. Very well then. Those who have time can discuss it further. Let us establish a meeting point, Number 3 suggested. Lim observed Number 17, who had previously shown great enthusiasm for such gatherings. What was amiss this time? Number 17's expression remained unchanged, prompting Lim to withhold his inquiries. After further conversation, they all retired for the night. The following morning, Number 3 awakened them early. After dressing in their training uniforms, washing up, and having breakfast, they boarded the warship. Their designated area was a small room on the vessel, with the Star Wheel Inspector stationed outside. During the boarding process, they did not encounter members from other groups, suggesting each group was headed to different locations. After quite some time, the ship came to a halt, and under the guidance of the Star Wheel Inspector, they disembarked onto a bustling little town. With a smile, the Star Wheel Inspector said, All right, you are free to explore now. I'll take a stroll myself. Here's the address of the inn. You can find me there in the evening. He handed a piece of paper to Lim and the others. Once they acknowledged receipt, the inspector strode away. Lim displayed the address to the group, stating, Let us head out first. We'll go to the town center. They all nodded, observing the town, which proved to be quite prosperous. After passing through the port, they saw numerous shops lining the streets, bustling with merchants and travelers alike. I'm finally back among the crowd. Number 3 exclaimed excitedly. Look, there's a store over there. I'm going in. Without waiting for a response, she dashed into the shop, leaving only a glimpse of Brown in her wake. Lim chuckled. She's really eager. Let us all attend to our own affairs. After Number 25 and Number 50 nodded in agreement and went their separate ways, Lim turned to the contemplative Number 17 and asked, What's on your mind? You've been unusually quiet lately. Is something bothering you? Upon meeting Lim's gaze, Number 17 hid his smile and replied, I don't know. My intuition tells me that danger is approaching. I can't tell if it pertains to me or to everyone. Lim's expression turned serious. Initially, he had been skeptical of number 17's instincts, but after a year and a half of camaraderie, he had come to trust them implicitly. Shouldn't we refrain from venturing out then? Staying on the island might be wiser, he suggested. Number 17 offered a wry smile. When my intuition warns of danger, I try to evade it, yet perilous situations or misfortunes still occur. They may manifest differently, but they will happen. This time, it feels particularly dire. Upon hearing this, Lim scanned their surroundings cautiously. Danger? What could it be? Number 17 paused momentarily before saying, Lim, we must be very careful. Although I cannot discern the nature of the threat, it is imperative that all 5 of us remain safe. Lim patted number 17's shoulder, having never seen such an expression on him before. The level of alertness in Lim's mind escalated significantly. Who could the enemy be? Pirates? The 4 emperors? They were not in the presence of the 4 emperors yet, so what could it entail? Lim pondered solemnly. Even if we remain vigilant, it may not suffice, he said, attempting to ease the tension. Let us maintain some caution, but also take the time to relax in this town. Number 17 shook his head. I prefer to be alone. Lim frowned. What do you mean by that? How could I possibly let you go alone if danger is near? Having me around might actually reduce the risk. Number 17 hesitated, wanting to articulate something further, but Lim cheerfully patted his shoulder. All right, no more protests. Let us go. Whatever may come, we'll face it together. Let us go? Reluctantly, number 17 acquiesced. Thank you, a number 16. Lim smiled. For what? This really is a bustling city. What do you wish to buy? I have plenty of money and can treat you. Number 17 laughed. How much could you possibly have? Where would you have gotten money in a year and a half? Lim chuckled. Naturally, I've been saving up in secret. Even number 3 might not have as much as I do. Just look at this. Lim produced a small pouch from his pocket and presented it to number 17, who was taken aback at the sight of the glimmering gems inside. Where did you acquire such a trove? Lim grinned. A secret. Now, let us go indulge in some delectable treats, but discreetly. Don't let Uncle Starwell find out. Number 17 nodded eagerly. Absolutely. If I'm well fed, I won't fear danger. Lim laughed. Are you scared? Don't worry. I'll protect you, as your leader. Number 17 confirmed. Yes, I'm not afraid with you around. Suddenly, Lim felt his cheeks flush. You really shouldn't be so straightforward with your praise. It's quite embarrassing. Number 17 laughed heartily. You still haven't gotten used to it after all this time. Lim replied, to be comfortable with such open compliments. One must be rather conceited. Number 17 burst into laughter. You're quite amusing. What is wrong with accepting compliments? Lim shook his head. I simply cannot understand. This restaurant looks splendid. Let us step inside and sample the fare. Before them stood a beautifully decorated building. Once inside, they chose a table by the window and placed their order. Lim gazed outside, remarking, It's so lively. I haven't seen so many people in ages. It's truly peaceful here. Number 17 nodded. Indeed, it feels wonderful. Peace is delightful, and the sunshine is splendid. Lim noticed a hint of melancholy in number 17's blue eyes, which was quite unsettling. Don't dwell on it too much. After this danger passes, you must bring light to your homeland. You cannot abandon your mission halfway. Number 17 nodded. Yes, I will. No matter the danger, I will endure. It will be all right. Chapter 17. Celestial Dragons. As Linya and number 17 were dining, a sudden, violent tremor shook the premises, causing cracks to appear in the ceiling and dust and debris to rain down. Linya shattered a window and swiftly evacuated the people inside the room. Number 17 followed suit, but then abruptly halted, realizing the imminent collapse of the ceiling above him. Linya quickly hurled the person he was carrying outward and dashed toward number 17. In an instant, Linya's figure flashed above him, executing a swift kick that shattered the debris, threatening to crush number 17. Both Linya and number 17 rose amidst the ruins. Noticing that while surrounding buildings bore some cracks, none were as severely damaged as the restaurant they had just occupied. Upon confirming that number 17 was unharmed, Linya let out a sigh of relief, pondering that if this was the extent of the danger, all was well. He looked at number 17, who, aside from being covered in dust, seemed fine. What caused you to stop so suddenly? Is something amiss? With a grave expression, number 17 replied, "My instincts often manifest as a heavy heart, hindering my movements." Linya, puzzled, asked, "What of now? Is the crisis not yet averted?" Number 17 shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. Let us seek out the others." Linya brushed off the dust from his attire. "Very well. Let us investigate their circumstances. What on earth is happening? An earthquake, perhaps?" Number 17 shook his head. "It does not seem so." The duo disappeared from their location, swiftly making their way toward the city center. Along the route, they noticed minor cracks in the buildings, while the streets were filled with anxious citizens. Before reaching the city center, chaos erupted among the crowd as someone shouted, "The celestial dragons have arrived. Kneel down, lower your heads, do not look up." Linya and number 17 paused, retreating into the shadows of a building as they cautiously approached the city center. Linya harbored no fondness for the celestial dragons, yet his current allegiance to the Navy rendered him powerless to act. Upon arriving at the city center, they were met with a scene that ignited their fury. Number 3 lay injured in the arms of number 50, while number 25 shielded number 3 from harm. The inspector of the Star Wheel knelt, attempting to placate the enraged celestial dragon. Suddenly, a vice admiral brandished a large blade, aiming it at number 25. Number 17 swiftly intervened, blocking the strike with a piece of iron, while Linya quickly joined the fray. The situation was dire. Linya and number 17 had left their weapons aboard their ship, making them conspicuous. "What transpired?" Linya demanded. Number 25 explained. "When the celestial dragons arrived, they began firing indiscriminately. Number 3 was injured while protecting a young girl and has fallen unconscious. The rest was unnecessary to elaborate, as the capricious nature of the celestial dragons was well known." Linya glared at the celestial dragon with palpable hostility. The celestial dragon, infuriated and dismissive, retorted, "Who are you to dictate terms to me? Even my dog has not been elevated to such heights. I shall slay these lowly peasants. You need only watch." "What? I injure a dog, and it dares to bite me?" Linya clenched his fists tightly, while the vice admiral sheathed his blade, smirking. "Rest assured, I shall deal with these individuals. Please, esteemed one, try to remain in good spirits and continue your hunt." The inspector of the Star Wheel hurried to Linya's side, urging them to remain calm. The vice admiral turned to number 17, saying, "Little brat, we shall continue. It seems you have yet to learn your place." With a cold snort, number 17 engaged the vice admiral in combat, while the inspector of the Star Wheel fawned over the celestial dragon. Linya noticed the inspector hiding a bloodied fist behind his back. His anger surged, but he found no outlet for it. Turning his gaze away from the celestial dragon, a gunshot suddenly shattered the tense atmosphere. Linya watched in horror as the bullet hurtled toward number 17's unprotected head. He dashed forward, but was too late, desperately reaching out to seize the bullet. Alas, it struck number 17, bursting forth a shower of crimson. Linya rushed forward, delivering a kick to deflect the vice admiral's attack, cradling number 17's limp body in despair. Number 17's eyes brimmed with unfulfilled hopes as he murmured, "My friend, my name is Gale. Help me. Guide me to the light." With that, number 17's eyes closed forever. Linya quickly enveloped Gale's body with his own energy. Through a year and a half of training, he had discovered that if he acted swiftly enough, he could completely preserve the state of the being he covered. Linya gazed at the solid, dark form in his arms, while others rushed over, falling into a heavy silence. His eyes began to bleed red. "Brother, no? I understand my limits," Linya recalled, rising to confront the celestial dragon. The vice admiral stepped protectively in front of the celestial dragon, who, taken aback, inquired, "What do you intend to do?" With gritted teeth, Linya declared, "I intend to end your life." He engaged in a fierce struggle with the vice admiral, searching for an opportunity to reach the celestial dragon. Unfortunately, lacking his weapon made the task exceedingly difficult. Linya unleashed his demonic powers, but he could not let himself succumb to madness. Losing consciousness would only worsen the situation. His body erupted with 5 ebony arms, each reaching toward the celestial dragon. The guards attempted to intervene, but were swiftly incapacitated by Linya's dark appendages. Linya grasped the celestial dragon and Apos' leg, and in an instant, darkness began to envelop him, prompting the celestial dragon to scream, "Someone, save me, please." The Vice Admiral, panicking, attempted to sever Linya and Apos' dark limbs with his blade, but the weapon corroded upon contact. Linya pressed on, seeking to consume the celestial dragon. The inspector of the Star Wheel interjected, "What about your families?" Linya paused, realizing the Vice Admiral was pulling the celestial dragon away from his grasp. A residue of darkness remained on the celestial dragon's leg. Gritting his teeth, Linya overheard the Vice Admiral summoning higher-ranking officials. Turning to his sorrowful companions and gazing at the fading life of Gale, he declared, "We must depart." He lifted Gale and Apos' body and began moving toward the harbor. The inspector of the Star Wheel carried number 3, with number 25 and number 50 following closely behind. Linya stated, "Today, I have only severed one leg. If Gale cannot be saved, I shall ensure he pays dearly." Both number 25 and number 50 nodded in agreement, while the inspector of the Star Wheel voiced his concern. "What shall we do now? We can only return for the time being. Our location is secure." Linya questioned, "Is it truly safe there?" The inspector of the Star Wheel replied, "Instructor Moonbear is currently conducting training away from CP. He trains solely for the Navy. The present situation requires someone of higher rank to intervene. I cannot guarantee your safety." Chapter 18. The arrival of the teacher Lin Yi and his companions swiftly made their way to the port, where they found the military ship they had arrived on. The Star Wheel inspector spoke with the soldiers, who showed no signs of concern, and they set sail towards the Hades archipelago. The inspector hurriedly retrieved a medical kit to tend to number 3. The bullets used by the celestial dragons were specially designed, and if they involved the ship's doctor, it might raise suspicions. For now, it appeared that they were oblivious to everything. Upon arrival at the Hades archipelago, they would allow the Moonblade training officer to handle the situation. Number 25 expressed deep concern, asking if the Star Wheel inspector and the Moon Bear training officer could be trusted. The inspector reassured him, saying that if any problems arose, he would protect them. "We can only negotiate now. We must not allow the situation to deteriorate further." Lin Yi sighed. "How much worse can it get?" The Star Wheel inspector shook his head, insisting that it was not the worst yet. If they could negotiate to temporarily secure their safety, the naval medical facilities would benefit number 17. However, if they failed to protect them, the Navy would pursue them relentlessly, leaving number 17 with no glimmer of hope. 16. What assurance do you have that you can save 17? "I do not know. I can only preserve his condition. If I cannot find a method to heal him when I unseal him, he will have no chance. However, based on my understanding of my abilities, I can preserve him for many years. I will find a way to treat him." The Star Wheel inspector lamented, "Had I known that the celestial dragons would come, I would not have brought you here. This is all my fault. If I cannot protect you, you will have to go out to sea. And what will become of 17? Lin Yi, though not overly despondent, believed that saving 17 was paramount. If they could not save 17, how could they possibly save Ace? The immediate concern was overcoming this crisis. Once the military ship docked, Lin Yi and the others quickly disembarked and returned to their quarters. The Star Wheel inspector sought out the Moon Bear and Moonblade training officers. Lin Yi and his companions concealed their weapons within easy reach, anxiously awaiting developments. The Moonblade training officer soon appeared at the door, hastily approaching number 3 to assess his condition. Frowning, she remarked that the bullets from the celestial dragons were particularly insidious, causing significant harm to the body. Once inside, they would need to perform surgery to extract them. She then dismissed Lin Yi and the others to prepare for the operation. Standing outside, Lin Yi and his companions encountered the Moon Bear training officer, who bore a look of deep weariness. He gently patted Lin Yi and the others on the head, apologizing, "I am truly sorry. I never anticipated such a situation would arise. Those celestial dragons deserve nothing but contempt." After a brief silence, he turned to 16, asking if his abilities could genuinely halt 17's decline. Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. The Moon Bear training officer sighed in relief, but warned, "However, you all will face severe consequences for injuring a celestial dragon. Even the Navy will impose harsh penalties, possibly even death. I will negotiate with the higher-ups, but you must be prepared. If negotiations fail, you will have to go to sea. I will make arrangements for you." Brace yourselves mentally. Lin Yi nodded appreciatively, thanking the Moon Bear training officer. What need is there for thanks? You are all like my children, he replied. After the surgery, the Moon Blade training officer emerged. Her condition stable but in need of recuperation. Do not enter just yet. Let us discuss matters elsewhere. Once they found a quiet place. They had not yet devised a plan when other training officers hurriedly approached the Moon Bear training officer, reporting that Admiral Zephyr had arrived. The Moon Bear training officer's expression grew grave. You all stay here. I will go with the Moon Blade training officer. If things go poorly, we will buy you time to escape. Prepare yourselves. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before stating, No, Moon Bear training officer, I must go as well. Admiral Zephyr is my mentor. The Moon Bear training officer was taken aback but realized there was no time for surprise. He nodded, 16, you will come with us. The others must prepare. If anything unforeseen occurs, we will do our utmost to bring you back safely. With that, the Moon Bear and Moon Blade training officers hastened towards Zephyr. Lin Yi caught the worried expressions of his companions and then turned to follow the Moon Blade training officer. Upon reaching the shore, Lin Yi spotted a familiar figure, and a wave of indescribable emotion washed over him. Zephyr regarded Lin Yi with a complex expression, not allowing the Moon Bear training officer to speak. Instead, he led Lin Yi to a quieter part of the coast. What is the situation? Did you injure a celestial dragon? Lin Yi nodded, explaining, the celestial dragons harmed my companions, and my dear friend is in grave danger. Zephyr furrowed his brow, recognizing the difficulty of the matter. They remember your faces, especially your blue hair. If they mention the trainee with blue hair, I will immediately think of you. Lin Yi acknowledged, Yes, I am truly sorry, master. I fear I have let you down. Zephyr gently tousled Lin Yi's hair, remarking, You have grown taller and stronger. You have not disappointed me. Hearing his mentor's gentle voice brought a lump to Lin Yi's throat. Master Zephyr sighed, I will no longer serve as an admiral. Instead, I will train powerful sailors who will uphold true justice like you. He paused, apologizing. I have failed you, Lin Yi. I had resolved to protect you, Lin Yi. Go to sea. Strengthen yourself. You have your own sense of justice, and I believe you will not become like other pirates. I will always be your teacher. Lin Yi nodded. I understand, master. However, there is one thing that may trouble you. Can you ensure that the Navy does not harm my family and protect the families of my companions? Zephyr nodded. What need is there for formality, my student? Your identities will remain unknown. I have ordered the destruction of your files. Do not worry. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude. I will return to visit you, master. Zephyr smiled. You should focus on your own safety rather than concern for me. If the opportunity arises, I will come to see you. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, tears streaming down his cheeks. He was uncertain of the emotions coursing through him, but suddenly felt compelled to ask. For someone as steadfast in justice as his mentor, how would he feel knowing that his disciple had become a pirate? Was it a betrayal of his ideals? Zephyr ruffled Lin Yi's hair, saying, You will always be my proudest disciple. Lin Yi chuckled, Perhaps it is better to keep such sentiments private. For it is not typical for a teacher to take pride in a pirate disciple. Zephyr remained silent, gazing fondly at Lin Yi. Your teacher and the ideals of justice are thinking of you. They are clamoring to see you. As he spoke, tears trickled down his face. I am sorry. I have not succeeded. Lin Yi shook his head. You have done more than enough, master. Thank you. Zephyr embraced Lin Yi, and once the emotion settled, he inquired. I have prepared provisions, money, and food for you during your journey. I have yet to find a suitable doctor. Do you require navigators? I have prepared maps, marking areas where navigators are abundant. Finding a doctor will be difficult on your journey. Is there anything else your teacher can do for you? Lin Yi pondered for a moment before asking, Master, do you remember that assistant of Dr. Vegapunk? Zfa pondered for a moment and nodded. That individual appeared unsavory. Lin Yi inquired whether the teacher could inform him to seek him out at sea. Zfa, perplexed, nonetheless acquiesced. Recognizing the necessity of caution when harboring a potentially dangerous person nearby, Lin Yi acknowledged this, expressing his gratitude for the fortune of being the teacher's disciple. Zfa listened intently, contemplating a response to clarify his position, but Lin Yi hastily interjected, asserting that his teacher was the finest, eternally so. Zfa gently patted Lin Yi's shoulder, remaining silent until a soldier approached, announcing, "General ZFA, all is ready." Turning to Lin Yi with a smile, ZFA offered, "Allow me to see you off on your voyage." Lin Yi nodded in agreement, and together they made their way towards a grand ship docked on the opposite side. Lin Yi wished to express his concerns regarding the teacher's generosity, but he knew the teacher would merely respond with modesty. After a moment's reflection, he decided against it. The teacher, a steadfast champion of justice, surely possessed limited wealth. Such lavishness must stem from an undeserved sense of guilt towards his disciple. For what reason could there be for any guilt? Chapter 19. Setting sail. The emotions within Linya surged like waves, each more profound than the last. Training officers Yuexiong and Yuechen were busy loading supplies, while the recruits lent a hand. Traditionally rivals, they now gathered to bid farewell to Linya and his companions, vowing to keep their lips sealed. Linya felt fortunate to encounter such comrades. With tears in his eyes, Officer Yuexiong urged them, "Once at sea, take care of yourselves. No matter the pursuit, ensure your safety. My soldiers must not perish, understood? You little rascals." Linya and the others replied with moist eyes, "Yes, Officer Yuexiong." Officer Yuechen presented several boxes, stating, "I intended to gift these upon your graduation. These are weapons crafted for you. In the face of adversity, use these first." Grateful, Linya and his companions accepted. ZFA urged, "All right, let us depart. If we delay, we shall be trapped by the Navy's blockade." They boarded the ship, and the anchor was raised. As the sails unfurled, Linya declared, "Set sail." The vessel surged forth into the ocean, gradually vanishing from the sight of those on shore. On board, Linya and his companions fell into silence. Linya reassured them, "My mentor will safeguard your families. Do not worry." The others, 25 and 50, remained lost in thought, offering no response. Just then, the door to the lower deck swung open. "Why the long faces? We've come this far. Lessen your frowns. Despondency changes nothing." They looked up to see Uncle Xingluan. "What brings you here?" they queried. Xingluan shrugged. "With my promotion and raise gone, I must rely on you." Linya recognized that Uncle Xingluan had sacrificed his career out of concern for them. He stood, saying, "All right, Uncle Xingluan, we shall depend on you." He tossed a small pouch to Xingluan, who opened it with surprise, exclaiming, "What exquisite gems! Where did you find these, 16? Linya smiled, "That's a secret. And just call me Linya. Drop the code name." The pouch was the same one he had previously shown to Gale, albeit slightly lighter, as Linya had discreetly slipped some into ZFA's pocket before leaving. Curious, 25 and 50 leaned in. "With these gems, our life at sea should be manageable. What shall we do next?" "Oh, right, call me Aubrey," one said. "I am Avis," the other added. Linya mused. "Our immediate priority is to find a doctor and a navigator. We can fill in other roles if needed. The patients on board desperately require medical attention." Uncle Xingluan nodded. "Are you hungry? I will prepare a meal. Join me in the dining room shortly." He headed towards the kitchen, passing the gems to Aubrey. Aubrey asked, "Where shall we find a doctor and a navigator?" Linya pondered, "That is indeed a dilemma. Additionally, there is Vegapunk's assistant whom I shall summon. He is a scientist and possesses medical knowledge, which should prove useful." Avis expressed doubt. "How can he find you? We do not even know our location." Linya responded, "Scientists always have their methods." Suddenly, a thought struck him. "We can first head to Gale's Dark Empire and bring light there." Aubrey's golden eyes widened in confusion. "But that is an empire. How can we confront them?" Linya replied, "We must analyze the situation as it unfolds." Just then, Uncle Xingluan's voice echoed from the dining room. "Dinner is ready, children." As they walked towards the dining area, Xingluan declared, "I will feed number 3 first. You all eat without me. We shall discuss our next steps after." Linya and the others nodded, deciding to wait for Uncle Xingluan's return before dining. However, before his return, 50 suddenly jumped up, sensing something rapidly approaching. He dashed to the deck, prompting Linya and Aubrey to follow curiously. Gazing out at the vast ocean, Linya inquired, "What is it? Is it still approaching?" Avis nodded, "Yes, it is very close now." Linya and Aubrey immediately assumed defensive postures. Suddenly, the water erupted with splashes as a submarine surfaced, and a head emerged. "You summoned me? I can study your body now?" Linya was taken aback. Eblun, how did you get here? Eblun replied with a puzzled expression. Is that even a question? Just locate the coordinates and calculate. You'll know where you are soon enough. Linya nodded. All right, come aboard. Aubrey lowered the rope ladder. Eblun chuckled. No need for such trouble. He then retracted his head, and the submarine extended for claws that grasped the ship's side, climbing aboard. The submarine's hatch opened, and Eblun stepped out. By the way, I brought someone with me. I hope you don't mind. He has no interest in your body. Another person emerged from the submarine, nearly identical to Eblun, but without glasses and with a normal complexion. Hello, everyone. I am Ebnai, Eblun's twin brother. While my brother studies human anatomy and biomechanical engineering, I focus on meteorology and geography. I accompanied him out of concern. I hope I won't be a bother. Linya replied with a smile. Not at all. You won't be a bother. So, Ebnai, do you have knowledge of navigation? Ebnai nodded, absolutely. Linya beamed. This is splendid. After a brief introduction, Eblun quickly inquired, when can we commence? Linya guided Eblun to the medical room. Take a look at this. Upon seeing Gale's dark form, Eblun rushed forward to examine it closely. What happened? The substance on him is identical to what you encountered before. Did you do this? Linya confirmed. He was struck in the back of the head by a celestial dragon's bullet, and I preserved him. Can you save him? Eblun contemplated. Being hit in the back of the head by a celestial dragon's bullet means surgery might be too late. We cannot assess the situation without removing this black membrane. This subject is indeed fascinating. I will take charge and ensure his survival. Linya nodded. What do you need? Just tell me, and I will provide it. Eblun did not respond immediately but approached number 3, unwrapping the bandages. This was inflicted by a celestial dragon's bullet, correct? Linya nodded. Eblun retrieved his instruments and, after a careful examination, stated, This is serious. The bullet is toxic. The group gasped in shock. What should we do? Eblun gestured for calm. Stay composed. It is a slow-acting poison that will gradually diminish his life. But for now, he is not in immediate danger. Linya asked, Can you create an antidote? Eblun replied, I can, but the ingredients are exorbitantly priced, an amount that would take a common family generations to amass. Linya seethed with anger, recalling how others afflicted by the celestial dragons faced a slow death. Aubrey interjected, Do not worry about the cost. We can afford it. Where shall we procure the ingredients? Eblun shook his head. This substance is available, but priceless. Ebnai added, Brother, please explain further. Perhaps I know where to find it. Eblun remarked that the recipe required 3 exceedingly precious ingredients. The first, the Panglai herb. The second, the flower of the gate of death. And the third, the crown of Adam. After a moment of contemplation, Eblun noted that the Panglai herb was found in the enigmatic capital, while the flower of the gate of death posed a significant challenge, as it was said to bloom at the threshold of hell, with very few having witnessed its beauty. The crown of Adam, however, was the white blossoms that appeared annually on the branches of the revered Adam's tree, which could still be procured. Eblun continued, stating that he would transcribe the specifics of these ingredients shortly for easier reference. Eblun surveyed his surroundings and expressed the need for a laboratory, emphasizing that the research on the patient who had suffered a gunshot wound to the head could not be conducted at sea, urging Lin Yi to devise a solution. Lin Yi nodded in agreement as Eblun meticulously rebandaged the third patient. He then suggested that they have a meal first. As Eblun's frail appearance filled Lin Yi with deep concern, he feared that without the antidote prepared in time, Eblun might succumb. After Eblun set the course for their journey, he followed to the dining area. Uncle Xingluan had prepared a lavish and nutritious feast. Eblun ate heartily, exclaiming how delicious it was while animatedly explaining the composition of the dishes. Aubrey listened intently to Eblun and Apos' words, engaging in conversation with him, while Evie stuttered slightly as he handed Eblun the sauce, saying, Here, for you. Lin Yi chuckled, and Uncle Xingluan, with a benevolent gaze, watched over everyone as they enjoyed their meal. Chapter 20. The Search After Dinner. Ebunabi spoke while transcribing, We are in the waters of the South Sea, and the mysterious island lies right here. Few know its whereabouts, and there are no maps or records to guide us. I have found only a few scant references in naval texts, written in an ancient script, engraved with claw marks. I have not delved deeply into it. but we can search in the direction of the doldrums. Ebunabi traced a path on the map. Ibrin nodded upon seeing it. Combining it with the ancient text descriptions of the location of the Punlai herb, which likely points to that area. Aubrey, intrigued, asked why the Punlai herb had a location description while the mysterious island did not. Ibrin shook his head, explaining that the specific location of the Punlai herb is also speculative, with many references being mere claw marks and lacking concrete textual explanations. However, to my knowledge, no related descriptions have ever emerged from other areas of the South Sea, while this region has some similar rumors, making the existence of the mysterious island here quite plausible. Ibrin pointed to the path. Yavis nodded. Then let us go. Ibrin glanced at Yavis and inquired, how long has this phenomenon persisted? Do you experience it with unfamiliar individuals? Yavis nodded, and Linya asked, you're observing quite attentively. Do you have a treatment plan? Ibrin scrutinized Yavis carefully, responding, I have observed you closely, but I cannot provide a cure. However, I am somewhat knowledgeable about the pathology. Linya remarked, Yavis has had this condition for about 10 years. Ibrin shook his head. Absolutely not. Yavis remained silent, prompting Aubrey to ask, how can that be? Ibrin clarified, this is not a matter of character, it is a disease. Stuttering in the presence of strangers is not severe. It is well maintained, likely only 3 years. Yavis nodded. Indeed, about 3 years, but I have never heard it referred to as a disease. Ibrin acknowledged this, producing a needle. Open your mouth and stick out your tongue. I will give you a few injections, and it should improve your condition. Yavis complied, and Ibrin punctured the tip and sides of Yavis and Apo's tongue. Upon withdrawing the needle, its tip had turned black. Ibrin remarked, fortunately, there is nothing serious for now. Yavis exclaimed, what is serious? Oh, I am no longer stuttering. You are amazing. Linya interjected. Yavis, wait a moment, let Ibrin finish. Ibrin continued, he is one afflicted by death's aura, which causes these symptoms. Yavis was astonished. What do you mean by death's aura? My hometown is beautiful. At this moment, Ebunabi quickly sketched a flower and held it up for Yavis to see. Does your hometown have this flower? Yavis nodded, yes. It is very beautiful, blooming everywhere. Ebunabi's expression darkened. This is the messenger of death, the red spider lily, the flower of death. Wherever this flower blooms, death follows. And it can infect an entire island, turning it into a desolate wasteland. Yavis looked bewildered, and Linya asked, then how has it grown so large? Ebunabi replied, this brings us to another flower, the death's door flower, which suppresses the death aura. It is known as the gatekeeper flower of the underworld, allowing only those meeting certain conditions to pass into death. However, this sounds somewhat bleak. While this flower can restrain some death aura, it cannot prevent the widespread illusions caused by the death aura's pervasiveness. Yavis still seemed confused. What about the uncles and aunts in my hometown? Ebunabi said slowly. I cannot make a definitive conclusion about that. Yavis turned to Linya. Can we reach there quickly? Linya was about to respond when Ibrin said, there is no rush. Your condition only appears along the Grand Line. At this moment, we cannot hurry. We must first find the Punlai herb and then venture to the Grand Line. The lives of your companions are on a countdown. Yavis paused. All right, then let us hasten to find the Punlai herb. Seeing Abrin's resolute demeanor, Yavis understood that the illogical aspects of his memories had found their explanations. Returning sooner meant facing that reality sooner. Is there no other possibility? Linya asked. Ibrin shook his head, stating that the best course of action was to seek the Punlai herb first, and they would understand everything upon reaching that place. Yavis stopped Linya from saying more. I am fine. Let us proceed to the mysterious island. Linya nodded. Very well. Ebunabi declared, I will take charge of the navigation. You all should head to the deck as well. The more hands we have, the greater our chances of finding it quickly. Upon reaching the deck, Ebunabi steered the ship while Linya gazed across the endless sea, scanning for any signs of the island. The events of the past few days weighed heavily on him, with Gale still encased in black solid matter, life and death uncertain, and number 3 still unconscious with no signs of awakening. Yavis was now infected by the death aura, and whether they could find the mysterious island remained uncertain. Linya had always told himself that the world of pirates was cruel, a mere theory until now, as he experienced it firsthand. Faced with the celestial dragons, he found himself considering the impending pursuit without resorting to violence, compelled to forego vengeance to improve their current plight. Weakness. Linya clenched his fists, tormented by his own inadequacy. Even though he was already a standout among his peers, the enemy did not discriminate by age. He had to become stronger. On the deck, everyone was silent, tensely gazing at the sea, not allowing a moment of relaxation, fearful of missing any detail. The first day passed without any findings, and they encountered no navy. The sea remained calm. Ibrin resumed his research. Although the ship lacked powerful equipment, some items Aubrey had previously purchased were sufficient for Ibrin to gather basic data. Aubrey admired Ibrin greatly, even developing a mentor-student relationship with him. "Master, focus on your collection. I will keep a close watch on the sea," he called out. Yavis, now aware of the mystery of the death aura, was less talkative than before, simply gazing at the ocean. Linya felt that the tranquility he had longed for during his training had arrived, yet it was far from pleasing. As night fell, none felt inclined to sleep, continuously searching, relentlessly seeking. Several days of fruitless searching left everyone physically and mentally exhausted. Even Linya, whose senses were sharper than others while at sea, felt disoriented. "Look, what is that?" Uncle Xingluan pointed to a patch of green, leaf-like objects on the surface of the water. Ebunabi hurried to investigate and suddenly appeared elated. "We have a clue. This type of foliage only grows at the center of islands. Its presence in the sea indicates human intervention, and since there is no record of this foliage, it must be related to the mysterious island." Linya and the others erupted in joy. After days of searching in this sea, they had finally found a lead. Chapter 21. The crocodile and the python Eblun was summoned in haste, and Ebluni demonstrated the approximate drifting direction of the leaves. After a moment of contemplation, Eblun provided a range of coordinates before hurriedly returning to his temporary laboratory. Ebluni steered the vessel towards the coordinates. As they approached the island, the frequency of the leaves increased, affirming the notion that, regardless of the realm, technology holds paramount importance. After approximately 3 to 4 hours, Lin Yi and his companions arrived at an area previously overlooked. The once ordinary scenery began to shift as they progressed. "Be cautious," Ebluni warned. "This may be an illusion. If it is not a natural occurrence, it could be an enemy." Lin Yi and the others prepared for combat. The ship drew closer to the shore, surrounded by a faint mist that gradually thickened. As they docked, Lin Yi suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura, causing most aboard to faint. Uncle Xingluan supported the unconscious Aubrey, keeping a vigilant watch over their surroundings, while Yavi steadied himself against the ship's rail. "Uncle Xingluan, please keep an eye on everyone. I will take a look," Lin Yi instructed. Xingluan nodded in agreement, and Yavis, already composed, grasped Lin Yi's arm. "We should go together." Lin Yi hesitated momentarily due to the urgency, but eventually nodded. Together, Lin Yi and Yavis disembarked, cautiously navigating through the mist towards the land. The fog dissipated abruptly before the forest, and Lin Yi glanced back, realizing the mist encircled the island like a wall, explaining their previous inability to locate it. Yavis picked up a leaf and showed it to Lin Yi. "Look, this leaf is different from the others. It resembles the ones we saw at sea. That person may be nearby, so we must be careful." Lin Yi tucked the leaf away and proceeded cautiously with Yavis into the woods. No signs of human presence emerged in the forest, only the sounds of birds and insects, occasionally interrupted by the passage of monkeys. "Be careful." Lin Yi suddenly pulled Yavis back as a swamp appeared beside him, its edges cloaked with dead wood, making it hard to detect. Yavis stepped aside, noting, "This swamp could harbor predators, crocodiles, pythons. These creatures are perilous." Lin Yi recalled his childhood experiences, feeling a pang of fear. Indeed, such lurking predators are indeed terrifying. "Yet my objective lies within," Yavis remarked, observing the swamp intently. Lin Yi jested, "If you achieve such prowess, you might become a peculiar individual." Yavis chuckled. "Only you would say such a thing." After a brief pause, he added, "Let us move quickly. Number 3 and Gale must be waiting." As they ventured deeper into the island's heart, Lin Yi suddenly sensed a watchful presence. He halted, calling out to Yavis to survey the surroundings. Lin Yi, do you notice anything? Yavis inquired, showing no sign of doubt towards Lin Yi's instincts. After a year and a half of camaraderie, they were well acquainted with each other's traits. Gale's intuition, Number 3's physical prowess, Aubrey's intellect, Lin Yi's perceptiveness, and Yavi's timing, all honed under Uncle Xingluan's guidance. If Lin Yi sensed something, there surely was something amiss, even if he had yet to identify it. Lin Yi scrutinized his surroundings. The sensation echoed his encounter with the great serpent in Windmill Village. What could be lurking on this island? Despite his careful examination, he found nothing unusual, and the feeling of being observed dissipated. Remaining vigilant, he noted, nature's creations excel at camouflage. It seems to have vanished. I could not identify what it was, but we must stay alert. It could be some wild beast. Yavi surveyed the area, puzzled. What sort of creature could evade even your keen perception? They continued onward, the woods growing denser, sunlight struggling to penetrate. Lin Yi, do you sense the presence of others? Yavis felt an unsettling aura. Not exactly, but we should hasten our departure from this place, Lin Yi replied, echoing his unease. With that, they swiftly retreated from their previous location towards the forest's edge, where flickers of light beckoned. Quick, upwards, Yavis exclaimed, utilizing his moon step to ascend. Lin Yi followed suit, nearing the treetops when they simultaneously spotted a massive net descending towards them. Lin Yi drew his blade, slicing at the net, which dispersed, yet his heart raced. Dodge quickly. The net is poisonous. Yavis and Lin Yi split apart, watching as trees touched by the net rapidly decayed. They pressed on towards the forest's edge, where the sunlight pierced their eyes. When clarity returned, both were astounded to behold a creature. No, perhaps a figure, standing upright. It was a crocodile, its head grotesquely bent, glaring at Yavis and Lin Yi with fierce eyes, albeit its gaze appeared vacant. To their astonishment, the crocodile spoke. You. It then collapsed to the ground, attempting to shield its eyes with its short claws, unable to reach, and ultimately closing its eyes, trembling. You're too powerful. Please don't kill me. Spare me. Lin Yi and Yavis were taken aback, and within the next moment, they vanished from sight, reappearing in midair as a massive serpent. Over 10 meters long, lunged at their previous position. Above them hovered a gigantic bat, exuding a dangerous purple liquid from its maw. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the crocodile, in a dramatic display, rushed towards the python. Lin Yi anticipated a clash, yet unexpectedly, the python coiled around the crocodile, shielding it. What was happening? Lin Yi pondered. The crocodile, still hiding behind the python, cried out, "Help! Help!" The python closed its gaping mouth, wrapping its body around the crocodile, its fierce gaze fixed on Lin Yi and Yavis. To their amazement, it too spoke. "Do not fear. We are here." Soothing the crocodile with a gentle tone, Lin Yi and Yavis positioned themselves back to back, remaining on guard. The bat then chimed in, "Do not fear. I shall poison them." It surged towards Lin Yi and Yavis, who readied their weapons. However, the python intervened, commanding, "Wait." The bat halted, maintaining its distance. Lin Yi regarded the python, feeling no fondness towards the creature that flicked its tongue. Still, against these two, he was uncertain of their odds. With several companions still unconscious on the ship, additional foes could spell disaster. Lin Yi awaited the python's inquiry. "Who are you? What is your purpose on this island?" The python, baring its fangs, inquired while Lin Yi, remaining vigilant, replied, "We merely seek to gather the Panlai herb, with no ulterior motives. Might we request a favor? Once we obtain the herb, we shall take our leave." Before the python could respond, the crocodile, still peering out with its eyes wide open, spoke with an air of calmness. "You could have mentioned that earlier. I thought you were here to capture us. I know where to find the Panlai herb. I shall lead you." Suddenly, as the crocodile spoke, the python struck it with its tail. The crocodile, wishing to rub its head, found its short limbs inadequate. A bat swooped down, using its hands to massage the crocodile's head while reproaching, "Just say what you need. Why strike it?" The python, feeling vexed, turned away and muttered an apology. The bat then addressed Lin Yi and Yavis, asking, "What purpose do you have for the Panlai herb?" Lin Yi responded, It is to save my companions. They have been poisoned and require the Punlai herb as an antidote. The python abruptly turned towards Ling Yi, rushing closer. Poisoned? By the celestial dragon's toxin? Ling Yi struggled to suppress the urge to retaliate and nodded. Yes, by the bullets of the celestial dragons. The python continued to inquire eagerly. Can you concoct an antidote? Ling Yi affirmed, but we need exceedingly rare herbs, and the Punlai herb is one of them. The python nodded and asked, do you know where to find the flower of death's door? Upon hearing the python mention the flower of death's door, Ling Yi felt a surge of curiosity, and Yavis queried, how do you know about the flower of death's door? The bat flew closer, dismissing the python. Step back, do not frighten them. While wiping the purple liquid from its mouth, it continued, since you can produce the antidote, I shall divulge everything. Please, save my elder brother. With that, the bat crouched down, the python lowered its head, and the crocodile looked on with a puzzled expression. Why save him? Chapter 22. The member crocodile Lin Yi hastily urged, please, rise and inform us of the situation at hand. Yavis nodded in agreement as the bat stood up and explained, we are experimental subjects of the celestial dragons, developed for our mental capabilities to see what we might become. Many of the experiments have been borne by my elder brother, which is why we have not mutated as severely. One day, when the guards were lax, we escaped. My brother was struck by the celestial dragons and fled to another island, where his condition has worsened, his intellect has diminished, and he has grown increasingly frail. It is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. During our time in experimentation, we were infused with a great deal of pharmacological knowledge. Yet we only know that the Punlai herb and the flower of the dead gate can serve as antidotes. Through our communication with the sea beasts, we arrived here. My brother even wrote some introductions to attract others who are similarly afflicted. Unfortunately, not even the all-knowing sea beasts possess information about the flower of the dead gate. Thus, if you could find it, I earnestly hope you can save my brother's life. Lin Yi nodded, and Yavis inquired, who produced the previous display of hockey. The bat cast a dejected glance at the crocodile. Despite my brother's current state, he was the strongest at the onset of the experiments. His hockey was innate, alas. He has now become this way. He emits it when sensing danger. If you were to meet my true brother, you would undoubtedly recognize him as a natural-born warrior. Yavis continued, but wherein and Apos, the poisoned individuals we attracted frightened away? The bat grinned, revealing his jagged teeth. My brother has always said that if one cannot withstand such a minimal display of hockey, they would never be able to locate the flower of the dead gate to concoct an antidote. Lin Yi glanced at the still bewildered crocodile, finding it hard to believe such words were spoken by him. The python sighed. My brother's moments of clarity are diminishing. He is now akin to a child. Can you save him? Before Lin Yi could respond, the bat interjected, let me take you to gather the Punlai herb first. After that, you may decide what to do next. Lin Yi and Yavis followed the bat up the mountain. As they flew, the bat remarked, we have nurtured the Punlai herb since we discovered it, and now it has yielded some results. They arrived at a spring atop the mountain, surrounded by lush, unfamiliar slender-stemmed grass. The bat added, my brother has consumed this herb and claimed it had some effect. We have been feeding him some at intervals, but it does not provide lasting results. Lin Yi nodded, and Yavis gathered a few specimens. Lin Yi then asked, so, bat, what do you plan to do? The flower of the dead gate is located in the Grand Line, and we cannot simply venture over. The bat appeared puzzled. Is that not possible? Is it in the first half or the latter half? Lin Yi pondered. It should be in the first half. The bat's expression brightened. Once you reach the Grand Line, you can pass through the doldrums, can't you? Lin Yi contemplated. Although the Sea Kings may not necessarily attack their vessel, it is not prudent to experiment recklessly. If they do not attack, he also did not intend to disclose their presence, keeping some contingencies in place for their own survival. Yavis interjected, we are unlike you. The doldrums are the nesting grounds for the Sea Kings. Our ships cannot pass through. The bat expressed distress. The Sea Kings, indeed, pose a significant challenge. In the past, when my brother was still clear-headed, we traversed without obstruction. What shall we do now? If all else fails, let my brother come aboard. You stay with him while I take the water route. The python approached with the crocodile, stating, you cannot traverse the water route without my brother. The Sea Kings would devour you, It is no easy task. Lin Yi suggested, my companions are moored at the shore. Perhaps we can devise a plan together. The bat and the python exchanged glances and nodded. Very well. It seems our collective wisdom offers little in the way of constructive suggestions. On the shore, Aubrey and the others had awakened. Uncle Xingluan was taken aback by the sight of the creatures behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi gestured for calm and introduced the situation to everyone. Eblun stated, biological experimentation does exist, but I am unfamiliar with the experiments conducted by the celestial dragons. This crocodile's condition indicates deep poisoning. We must concoct the antidote within a few months to have any hope of restoring him to normalcy. If we delay, he may remain in this state forever. The python anxiously thumped its tail, sending sand scattering. Then let us take my brother away, quickly. The bat extended a claw. Calm down, third brother. We must first devise a plan. Our beastly forms are not suited for maritime travel or appearing before humans. Eblun glanced at the python. You should still be in a growth phase. You cannot fit on the ship. He then looked at the bat. You too are in a growth phase and likely have periods of dormancy. You cannot go either. As for him, Eblun pointed at the crocodile. Only he can accompany us. The python shook its head vigorously, baring its teeth. No, no. My brother cannot go alone. How can I trust that? The bat remained silent for a moment before kneeling. I entrust my brother to you. We will wait here. The python gasped in disbelief. Second brother. How can you? The bat remained kneeling, shouting, You too, kneel and bow to our benefactor. The python hesitated but eventually knelt. The crocodile, appearing confused, followed suit. Lin Yi urged them to rise, and once they did, he declared, Rest assured, we will return your brother to you, whole and unharmed. The bat shed tears. Thank you. Thank you. The python turned away but still managed to utter, Thank you, while the crocodile, bewildered, echoed the sentiment. After reaching a decision, everyone began to busy themselves. Eblun and Ebluni explored the island, gathering useful resources, while the others began to replenish supplies and transplanted some Penglai herbs onto the ship, preparing for the crocodile situation. Having completed these tasks, night fell, making it difficult to discern the misty surroundings. Lin Yi and the others decided to rest for the night. The python volunteered to lead, but the bat stopped him, stating he wished to spend one last night with his brother. The crocodile, the bat, and the python settled down on the shore while Lin Yi and the others returned to the ship, where Lin Yi took the night watch. In the stillness of the night, with the moon high above, the crocodile rose. The confusion in his eyes had vanished. Approaching the ship's edge, he spoke to Lin Yi. Thank you for allowing me, a burden, to accompany you. Lin Yi smiled. We need to prepare the antidote anyway. Your presence is inconsequential. The crocodile opened his mouth slightly. I am aware of the dangers of the sea. Not only must you protect me, but you may also have to deal with the troubles I attract. You truly are a good person, but is it wise to be a pirate at sea? Lin Yi gazed at the moon and replied, Our sole focus is to ensure our companions recover. In the face of the Navy's pursuit, we are pirates whether we wish to be or not. Perhaps it is you who will bring misfortune upon us. The crocodile chuckled lightly. If I can overcome this trial, please allow me to serve under your banner. Lin Yi responded with a smile. Oh, a gesture of gratitude? I never expected any form of recompense. The crocodile shook its head, stating, No. I merely wish to serve under your command. Lin Yi cast a glance at the crocodile before turning his gaze back to the moon. Then I must construct an extraordinarily large vessel to accommodate you all. The crocodile chuckled, and after a prolonged silence, no words were exchanged. When Lin Yi looked back, he found the crocodile had already succumbed to slumber upon the shore. He returned to the ship, lost in thought while gazing at the moon. What does being a pirate truly signify for him? With a bounty placed upon his head, he could only embrace the identity of a pirate. Aspirations and ideals now felt distant. The immediate priority was to rid his companions of their afflictions. Lin Yi listened to the whispers of the sea. It had been a long time since he had heard from his mother. His sister, save for her warning on that day, had remained silent. Besides rescuing his companions, he needed to prepare a place for his sister's birth. The Dark Empire, perhaps? Gale's wish. We shall aid him in its fulfillment. Chapter 23. The peculiar doctor. On the following morning, sunlight pierced through the layers of mist, illuminating the beach. Lin Yi addressed everyone who had awakened, stating that they had now become pirates, thus necessitating a title and a pirate flag. The group unanimously agreed, and Aubrey proposed, "Lin Yi, you should be the captain, our esteemed leader." Lin Yi smiled and nodded, suggesting that since they would be opposing the celestial dragons, they ought to choose a striking name. "How about the demon pirates? We shall battle against the heavens of this world. We are all demons." Avis nodded in agreement, affirming, "This is excellent. Let it be so." After a consensus was reached, Lin Yi entrusted the task of designing the pirate flag to Python and Bat. To their surprise, they exhibited considerable artistic talent, crafting a fearsome skull engulfed in blue flames. The crew was thoroughly satisfied with the result. As Crocodile boarded the pirate ship, Lin Yi and the others bid farewell to Python and Bat, setting sail from the mysterious island. On the open sea, their pirate flag billowed proudly as Lin Yi gazed out over the ocean. Their pirate crew had officially embarked on their journey. Aubrey approached and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, saying, "We are heading straight for the red line. Do not overthink things. Everything will be fine." Lin Yi chuckled in response. "You, who say not to overthink, are rather contradictory. Haha." Aubrey muttered, "This is a sacrifice. Going against my nature, you should appreciate it." Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging his sentiment. Avis then inquired, "When it comes to the Marines, should we strike with lethal intent?" Both Aubrey and Lin Yi paused momentarily, and after a brief hesitation, Lin Yi replied, "If we encounter a warship, we should fire upon it. Sinking it would suffice. In close quarters, if our lives are at risk, it is a matter of life or death. If there is no immediate danger, inflicting serious injury would be adequate. I wonder if that is too merciful." Aubrey nodded in agreement, admitting that none of them had ever taken a life before, and facing such a scenario would indeed be challenging. Uncle Xingluan approached, ruffling their hair with a sigh. "Although Instructor Yuexiang's training methods are harsh, they have spared you from witnessing bloodshed. There are pros and cons to this. However, once at sea, no one will grant you mercy. Your bounties will be substantial. Oh, and even if you wish to show leniency, the Marines will not." He paused, looking at them sympathetically. "You are still quite young." Lin Yi smiled. "While we may be young, we have Uncle Xingluan guiding us. We are not afraid." Suddenly, Uncle Xingluan's expression darkened. "If only I could protect you in front of the celestial dragons." Lin Yi shook his head, reassuring him, "Uncle Xingluan, you have done more than enough, and we are very grateful. The world is not as simple as it appears. We all understand." Aubrey nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Uncle Xingluan, if we act recklessly, our current situation will worsen." Avis also nodded, expressing gratitude for all that Uncle Xingluan had done for them. "Without your delicious meals, I wouldn't know how to cope with life at sea," he added. Uncle Xingluan chuckled as he patted Avis on the head. "All right, you've spoken enough. Take a break and have some water." With that, he went to prepare refreshments and lunch. Lin Yi and Aubrey decided to check on number 3, who had yet to awaken. Previously, while on the mysterious island, Bat had visited number 3 and mentioned that the poison he had ingested was rather severe. Compared to Crocodile, who had been poisoned yet retained a large physique, number 3's condition was evidently worse. After consuming the Panlai herb, it would alleviate some of the toxins. But when he would awaken and in what state remained uncertain. With a considerable distance still to the red line, they needed to replenish supplies. Lin Yi planned to investigate a location marked by Teacher Zephyr, hoping to recruit some talents for their crew. The pirate ship anchored at an inconspicuous spot along the shore, with Eblun and Uncle Xingluan watching over the vessel. Aubrey, Avis, Ebluni, and Lin Yi ventured into the town. Upon their arrival, they made some inquiries and discovered a plethora of goods, particularly noting the renowned blacksmith shop. Aubrey and Avis went to select equipment and procure clothing for number 3, while Lin Yi and Avis sought medicinal herbs. As they walked, Lin Yi turned to Ebluni and asked, "What are your thoughts on suddenly becoming a pirate?" Ebluni smiled, replying, "I was prepared when I followed my brother, whether it is the Marines or the pirates. As long as I can stay by my brother's side and explore the things I love, I am very happy." Lin Yi chuckled, "You are quite the brother's fan." Ebluni inquired, "What does being a brother's fan mean?" Lin Yi explained with a smile, "It means you align everything with your brother and always listen to him." Ebluni blushed slightly, responding with a shy smile, Then I suppose I truly am a brother's fan. My brother used to follow Dr. Vegapunk and wasn't as spirited. Ever since he met you, he has become fervent about the so-called indestructible black solid, which even has a memory sequence. When you are not around, he appears quite listless. Lin Yi suddenly realized a pressing concern. Ebluni, has your brother ever studied devil fruits? Ebluni nodded, saying, my brother is very interested in devil fruits. But he has never been able to conduct extensive research, which is quite regrettable. He longs to comprehend the true nature of devil fruits. Lin Yi felt a wave of unease. If Eblun were to discover that he was a devil fruit user, it would surely lead to dissection. Maintaining a calm facade, Lin Yi inquired, what is the extent of your and your brother and Appo's abilities? If it comes to a fight, do you have the means to protect yourselves? Ebluni shook his head bashfully. We lack any real strength, but we are quite adept at escaping. My brother designed the light runner, which can move swiftly through the sea. Even fishmen may struggle to catch us. Lin Yi was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated the white armor that had seemed cumbersome on the deck. Is there no offensive capability aside from fleeing? Ebluni shook his head, explaining, my brother indeed studies mechanics, but he is not particularly skilled in combat. He is uninterested in that aspect and is more focused on modifications. He previously mentioned wanting to modify our ship. Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging Eblun's capabilities, recognizing him as a competent shipwright of sorts, albeit with some risks involved. He understood that the fact of being a devil fruit user must remain undisclosed. As Lin Yi and Ebluni conversed while walking, they became engrossed in their discussion, failing to notice a short, stout man trailing behind them. Chapter 24. The Strange Doctor 2. Hey, you two, Lin Yi called out as he pulled Ebony away, revealing a short man with curly hair clad in a white coat. The man continued, you seem to possess an intriguing scent, reminiscent of herbs, an unfamiliar aroma of medicinal plants. Lin Yi, perplexed, inquired, who are you? As passers-by glanced at the eccentric man with disdain, one muttered, that lunatic is out again, we should leave. Noticing the commotion, Lin Yi decided to depart with Ebony. But the man trailed behind, brandishing a sharp blade and glaring menacingly. Hand over the herbs, or I want to hold back. The crowd scattered at the sight, and Lin Yi instinctively reached for his weapon, prepared to draw. Ebony, who stood protectively behind Lin Yi, calmly suggested, let's remain composed, we can discuss this. The man, advancing slowly with his knife, demanded, surrender the herbs. In an instant, Lin Yi vanished from sight, placing his blade against the man's throat without encountering the anticipated resistance. The man's voice turned raspy as he stammered, why you? Lin Yi swiftly disarmed him, and Ebony approached, stating, are you calm now? If you have something to say, do so directly. If you continue this folly, we will not be lenient. Trembling, the man confessed, I wish to study the herbs, but I lack resources and knowledge. My medical skills may fade away here. Intrigued by the mention of medical expertise, Lin Yi wondered if the man might be mentally unstable. Ebony looked at Lin Yi and urged, let him be, he means no harm. Lin Yi hesitated, questioning whether there was truly no malice in the man's actions, which seemed akin to robbery. However, Ebony's unwavering gaze convinced him to release the man. The man looked at Ebony, asking, do you understand? Ebony nodded. We share the same passion for research, the thirst for knowledge, and the eagerness for practice. None of us can resist curiosity when presented with rare herbs. The man stepped forward, grasping Ebony's hand tightly, tears welling in his eyes. A kindred spirit, come to my home. Though I appear this way, I have treasures to show. As the man led Ebony in a particular direction, Lin Yi followed reluctantly, trying to ignore the whispers and stares from onlookers. Upon arriving at the man's modest abode, he produced a key and led them to the basement, where Lin Yi was astonished to find a meticulously organized collection of various herbs. The sight of the instruments stirred something within him, revealing the man's genuine passion. The man enthusiastically welcomed Ebony, entirely disregarding Lin Yi. He then approached a large lock on a door, exclaiming, behind this lies something marvelous. He opened the door, revealing a tunnel that illuminated gradually. Ebony exclaimed, these herbs are well cared for. Just look at their vibrant colors. They are exceptionally healthy. Upon reaching the end of the tunnel, where a garden of herbs flourished, the man laughed heartily indeed. These are my children. I nurture them daily, ensuring they thrive. Linya observed their camaraderie, struggling to comprehend it. After a prolonged wait outside, Linya grew increasingly restless as Ebony and the man continued their conversation, seemingly with no end in sight. When the man finally emerged, he bowed to Linya, apologizing. I was in the wrong earlier. I sincerely apologize. Linya was about to dismiss the matter when the man added, Then let me board your ship. Linya was taken aback, glancing at Ebony, who smiled sheepishly. Captain, is that permissible? Linya hesitated, wary of the man's unstable temperament and lack of combat skills, questioning whether he would be a burden on the ship. Ebony earnestly implored, Captain, his medical expertise is remarkable, a different facet compared to my brother. Allowing him aboard would greatly benefit our patients. Patients? What ailments do they suffer from? Are they serious? The man inquired eagerly. Ebony nodded. They have been shot by celestial dragons. It is quite severe. Quickly, take me to them. The man exclaimed excitedly. Linya sighed, Let us return to the ship first. He refrained from agreeing to the man's request to join the crew, as such decisions could not be made lightly. Upon returning, Linya found that Aubrey and the others had not yet returned. Ebony briefed everyone on the situation before leading the man to the patients. Upon seeing patient number 3, the man rushed forward, nearly prompting Linya to draw his weapon. Fortunately, the man merely examined the patient's condition and remarked, Who performed this surgery? It is far too crude, having damaged some nerves and causing infection, which hinders recovery. Has she taken any medication? Ebel replied, Yes. It was a concoction made with punlai herbs. The man became animated. Punlai herbs? Bring them to me. Ebonel handed over the vial, and the man scrutinized it, adopting an authoritative demeanor. After a moment, he declared, This medicine is far too potent. Following surgery, the patient cannot endure such strength. We should prioritize tonifying her blood before introducing this as an adjunct, paired with several gentler herbs. Ebonel nodded. I admit I lack knowledge in pharmacology. He then turned to Linya, urging, Let him come aboard. We need a doctor. If we can find another skilled healer, the more, the better. Linya agreed, recognizing that anyone who could aid patient number 3 and Gale would be worthy of protection by him and the others. Linya wished to inquire about the man's name, but he was already preoccupied with preparing medicine for patient number 3. Linya stepped outside, intending to check on Avis and the others. Ebel followed him, asking, Is the blacksmith shop in town renowned? Linya affirmed, Yes, their metalwork is quite famous. Ebonel nodded. Then I shall accompany you. We need to procure some materials for modifications. Linya agreed. Let us go. As they walked, Linya inquired, Ebonel, are you capable of modifying the ship? Ebonel shook his head. I can draft detailed plans and handle smaller tasks, but modifying a ship is a significant undertaking that requires your expertise. Linya nodded. Considering Ebonel's frail appearance, it seemed unlikely. If you expedite the process, we could complete the modifications within a day, significantly enhancing the ship's speed, Ebonel suggested. Linya nodded. That would be advantageous. Have you identified the entrance to the Red Earth continent? Ebonel confirmed. Yes, that poses no problem. Once the modifications are complete, we can head straight there without concern. Linya felt reassured with Ebonel and Ebony by his side. Chapter 25. Entering the Grand Line upon their return with the metals, Aubrey and Avis had already transported a substantial amount of materials. That evening, Eblun unveiled the blueprints, elucidating the plans to the crew, preparing them for work. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for idle chatter as everyone diligently set about their tasks. The uncle, Rad, was particularly excited to see Avis and the crocodile in action. After an entire night of relentless labor and transformation, the ship emerged renewed. Linya and the others collapsed onto the deck, exhausted. Eblun and Apos. S-Light drive was still being installed in the dock beneath the deck, which housed Eblun and Apos' research lab. Currently, his focus lay on the Gale issue, while Uncle Rad primarily managed the situations concerning number 3 and the crocodile, occasionally consulting Eblun regarding Gale's condition. On a day during their voyage to the Red Land, Linya and the others were training in the exercise room when Uncle Xingluan rushed in, holding a newspaper. Linya, quick, look. He presented a bounty notice. Upon inspection, it became evident that the celestial dragons were exceedingly furious, offering a staggering bounty of 100 million berries for each individual, regardless of life or death. Aubrey nodded, recognizing the gravity of such an amount for a nascent pirate crew. Avis pondered aloud, if that is the case, why was it released only recently? Linya smiled thoughtfully. It must be the teacher. If they managed to suppress it for so long, it undoubtedly involved considerable conflict. The celestial dragons will not relent easily. Even a marine admiral and Appo's power has its limits. Uncle Xingluan concurred, acknowledging that in the presence of the celestial dragons, the Marines were not much better off. Linya contemplated the bounty notice in his hands. If Gale were well, this matter could be set aside. However, if not, even if they were celestial dragons, even in Mariewa, I would demand a price for their actions. Aubrey and Avis nodded in agreement. Linya, observing Uncle Xingluan's worried expression, reassured him with a smile. Do not worry. I shall not act impulsively. I will wait until our strength allows us to command a sea region without fear of pursuit before addressing this matter. Uncle Xingluan smiled and nodded. Then my position must be quite lofty. He chuckled. Aubrey added, we must each lead our own fleets. Avis chimed in, then I shall form an assassin squad. Linya nodded, affirming that such things would come in due time. The crew ascended to the deck, where Linya unveiled the bounty notice, declaring, we are now wanted. The Marines will pursue us. This sea region has become perilous for us. Let us set sail for the next destination on the Grand Line, no matter the cost. Amidst the chorus of agreement, the reformed demon pirate crew set course for the Red Land. Linya gazed at the now massive ship with concern, pondering whether Uncle Rad's medicinal garden was securely in place and if the rising currents would pose any issues. Eblun, standing nearby, smiled reassuringly. Fear not. My brother has already considered this. He is most trustworthy in such matters. Linya nodded, his gaze fixed on the approaching Red Land. Crocodile approached him, stating, there is something ahead. Linya, noticing the crocodile as clarity of mind, tensed. Everyone, be cautious. Avis immediately grabbed a telescope to scan the surroundings. To the left front, at the 10 o'clock position, there are 3 marine warships. Linya chuckled. They are here to see us off. Eblun emerged, inquiring, what is going on? He took the telescope to assess the situation and conferred with Aubrey. No problem. The warships are too slow to catch us. Brother, shake them off. Eblun commanded. Ebluni acknowledged and began altering the ship's course. Eblun remarked, I thought something serious had occurred. Can those antiquated warships really catch up to my modified demon ship? Linya laughed, sensing Eblun's satisfaction with the transformed vessel, which even had a name now. As for naming it, Linya decided to wait until number 3 awakened, believing a girl's perspective should be considered. Recently, number 3 had shown significant improvement, with signs of awakening, allowing Linya to ease his vigilance towards Uncle Rad. Observing the lagging warships attempting to pursue them, Linya mused, I wonder who is aboard those vessels. Avis approached, asking, if your father sees you, will he come after you? Linya smiled. Given my father's temperament, he will undoubtedly not let me off easily. We must prepare an escape plan. My father is exceedingly formidable. Aubrey nodded. Hearing you say that sends chills down my spine. We should convene a battle meeting shortly to strategize. Linya watched Aubrey, suppressing laughter as he resembled a military advisor, his youthful demeanor adding to the humor. Aubrey shot Linya a sidelong glance. What is so amusing? You cannot hide your laughter from me. After all this time, I know your expressions all too well. Linya feigned calmness, clearing his throat. I was merely observing their futile attempts to catch us. Is it wrong to smile? Avis suddenly burst into laughter. Linya, if you're going to make excuses, at least make them plausible. That hardly resembles your sense of humor. Linya shot Avis a glance. You're everywhere, aren't you? Ebluni interjected. We are nearing the entrance to the canal of Reverse Mountain. Everyone, stow the sails and secure the cargo. Linya and the others complied, springing into action. As Linya secured the goods on deck, he noticed the crocodile, valiantly attempting to help with his short claws, and laughed. I'm sorry, it's not that I'm mocking your short arms. Go take a rest instead. Feeling dejected, the crocodile, still functioning with normal intelligence, opened his mouth. Recognizing his limitations, he moved aside to find a place to secure himself, appearing quite disheartened. Avis remarked, Linya, that is not very kind. He means well. The crocodile turned. Touched, but Avis continued, Crocodile, don't cause more trouble. If you fail to secure yourself properly, it will be difficult to catch you later. The crocodile, saddened, turned away, struggling with the tangled ropes. Uncle Xingluan approached, helping the crocodile untangle the ropes and securely binding him to the mast. Though the method instilled a sense of fear in the crocodile. Isn't this how you bind him? He thought, perceiving the intent behind Xingluan's gaze as if he were preparing to butcher him for a meal. Linya chuckled, just accept your fate. We argued with Uncle Xingluan for quite a while before he abandoned the idea of cooking you. He wanted to take a chunk out of you. The crocodile felt utterly speechless, questioning if he was merely a potential food supply. He suddenly found himself reminiscing about the days on the mysterious island, pondering whether he had inadvertently boarded a pirate ship. Chapter 26. Entering the Grand Line, Tu Linyi gazed into the eyes of the crocodile, feeling quite pleased. Thanks to the combined efforts of Uncle Rad and Ablon, the toxins within the crocodile had been successfully contained. Indeed, the crocodile and Apos' constitution was remarkably resilient. Had it been a human, they would have perished long ago. Uncle Xingluan called upon the busy Aubrey to assist in tidying up the kitchenware and other fragile items in the rooms. The crocodile sighed in relief as Uncle Xingluan departed. Yavis approached the crocodile with a teasing remark. You, who merely eats and contributes no labor, might as well offer a portion of your meat, don't you think? The crocodile chuckled. You needn't jest at my expense. Crocodile meat is hardly palatable, especially since it's tainted with poison. Yavis nodded, somewhat defeated, acknowledging the truth in the crocodile's words. The crocodile smirked, finally having the chance to retort. Linyi smiled and suggested, it would be quite beneficial to test a portion of the meat's medicinal efficacy, wouldn't it? After all, this extra weight you've gained on the ship. Linyi gestured playfully at the crocodile's plump cheeks and belly. The crocodile fell silent, recalling how he had pilfered quite a bit of meat from the storeroom during a moment of foggy consciousness, leading to his current state of excess. Captain, this simply won't do. We cannot endanger the crew. Linyi chuckled. All right, crocodile, I concede your point. However, should you continue to gain weight, we might have to consider tossing you overboard to lighten the load. The crocodile laughed lightly. I shall surely slim down. I shall. Ablon, looking ahead with excitement, exclaimed, We've arrived. We are at the entrance of the canal. The crew emerged to behold the majestic rising currents of the sea. Ablon continued, This means we are about to enter. The ship sailed into the canal, riding the currents as it ascended. With Ablon on board, the threat of danger seemed minimal, allowing everyone to leisurely admire the scenery from the side of the vessel. The crocodile opened his mouth to speak. May I take a look as well? Linyi laughed. You may remain where you are. If you fall overboard, we one and Apos be able to rescue you. The crocodile, feeling disheartened, could only gaze at the flowing waters ahead. Linyi then recalled something. Ablon, is our exit at Twin Cape? Ablon nodded. Linyi remembered that lab and that doctor were at Twin Cape, wondering if he could provide some advice regarding the conditions of number 3 in Gale. Yavis approached, inquiring, What's the matter? Linyi smiled and replied, It seems there is a renowned doctor at Twin Cape. If we encounter him, perhaps he could assist number 3 in Gale. Aubrey then asked, Should we invite him aboard? Linyi shook his head. Not every doctor can join us on the ship. We merely need his advice under our current circumstances. We can seek out doctors again on the Grand Line. Aubrey hesitated to ask further, adhering to their usual rapport. After a while, Ablon announced, We've arrived. We are now descending into the currents. Hold on tight. Linyi recalled that there was a slide-like canal here. This exhilarating descent was a first for him, and he urged everyone to brace themselves. The crew quickly secured themselves, their bodies involuntarily lifting off the ground. The crocodile, astonished, tightly shut his mouth as the ship surged forward, its speed rapidly increasing, significantly quicker than during their ascent. They soon reached the bottom, where the ship came to a halt, revealing a massive whale curiously observing them. The crocodile suddenly exclaimed, Have you been waiting long, lab? The whale bellowed in surprise, and the crocodile appeared quite melancholic, stating, Indeed, they will return, surely. You have truly encountered good people. Linyi untied the crocodile, and an elderly man nearby spoke up. Who are you? How does that crocodile know Lab's name? Linyi smiled. glancing at the character who resembled one from an anime. We are the Demon Pirate crew. This crew member possesses the ability to understand animal language. The old man stood up, intrigued. That is truly marvelous. My name is Kurokas, and I am a doctor. I have been caring for this whale, Lab. Why do you all seem unfazed? Lin chuckled. We conducted thorough research on the Grand Line prior to our arrival, so we were somewhat prepared. Nevertheless, seeing such a massive whale is still astonishing. The crocodile began chatting with Lab, while Lin Yi contemplated requesting Kurokas's assistance without seeming too abrupt. Uncle Xingluan jumped down. Kurokas, might I request that you conduct a diagnosis for my children? Kurokas glanced at Uncle Xingluan, who bowed his head. Lin Yi, Yavis, and Aubrey followed suit, lowering their heads in a plea to Dr. Kurokas. Kurokas smiled and nodded. Naturally. If there are patients, I must attend to them. Lin Yi and the others rejoiced as they led Kurokas aboard the ship, where they found number 3 in Gale. Lin Yi also brought in the crocodile, who was engrossed in conversation. Kurokas examined the injuries of the group and remarked, "Your ship's doctor is quite skilled. The treatment plans are on point." Uncle Rad showed no embarrassment and immediately began discussing matters with Kurokas. Kurokas displayed no signs of annoyance, engaging in dialogue with Uncle Rad and Eblon. Lin Yi and the others stepped outside, while Uncle Xingluan happily went to prepare a meal. Only Eblon, Aubrey, and Lin Yi remained, while Yavi stayed behind as a patient. Eblon inquired, "Captain, where shall we head next?" Lin Yi pondered, "We can choose any route. And we also have a permanent pointer." Eblon nodded. Admiral Zifa provided us with many permanent pointers, all labeled. Aubrey asked, "Do we have one for Death City?" Eblon lamented, "Unfortunately, we do not." Lin Yi chuckled, "Aubrey, you're overthinking it. No city would be named Death City. It surely cannot be called that. We can ask Yavis for specifics later." Aubrey nodded in realization. Yes, that was my oversight." Lin Yi then asked, "Is there any record of the Dark Empire?" Eblon considered, "There is. It seems to be located on a small island between the earlier and later segments of the Grand Line." Lin Yi nodded. "After locating Death City, we shall proceed there to fulfill Gale's wishes." Yavis nodded in agreement. "Regardless of the Empire, as long as it aligns with Gale's hopes, we shall turn it upside down." Chapter 27. Kurokasa Lin also felt a profound sense of unease as he recalled the final words spoken by Gale. He hastily approached the edge of the ship, gazing at the innocent Lab. "I am truly sorry, but unlike Luffy, I cannot make you any promises. We may not return to this place." Lab called out to Lin, who forced a smile, his heart heavy with regret. "You have waited for 22 years, but alas, I cannot specify how many more years you must endure." Lin thought of Brook, still adrift at sea, uncertain of what to say. Perhaps they would never meet again, and even if they did, he could not allow him aboard, for he had to reserve that privilege for his nephew, Luffy. Just like now, Kurokasa could not board his own ship. The ship and Appo's doctor of the Pirate King was brought aboard by Lin, and any ensuing events would alter the course of fate. A single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. It was wiser to proceed cautiously to avoid a butterfly effect. As Lin pondered, Avis suddenly burst forth, exclaiming, "Number 3 has awakened." Instantly, Lin wished he could retract his previous words, his mind racing with a singular thought. "Take her away, take her away." Upon reaching the medical room, Number 3 shyly addressed everyone. "I apologize for the trouble I've caused." Avis embraced Number 3, as did Aubrey and Lin, while Uncle Xingluan held them all together. "It's wonderful that you've awakened," he reassured. Tears streamed down Number 3's face as she murmured, "MMM. MMM." Sob, sob, sob. Once Number 3 had calmed down, they explained the situation. Her name was Elia, and she felt a tinge of guilt for her reckless actions. Lin gently tapped her head, saying, "You've just awakened. Stop overthinking. You need to rest well. We still have to find the antidote." Elia nodded apologetically, and Uncle Xingluan stayed behind to care for her while the others stepped outside. Lin, filled with excitement, grasped Kurokasu's hand. "Thank you, Dr. Kurokasu." Kurokasu chuckled lightly. "It's nothing, merely my duty. Your ship's doctors are quite remarkable. I merely offered some suggestions." Aubrey grasped Kurokasu's other hand, insisting, No, Dr. Kurokasu's advice is invaluable." Crocodile nodded from behind, acknowledging that Kurakasu's treatment plan had indeed improved his own condition, allowing him to remain conscious for longer periods. After expressing their gratitude, he wandered off to chat with Lab. Lin hesitantly spoke. Dr. Kurakasu, would you be able to thoroughly discuss the subsequent plans with our ship's doctors? Additionally, I hope you can share your insights regarding Gale's condition candidly with them. Kurakasu smiled. Of course. I thought you were going to ask me to board your ship. Lin forced a pained smile. Our crew consists of just a few individuals. With your exceptional skills, you should help more people. Kurakasu chuckled. I didn't expect you to be such a good person. Very well. I will discuss the follow-up treatment plans with your ship's doctors. Lin nodded appreciatively. Then I entrust this to you. If there is anything we can assist with, please let us know. Kurakasu replied. Actually, there is one thing. Lab's pirate crew has yet to return. If you happen to encounter them, could you bring me news? Lin paused for a moment. All right. If I do meet them, I will certainly bring back news. Kurakasu laughed heartily. Haha, that would be splendid. Afterward, Kurakasu, Uncle Rad, and Eblun engaged in another round of discussion. Aubrey turned to Lin and asked, I thought you would let him board. Lin felt a pang of regret. He too desired that, but Kurakasu was the ship's doctor of the pirate King Roger. Such an action could not be taken lightly. If it were to affect the trajectory of future events, the very existence of Ace could be at stake. For now, the best course was to seek Kurakasu's assistance. And perhaps after the demise of the Pirate King, there would be a chance to reconsider. Lin shook his head, contemplating Gale's intuition. Kurakasu should not board their ship. Aubrey pondered for a moment, but said nothing. Lin felt an unexpected fondness for the term intuition. Avis, standing nearby, teased, You're not Gale. What if your intuition is wrong? Lin resisted the urge to roll his eyes at Avis's remark. He chose silence, while Aubrey playfully nudged Avis. You're everywhere. Come on. Let us check the surroundings and ensure no Marines are approaching. As Aubrey and Avis departed, Lin exhaled a sigh of relief, uncertain whether he had made the right decision. Even with potentially useful information, he still felt adrift in confusion. Now, on the deck, Lin stood alone, contemplating the expanse of the sea. He mused whether to follow Luffy's route. He needed a shipwright and decided to visit Water 7. Mr. Tom should still be around. He hoped he could assist in modifying the ship and perhaps recommend a shipwright as well. As Lin contemplated, he gazed vacantly at the ocean. Suddenly, he recalled the matter of the Isle of the Dead and realized he had yet to inquire with Kurakasu about it. Being a doctor, Kurakasu should have some knowledge regarding the Isle of the Dead. If he possessed any pertinent information, it would greatly facilitate their endeavors. Lin felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of asking Kurakasu. Oh, and Sky Island. I wonder how old Enel is now. Lin harbored a keen interest in Enel, envisioning him as one of the crew members to nurture. Chapter 28. Explosive Island. Rinya contemplated earnestly, finding great satisfaction in the vision of the future. With the unwavering guidance from his mentor, he felt a sense of liberation, as it opened up numerous possibilities. The title of Pirate King did not particularly intrigue him. Rather, the prospect of exploring the world of One Piece was a tantalizing notion. How wonderful it would be to visit every little island in his lifetime. As for finances, they could be acquired through other means. Technology is the primary productive force. Thus, enhancing technological research, selling patents, and engaging in commerce would be prudent. Once he amassed sufficient strength, it would also be advantageous to deal with some nefarious pirate counterparts. After all, every adversary translates to profit. He chuckled. Yes. There was also that Gona Gomu fruit user, Trafalgar Law. Acquiring it was imperative. As for the timeline, certain details eluded him. Information was vital. Once his elder brother established the Revolutionary Army, gathering intelligence would become considerably easier. Excellent. He laughed heartily. Captain, what troubles you? Ebony inquired, observing Rinya's foolish grin with curiosity. Rinya quickly composed himself. Oh, nothing. I was merely contemplating our future territory, and it brings me joy. Ebony nodded, content to be at his brother's side. Rinya smirked. You are quite the brother's pet. Your wish is easily fulfilled. Ebony blushed, detecting the teasing in Rinya's tone. Captain, mocking others' dreams is not virtuous. Rinya acknowledged. Indeed, haha. Ebony turned away to the ship's helm, choosing to ignore Rinya. The awakening of Elia incited Rinya's anticipation for Gale's revival. He awaited the conclusion of the discussions among Kalokas and the others. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, their deliberations persisted. By midday the following day, a slightly fatigued Kalokas spoke to Rinya. I have conveyed all the knowledge I could offer them. The subsequent plan is essentially finalized. However, there are many excellent doctors along the Grand Line who can provide assistance. Rinya nodded. Thank you, Dr. Kalokas, truly. Regarding your request, I will inform you if I uncover any leads. Kalokas nodded. That would be splendid. Rinya felt a twinge of guilt. I apologize for delaying you further. Do you possess any knowledge regarding the land of the dead? Kalokas hesitated. That place is best avoided. It is fraught with peril, and the entire crew could meet their demise there. Rinya opened his mouth to speak, but Kalokas sighed. I understand you seek the flower of death, and your crew member wishes to return to see it. The malevolent aura surrounding him necessitates its removal from that island. Yet that location is truly a doctor's nightmare, with far too many who are helpless. Do you know why the celestial dragons chose such a concoction? Rinya pondered, realizing it was due to the exorbitant cost of medicinal materials, rendering them nearly unsolvable. Kalokas affirmed, furthermore, the flower of death and the flower of life are inextricably linked. Wherever they go, death looms. Those who venture there may unwittingly carry the seeds away, spreading death across broader seas. It is indeed malicious. Rinya paused, recognizing the inherent dangers. However, he had not considered the potential risks to others. Kalokas observed Rinya's pensive expression, understanding his dilemma, but ultimately encouraging him to choose wisely. If you venture there, ensure you take all precautions. Your main ship must not approach the shore too closely. The rest will rely on the skills of your crewmate, Avis, and your ship's doctor. Rinya nodded gratefully, appreciating Kalokas and Appo's parental concern. Despite the potential danger to others, he had shared these insights, which was exceedingly kind. Kalokas returned to his quarters, retrieving a recording pointer and placing it before Rinya. Typically, I do not entrust this to others. It is the most perilous route, and the land of the dead lies at its center. But remember, do not bring back any seeds. Rinya nodded. I shall remember. Thank you. He accepted the recording pointer, and Kalokas waved him off, returning to his home. Rinya handed the recording pointer to Ebuni, and the crew prepared to set sail. Crocodile cheerfully bid farewell to Labu. Take care of yourself. I shall return to see you. Labu responded with an excited yelp, and Kalokas wore a smile, shouting, Be cautious. The Shura slowly set sail. After discussions with Elia, they had decided to name the pirate ship Shura. Rinya replied, We will. The crew bid farewell to Kalokas and Labu as the island gradually faded from their sight. Rinya relayed Kalokas' warnings, and Ebuni nodded. We are indeed unaware of this characteristic. If we recklessly trespass, it could lead to dire consequences. He truly is a well-informed doctor. Suddenly, Rinya appeared behind Elia, displeased. Did you just intend to blame yourself again? Elia stuck out her tongue and made a silly face. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'll reflect on it. Uncle Xingluan patted Elia's head and told Rinya, Don't be too harsh. Elia has only just awakened. He turned to Elia. You must not overburden yourself. Don't entertain unnecessary emotions. Elia, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Uncle Xingluan, I was merely poisoned. I'm not that fragile. Aubrey nodded vigorously from the side. Exactly. Even in her current condition, her overall data surpasses mine. Rinya, you should speak to her more. Avis, astonished, interjected, Aubrey, your data is inferior to Elia's. Just how inadequate are you? Or how formidable is Elia? Elia and Aubrey chimed in unison. You're everywhere. Go rest. Avis sheepishly fell silent, and laughter erupted among them. This was the essence of their camaraderie, reminiscent of their time on the island, radiating warmth and happiness. Crocodile interjected, Don't be fooled by my current appearance. I was once incredibly formidable, stretching 20 meters long and exuding great majesty. He closed his eyes, basking in self-admiration. Huh, where did you all go? Why aren't you listening to me? When Crocodile opened his eyes, everyone had dispersed to attend to their own affairs. Ebuni chuckled. Who can blame them for that? Your contrasts are too stark. You've done plenty to make us laugh and cry when you were out of it, tormenting everyone in the process. It's a miracle you weren't thrown overboard. Crocodile was speechless. He had no recollection of his actions during those episodes. Ebony, amused by his expression, remarked, "Even in your delirium, you managed to drive Avis away. Now, everyone feels a twinge of fear when they see you open your mouth. Did I really have that effect? I frightened Avis away? How terrifying must that have been?" Crocodile pondered, feeling distressed as he struggled to recall the events, unable to visualize the scene. Ebony seemed to relish Crocodile's discomfort, laughing as he continued. "Your brother's patience was nearly tested to its limits because of you." Crocodile was astonished. In his memory, Ebony had only occasionally cast fervent glances at Captain Rinya, displaying remarkable patience, especially when faced with their crew and Oppo's ailments. Each time he witnessed it, he was left astounded. "What on earth did I do?" Ebony chuckled, noting that not only had you refused to take your medication, but you had also secretly vomited it up, indulging in forbidden snacks while your brother was distracted. You even consumed Dr. Rad's precious herbs, much to his chagrin, leading him to contemplate extreme measures against you. At that moment, Crocodile was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the chilling aura that Dr. Rad occasionally exuded. Suddenly, he remembered that aboard this ship, the most intimidating presence was Captain Linya. Despite his amiable demeanor, there was an innate sense of danger that compelled him to tread carefully. Had he angered the captain? Ebony laughed softly, stating that the captain was merely annoyed by your excessive consumption, as he had to dive into the sea daily to replenish your rations, which impeded his training pace. While he harbored some discontent, thoughts of harming you had never crossed his mind. Crocodile, wiping the sweat from his brow, found it increasingly difficult to reach as his girth had expanded. He sat pondering life on the platform beneath the mast, while Ebony adjusted the ship and Oppo's course, enveloping the scene in silence. Observing Ebony, Crocodile found him peculiar. Aside from his enthusiasm for medical matters, he possessed an exceptionally amiable disposition. Even as others recoiled in fear of their own verbosity, Ebony remained unperturbed, a remarkably agreeable young man whose charm bordered on the uncanny. Rising, Crocodile approached Ebony, who was jotting down notes while steering. Curiosity piqued, Crocodile inquired, "What are you writing?" Ebony smiled, revealing his notes on how to effectively utilize poison to incapacitate certain creatures without waste. "Would you like to see?" he offered, extending the notebook toward Crocodile. The latter hastily waved his hands, declining. The more he gazed at Ebony's grin, the more it unnerved him, as Ebony's gaze bore the predatory glint of a hunter. Retreating, Crocodile felt a wave of relief as Ebony turned away, declining further conversation. Later, during treatment, Crocodile asked Ebony whether Ebony was studying poisons. Ebony nodded, "Indeed. My brother might seem congenial, but do not be deceived. While it is true that the crew has likely never taken a life, Ebony is not so innocent. He has ended many lives in his research. Though he studies, he is not one to show mercy." Crocodile trembled slightly at this revelation, prompting Ebony to reassure him. "Fear not. He would never harm anyone aboard this ship. He simply wouldn't dare." Crocodile, puzzled, questioned, "Dare?" Ebony affirmed, "With the captain present, he would not." Crocodile's wide eyes reflected his confusion. "Why not?" Ebony chuckled, picking up a black bottle containing the material manifestation of Linya's power, twirling it thoughtfully. "It is because of this. Ebony has warned me never to cross the captain or entertain any ill thoughts. He has received a clear warning from this power. Perhaps those who wield poison possess a unique intuition. Despite our years of research, we scientists have yet to unravel its mysteries. Yet, my brother's aim is always precise, much like his data. Therefore, you need not fear. His presence aboard will only be beneficial." Feeling somewhat reassured, Crocodile inquired about their purpose on the ship. "You must be different from them," he surmised. Ebony nodded. "I seek to study this power. Moreover, I am intrigued by Gale's condition. Exploring the poisons among you could yield fascinating insights, but perhaps the most crucial aspect is the summons, a voice calling me to come, lest I miss a significant discovery." Crocodile, perplexed, mused if scientists could be superstitious. Ebony smiled. "My brother may share similar motivations. Have you not noticed how often he lingers near the captain?" Crocodile pondered this, finding some truth in the observation. Ebony, observing Crocodile's contemplation, remarked humorously, "Your instincts are quite astute. You recognize my brother's danger, even in your delirium. You never ventured near the captain or my brother, which leads me to believe that at your peak, you are indeed a formidable crocodile." Crocodile sheepishly grinned, scratching his head in the air. Eblun chuckled, "I wonder what you will be like once you recover." Crocodile envisioned this, while Eblun continued his examination. The temporary interlude drawing to a close. As the Shura approached the next island, dawn had yet to break fully when Avis's voice rang out, urging everyone to rise and look. Aubrey, irritable, protested, "What time is it? The sun hasn't Apos, even risen yet." Linya, too, felt reluctant to awaken, having exhausted himself the previous day. Suddenly, Elia's voice called from outside, "Captain, rise. We can see the island." Summoning his energy, Linya beckoned Aubrey to get up. Aubrey reluctantly opened his eyes, and Linya exited the cabin into the dim light. Elia hurriedly presented a telescope to Linya, who peered through it, revealing an oddly shaped island. "What island is this?" he inquired. Ebnir responded, "This island is quite fascinating. Indeed, this route is the most perilous. Welcome to Explosive Island, where both flora and fauna are prone to detonation." Linya and the others were astonished. Elia leaned closer to Ebnir, asking, "How does it explode? This sounds like an adventure." Just as Ebnir was about to respond, Uncle Xingluan approached Elia, speaking softly. "Where are you off to, Elia?" Elia's enthusiasm waned momentarily. "Uncle Xingluan, it's Explosive Island. I want to explore and write my adventure novel." Uncle Xingluan smiled gently. "You must wait until you are well before venturing there. It is too dangerous in your current state." Disheartened, Elia replied, "But, Uncle Xingluan," Linya interjected, "do not worry, Elia. If you wish to go, you shall." Uncle Xingluan looked at Linya in confusion as he continued, "Regardless of the island, if you desire to explore, you will have your chance, just not now. Once you have recovered from the toxin, Explosive Island will be open to you as often as you wish." Elia's face brightened. "Really? Captain, I knew you would come through for me." Her sweet smile reflected her unwavering faith in Linya, akin to Gale's own faith as he lay still. Everyone confident that Linya would rescue Gale from the grip of death. Uncle Xingluan, smiling with satisfaction, said, "Though Elia cannot go ashore, you must explore the island thoroughly and bring back something of significance." Linya nodded, and Aubrey assured them there would be no issues. Avis added, "Of course. Even Crocodile seems ready to take on the challenge, standing by the ship's edge." Ebnir interjected, "My knowledge of this island is limited. There is little information available about it." Apologetically, Linya replied, "Relying solely on your knowledge one and Apos, suffice. We must also embrace the spirit of exploration. Everyone, be cautious. First, Avis and I will scout the area. And if we find any safe spots, we will return to inform everyone before the full exploration begins." The group agreed, and once the ship docked, Linya and his companions set forth toward the forest of Explosive Island, which resembled a bomb in shape. Upon their initial encounter with the beach, Linya alerted everyone to remain vigilant. Aubrey and Yavis flanked Linya on either side, ready to evade at his signal. They cautiously advanced, and as they neared the edge of the forest, Linya abruptly instructed them to halt. Beneath a stone ahead, an odd protrusion emerged, revealing a pair of peculiar small eyes reminiscent of shrimp or crab, accompanied by a single large claw and long whiskers. Yavis picked up a small stone and hurled it at the creature. In an instant, it swelled, and with a resounding pop, its shell exploded, unveiling a diminutive counterpart that swiftly burrowed into the sand. Linya dashed forward, using the side of his blade to lift the creature, and upon confirming the absence of further explosions, he tossed it to Uncle Xingluan for examination. Continuing their journey, Linya and his companions observed the trees around them displaying a spectrum of hues. Linya and Yavis each struck different colored trunks with stones, resulting in simultaneous explosive sounds as the outer bark shattered, revealing the lighter inner bark. They approached the lighter-colored trees while avoiding those with deeper shades. Chapter 29. Explosive Island 2. As Linya continued to venture deeper into the woods, he encountered some explosive shedding insects. Advancing further, Avis remarked that it seemed some animals had sensed their presence. Linya nodded, but the sensation was subtle. The animal's presence was faint. At that moment, Aubrey, whose perceptive abilities were limited, could only listen to Avis and Linya's observations. After a short while, Linya signaled for them to halt. Aubrey suddenly noticed a flickering light beside him, as if something had darted past. The three of them immediately took a defensive stance, focusing on the situation above in the trees. Once again, the light flickered, and a round, fuzzy entity landed on a branch. Upon closer inspection, Linya discerned that it was a creature with a red monkey face, clutching the trunk without causing an explosion. Many more of these fuzzy creatures soon appeared, all gazing intently at Linya and his companions. Aubrey inquired about their next course of action. Linya pondered momentarily and suggested they move on, advising that if the creatures were to attack, they should evade. He expressed a desire to explore whether other dangers lurked upon the island. Both Avis and Aubrey concurred, and they began to navigate to another part of the island, with the fuzzy monkeys trailing behind them at a leisurely pace. After a while, the monkeys grew restless and emitted piercing howls. Linya and his companions paused to assess their surroundings. Suddenly, a massive white tiger with spines along its back and fangs bared appeared before them, its imposing frame measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, glaring menacingly at the trio. In an instant, the tiger let out a deafening roar, causing the surrounding trees to splinter and explode. Linya and his companions quickly dodged aside as the tiger leaped onto a branch without triggering an explosion, continuing its ascent to the treetops, lunging toward them from above. They narrowly evaded the tiger's attack, which landed on the treetop and turned to howl at Linya and the others. The fuzzy monkeys scattered, escaping the tiger's reach, yet remained nearby, forming a vast circle and roaring in excitement at the spectacle. Linya, observing the tiger, urged Avis and Aubrey to distance themselves, as the tiger's roar had a wide explosive range. Both Aubrey and Avis nodded, moving farther away. Linya unsheathed his knife and charged at the tiger. As the blade approached, the tiger roared ferociously, sending shockwaves that shattered trees nearby. Linya retreated swiftly, executing a swift kick that the tiger narrowly avoided. Once steady on his feet, Linya advanced once more, unleashing rapid slashes with his knife, the blade slicing through the air towards the tiger. The tiger leapt, propelling itself high into the air, and Linya seized the opportunity to charge at the airborne beast. The tiger emitted a low growl, arching its back as its spine shot towards Linya. He swiftly countered with his blade, bracing against the force of the attack, which sent him reeling backward. Linya chuckled, acknowledging this as the tiger's trump card. "Here I come," he declared, launching himself at the tiger once more. With a flurry of strikes reminiscent of willow leaves, countless blade-like motions surged toward the tiger, attempting to evade. The tiger swatted at a tree, using the resultant explosion to propel itself out of Linya's reach. Linya deftly maneuvered and appeared behind the airborne tiger. The tiger, once again, unleashed its spines in a counterattack, but Linya concentrated his strength in his legs, delivering a powerful blow that sent the tiger crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Upon landing, Linya observed the tiger had been rendered unconscious. Avis and Aubrey quickly joined him, while the surrounding monkeys cautiously approached, intrigued by the scene. One monkey, startled, puffed up its fur, transforming into a more voluminous version of itself, its features obscured. It began to float gently upwards. Linya reached out to touch it, finding no indication of an impending explosion. He carefully guided the floating monkey to a branch, returning to his companions. These monkeys appeared to lack any aggressive tendencies. Aubrey remarked on the peculiar nature of the creature, to which Avis nodded, pondering what these monkeys might consume. The monkeys, observing that Linya and his friends made no aggressive moves, gradually relaxed their vigilance. The previously inflated monkey began to shrink back to its original form, cautiously inching closer to the trio. Linya smiled and remarked, "Such a lack of wariness? This island must pose little threat to them. But what does that tiger feed on? Surely not these monkeys?" Aubrey agreed, noting the oddity of the situation. Avis drew a short knife, intent on ending the tiger's life to bring it back for study. His action startled a few monkeys, prompting a hearty laugh from Avis. He playfully gestured, pretending to stab a few more times to scare the monkeys further. Linya, somewhat exasperated, suggested they hasten their departure to avoid keeping the monkeys waiting. With that, Linya turned and began walking towards the island's center, Aubrey and Avis following closely behind. Time seemed to stretch as their pace slowed, the trees around them growing increasingly dark and dense. Linya hesitated to test any effects, urging his companions to tread carefully. As they contemplated the darkened woods, a chorus of birds flitted above, intent on alighting on the branches. However, as one bird landed, a tremendous explosion engulfed the flock, sending charred remnants raining down. Suddenly, a multitude of tigers appeared, competing for the fallen prey, scattering in all directions. Linya and his friends were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. Once the tigers had departed, the monkeys cautiously emerged, scavenging for scraps. Aubrey observed, "It seems we've discovered their food source." Linya chuckled, reminding them to remain cautious around the trees. Aubrey and Avis nodded, and as they pushed through the dark woods, they entered a section where the trees assumed a lighter hue, bearing thick-shelled fruit. Linya hesitated, wondering if these trees might also harbor dangers. Aubrey shook his head, uncertain. Avis picked up a stone, suggesting a test. After a moment's contemplation, Linya agreed. Avis hurled the stone, striking a fruit's shell with precision, resulting in a loud explosion as the fruit burst open, revealing pink flesh within. The monkey troop, having caught up, observed the scene. One daring monkey approached, claiming the fallen fruit and beginning to eat. Others attempted to join in, but hesitated, deterred by Linya and his companion's presence. Once the monkey finished, it sat nearby, glancing at Avis, seemingly waiting for further action. Avis was puzzled. Why wouldn't the monkey open the fruit itself? Aubrey remarked, "If they could, they wouldn't be waiting for you." Avis threw another stone, knocking down another fruit, which the monkey eagerly snatched up, returning to Avis to feast. Linya chuckled, suggesting they press on, feeling reassured that the dangers here were minimal. Continuing forward, they reached a slope resembling the center of a bomb-laden island. The monkey trailing behind Avis suddenly began to shriek as they approached a massive opening on the hillside. Linya halted Avis and Aubrey, stepping forward alone. Aubrey tugged at Linya, warning of potential dangers. Linya reassured him, "It's all right. I can protect myself if trouble arises. You two should stay here." Yavis nodded, permitting Linya to proceed, confident in his ability to safeguard himself. "We shall await your return. Should any peril arise, do not hesitate to retreat," he advised. Linya acknowledged this, assuring, "Rest assured. I shall exercise caution." Without heeding the screeching monkeys, Linya swiftly approached the entrance of the cavern, which was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, one that seemed to devour everything in its vicinity. As he stepped into the abyss, intending to retrieve his light source, a voice echoed in his mind. "Wait, brother. I shall assist." The radiant glow emanated from Linya, illuminating the entire cave. The darkness was not merely within the cavern. Even the walls bore the marks of devastation. Advancing further, he arrived at a lake, contemplating a closer inspection. "Brother, that is unwise," his sister cautioned, as Linya felt his footing waver. Glancing down, he found his feet still present, yet strangely imperceptible, as if cloaked in a luminous aura. He knelt by the water's edge, scooping a small droplet with his glowing hand. Some droplets trickled through his fingers, landing on the ground with a resounding explosion, creating a small crater. Linya was taken aback, realizing the explosive nature of this liquid. This small lake must have been a result of such volatile substances. He contained the hazardous liquid with his own power and cautiously exited the cave, the light surrounding him gradually fading. Sweat trickled down his brow. He was grateful for his sister's presence, for without her, he would have lacked the confidence to confront such a formidable explosion. Emerging from the cave, he found Aubrey waiting. "Is there something amiss?" Aubrey inquired, scrutinizing Linya. Shaking his head, Linya replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is perilous within. There is an entire lake of explosives. Let us return. We have thoroughly explored this island, and should see if anything can be of use to us." Aubrey nodded, and they began their trek back. As they walked, Yavis remarked, "A lake of explosives? Should we not hasten our departure?" Linya reassured him, "For now, there seems to be no immediate danger. A prudent distance will suffice. Let us inform the others." They hastily returned to the ship, where several curious monkeys had followed. Linya explained the situation, and Eblin expressed keen interest, suggesting they explore the vicinity before venturing deeper. "Eblin, let us investigate that cave once more. I am intrigued by its contents," he urged. Linya sighed. "Is that prudent?" It is fraught with danger. Even a slight tremor could trigger a catastrophic explosion. Eblin nodded. I surmise the substances are likely nitrate glycerin. This island's peril stems from it. I am confident I can safely collect some. Rinya struggled to comprehend how Eblin intended to achieve this. Where will you store it? On the ship? A mere misstep could obliterate it, he cautioned. Eblin affirmed. Your concerns only heighten my desire to acquire it. Fear not. I have methods for both collection and storage. Rinya shrugged in resignation. Very well, let us proceed. One moment. I need to gather some equipment. Eblin stated before returning to the ship's cabin, emerging clad in protective armor. Rinya observed. Is that truly necessary? Eblin confidently replied, as a scientist. My capabilities should not be doubted. Rinya chuckled dryly. It is not your expertise I question, but the extraordinary danger that lies ahead. Even I cannot guarantee a safe return. Eblin raised an eyebrow. What do you rely on? Your physical prowess? I depend on technology. Rinya smiled. Agreed, but should any danger arise, we must evacuate swiftly. Eblin nodded. Let us hasten our departure. Rinya sighed, recognizing Eblin's fervor when confronted with intriguing discoveries. He quickened his pace to catch up. Rinya marveled at how Eblin's frail form moved with such speed, showcasing the remarkable potential of humanity. They greeted the others before heading toward the island's center. Rinya led the way, vigilant of Eblin's erratic pace. Thankfully, while Eblin appeared somewhat unsteady, he adeptly avoided disturbing the surrounding flora, a testament to his scientific acumen. Rinya admired this quality while preparing himself for any unforeseen incidents that may require a hasty escape. Upon reaching a dense grove, Eblin slowed. Here, he remarked. Rinya inquired. Is there an issue? Eblin's eyes sparkled with delight. This amalgamation is exquisite. Truly remarkable. It is rare to find flora that can effectively assimilate and utilize nitrate glycerin. Without hesitation, Eblin reached to touch the trunk of a tree. Rinya swiftly intervened, yet Eblin deftly stripped a piece of bark without triggering an explosion. Rinya was perplexed. How did you manage that? He scrutinized Eblin, attempting to uncover his secrets. Eblin ignored Rinya's queries, captivated by the bark he held, placing it in a black box. He urged, let us move. Why do you linger? I am increasingly eager to discover its properties. Rinya nodded. Very well, let us proceed. Eblin glided through the grove, and Rinya anticipated his enthusiasm for the fruit-laden trees. Surprisingly, Eblin appeared indifferent, moving directly toward the cave. Rinya raised an eyebrow. Aren't you curious about this place? Eblin shook his head. Compared to the previous grove, this is lackluster. There is nothing extraordinary here. Perhaps my brother will find it valuable. Rinya conceded. All right, let us continue. Eblin paused. Wait, these fruits are of exceptional quality. Their nutritional value is likely high. Let us take some back to the ship for sustenance. Rinya examined the fruit's exterior, feeling overwhelmed by the prospect of transporting them. Eblin, seemingly unfazed, retrieved a coral tube from his pocket. This has been modified for such purposes. It can securely contain these volatile items without depleting their components. He pressed the tube, creating a bubble that enveloped an explosive fruit, which remained intact. Eblin attached a string to the bubble and tossed the other into the ground. Let us go. This string is immovable and possesses strong adhesive properties. Rinya gazed at Eblin's backpack, pondering whether it resembled a certain blue cat's treasure trove. Eblin glanced at Rinya, then at his own backpack, if a blue cat exists. I am quite intrigued. What caliber of scientist possesses such a treasure? Lin also smiled, but regrettably, he was not a scientist, and the treasure chest was merely of standard quality. Eblin sighed in disappointment, acknowledging the unfortunate reality. Nevertheless, he proceeded toward the cave with an air of excitement despite the regret. The entrance to the cave loomed dark and distinct before them. Now heed my words. You must wait for me here, lest my actions lead to unforeseen complications, Lin insisted, shaking his head vehemently. That is not an option. The dangers here are substantial. Eblin replied with solemnity. You must trust my judgment. I am acutely aware of the perils in this location, which is why I have made this decision. I hope you do not question a scientist's assessment of risk. Lin, feeling somewhat helpless, inquired, and how confident are you? Eblin asserted, if I go in alone, my chances of success are 100%. Should you accompany me, the likelihood of success diminishes significantly. Lin retorted, if danger arises, I can extract you in the blink of an eye. Lun countered with certainty. That is a critical factor that adversely affects the probability of success. Your physical condition will cause severe air turbulence in such a confined space. While I am aware of how you entered and exited the first time, I can assure you that your speed in this situation will not save me. Rather, it may plunge us both into grave peril. Chapter 30. Explosive Island 3. Tension hung in the air as Linya regarded Iburin, whose unwavering confidence was both amusing and exasperating. How can you assure me that you won't cause any vibrations in the air? He inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Iburin chuckled lightly. I have my equipment. But unfortunately, I haven't prepared any for you. It seems I must venture in alone. I should hurry now. I won't keep you waiting. Linya hesitated. You must prioritize your safety. If anything goes awry, you must exit immediately. Iburin nodded in acknowledgement and turned to step into the cave. Soon, Linya observed a flicker of light emanating from within. The dim glow revealed little else, and Linya anxiously awaited outside. Moments later, Iburin emerged, dragging a colossal bubble ball behind him, which boasted 5 layers of bubbles. Linya couldn't help but laugh, despite his distress. Are you planning to blow up the ship? Do you truly need something so large? You've nearly drained a lake. Iburin frowned at the exaggeration. You have no concept of the lake's size. This is barely 1% of what lies beneath. The underground reservoir is likely far more substantial. Listening to Iburin's words while eyeing the enormous bubble ball, Linya felt overwhelmed. He began to understand the mindset of Luffy's crew. With someone so reckless nearby, sleep was a luxury he couldn't afford. Who knew what mischief this individual might unleash, potentially endangering them all? Determined to temporarily dismiss the bubble ball, Linya turned to Iburin. Should we return to the ship now? This quantity seems perilous. It could blow the entire island to smithereens. Iburin regarded him with disdain. Why are you panicking? While there is indeed a significant amount underground, the surrounding rock layers will serve as a buffer, significantly reducing vibrations and providing protection during an explosion. Much like this cave, there shouldn't be any major issues. Linya exhaled, his anxiety only exacerbated by the sight of Iburin's bubble ball, let alone the prospect of explosives from a vast lake. Iburin continued nonchalantly. Do you see that patch of yellow grass to the right of the cave? Linya nodded. It appeared innocuous, merely a different hue, which is why he, along with Avis and Aubrey, had chosen not to explore further. Iburin affirmed that spot could serve as the catalyst for the island's explosion. Currently, it is yellow. But if someone were to induce significant vibrations there, the entire island would likely be detonated. In an instant, Linya vanished from sight, racing towards the yellow grass. He sighed in relief upon discovering that no one had ventured in that direction. He hurried to inform everyone of the situation. And when he returned with Iburin and the others, he felt as if his heart might burst. Iburin had produced yet another enormous bubble ball, still filled with nitroglycerin. Linya couldn't help but criticize internally. Is one explosion not sufficient for you? Must you attempt a double whammy? Iburin smiled at Linya's reaction. Where did you dash off to? You vanished in an instant. You've certainly improved lately. Linya felt a surge of curiosity, wishing he could peer inside Iburin's mind to understand his thought process. Could you possibly encase your laboratory in several more layers of bubbles? Iburin looked puzzled. What purpose would that serve? How would I breathe? Linya retorted, just take fewer breaths. Iburin remained confused. My brain operates at a level that expels far more air than you can imagine. How could I possibly reduce my intake? Aubrey approached with a smile. All right, Captain, let Apos gather our food supplies first. We can discuss further matters later. Linya regarded Aubrey with a resigned smile. Very well, we shall revisit this issue shortly. Come, everyone, let us collect some fruits. Choosing to immerse himself in activity to distract from the looming threats of the bubble balls, Linya was interrupted by Avis and Apos' inquiry. What are those things? Linya felt an urge to strike Avis, exasperated. Think for yourself. Avis, astonished, hypothesized, could they be explosives from the cave? Linya grimaced in pain. Please, don't speak to me. I need some quiet. Aubrey interjected. Let us not dwell on that now. Focus on your tasks. Having already pieced together the situation, Aubrey suggested. Linya, we ought to enhance our defenses. Iburon's materials are for research purposes, and we shouldn't impose too many restrictions. Linya nodded in agreement. I envision a future where we establish a fleet, allowing Iburon to have his own vessel, while we keep a safe distance from him. Aubrey chuckled in response. We must work harder. When Gale wakes, he will be in for quite a shock. Linya smiled at the thought. Indeed. I can only imagine Gale's reaction upon awakening to such a scene. With a grin, Linya resolved to expedite the creation of a research space for Iburon. Everyone, let us hasten. Our time is limited. Avis nodded. We are all aware of that. Linya, don't just talk. Let us gather. Linya sighed. This fellow will surely require his own ship to torment others. P.S. everywhere. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the crew returned, each carrying an assortment of bubble balls. Ilya awaited them on the beach. You all took so long. I merely strolled around and found nothing particularly entertaining. Did you bring back anything fun? Avis chuckled. What do you consider fun? Ilya, intrigued, inquired. What is it? She scrutinized the bubble balls they had brought back. Aubrey interjected with a grin. Don't mind him. These are nothing of consequence, just explosives. Uncle Xingluan expressed concern. Linya, what is this? Linya replied with a smile. These are materials for Iburon's research. They are indeed quite dangerous. We should discuss reinforcing his laboratory shortly. Uncle Xingluan nodded. Let us move these items together. Having these bubble balls makes the task much easier. The crew quickly transported the bubble balls back to the ship's cabin. The crocodile attempted to assist, but, lacking the necessary reach, Linya passed by and cautioned, that is not for consumption. It is dangerous. Call us if you wish to eat. The crocodile nodded, observing as Linya and the others handled the items. Uncle Xingluan inquired, did we manage to replenish our freshwater supply? Linya shook his head. It seems those creatures draw moisture directly from the trees. We weren't able to replenish. Iburon, satisfied, placed the bubble balls in his laboratory. This is no challenge. I will swiftly devise a filtration system, and our drinking water issues will be resolved. With that, Iburon returned to his laboratory, accompanied by Aubrey, who assisted him. Hearing Iburon's words, Linya felt considerably uplifted, yet he pondered the pros and cons of having a scientist aboard the ship. Uncle Xingluan chuckled. Everyone must be weary. I will prepare some meals and see what we can create with these fruits. Avis promptly volunteered. Those items are hazardous. Let me help. Uncle Xingluan smiled, joining Avis in the kitchen. Linya turned to Ibuni, who was adjusting the ship's helm. Do you have any ideas for enhancing your brother's laboratory? Ibuni chuckled and remarked. Brother is just like that. If we truly enhance the research lab, it might not turn out well. I was thinking, if the captain were to utilize your strength to reinforce the lab's inner walls, brother would surely appreciate it. Rintaru pondered. Iburon possessed a storage room filled with his hazardous materials, which he believed he could fortify. He smiled at Ibuni while contemplating that reinforcing the entire lab might exceed his capacity, but the storage room should suffice. If he were to exhaust himself and leave any vulnerabilities, who could tell what Iburon might exploit in that moment? Ibuni nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Brother really feels embarrassed about this. I apologize for troubling the captain. Rintaru smiled. Not being able to provide Iburon with the lab he desires is my shortcoming. Well then, let's not be formal about it. I shall proceed now. I appreciate your assistance. We shall set sail for our next destination. Ibuni nodded. Very well, Captain. As Rintaru pulled up the anchor, he declared, we are ready to embark. Ibuni affirmed, and Rintaru turned to Alia. Alia, you rest here well. I shall go reinforce Iburon's research lab. Alia nodded sweetly, offering a warm smile. As Rintaru made his way to the cabin, he noticed the crocodile lost in thought on the deck. Have you been sneaking snacks again? The crocodile snapped back to reality. Me? I haven't done anything, it exclaimed, awkwardly trying to shield its belly with its short arms. Rintaru sighed. Be cautious. That explosive fruit is rather dangerous. After saying this, he entered the cabin and approached Iburon's lab, knocking on the door. I am here to reinforce the storage room. Aubrey opened the door, looking slightly startled. Next time, you should ring the doorbell. Knocking is a bit much. Rintaru felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, Iburon was nonchalantly extracting liquid from a massive bubble sphere. Rintaru quickly interjected, Iburon, I won't comment on your dangerous substances, But please, only take a small portion. It's best to leave the majority in the storage. It was unclear whether Eburin truly heard him, as he merely nodded repeatedly, seemingly too preoccupied to engage. Aubrey chimed in, "All right, Rintaru, leave this to me. I will secure most of it in the storage." Rintaru nodded appreciatively. "Then I shall proceed to reinforce it." As he stood at the storage room's entrance, Rintaru surveyed the myriad of items, each potentially perilous. Not wishing to delve into the nature of these objects, he extended his hand, and a black liquid swiftly enveloped the walls, gradually painting the entire storage in darkness. Upon completion, Rintaru felt slightly drained. Reinforcing the walls was indeed taxing. Aubrey approached. "Are you all right using so much energy, Rintaru?" He shook his head. "No, I can manage." Rintaru glanced at Eburin, who was engrossed in his research, hoping the storage would endure for some time without frequent damage. After finishing his task, Rintaru stepped outside to a corner of the cabin where numerous books were arranged, something he had prepared deliberately. At sea, knowledge, alongside technology, constituted a vital soft power. He picked up a book on medicinal herbs, perused it briefly, then set it aside. The ship felt rather empty. He contemplated who might be saved and utilized without interfering in the main storyline. Should he venture to O'Hara? The historians there were significant. Yet he bore little interest in the void of that century. Perhaps once Luffy became the Pirate King, the history could be revealed to all. Rintaru rose and stepped onto the deck, where heavy rain began to pour, and turbulent waves crashed against the vessel. Eburin emerged. "What is happening?" "I can't focus on my research." Ebuni explained. "Brother, it's pouring. The swaying waves are beyond my control." Eburin replied, "It's nothing. The ship hasn't been fully modified yet. Let us quickly navigate away from here, using the secondary steering system." Ebuni nodded and pressed a button beside the helm. The steering mechanism expanded, revealing numerous buttons. Rintaru and the crocodile leaned in to observe. It resembled a control panel. As Ebuni operated it, the ship suddenly accelerated. Rintaru, intrigued, remarked, "I don't recall hearing about such a system before. What is going on, Eburin?" Eburin glanced at the swiftly moving ship. "It's nothing unusual. Having some backup power is standard. We cannot lag behind the Navy's warships, can we?" Rintaru contemplated this, sensing logic, yet feeling something was amiss. "But it seems we were never informed of these modifications," he noted. Eburin retorted, "Why should I inform you? Isn't it obvious? The blueprints are quite clear, surely. You can comprehend them?" Rintaru was at a loss. Eburin's designs were indeed meticulous, yet who could easily decipher such intricate details? He chose not to pursue the matter further. The ship sped forward, far more stable than before, and Rintaru admired Eburin's modification skills. However, Eburin appeared dissatisfied, remaining silent for a moment before retreating back to the cabin. Rintaru inquired, "How much longer until we reach the next island?" Ebuni contemplated, "It should take about another day. We should arrive by tomorrow morning. However, I'm still uncertain about the energy consumption of this system." Rintaru waved dismissively. "That is sufficient. Is the next island also terrifying?" Ebuni shook his head. "It's a crucial island, and it possesses a permanent pointer. It thrives on commerce." Rintaru raised an eyebrow. "A commercial island? Is it along our route?" Ebuni nodded. "With its permanent pointer, we cannot go wrong. This island's pointer is widely known, so its location remains stable." Rintaru acknowledged. "I see. We can procure some supplies and daily necessities." Ebuni agreed. "I'll also buy some research books." Rintaru smiled. "Everyone can go. There's no need to worry about money. Purchase whatever you desire." Ebuni chuckled. "Captain, are you not worried that brother will buy too much? He never hesitates when it comes to spending. And Uncle Rad is quite zealous about medicine." Rintaru sensed that perhaps the notion of letting his crew purchase whatever they wished was somewhat exaggerated. The crocodile seemed about to speak, prompting Rintaru to say, "If you have something in mind, tell Aubrey to assist you with the purchases. It's best to remain discreet in populated towns. Once we reach a less conventional one, I'll take you out to explore." The crocodile nodded, while Lin Yi found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether the previous gemstones were sufficient. He would need to dive down and retrieve more. Lin Yi's physical strength underwater vastly surpassed that on land. In the ocean, he was stronger than a mermaid and could breathe freely. Upon encountering an island, he would dive down, often discovering gemstones and pearls washed ashore among the submerged reefs, filling his bag each time. Given the day's circumstances, he wondered how much he would truly require, realizing that he would need to toil for a while longer. With this thought in mind, he declared, "I shall dive to procure some food. You all may proceed without concern. I will catch up." Ebony had no doubts about this. It had occurred many times before, and there was nothing to fret over. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he changed his attire and leaped into the sea. Upon entering the water, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. As he descended, the light dimmed, prompting him to activate his portable light source. It was somewhat dim, yet adequate. Lin Yi reached a coral reef teeming with numerous uniquely shaped corals and a multitude of unfamiliar fish species. As he searched, some small fish, seemingly aware of his intentions, brought him small gemstones, while others appeared eager to guide him. Lin Yi was grateful for their kindness, yet he was acutely aware that he might one day turn some of them into sustenance. He found himself at a loss for words. Some fish seemed to possess a spark of intelligence, their massive forms suggesting they had lived for quite some time. Suddenly, a foreign voice echoed in his mind. "Child of the sea, you are the true sovereign here. We exist in this realm as beneficiaries of the ocean's grace. Speak freely of your needs. Do you seek provisions? Observe how I assist you." Chapter 31. The source of gems. A large fish swam around Lin Yi twice, prompting him to realize that it was the creature attempting to communicate. However, it appeared rather unappetizing. The fish's voice resonated once more. "Is it so? My flesh lacks exquisite flavor, and I sincerely apologize for being unable to contribute to my benefactor. It seems I am but a fish without purpose." Lin Yi was taken aback, astonished that the fish could comprehend his words. The nature of this communication system eluded him entirely. He inquired, "Can you hear me?" The fish drew closer, and Lin Yi heard in his mind, "Indeed, I can hear you. What is it you require?" Lin Yi replied, "I am in need of some gems." The fish responded, "Are you referring to those beautiful stones? There are plenty here. I shall summon them immediately." Upon finishing its words, the fish dispersed, sending others in search of the gems. Lin Yi then asked, "Are you the only one capable of conversing with me?" The fish replied, "Yes, we are not as advanced as the merman. I have merely lived long enough to acquire a modicum of wisdom. Some fish may even be foolish enough to attack you or refuse to be eaten in gratitude. If you encounter such creatures, please forgive them. They possess no intelligence, only the instincts of living beings." "Is that so? By the way, what do you know about the afterlife?" Lin Yi queried. The fish apologized. "Regrettably, our knowledge of the world above the sea is quite limited. If you could understand the language of the birds, you would learn a great deal. They are quite vocal, and we gather much information from their chatter." Lin Yi nodded, finding this to be quite reasonable. "Why did I never hear the crocodile speak? Isn't it capable of understanding?" The fish continued, "Dear benefactor, do you require anything else? I have selected the most delectable fish for you." Lin Yi observed as a large group of fish repeatedly crashed against the reef, seemingly intent on self-destruction. He quickly interjected, "No need for so many. Merely those nearing the end of their lives will suffice." The fish protested, "That cannot be. You have given us life and a foundation to exist. We fish must also engage in competition, and death is inevitable. There is nothing to lament. However, if we can repay our benefactor's kindness, then our brief existence as fish holds significance. They are eager to assist. It is merely I who lack the opportunity. How lamentable that my flesh is so unappetizing. It is no wonder the carnivorous fish refuse to consume me." Lin Yi scrutinized the large fish, noting its vibrant colors. Earlier, the dim light had prevented him from fully appreciating its appearance. "You must be poisonous. That is why the carnivores avoid you," he surmised. "Ah, is that so? I have been so foolish, wishing for my benefactor to eat such flesh. I deserve to die for this transgression," the fish lamented, launching itself toward the reef. Lin Yi waved his hand, creating a current that separated the fish from the rocks. "I do not mind. Do not speak of death so readily. You have lived for many years. Cherish that life. What use is a prolonged existence if I cannot express my gratitude?" The fish spoke with sorrow. Lin Yi smiled. "Finding me gems is already a tremendous help." The fish beamed, then I shall have the chance to repay you. Linya nodded affirmatively. The fish joyfully flicked its tail and swam away, soon returning with a blue gem in its mouth. Ah, benefactor, please accept this. These gems are of no use to us. If they can aid you, it would be wonderful. Linya chuckled. It is I who should be thanking you. Please, do not speak thus. It diminishes my gratitude. We owe you far too much already. Just as Linya was about to respond, the fish turned toward its suicidal companions. It is commendable that you can offer your lives, but why steal our chance to repay? Halt. Allow the rest of us who lack such opportunities a chance, will you? We can gather gems ourselves. Linya was at a loss for words, uncertain if consuming those fish would stir feelings of guilt within him. Through the efforts of these fish, Linya's workload significantly diminished, and soon he had collected 2 large sacks of precious gems. That is sufficient, more than enough, he declared, swimming toward the surface. Farewell, dear benefactor. You are always welcome to return, the fish called as Linya smiled, using his other hand to guide the bodies of the fish toward the ship's direction. Upon reaching the vessel, Avis assisted Linya aboard. Observing the fish and the 2 large sacks of gems, Avis appeared unfazed. Another bountiful haul, I see. We hardly need to seek treasures to cover our expenses. Food is no longer a concern. Linya replied with a grin. If there are treasures to be found, we should certainly pursue them. One can never have too much wealth. Linya made his way to the cabin, changing into a dry outfit before emerging to store the fish in the hold. He carried the gems to the treasury, where Elia greeted him with a smile. Let me see the quality of your finds, she said, taking 2 bags to examine closely. Linya waited beside her, relishing the sight of Elia's vibrant demeanor. Could Gale also be as lively, standing before him once more? Elia turned to Linya, noticing his unwavering gaze, and blushed slightly. What are you staring at, Linya? Seeing her flushed cheeks, Linya grew concerned. Are you feeling unwell? Your face is quite red. Should we go to the infirmary? Elia chuckled. Not at all. I am perfectly fine. Linya remained skeptical, scrutinizing her as if he could discern her condition through mere observation. Elia turned her head away. All right. Stop staring, Linya. I told you, I am well. Linya hesitated, still feeling uneasy. Very well, but if anything arises, even the slightest issue, we must go to the infirmary. This is not a matter to be taken lightly. I refuse to lose anyone again. After uttering those words, Linya paused. Elia fell silent as well. Linya clenched his fist. No, I have not lost any companions. Gale is fine. He must be. Elia stepped beside Linya, gently patting his shoulder. We know he will be all right. He will. Linya nodded, forcing a smile. Of course he is fine. By the way, how did this trip go? The gems sold while you were unconscious certainly caused you great ire. Elia fumed. Who told you to be so easily deceived? Those gems were worth at least half less than they should have been. What a loss. Linya chuckled. In any case, acquiring these gems did not require much effort on my part. A loss is merely a loss. It is not a significant matter. Elia, still somewhat irked, insisted that cannot be. Those merchants are truly unscrupulous. Regardless of what you think, it is absolutely unacceptable in my eyes. From now on, I will take charge of selling these gems. I will ensure they fetch a fair price. Linya smiled at Elia and Appo's earnest expression. All right, but do not wear yourself out. Elia frowned. Why do you imply that I am weak? I certainly wish to contribute. Although my combat abilities may not be significant at present, I am not entirely ignorant of these matters. Leave it to me. You will not suffer losses. Linya laughed. All right. I was merely joking. I never suggested you were weak. Elia beamed sweetly. Yes, Linya is wonderful. At that moment, Avis appeared. Why are you both so cheerful? How much do you think you can sell them for? Hundreds of millions? Linya was speechless. It is not that exaggerated. Hundreds of millions? The value of this is akin to that of a pirate crew. Elia chuckled. You simply do not understand, Tamiya. The worth of this pile of gems is not even in the billions. Their quality is exceptional. And I've heard the next town is a commercial metropolis where billions are quite possible. Tamiya was momentarily speechless. Billions? That could buy a white beard. And perhaps even a few fleet captains. Avis was equally astonished. Billions? Just a moment ago, you claimed I was exaggerating. Elia, are you serious? You haven't been confused from a fever, have you? Elia shot Avis a look. That was from poisoning, not a fever. Avis shook his head repeatedly. No. You had an infection, so a fever is certain. You don't know. Eblun casually mentioned that natural ice is better for cooling the body. Our captain, Tamiya, has run quite a distance, dragging a small iceberg back with him. There is still a bit of it left in the warehouse. Ilya was astonished. She had never heard of such things. She blushed as she looked at Tamiya. Tamiya, worry etched on his face, observed her. Your face is red again. Are you sure it's not a fever? Avis glanced between Ilya and Tamiya. Ilya, you wouldn't tea. Ah. Before Avis could finish, Ilya knocked him to the ground. You're everywhere. Tamiya smiled. Full of vitality, it seems nothing is amiss, so I can rest easy. Ilya grinned. Of course. I'm fine. If I had any issues, I would speak up. Tamiya nodded. Then I leave these gems to you. As for the funds from selling them, let us distribute them among the crew. It seems they all have things they'd like to purchase. Ilya nodded in agreement. Avis then stood up. Tamiya is so generous. I want to buy one of the world's top daggers. Ilya gave Avis another nudge. You'd better train to be worthy of it. Avis rubbed the spot where he was struck. Captain, this is a complaint. Ilya is violent. Ilya huffed and began to sort through the gems. Tamiya laughed. You didn't even get a bruise or turn red. How can you say you were hit? Avis wanted to retort, but Tamiya chuckled. All right, let us step outside. Don't disturb Ilya. Avis feigned grievance. How can this be disturbing? I've been hit several times. Tamiya, you're so biased. Ilya laughed. Tamiya is right. With you being so noisy, it's no wonder you get hit. Go bother someone else. I need to focus on assessing the value of these gems. If you want your purchases to evaporate, keep talking. Avis quickly covered his mouth. Tamiya chuckled and stepped outside, with Avis trailing behind. On the deck, Avis grinned. Billions. What are we to do? Can we still call ourselves a pirate crew? Where do you find a pirate crew this affluent? Tamiya smiled. This is still insufficient. Far from enough. In the future, you won't even glance at these billions. Avis raised an eyebrow. Tamiya, are you crafting a pirate crew or becoming a business magnate? Tamiya chuckled. To support so many, one must have wealth. Don't you all wish for your own fleets? Avis nodded vigorously. Yes. I want my grand fleet. An assassin crew, haha. That would surely be impressive. Tamiya chuckled. Impressive assassins? I haven't encountered many. Avis laughed. Tamiya, what kind of eyes do you have? I'm right here, yet you didn't notice? Tamiya smiled. I did see someone boastful. Avis playfully slapped Tamiya, calling me boastful. How rude. Tamiya chuckled. What you can buy with billions is uncertain. We require numerous research materials and precious herbs. As you mentioned, we must purchase our equipment. Billions are hardly sufficient. Avis, eager to please, replied, Are we really going to buy? My captain, that makes me so happy. Tamiya smiled. I will eventually buy for you, but our strength must match. Otherwise, it would be futile. Avis nodded enthusiastically. Yes. I'll train hard to earn my world-class dagger. With that, Avis dashed toward the training room. Tamiya watched as Avis disappeared, laughing to himself. He knew that purchasing items for Eblun, Ebluni, and Uncle Rad would require significant funds. Perhaps this time, it wouldn't be Avis's turn. However, motivating Avis was beneficial. Tamiya thought of Zaro and the effort it took to acquire a sword. Yet he worked hard for it. 100,000 berries for a sword, or perhaps even one for free. He wondered how Avis would feel when they compared their world-class daggers. Ha. However, the financial issues of Luffy's crew were entirely due to Luffy's appetite. Presently, on a ship, there was another culprit. Tamiya glanced at the deck, where a rather rotund figure was hidden but not well concealed. Hey, how much have you eaten? Look at you. If you keep this up, Uncle Xingluan will stew you as an ingredient. The crocodile turned around, coughing, with a fish still in its mouth, the tail hanging out. Oh, I want to eat anymore. Tamiya laughed. If you're not hungry, then don't eat. Remember, you're not like Luffy, who can eat and still return to shape. You've grown quite round. If you keep eating, you might just lie flat on the ship like a decoration. The crocodile shyly closed its mouth, and Tamiya chose not to say more. That night, the moon hung high, and the weather was splendid. Avis, following Ebluni's instructions, was steering the ship while Tamiya stood atop the mast lookout. Although the lookout was modified to be quite cozy, Tamiya preferred the sea breeze here. As he enjoyed the wind, a small bird flew by. reminding him of the questions he had yet to ask the crocodile. He searched the deck, but found no sign of it. It must have gone to sleep. Tamiya decided to wait until tomorrow to inquire. He couldn't help but wonder if their route was too perilous, as they had yet to encounter any pirate ships or the navy. Tamiya gazed into the distance, lost in thought. The next day, the ship continued to sail swiftly forward, with everyone occupied with their tasks. After his morning exercise, Tamiya found the crocodile on the deck, which had already undergone its routine inspection. "I need to ask you something. You can understand animal languages, right?" The crocodile nodded. "I can." Tamiya inquired, "Can you understand the language of birds? They should have a wealth of information." The crocodile shook its head. "I cannot understand birds." Tamiya was perplexed. "You can understand animals, yet not the birds? Isn't that odd?" The crocodile explained, "Just as humans cannot fully comprehend everything another human says. For us animals, some of our speech is like dialects. We can grasp the general idea, but not everything. Moreover, most birds are indifferent to human affairs. They hardly pay attention to us." Tamiya nodded, recognizing the logic, but pressed on. "But this is a matter of safety regarding birds. Isn and Apos. T. Wooden and Apos. T. They have clearer information?" The crocodile agreed. "You could ask the seagull messengers. They should know something. However, even they would avoid dangerous areas." Tamiya nodded. "That's exactly what we need, avoidance." The crocodile was puzzled. "Why?" Rin remarked that if they had the ability to evade, they must surely be aware of the perilous locations. Among these, death is undoubtedly one. We can certainly narrow down the search area and reach that place promptly. Although we can arrive there eventually, our pace is insufficient, and I dread the potential unforeseen circumstances." The crocodile nodded in understanding. "I comprehend, Captain. What would you have me do?" Rin smiled and patted the crocodile's shoulder, pleasantly surprised by its utility. "Excellent. You shall remain on deck, listening to the calls of those birds. Should any valuable information arise, take note." The crocodile nodded, reassuringly. "Rest assured, Captain. Those birds incessantly chatter about fish or mundane matters, producing quite a cacophony without any utility. If I come across anything useful, I shall certainly inform you." Rin gazed at the crocodile, its joyful expression heartening him, feeling that the creature's ample size was not in vain. "Primarily, we are to heed warnings of danger. Other information is of little consequence." The crocodile inquired, slightly puzzled, "But why? Does the captain not wish to hear about the movements of the navy or other pirate affairs?" Rin chuckled softly. "At present, aside from healing you all, nothing else matters. We need not concern ourselves with the navy for now. As long as the admirals do not approach, we can make our escape." Chapter 32. The grand metropolis of Piklarcast. The crocodile was astonished. "Captain, have you all become this formidable?" Lin also chuckled. "Do you think we've been idle these days?" He patted the crocodile's shoulder and headed towards the dining room. The crocodile lingered on the deck, reflecting on Lin's words when Ebony approached, smiling. "What's wrong? Are you shocked?" The crocodile nodded. "Indeed. I am but an animal. My strength and status predetermined at birth. While effort is undoubtedly significant, the true power lies in one's lineage. Just like the true sea kings, before my transformation, I had no choice but to submit. But the captain and others, though I am unaware of the human training system. Positions such as Rear Admiral and Admiral must be quite impressive, right? Can humans truly progress so rapidly?" Ebony replied, "It's not just you. Even my brother is astounded by the captain and Apos' growth rate. Don't be fooled by the captain's calm demeanor. I know that Uncle Xingluan often has to stimulate them with drugs to awaken them. They do not appear as serene as they seem regarding the poisoning and the uncertainty of their comrades' fates." The crocodile was taken aback. Wouldn't that place too heavy a burden on their bodies? They are human, lacking the robust physique of us animals. Is this not reckless? Ebony smiled. "You worry too much. Uncle Xingluan treats them as his own children. Their safety is his utmost concern. Nothing will go wrong. Besides, we are here to support them." Still in shock, the crocodile mused. "Humans are indeed remarkable creatures. Is this a miracle? Such an astonishing rate of growth." Ebony's smile faded, replaced with a touch of sadness. "Yes, it is a miracle, one born from stimulation. Everyone desires strength, but not in this manner." The crocodile nodded. "I believe they will surely heal, and Gale will be saved." I have faith that the captain can accomplish this. Ebony smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, I believe so too. Now, let us hurry to the dining room. Uncle Xingluan's meals are not only delicious but also replenish our strength. He truly puts in great effort for the captain and everyone. We are all striving. The crocodile licked his lips and nodded. I will also work hard. Let us eat now. Ebony watched as the crocodile moved swiftly, a rarity for him. Should I suggest to my brother to study this? Ebony pondered as he made his way to the dining room. In the afternoon, the crocodile remained on the deck beside a table laden with fruits, snacks, and juice, relishing the moment with his eyes closed. Lin observed him with hesitation, and Yavis approached. Lin inquired, "What is going on?" Yavis chuckled. Uncle Xingluan heard that the crocodile could gather intelligence, even about the dead city, and was quite pleased. He prepared this for him. A flock of seabirds flew overhead, and the crocodile suddenly opened his eyes. We have arrived at the grand metropolis of Piklarcast. Lin's eyes brightened. What did those birds say? The crocodile grinned, revealing his fangs, and struck a confident pose. They said that the beings sold in the grand metropolis of Piklarcast are exceedingly beautiful. However, they are not allowed to be visited at home. Otherwise, I would definitely seek their company. On the island, one can feast well and bring back beautiful trinkets for their partners. Humans always carry plenty of exquisite accessories. Lin nodded. Indeed, you deserve such treatment. Discovering information about the dead city will earn you even better rewards. The crocodile chuckled in delight. That sounds truly splendid. Yavis interjected, Lin, if this treatment continues to improve, this fellow might just sink the ship. The crocodile sheepishly pulled in his belly, prompting Lin to chuckle. No worries. We can simply modify the Shura to be larger. Yavis wore an expression of resignation, as if to say, just indulge him. It will lead to trouble eventually. At that moment, Elia emerged from the cabin. What are you discussing? Yavis quickly replied. Lin said he isn't worried about the crocodile sinking the ship and that we should make the ship larger. Elia glanced at the crocodile, who was still attempting to hide his belly while pretending not to notice, and laughed. Haha, since the captain isn't worried, then we shall not fear either. Let us make the Shura larger. Yavis, frustrated, exclaimed, what about Aubrey? Is there no one who stands with me? Aubrey stepped out from the cabin. No? Don't call me. It's too noisy over there. I refuse to go. Lin smiled. Elia, the crocodile just received information from the seabirds about our arrival at the grand metropolis of Piklarcast. Elia smiled. I see. So we truly need not fear him sinking the ship, nor worry about him consuming too much. He is quite the contributor. The crocodile grinned widely, no longer holding in his belly, which jiggled. Lin turned to Aubrey. And how is Ablon? Is the warehouse safe? Aubrey nodded. Very secure. Ablon's experiments are progressing smoothly. However, do we have enough money for our purchases at the metropolis? Elia, filled with pride, replied, Oh, we should have enough, and then some. You cannot imagine. We may have an income of 100 billion berries. Aubrey was taken aback. What? Where did that come from? Did you sell the captain 100 times? Yavi smacked Aubrey playfully. What nonsense are you spouting? Elia laughed, clutching her belly, just as Uncle Xingluan appeared beside her. What is going on? Are you unwell? Elia stopped laughing. Aubrey said something too funny. Uncle Xingluan gave Aubrey a light smack. What did you say? Elia shouldn't be too emotionally stirred right now. Aubrey shielded his head. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Lin chuckled. It's nothing, Uncle Xingluan. Just that I was sold 100 times and brought back 100 billion berries. Uncle Xingluan, intrigued, asked, Why 100 billion? Aubrey explained, Because Elia mentioned we have 100 billion. Uncle Xingluan turned to Elia. What is this about 100 billion berries? Elia smiled. It's because Lin brought back 2 bags of gems for our spending. With my capabilities, selling for 100 billion berries is no problem at all. Uncle Xingluan looked at Lin with concern. You win again? Those gems may be appealing, but the deep sea is still dangerous. Lin reassured Uncle Xingluan. It's fine. There's no risk, truly. I guarantee it. Yavis chimed in. Exactly, Uncle Xingluan. You needn't worry. Lin has never faced danger in the sea. Uncle Xingluan tapped Yavis. What if he encounters danger and cannot return? Aubrey added, It's all right, Uncle Xingluan. Lin's data in the sea is even better than that of a fisherman. I cannot imagine him facing any peril. Uncle Xingluan seemed poised to say more when Uncle Rat appeared. Captain, I heard there's 100 billion berries. I wish to purchase precious medicinal herbs. A blunt interjected, and laboratory equipment. Lin, you are aware, right? Also, some experimental materials. Ebony added. I too wish for some equipment and research books on plants. Lin nodded enthusiastically. Certainly. We shall buy everything and go. The crocodile rushed forward. Can I go too? Captain? Lin joked. Aren't you afraid of being skinned and turned into leather garments? The crocodile appeared momentarily defeated, and Lin Yi chuckled, remarking on the instability of the current situation, suggesting that if any issues arose, it would be difficult to manage. The crocodile nodded in acknowledgement, and Lin Yi encouraged him to express his desires, assuring him that they would not abandon him. The crocodile regained his composure and nodded again. Turning to Iburin, Lin Yi requested him to prepare the ship, stating that they would leave the crocodile to guard it, and if any problems occurred, he could assist. Iburin agreed, asking for help from the others to set up traps on the vessel first. Some went to assist Iburin, while others attended to their own affairs, contemplating what items they needed to purchase. The following morning, after their morning exercises, Lin Yi and the others discussed their itinerary. Alia stated that she would first sell the gemstones and then pay them. Uncle Xingluan offered to accompany Alia, and Lin Yi planned to run errands after receiving the money, ensuring that it was distributed to those in need. Lin Yi instructed everyone to decide on their desired purchases, inquire about prices, and remember the locations. He would provide a portion of the funds initially, and if it proved insufficient, they could relay that information to him. Ibuni inquired if Lin Yi had any items he wished to buy, to which Lin Yi smiled and replied that he had little need for anything, suggesting that Avis and Alia could handle those purchases. He reminded everyone to share their sizes and preferences so that Alia could procure appropriate clothing, as the grand marketplace of Piklark should have an abundance of apparel. If anyone had specific items they desired, they were free to buy them. But Lin Yi trusted Alia's judgment. For those pressed for time, he suggested allowing Alia to assist. Everyone nodded in agreement, and those unsure of their sizes were measured by Aubrey, observing the crocodile awaiting his turn. Lin Yi teased him about either needing to stop gaining weight or allowing Alia to buy him looser clothing, as being exposed daily was not ideal. The crocodile blushed, a curious sight as his green scales flushed red. He stammered in protest, claiming he did wear clothes, to which Avis humorously pointed out the fabric around his waist was now obscured by flesh due to his weight gain. Lin Yi understood now and advised Alia to pay close attention to this matter, ensuring she selected suitable clothing for him, or even consider custom tailoring if necessary. Alia nodded in agreement, and the embarrassed crocodile vowed he would not gain more weight. Alia assured him she would procure some elastic fabric, calming the crocodile, who shyly closed his eyes, flailing his short claws in an attempt to shield himself from embarrassment. Lin Yi then turned to Iburin, noting the numerous holes in his experimental attire. He reminded Iburin and the other scientists and doctors of the inherent dangers in their work, stressing the importance of acquiring ample protective gear. Iburin mentioned wanting to purchase materials to modify the ship, to which Lin Yi suggested postponing that endeavor until they reached the city of Seven Waters, where supplies and shipwrights were plentiful for a comprehensive overhaul. In the meantime, Iburin could focus on designing blueprints. Lin Yi instructed everyone to pack their bags discreetly, advising them to utilize inconspicuous methods to transport their goods. If absolutely necessary, they could resort to bubble balls, though he emphasized that should be a last resort, given their status as pirates with bounties on their heads. Caution was advised as they prepared their belongings. Iburin and Ibuni maneuvered the ship to a hidden spot, and one by one, they disembarked. The crocodile waved a handkerchief, urging everyone to return promptly. Lin Yi, smiling as he glanced back, reminded them to gather useful information from the many passing birds. The crocodile nodded, acknowledging his captain's words, and Uncle Xingluan added encouragement, promising delicious food upon their return. As Luffy and the others entered the town, Lin Yi and his companions disguised themselves. Lin Yi tucked his hair beneath a scarf and donned a hat. He declared their intention to sell the gemstones and advised everyone to act independently, instructing them to return to the ship if unforeseen circumstances arose. The ship was equipped with traps, ensuring their safety. The group nodded in understanding as they made their way to the town's jewelry shop. Lin Yi, Alia and Uncle Xingluan inquired about their surroundings. Alia asked what Lin Yi had been up to which he replied with a smile that he had been working with explosive fruits and other volatile materials alongside Iburin. Concerned, Alia questioned whether the shuro would be safe. Lin Yi reassured her that he had reinforced everything and there would be no issues. Uncle Xingluan expressed concern regarding Lin Yi's frequent use of power, especially during training, and whether it would compromise the ship's integrity. Lin Yi confirmed that everything was under control, though he contemplated the toll of his recent exertions. Although he felt only 50% of his strength, he was confident in handling the Vice Admiral. The previous day's reinforcement of the trap-laden deck had been taxing, a recovery that would not be swift. Alia suggested that if the jewelry shop did not offer a fair price, they could visit an auction house instead. Lin Yi dismissed that notion, asserting that they were not in need of such things. Alia laughed, assuring him she bore no psychological scars from previous experiences. Lin Yi sighed, expressing his fear of succumbing to impulse. Uncle Xingluan remained silent, and Lin Yi cheerfully redirected the conversation, noting they were approaching their destination. Before them stood a grand jewelry store, and Alia stepped inside first. A female attendant approached, asking if she required assistance. Alia inquired if they also purchased gemstones, to which the attendant confirmed. Alia then requested to speak with the manager, as this was a significant transaction. Hesitant, the attendant hesitated until a man in a striped suit descended from above, his hair slicked back and glistening, sporting a goatee. He approached with a smile, inquiring about their needs. Alia explained that they had a substantial business proposition, asking if they were certain about discussing it there. The manager, apologetic, invited them to follow him, instructing the attendant to prepare refreshments. He led Alia and her companions to a quiet room on the second floor, where they settled into their seats. The manager, taking a seat opposite them, asked what significant business they had to discuss. Uncle Xingluan and Lin Yi produced bags of jewels from their backpacks, placing them on the table. The manager eagerly opened the bags, and the dazzling brilliance of the gems momentarily blinded him. Shocked, he exclaimed that it truly was a significant deal and inquired about the price they intended to sell for. Alia smiled, stating that while the quality of the jewels was evident, they would need to negotiate individual prices, questioning the manager's expectation of a total offer without proper evaluation. The owner smiled, acknowledging that the guests truly recognized quality. Indeed, these jewels necessitated bespoke pricing. Alia smiled in agreement. Naturally, we came here trusting that the owner possessed discernment. Otherwise, one might as well venture to an auction house, where prices could be quite another matter. The owner nodded repeatedly, affirming, indeed, esteemed guests, I shall have someone conduct a thorough appraisal, ensuring a satisfactory price for you. Alia smiled, expressing her confidence that the owner would certainly offer a mutually beneficial price. The owner returned her smile, remarking, that is only natural. We operate on the principles of integrity. Before long, an appraiser whispered something to the owner, who suddenly appeared taken aback. Esteemed guests, the items you have brought possess extraordinary quality. For such a business, I may need to confer with my superior. Lenya interjected. Do you offer maritime services? If you possess the audacity, we could explore long-term development. The owner hesitated momentarily, assuring, I shall convey your intentions. Please hold on. After speaking, he stepped outside. Alia turned to Lenya, questioning, why pursue long-term development? After all, we are pirates. Would they even agree? If we engage in long-term dealings, won't our whereabouts be exposed? Lenya nodded, acknowledging the inherent risks. Indeed, this matter carries its dangers. However, we are in dire need of funds. Furthermore, dealing with unscrupulous merchants is quite taxing. Primarily, establishing a connection may divulge valuable information and avenues for procurement. For now, we require others' networks. In the future, we can manage this ourselves. For the time being, taking some risks is worthwhile. Alia nodded in agreement, recognizing the potential utility of such a venture, though uncertainty lingered regarding the character of the individuals involved. Chapter 33. The Grand Merchant City of Peclarchus. Lin also nodded, acknowledging that if the other party had something to seek, it would certainly be more favorable. The boss returned, bringing with him a din mushi. Greetings, I am Fernan, the owner of Coney Company. The goods you offer are immensely valuable, and I presume you desire long-term development? Lin smiled and replied, "We are the Demon Pirate crew. My name is Lin. You may refer to our bounty notice. If you are sincere, I can provide such exquisite gems and jewelry on a regular basis." The Den Den Mushi fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, such pirates. I like your spirit, but don't you realize that this will expose your whereabouts?" "How brazen." Lin chuckled. "Our audacity is backed by our strength. However, if you wish for long-term development, we will not reveal our tracks." "Ha ha, well said. You cannot fathom the value of such gems. As for how you acquired them, I do not concern myself, as long as you choose to sell exclusively to us. Any terms can be discussed." Lin smiled. "Naturally, if our cooperation is pleasant, we will rely on you more in the future." Fernan grinned. "Interesting. What could I possibly offer to the esteemed captain of a pirate crew?" Lin replied with a smile, "Let us first discuss the method of cooperation. We can establish contact through Den Den Mushi and send a representative for maritime dealings. If convenient, we can meet in town. If not, we will conduct transactions at sea." Fernan chuckled. "That is not difficult at all. As for payment, since this is our first collaboration, I will offer a sincere price, which will remain sincere in future dealings." The boss handed over a black gold card, stating, "This is a world card, and the funds have already been deposited. Considering that carrying just the card may be inconvenient, there is 100 million berries within." The boss then produced a box. Lin nodded. "Excellent, thank you." Fernan smiled. "No need for thanks. I should be the one expressing gratitude. I wonder how much profit this will yield for me. Regarding contact, I will send my trusted aide to you." Lin nodded. "May our cooperation be fruitful." Fernan echoed. "Indeed, may it be so." After the Den Den Mushi call ended, the boss smiled and said, "Esteemed guests, here is the contact Den Den Mushi for Boss Fowls." He produced a Den Den Mushi with 2 scars on its face. Ilya accepted it. The boss continued, "If you have any further requests, feel free to express them, and I will do my utmost to accommodate." Ilya smiled. "Nothing more. Thank you." The boss graciously saw them out. Holding the black gold card, Ilya exclaimed, "Let us see how much money is on this card. I wonder how generous he has been this time." Ilya approached a shop, swiped the card, and was taken aback. After exiting, she laughed. "This fellow is truly generous. He has given us 2 billion. Lin chuckled. "Is that considered generous? I'll take the money to find others. I fear a Blun might be even more generous." Ilya laughed. "What can you expect from a scientist who treats money like dirt?" Lin nodded. "Starwheel Uncle, please accompany Ilya while I take my leave." Starwheel Uncle nodded with a smile, and Ilya remarked, "Starwheel Uncle, I'm not a child. Why are you so concerned about me?" Starwheel Uncle ruffled Ilya's hair. "You are still a child." He then led Ilya toward a personal items shop. As Lin soared through the air, he soon spotted Avis at the weapons shop. "Lin, you've arrived. How much did you get?" Lin smiled. 2 billion. Avis was astonished. "Are we really that wealthy?" Lin sighed. "It could vanish in an instant." Avis laughed. "Is it really that dramatic?" Lin replied, "It depends on whether you wish to purchase one of the world's top daggers." Avis chuckled. "You'll eventually buy it for me. I'm not in a rush. Let me take a look at these selections. Ilya S., Aubrey S., yours, and mine. I've also chosen a few swords, just in case someone in the future may need them." Lin smiled. "All right, as a temporary measure, these don't hold exorbitant value, so let us use them for now." The shopkeeper was wide-eyed. These were his prized possessions, worth millions of berries collectively. To think they were deemed of little value. Throughout the Grand Line, these could rank among the best. The swords had no marked prices, surely indicating a lack of discernment or mere bravado. After Avis made his selections, he declared, "All right. Let us settle the bill, shopkeeper." "How much in total?" The shopkeeper, though disdainful, didn't inflate the price. 30 million berries. Lin nodded and produced the black gold card. The shopkeeper was suddenly shocked. "Is this the legendary world card?" Lin affirmed and swiped the card. The shopkeeper trembled as he packaged the weapons. Lin addressed Avis. "Here's 10 million berries. If you wish to buy something, just go for it. If it's insufficient, I'll come back to pay." Saying this, Lin transferred some money from the box into Avis's backpack. Avis grinned. "Ha ha, it feels wonderful to be wealthy." He took the packaged weapons and exited the shop with Lin. Once they left, The shopkeeper sank into a chair, relieved he hadn't charged more. The shopkeeper's wife emerged, noticing the state of the shop, and asked, "What happened? Did pirates ransack this place?" The shopkeeper was unsure whether to laugh or cry. The holder of the world card bought everything. The shopkeeper's wife exclaimed in delight, "Bought everything? What a stroke of luck. Hurry, let us go on vacation." The shopkeeper, tidying up, hoped it was a sign of good fortune. After parting ways with Avis, Lin sought out others. Not far from there, he heard commotion from a herbal shop. "Take it all. I want it all. You need to pay for those." Lin sighed. "Is Uncle Rad at it again? He said he would come to pay." Uncle Rad clutched a pile of herbs tightly, while the shopkeeper looked frustrated, trying to reclaim the items. Upon seeing Lin, Uncle Rad beamed. "Oh, Captain, I want these, and these." The shopkeeper gazed at the poorly dressed Uncle Rad and Lin with a frown. "These cost quite a bit." Lin smiled. "No worries, I'll cover it." He reassured the shopkeeper and turned to Uncle Rad. "Let us set those aside and select some fresh herbs from the shopkeeper's garden." Uncle Rad hesitated but eventually set down the herbs. Lin cheerfully instructed, "Shopkeeper, please package these." Lin looked back at Uncle Rad. "Is this sufficient? Do you need anything else? Feel free to say." Uncle Rad hesitated. "Is it all permissible? Does the captain have enough money?" Lin replied, "Indeed, I do. Speak freely." Uncle Rad laughed joyfully. Like a child, "Ha ha, I knew I boarded the right ship." He animatedly pointed out items. This, and that. The shopkeeper, with a pained expression, worked alongside his staff, muttering quietly, "Does he really have the funds to pay?" Once everything was packaged, it resembled a small mountain. Lin smiled and inquired, "Shopkeeper, could you assist with delivering these?" The shopkeeper nodded, reiterating that payment was required. Uncle Rad was somewhat anxious, and Lin Yi smiled as he inquired about the total cost. The shopkeeper, with an expression that suggested an alarming amount, stated it was 20 million berries. Uncle Rad immediately tensed, gazing intently at Lin Yi. Evidently unsure of how much their gems could fetch, Lin Yi produced a world card and asked if it could be used for payment. The shopkeeper's demeanor transformed instantly, responding affirmatively, and inquired if Lin Yi intended to visit the herbal shop afterward. Lin Yi nodded, and the shopkeeper then asked if the herbal shop was worth millions. Lin Yi shook his head, indicating it was not worth that much. He then retrieved the money from his box and placed it into Uncle Rad's backpack, saying, "Here is 10 million. Choose whatever you like, but do not entertain thoughts of stealing. If it is insufficient, just inform the shopkeeper, and I will cover the balance." Uncle Rad nodded, tears welling in his eyes, thanking Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled, remarking that there was no need for thanks. It was his duty, assuring Uncle Rad that he would no longer worry about such matters. Lin Yi then turned to the herbal shopkeeper, stating, "I trust you won't deceive my crew, will you?" The shopkeeper, with a smile, assured him that they would not dare deceive a world card holder. Lin Yi nodded, said his goodbyes, and instructed Uncle Rad to follow the shopkeeper to select their items, promising to arrange for the return of their purchases. Uncle Rad nodded and, wiping his eyes, urged the herbal shopkeeper to hurry as he was eager to see the treasures. The shopkeeper promptly led the way. Not far from the herbal shop, Lin Yi spotted a bookstore where he had previously asked Eben to assist in purchasing some books. Upon entering, an elderly man looked up from his reading and asked if Lin Yi was searching for someone. Lin Yi nodded, and the elder smiled, mentioning he had been waiting for a long time as a young man had selected several million worth of books, which would be ready for delivery upon payment. Lin Yi nodded, took out his world card, and upon seeing it, the elder grasped it with excitement, recalling he had only seen such a card once in his youth. After releasing it, he advised Lin Yi to treat the rare books with care, as some were unique editions. Lin Yi assured him they would protect them well. After settling the payment, Lin Yi stepped outside, wondering where Ebun had gone since he still owed him money. As he wandered, he soon spotted Ebun and Aubrey, accompanied by a group of unfamiliar individuals. Ebun hurried over, urging Lin Yi to pay the bills, expressing his frustration at being followed. Aubrey, with a worried expression, remarked on Ebun's extravagant spending. Lin Yi smiled and took a deep breath, saying, "All right, I understand. Everyone, come over here. I will handle the payments." The individuals following Eben quickly gathered around Lin Yi, who then suggested he would continue shopping while Eben went to check on the herbal shop. Curious if Uncle Rad had completed his purchases, Aubrey decided to accompany him. Linyi called out to Aubrey, withdrawing a substantial amount of money from his box and placing it into Aubrey's backpack. I will leave 10 million for Eben. Take the rest for now. If Eben needs more, I will cover it later. Aubrey nodded, glancing at Eben as he hurried away. Linyi shook his head, then turned to the shopkeepers, stating he was ready to pay. The shopkeepers all chimed in, presenting their respective bills, which seemed extensive enough to be used as bandages. Linyi produced his card, processing each transaction, and it became evident that Eben had spent around 5 billion berries, leaving Linyi astounded at the extent of his purchases. The shopkeepers beamed, assuring they would deliver the items promptly. Linyi sought out Eben and found him at the entrance of a modest shop. Eben, here is your money. I've settled the bookstore's bill. What are you buying here? Eben smiled, explaining he was gathering experimental materials. Linyi nodded, observing the colorful vials containing various reagents intended for Eben's research. After paying a few million, Linyi handed Eben 10 million, saying, buy whatever you need. If it's insufficient, I will return to cover it. Eben agreed, thanking Linyi. After completing his transactions, Linyi went in search of Elia and encountered a bustling farmer's market, where goods were being transported. There were food items, tools, timber, seeds, and even some unusual fish, as well as frozen animal carcasses being shipped to a designated location. Linyi smiled, recognizing this as the handiwork of Uncle Xingluan. Approaching, he indeed spotted Uncle Xingluan still shopping, but Elia was nowhere in sight. Uncle Xingluan, where is Elia? Xingluan chuckled, explaining that Elia had encountered Avis and taken him to shop for clothing, while he focused on stocking the kitchen. Linyi nodded and offered to handle the payment. Inquiring about the workers, Xingluan gestured toward a man in a black apron, diligently noting down purchases. Linyi approached him. Sir, I am here to settle the bill. The man raised an eyebrow, asking if he had completed his purchases. Linyi glanced back at Xingluan, who was still selecting items, and replied that he had not yet finished. The man suggested they continue purchasing without rush, indicating that they could settle everything together afterward. Linyi smiled, impressed by the shopkeeper's confidence in allowing goods to be shipped without upfront payment. After a while, Xingluan returned, confirming his selections. The shopkeeper calculated the total and announced it was 50 million berries. Linyi promptly paid with his card, to which the shopkeeper expressed gratitude, noting that they had sold most of their stock and could now enjoy a well-deserved break. Xingluan responded with a polite "You're welcome" as they made their way toward Elia. Xingluan remarked, Linyi, it seems I may have purchased quite a bit. Do we have enough storage space? Linyi chuckled, suggesting they might need to acquire another ship if necessary. Xingluan laughed, pondering names for a new vessel. Linyi mused that upon reaching Water 7, they would need to make significant modifications. Xingluan agreed, indicating they would require a large warehouse, to which Linyi confirmed it was essential. They discussed installing a communication system on the ship, as shouting across such a vast space would be impractical. Xingluan nodded, suggesting that Eben would likely have a solution. Linyi realized he had yet to see what Eben had purchased, noting that everyone had acquired numerous items and wondering if their ship would still be able to sail. Upon arriving at a personal goods store, Elia called out, Linyi, come pay. I have bought a lot, clothing, accessories, and personal items. We could establish a personal storage space. Linyi observed the towering piles of items being packed and chuckled. We might need to hire a few servants. I wonder how long it will take to organize all this. Elia laughed, dismissing the notion that it was too much, teasing, what's wrong? Have you all lost your touch? Linyi smiled, responding with a simple, not really. After he made a payment of several hundred million, Elia remarked, all right. Let us proceed to the next store. There are quite a few custom orders, and I have placed them at several different shops. Linyi paid at each location. And afterward, he and Elia, along with their companions, dined at a nearby restaurant and purchased some beverages to take back. This group had essentially completed their shopping. Yavi suggested, let us return and organize our findings. The port may be piled high with our goods. If we encounter the Navy, we may not have time to load them. Linyi and the others nodded in agreement and made their way back. Upon reaching the shore, not far from their vessel, they indeed beheld a mountain of goods. Various delivery personnel awaited them, smiling as they greeted Linyi. You have arrived. All these items have been delivered. Please verify them. Lin Yu surveyed the mountainous heap of cargo and responded, "All right, you may head back now. You shall not be shortchanged." However, Alia took over the various invoices, cross-referencing them while instructing Yavis to encase the items in bubble balls. Uncle Xingluan and Linya then transported these bubble balls into the ship's hold. At that moment, Linya felt relieved that he had previously enlarged the vessel. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate everything. They organized the items into different storage areas. And the crocodile, upon seeing the bubble balls they carried, appeared quite astonished, exclaiming, "Just how much have you purchased?" Chapter 34. Drum Island. Lin Yi offered a wry smile, acknowledging the considerable task at hand. "You stay right there. Otherwise, there may soon be no place for you." As Lin Yi and the others hastened their efforts to transport their cargo, a new batch arrived, and Eblun and his companions returned. At that moment, two naval soldiers noticed the unusual activity and approached. "What are you doing? Where are these items being taken? I haven't seen your ship." With a smile, Lin Yi replied, "We are merchants. Our ship is anchored a bit further out, hence it is not visible." Another soldier inquired, "What are these bubbles?" "They resemble those from the Shampoo Islands." "Where did you acquire them?" Lin Yi quickened the pace of their work, stating, "These bubbles are technological products." The soldiers grew increasingly irritated. "Why are you not stopping? Where are they being taken? Where is your ship?" Lin Yi hurriedly transported the last few bubbles to the designated area, while Avis and the others assisted in loading them onto the ship. "Oh dear, if we stop now, we won't finish in time. We're in a hurry," he explained. Confused, one soldier asked, "What is the rush?" Lin Yi, having completed the transport, remarked, "We are eager to set sail. We have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." "Stop. You must undergo a routine inspection," the soldier commanded. However, Lin Yi and his companions had already vanished from sight, and Eblun steered the ship away. Lin Yi removed his hat, revealing his blue hair, and cheerfully addressed the soldiers. "The demon pirate crew bids you farewell. May we not meet again." The soldiers shouted in alarm, "A pirate crew! The pirate crew has appeared." By the time they boarded their warship to pursue, Lin Yi and his crew had already sailed far into the distance. Alia chuckled, "What? Are you afraid that others won't know our crew number?" Lin Yi nodded and replied, "Indeed, if you do not announce it yourself, they might bestow upon you an unflattering nickname, like the blue-haired pirate crew. Wouldn't that be rather unfortunate?" Alia laughed, and Avis asked, "Would they really do that?" "Our demon pirate crew sounds much better." Lin Yi agreed. Thus, in the future, when encountering the Navy, we should introduce ourselves to prevent them from inventing silly nicknames. Aubrey gazed at several bubble balls that had not yet been placed in the ship's hold. "All right. We need to organize our things now. Uncle Rad, make sure to tidy up your medicinal supplies. Ablun, move your belongings to your designated area. The bubble balls are weightless, so it should be manageable for you." Both Uncle Rad and Eblun nodded. Eblun added, "I'll tidy up my things as well." Uncle Xingluan took charge of organizing the food supplies, while Alia sorted through the clothes. Aubrey, Avis, and Crocodile helped Lin Yi arrange the remaining items. Lin Yi advised Alia, "Do not overexert yourself. Once we finish organizing, we will assist you. If you feel tired, please take a break." Alia smiled, "I am not that fragile." After Alia started sorting through the clothes, Lin Yi turned to Crocodile and asked, "Did you hear any useful information today?" Crocodile replied, "There should be no danger nearby. The birds seem to be going everywhere without mentioning any threats." Lin Yi nodded and inquired, "What about the Adam's crown?" Crocodile responded, "It is highly likely to be found in the 7 water islands. Recently, there have been reports of branches from Adam being cut and entering the market." Lin Yi acknowledged, "We shall soon be on our way there." After a day's labor, they had filled the ship's hold to capacity, with some tree species still remaining in the bubble balls until they could be planted during the next modification. On that clear morning, after completing their morning exercises, they gathered in the dining area. Alia cheerfully remarked, "I can't train right now. You must have left me behind quite a bit." "How disheartening." Uncle Xingluan, with a serious tone, replied, "You must not engage in any training until you are fully recovered. We currently do not lack personnel for combat." Alia nodded regretfully, "Very well." Uncle Xingluan added, "You must not secretly train. Be mindful of your limits." Alia assured him, "I understand, Uncle Xingluan. I am the most obedient. When have I ever been sneaky? Uncle Xingluan chuckled, ruffling Alia's hair. Indeed, our Alia is the most obedient. Avis, feeling slighted, interjected, clearly, I am the most obedient. Linyi, already showing favoritism, urged Uncle Xingluan not to be biased. Uncle Xingluan playfully tapped Avis on the head. When have you ever been the most obedient? Avis covered his head and turned to Aubrey. Am I not the most obedient? Aubrey shook his head. I have never heard such a thing. Astonished, Avis exclaimed. You are all so cruel. Linyi chuckled. Avis, stop fussing. Your noise is giving me a headache. Avis huffed. You, who never has a headache, really can stir up trouble. Suddenly, Alia's expression changed. She frowned, closed her eyes, and collapsed to the side. Panic ensued as everyone rushed to carry Alia to the infirmary. Eblun and Uncle Rad began treatment, their brows furrowed with concern. Uncle Rad remarked, Alia's toxin has progressed to the next stage. We must use other medications for stimulation. The remedies we purchased have not been tested for efficacy and cannot be used indiscriminately. We need other herbs with known effects. If we could find another doctor, that would be even better. Linyi quickly inquired, Eblun, how far is it to Drum Island from here? Eblun checked the map. It's quite close. Linyi nodded. Let us head there. There are renowned doctors, and they should have the herbs we require. Eblun nodded and promptly adjusted their course, while the group remained silent. Their eyes fixed on the unconscious Alia. Crocodile commented, once this process begins, it becomes very painful, and it can affect one's mental state. I transformed into this state during that phase. Linyi nodded. It seems we must hasten our journey. The atmosphere grew tense, and Avis murmured. ISN and Oppos. T-Drum Island a snow-covered isle? Linyi confirmed, indeed. What does it remind you of? Avis replied, when the Navy adopted me, we passed by that island. But they may have used a permanent pointer, so it does not definitively indicate that it was our next stop. Eblun nodded. However, we should be approaching the Dead City as well. Do you recall any other pertinent information about the island from your homeland? Avis shook his head. Initially, I could remember quite clearly, but as time passed, it has become increasingly vague. Now, I cannot recall anything at all. Eblun acknowledged. It would be beneficial to remember something useful, but if not, do not force your mind too much. We are still unclear about the specific effects of the death flower. Since it can interfere with memory, it is best not to pressure your brain too hard. Avis nodded, and Uncle Xingluan asked, and what about the Adam's crown? Where shall we seek it? I am still uncertain about where to acquire the crown of Adam. However, the branches of the precious Adam tree must be obtainable through the people of the city of Seven Waters. If one can procure the branches of the precious Adam tree, then surely there exist avenues to acquire the slightly inferior crown of Adam. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Lin also remarked, we possess the permanent pointer to the city of Seven Waters. Once we locate the flower of the Dead Gate, we shall proceed directly to this location to uncover the whereabouts of the crown of Adam. The crowd nodded, their expressions lifting somewhat. Then, Ebne entered the scene, exclaiming, everyone, we are nearing the waters of magnetic Drum Island. Please don your warm clothing, for falling ill would be unfortunate. The group dispersed to change attire. After Lin had donned his warm clothing, he pondered whether he might see Valpo again, as well as Dalton, the benevolent Dalton. Were it not for the residents of magnetic Drum Island, he would indeed wish to bring Dalton aboard. Lin stepped onto the deck, now clad in thick winter garb. As the air around him grew increasingly frigid, the ship progressed further into the cold, and soon, snow began to fall from the sky. The crocodile observed with delight. As if it had never witnessed snow before, and Aways expressed some excitement, recalling, I once saw snow while passing by magnetic Drum Island. Experiencing snow from a ship truly holds a unique charm. Aubrey nodded, agreeing that viewing snow from a vessel was indeed a different experience, as the land remained still while the ship moved, creating a stark contrast. Aways playfully patted Aubrey's thick coat, chuckling, you've begun again, haven't you? But now that Ebrin is here, it seems you cannot help but show off. Aubrey wrapped himself more snugly in his clothing, retorting, this is not showing off. I'm merely stating the facts. Aways nodded, yet your attire is undeniably thick. After all this time training, hasn't your cold resistance improved? Lin smiled. Let us not dwell on that. It is quite normal for everyone to have certain shortcomings, is it not? Aubrey shot Lin a glare. We all train alike. It is indeed difficult to explain my low cold resistance, as if I were slacking in my training. Lin chuckled and patted Aubrey on the shoulder. One cannot deny that innate ability remains significant. Owe suddenly burst into laughter, prompting Lin and Aubrey to follow his gaze, where they saw a large ball with a fearsome mouth, reminiscent of the monkeys from Explosive Island. The crocodile shivered, stating, "I am a cold-blooded creature. Although, after modification, I feel slightly better, it is still, quite cold. I cannot endure it." Lin and Aubrey laughed heartily. Uncle Xingluan observed the crocodile, his eyes gleaming as if envisioning a frozen crocodile for a meal, causing the crocodile to shiver even more. Ebron emerged, presenting the crocodile with armor. "Put this on," he instructed. The crocodile hurriedly donned it, exhaling a breath of warmth. "Ah, this feels delightful." Ebron nodded. "This is a nitrate glycerin extract. As long as you breathe, this armor will continuously generate heat." Lin was uncertain how Ebron had acquired such knowledge, yet he harbored doubts. Mishaps with such armor could easily lead to explosions, potentially obliterating the crocodile. Lin contemplated placing Ebron on a random island for independent research, fearing that before the Navy could arrive to sink them, Ebron might accidentally blow up their ship. The more he pondered, the more perilous it seemed, prompting Lin and Aubrey to instinctively distance themselves from the crocodile. Immersed in warmth, the crocodile remained oblivious to the surrounding tension, while Ebron was quite pleased, nodding and stating, "Let us proceed to the island. If we find suitable equipment and competent doctors, we might exchange ideas." Lin nodded in agreement, and Uncle Xingluan remarked, "I shall remain aboard to care for Elia and Gale. You all may go." Uncle Rad called from the cabin, "I shall not accompany you. My medicinal garden requires monitoring." Lin shouted, "Understood," as everyone prepared their belongings for disembarkation. In addition to sturdy backpacks capable of carrying ample supplies, they also brought substantial amounts of money, which Lin had procured from the sale of gemstones, ensuring they had cash on hand. Once the ship docked in a concealed location, the group prepared to land. However, upon taking their first steps, they sensed trouble. The snow was too deep, and their footwear was insufficiently broad, causing them to become ensnared in the snow, making movement exceedingly arduous. Lin promptly seized Ebne and Ebron, using Moonstep to reach a more navigable area. Aubrey and Aways assisted the crocodile, and upon their descent, they had scarcely taken a few steps before soldiers surrounded them, escorting them to the palace. Along the way, the townspeople pointed and whispered, primarily regarding the crocodile, who could only listen to their comments with a covered face. Lin and the others stifled their laughter, recognizing that to reach the island, one must possess a robust mental fortitude. Their ability to laugh stemmed from their understanding of the crocodile. After all, how could a strong individual be perturbed by such trivial gossip? Without resistance, they arrived at the palace, where they beheld the king with deep purple hair. The king inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to our land?" Lin replied, "We are from the demon pirate crew, and I have come here to procure some supplies." A nearby guard fetched a wanted poster, and the king, taken aback, remarked, "Such notorious pirates. Is your purpose truly so simple?" Lin smiled. "If it were not, would the guards have escorted us here?" The king nodded, acknowledging it was our oversight. "Recently, a band of thieves has appeared on the island, and we may have inadvertently offended you. If your intentions are indeed benign, you may leave." Lin smiled and assured him, "Rest assured, we harbor no ill will." The king nodded, realizing that the captain of a pirate crew could be brought here without hostility, thus instilling some trust. "Ah, what is this?" The king noticed the crocodile, and Lin cheerfully explained, "This is our companion, who has consumed the human fruit." The king appeared astonished, and the crocodile, feeling somewhat impatient under the scrutiny, asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Your Majesty?" The king, further surprised by the crocodile's speech, listened intently as Lin proposed, "Might I inquire what the thieves stole? If we assist in recovering it, could we negotiate some favor in return?" The king slowly shifted his gaze from the crocodile to Lin, visibly perplexed, as he struggled to conceive what favor he could extend to this formidable pirate. "What sort of favor does Captain mean?" Lin replied with a smile, "I have patients aboard my ship. May I request the services of your nation's doctors to attend to my crew's ailments?" Before the king could respond, Lin added, Alternatively, it would suffice to bring our crew members to the island for treatment. The king, taken aback, noted that he had never encountered a pirate who spoke thus. He nodded. If you can indeed locate the stolen items, that would be beneficial, and a favor could certainly be arranged. Lin acknowledged. Then please inform us what was taken, when it was stolen, and from where. The king nodded. Dalton, take them to sea. A robust young man clad in the attire of the royal guard emerged and approached Linya and his companions. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. Linya and the others trailed behind Dalton, who appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old, yet he bore the weight of this important task with remarkable reliability. Once they exited the Royal Assembly Hall, Linya smiled and said, Mr. Dalton, would it be possible for some of my companions to head to town to sell some medicinal herbs? We only need 2 individuals for the task of apprehending the thieves. Dalton pondered for a moment before remaining silent. Linya continued, We are rather pressed for time. There are patients aboard our ship awaiting their medication. After a brief hesitation, Dalton nodded. Very well, but some guards must accompany you. Without a second thought, Linya agreed, deeming it a minor issue. Avis and Linya stayed behind while the others prepared to depart. Linya called out to Eblun, could you assist us by analyzing the possible whereabouts of that band of thieves? Upon Eblun's retention, he and Linya listened as Dalton recounted the events that transpired. Eblun calculated a rough range, and then Linya and Avis set off in search of the lost treasure chest and valuables. Moreover, many soldiers had been injured during the fray. Moving swiftly across the snowy expanse, Linya and Avis eventually slowed down upon reaching Eblun's estimated area. They split up, searching from either side towards the center. Linya gazed at the vast, white snowfield when he suddenly noticed something. The band of thieves had become ensnared. A group of rabbits had blocked their escape. Many of the thieves lay sprawled upon the ground, having been struck down by the rabbits. While contemplating this situation, Linya wondered if descending would render him a target for the rabbits, not out of fear of being overpowered, but rather due to its utter lack of necessity. Avis soon arrived at Linya's side. Why aren't you going down? What are they fighting against, rabbits? Linya nodded. Do not underestimate these rabbits. They possess formidable combat prowess. Known as the rabbits of Raven, Avis inquired, Are you observing to consider taking a few rabbits aboard the ship? Linya, perplexed, questioned the rationale behind such a thought. Avis looked at Linya and remarked, You can bring such peculiar crocodiles onto the ship. What is so strange about taking a few rabbits? Linya found himself at a loss for words. How can that be the same? Chapter 35, Magnetic Drum Island 2. Avis smiled but remained silent. It seemed that the individuals below had discovered Linya and the others. Their leader, adorned with a black pirate hat and a bushy beard, held a finely crafted treasure chest while engaging in battle with Raven, all the while casting glances at Linya and his companions. Linya, with a grin, proposed, How about this? Hand over the chest, and we shall spare you. The pirate in the black hat retorted bitterly, No chance. Avis replied with a chuckle. Then you have only yourself to blame. It appears you shall be my first soul claimed. With that, Avis suddenly appeared behind the black-hatted pirate, plunging his blade into him. The pirate turned in disbelief to face Avis before collapsing. Raven attempted to attack Avis, but Linya swiftly intervened, emanating a formidable aura that caused the Raven crew to gradually retreat. Linya smiled, noting their awareness. The reason the Raven did not fall was that Linya had yet to master hockey. It was merely the innate pressure of his presence, a manifestation of his race. With the treasure chest and some riches in tow, Linya and Avis made their way towards the palace. Along the route, they encountered guards and informed them of the pirates' location for them to handle. Upon reaching the palace, they placed the treasure chest and riches before the king. We have captured the thieves and recovered stolen goods. Now, may we have your assistance? The king, taken aback, responded, Assistance is indeed possible, but why not keep these items? Linya smiled, A promise is a promise. For us, your assistance is of utmost importance. As for the significance of these items, that is not my concern. The king nodded, acknowledging their uniqueness. If there is anything we can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask. We shall accommodate you. Linya replied, Thank you kindly. As Linya and Avis prepared to leave, they heard a child's voice, Father, I heard pirates are coming. Should we fight back? The king quickly admonished, Mashuru, mind your words. A small boy entered, and Linya realized he must be Walbo and Apos' brother, the one who later wielded the mushroom fruit. The boy scoffed. Arin and Apos, pirates meant to be fought? The king expressed his apologies to Linya. I am truly sorry. This child is a reflection of my lack of guidance. Linya waved it off. No harm done. Dalton? The king's aide escorted Linya and Avis outside, apologizing on behalf of the prince. I sincerely apologize, Captain. My prince has been quite rude. Linya smiled. It is merely a trifling matter. Dalton appeared quite embarrassed, and Linya continued, if you feel embarrassed, perhaps you might guide us to a competent physician? Dalton, with a sheepish grin, replied, certainly, follow me. The king has instructed me to do so. As Dalton led the way, Linya inquired, is the king and Apos' son his only child? Dalton replied with a smile, there is another young prince, but he is still quite small. Linya chuckled, the king seems like a good man, but his successor requires proper education. Dalton nodded in agreement. Linya then remarked, I have heard of a doctor here renowned for her skills, though her temperament leaves much to be desired. Dalton scratched his head. You must be referring to Dr. Doriel. Indeed, her medical prowess is exceptional, but her temperament can be quite fierce. Linya replied with a grin, I must pay her a visit one day. I wonder if she would join me on a voyage. Dalton looked astonished. Dr. Doriel is over 100 years old. A voyage seems improbable. Avis was equally shocked. Linya, do you truly intend to bring a centenarian aboard? Linya smiled. You may not realize it, but having Dr. Doriel on the ship would not only provide us with a skilled physician, but also bolster our combat strength. Dalton chuckled. If you put it that way, Dr. Doriel indeed possesses considerable combat potential. Linya laughed heartily. We shall discuss that later. For now, let us find my companions. As Dalton guided them, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. This ailment should be treated thus. Who are you, Quack? It should be done this way. What are you babbling about? You know nothing. It should be approached in this manner. What? Trust me, it is foolproof, just like this. Doriel, put down your weapon. Let us discuss treatment first. What is there to discuss? A bunch of quacks. It should be done this way. Dalton, feeling embarrassed, remarked. The doctor you wish to see has arrived. Linya approached, observing Dr. Doriel, her white hair and leather attire, arguing with the warmly dressed physicians nearby. Eblun and Ebony listened attentively, occasionally interjecting. Alicia lay in a nearby room on a bed, while the crocodile was also forced onto another bed. Aubrey approached Linya. What is the situation here? Aubrey explained. Everyone has their own opinions on the treatment plan, and nothing has been finalized yet. Dr. Doriel glanced over. You must be the captain? Linya nodded. Dr. Doriel, displeased, continued, what are you still doing on this island? You should be searching for the door of Death Flower and the Crown of Adam, not wasting time admiring the scenery. Before Linya could respond, a tall doctor in a gentleman's hat interjected, the patients should be taken along. We cannot ascertain how long searching for these materials will take, or how long returning will be. It is more prudent to proceed together. A gold-haired, bearded elder added, but what about the doctor? This young lady's condition is unstable, and that crocodile is also not in great shape. Relying on Dr. Rad and this scientific lad is not wise. These patients are teetering on the brink of death. Dr. Doriel fixed a stern gaze on Linya, stating, Captain, I must board the ship. We need to find the door of Death Flower and the Crown of Adam quickly. We cannot delay for either patient. Linya nodded emphatically. Very well, no problem. Dr. Doriel raised an eyebrow. Then why are you not hurrying? Avis inquired. Dr. Doriel, do you not need to gather your equipment? Dr. Doriel shot a fierce look at Avis. Then hurry and do so. Did I not say we are in a rush? Avis acknowledged, understood, and made his way to Dr. Doriel's quarters. Meanwhile, the golden-bearded elder and the gentleman-hatted doctor chimed in. Please assist us as well. We shall accompany you. Dr. Doriel, visibly irritated, retorted, what do you quacks think you can contribute? The golden-bearded elder's mustache curled upward as he protested. Who are you calling a quack? I fear you may endanger their lives. Dr. Doriel brandished her weapon, angered. What did you say? Just as Linya was about to interject, Dr. Doriel turned to him. Captain, why are you still idle? Quickly get your companions aboard. We must set sail. Linya nodded repeatedly, carrying Alicia back to the medical room. He had initially intended for the crocodile to walk on its own, but the doctors insisted otherwise. Thus, Linya, along with Aubrey, lifted the crocodile back to the ship's medical area. At that moment, Linya regretted his leniency towards the crocodile. Its weight was far greater than it appeared. Doriel, the medical lady, remained vigilant nearby, cautioning everyone to avoid excessive vibrations. "Don't forget to bring my medicinal herbs and medical books," the bearded elder added. "Yes, yes. Take care with my research equipment and surgical tools," chimed in the gentleman in the hat. Lin also inquired, "Don't the elders have families? Shouldn't they say goodbye?" The bearded elder chuckled. "Unfortunately, our only family is our patients." The gentleman in the hat echoed, "I too have none." Doriel frowned, urging them to hurry. "What are you rambling about? We need to set sail." Lin and the others quickly returned to the ship, and under Dalton's guidance, they soon embarked. Lin briefly introduced the situation aboard to the three doctors. Upon seeing the medicinal garden and the herbs they had purchased, Doriel expressed her satisfaction, saying, "This ship indeed has its charm. The patients aboard certainly one and Apos, TB neglected. Captain, I have taken quite a liking to you." Lin smiled, pleased that Doriel was satisfied. "If you need anything, just let us know. We will prepare for you and the two doctors." Doriel nodded, "Sounds good. The wine aboard is quite decent, I must say. I'll go chat with Rad." After Doriel's departure, only the bearded elder and the gentleman in the hat remained. The bearded elder introduced himself, "Call me Kaijin. No need for formalities. It's rather embarrassing to board with only Doriel here. She simply can't leave those patients behind. Haha." Lin shook his head, appreciating Kaijin's presence. "It is our honor to have you aboard. We will ensure everyone's safety." The gentleman in the hat said, "Just call me Herbert. I apologize for the trouble I've caused the captain." Lin replied, "Not at all, Dr. Herbert. You are too polite." Starwheel, standing nearby, interjected, "Earlier on the shore, we were a bit constrained. In fact, we have another patient in critical condition, one with life-threatening issues, and we hope you can take a look." Kaijin and Herbert exchanged surprised glances. "Another serious case?" Lin nodded somberly. "Please, go see for yourselves. I will ask Doriel to join you shortly." Starwheel led the two doctors to the medical room, while Lin went to find Uncle Rad. Upon arrival, he found Rad listening humbly to Doriel's explanations like a schoolboy. Lin approached and said, "Doriel, there's another patient. I would appreciate it if you could take a look." Doriel raised an eyebrow. "Another one? Captain, why didn't you mention this sooner? Where is he? Let me there." Lin nodded and guided them to a separate room designated for Gale. The two doctors were already engaged in discussion when Doriel arrived and carefully examined the dark solid matter. "This is used to preserve the patient's state, I assent it?" Lin affirmed, "Yes. What is the current condition?" Doriel frowned. "Not good. He has been deeply poisoned, more severely than that young girl. Although his condition has been preserved, there are still signs of life activity. We must act swiftly to detoxify him. Surgery will be complicated. It's a miracle he is still alive. If we can cure him, it would truly be a remarkable feat. However, Captain, your crew's injuries are quite unfortunate." Lin nodded, acknowledging their oversight. Doriel waved her hand dismissively. "That is not our concern now. Once this package is opened, the patient's life may hang by a thread. We lack the necessary equipment, and the conditions at sea are insufficient. The toxins are a significant factor. We must locate the deadly bloom first." Kaijin added, "Indeed, Herbert and I concur. The patient's situation is complex, and without thorough preparations, our chances of success will be minimal." Doriel inquired, "Captain, how much do you know about the deadly bloom?" Aubrey responded, "We understand it is intertwined with the death flower, Manjasaka, and that proximity to death can induce hallucinations. Yavis was born in such an environment." Doriel nodded. "I noticed his condition. He should be fine. The deadly bloom has not claimed him. As long as he steers clear of the land of the dead, he should be fine." Kaijin and Herbert were puzzled. Did Yavis contract the death aura? Those affected cannot be treated like ordinary individuals. "Indeed, we did not observe any abnormalities," they replied. Doriel shot them a disdainful glance. "So, you are quacks. You should read more medical texts." Kaijin's face flushed with indignation while Herbert remained composed. Doriel continued, "He must have been treated before, and with his own fortitude, the death aura has diminished significantly. He now appears to be just like anyone else. However, should he approach the land of the dead, the aura may return, which cannot be underestimated. Finding the land of the dead is one matter. Seeking the deadly bloom is another. Remember that. Lin queried. Doriel, do you know where the land of the dead is? Doriel shook her head. It is a legend. A forbidden place for humanity and a graveyard of despair for doctors. Countless physicians have sought to unravel its mysteries to save its inhabitants, yet none have succeeded. I once sought it, but found nothing. Ebony interjected. Some say the death flower does not wish to be found, nor does it want its death to be salvaged. Others believe the deadly bloom seeks to spare the innocent. Lin added, Dr. Kalokas warned us that the death flower produces seeds, and we must not let them spread. Doriel nodded. That is true. It is mentioned in medical texts. If spread, it could result in a tragedy on the next island. Thus, doctors who prepare to venture there never expect to return alive. Herbert remarked, that complicates matters. If we find it, how do we even set foot on the island or leave? Doriel chuckled lightly. Then let us solve this mystery. What? Are we incapable of doing so? If you two quacks lack confidence, then don't hinder my progress. Kaijin, displeased, retorted, who would be afraid? If we go, we go. If we fail, we'll die there. The group continued to discuss their plans as they sailed onward, heading toward the next island. Days passed without sight of land or ships. Lin took some time to collect gems and contacted Farce. When the communication bug connected, Lin said, I've gathered the gems. Can you come pick them up? How long will it take you? We'll provide you with a coordinate. Farce responded, Is this Captain Lin? You're quick. Did you stumble upon a treasure trove with all these gems? Lin was momentarily taken aback by the title captain. Perhaps it was merely the company's way of addressing superiors. Farce continued, Aren't you on the Grand Line, Captain Lin? I am nearby and will arrive in approximately half a day. Ablun has calculated a range of coordinates and has informed Farce. True to his nature, Farce acted swiftly, indeed. Within less than half a day, he encountered me within the specified coordinates, seated inside a colossal seashell. As Farce boarded the vessel, his scarred visage bore a striking resemblance to that of a telephone worm. He greeted me with a smile, exclaiming, Your ship is truly magnificent, Linya. I chuckled softly and handed over the gemstone. Taking it, Farce grinned and remarked, You are indeed formidable, Linya. Should you require anything, feel free to command. Our leader, Fernan, will ensure that the payment is transferred to your world card. I nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, by the way, Do you have any knowledge regarding the city of the dead? Farce hesitated momentarily before responding. Linya, it is not a place to be trifled with. Although its exact location remains elusive, it is likely not far from here. Even within my immense shell, the chill of these waters is palpable. I nodded again, expressing my gratitude. Farce smiled and said, What need is there for thanks, Linya? Furthermore, I have brought you a few gifts. I recently opened a department store filled with precious collectibles, and Fernan has instructed me to present these to you. With that, Farce produced an array of obscure items from the depths of the seashell. I nodded appreciatively and asked him to convey my thanks to Fernan. Farce chuckled. No need for formality. I shall take my leave now. Linya, should you need anything further, do not hesitate to reach out. Chapter 36. The City of Death. Linya nodded as he watched the enormous seashell of fowls vanish into the vast ocean. Turning to the crocodile, he remarked, These days shall require your utmost perseverance. The time is drawing near, and those birds should be aware of it. The crocodile nodded, relieved to have finally escaped to the deck for a breath of fresh air, knowing that if the healer, Doriel, were to discover him, he would face dire consequences. 3 days later, one afternoon, the crocodile hurriedly approached Lin Yi with news. I have heard something, he exclaimed. Avis entered the scene as well, stating, Lin Yi, I feel an intuition stirring within me. The crocodile continued, The birds have spoken. In the direction of 2 o'clock to the north, the clouds of death are gathering. If you are not hungry, do not venture out to seek your demise. Avis nodded, adding, I too felt a tremor in my body when gazing at that part of the sky. Lin Yi summoned everyone together, urging the crocodile and Avis to repeat their earlier statements. Doriel examined Avis with a furrowed brow, noting, The aura of death has intensified. It is indeed drawing near. However, my boy, the essence of death is not easily born. To obstruct it, that you may not perceive the city of death, your suffering will be considerably alleviated. Avis shook his head, resolute. It matters not. I can endure. Uncle Xingluan, concerned, gently ruffled Avis and Apos' hair. Now is the time. We must locate it without further delay. Avis declared with determination. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Then let us prepare for battle against the City of Death. Everyone, get ready. The group busied themselves. Each person seeking information and strategies regarding the City of Death, amassing an array of supplies. Uncle Xingluan observed their frantic preparations with worry. He needed to remain aboard the ship, ensuring that Alia and Gale encountered no troubles. If they could not escape the City of Death, they must continue searching for a means of salvation. Fortunately, Eblon had developed protective suits that would offer some defense, albeit cumbersome and reminiscent of astronaut attire. Lin Yi resolved that he, Avis, and Aubrey would scout ahead before allowing others to enter. The ship sailed toward the City of Death, and as they approached, the sight of birds dwindled. The sky grew increasingly overcast, flashes of light sporadically illuminating the clouds, which hinted at impending rain that had yet to fall. Standing on the deck, Lin Yi and his companions took precautions, equipped with the hallucinogenic resistance medication provided by Doral. Avis's complexion turned pale, blood vessels gradually appearing in his eyes. Doral quickly prepared some medicine for Avis to alleviate his condition temporarily. After taking the medication, Avis's color improved slightly. Lin Yi turned to Uncle Xingluan, asserting, "We shall return. Please take care of them. If danger arises, steer the ship away." Uncle Xingluan hesitated but ultimately nodded. "Very well. I shall do so. Children, be cautious." They acknowledged him, and Doral added, "Captain, do take care." Lin Yi nodded, holding a flare in hand, as they gradually beheld an island enveloped in a black mist. Suddenly, Avis fell to his knees in pain, exclaiming, "This is it. This is the place." Doral administered another dose of medicine, and Avis adjusted himself, standing once more. "I remember this mist from my childhood. The seaside scenery was never pleasant. I wonder if our uncles and aunts still exist. Once we reach the island, we shall uncover all truths," Lin Yi assured him. Avis nodded as the vessel drew closer. Halting before the black fog, they donned their protective gear and proceeded onto the island, traversing through the dense mist. Lin Yi beheld a desolate landscape with dilapidated houses, crumbling walls, and lifeless trees and soil devoid of any sign of life. Avis, stirred with emotion, hurried in a particular direction, prompting Lin Yi and Aubrey to follow closely. Upon arriving at what resembled a village, tears streamed down Avis's face. "Uncles, aunts, where have you gone?" "I have returned." Lin Yi heard stirring within the houses and quickly pulled Avis aside. They held their breath, watching as a green zombie emerged, resembling a woman. "Strange. I think I heard Avis's voice," it murmured. Voices echoed from other areas. "Avis? Is that you returned?" The figures emerging were zombies in varying states of decay, lacking limbs yet unrecognizable as former humans. Avis gazed in disbelief. "How could this happen? Who are you?" "I've never seen you before," a girl's voice suddenly chimed. Lin Yi turned abruptly to find a normal-looking child in a red princess dress standing behind them, her deep dimples contrasting with her bright red eyes that lent her an unsettling presence here. The zombies also took notice of the newcomers. "Oh, are there outsiders?" one zombie remarked. "It seems so. They are dressed quite peculiarly," another added. "Welcome, welcome. You are our guests. Come to my home, and I shall prepare some delicacies for you." As the zombies approached, one zombie woman abruptly seized Avis's arm. "I knew I heard Avis's voice. Everyone, he's back." Instantly, the zombies surged toward them, displaying an unexpected warmth. "Avis, why didn't you come directly to sit with us?" they clamored. "Indeed, Avis, what fashion is this? Is it the trend from the outside?" they inquired. "Avis, come to your uncle's house for a feast. I have procured many wild delicacies." "Avis, are these your friends? Why not introduce them?" another zombie encouraged. "Why are you crying? It's good that you are back. Were you bullied outside? Who could dare to bully our Avis? Tell your uncle, and we shall seek vengeance." Tears streaming down his cheeks, Avis shook his head repeatedly. "No, it's nothing. Everyone, I am well. I have simply missed you all so dearly." The display of humanity from the zombies left Lin Yi and his companions somewhat bewildered. The girl behind them suddenly spoke. You have come for the flower of the dead gate. Haven to you? Aubrey was taken aback, while Lin Yi observed the zombies closely, but they showed no reaction. The little girl continued, "Follow me, please." Lin Yi and Aubrey wished to follow the girl, but upon seeing Avis's unmoving demeanor, they grew concerned that the zombies might turn against him. The girl smiled and reassured them, "Leave him here. Nothing will happen to him. They would never harm him." Uncle Xingluan and Lin Yi nodded, trailing after the little girl, who deftly navigated the ruins while occasionally glancing back at them. However, if you obtain the flower of the dead gate, will you be able to lift the curse on this island? She inquired. Lin also nodded. As long as we can achieve it, the girl smiled. You will definitely succeed. Lin was unsure why the girl was so confident. However, acquiring the Death's Door flower to save Avisa's relatives felt like a rightful endeavor. Unbeknownst to him, the scenery around them began to blur. The little girl warned, "You must be cautious. This place is perilous. It's best if you can hold your breath. Once you fall into a hallucination, you will succumb to death's aura." Aubrey and Lin nodded, holding their breath closely as they followed the little girl. The surroundings twisted wildly, vibrant colors attempting to mask the decay around them. After a considerable distance, Aubrey grasped Lin's arm, clearly at his limit. The little girl turned, her expression grave. Lin hoisted Aubrey onto his back, determined to use his last reserves of breath to take a chance. The little girl quickly dashed ahead, and Lin surged forward. The scene around them gradually replaced by vivid hues. With a sudden burst of speed, Lin broke free from the oppressive atmosphere. He laid Aubrey down gently. Aubrey appeared somewhat dazed. After a moment, he sat up, and Lin inquired, "Are you all right?" Aubrey nodded. "Yes, I'm fine." The little girl smiled. "I knew you could do it. Come, the Death's Door flower is just ahead." Aubrey rose, and together with Lin, they continued to follow the girl. Greenery began to emerge around them, and Lin asked, "This isn't an illusion, is it?" The girl smiled, "This is real." Lin marveled at the deepening green, surprised to see animals appearing and a crystal-clear stream cascading down the mountain. What a stark contrast! What was happening here? The little girl led them to the mountain summit, where Lin beheld a cluster of 8 white flowers. "This is the Death's Door flower," the girl said, "but do not rush to pick it. I have a story to share that will enlighten you." She began her tale. Legend has it that the Death's flower blooms only in places where human hearts have decayed, bringing death to those who have forsaken their humanity. Long ago, a loving couple thrived here. The husband was industrious, gradually enriching their family through hard work, while the wife was gentle and beautiful. Their lives were harmonious, seemingly devoid of conflict or concern, and they were blessed with a lovely child, filling their days with laughter and joy. However, their happiness incited envy among the villagers. Initially, the gossip was mild, but it soon escalated into venomous rumors. One fateful day, while the husband was out fishing, a woman deceived the wife with sweet words, administering poison to their ailing child. The child gradually fell silent as the woman revealed her true nature, and the entire village gathered to gawk and jeer. The wife wept bitterly over her child, and upon the husband's return, he said nothing but led his family up the mountain to gather the sacred remedy, the Death's Door flower. The Death's Door flower and the Death flower exist in a delicate balance. If one is picked, the equilibrium is shattered, and death will ensue. Without hesitation, the husband administered the Death flower to his child, who awoke, but the parents soon fell victim to the enraged villagers' blows. The villagers had intended to kill the child as well, but they were already tainted by death's aura, trapped in a hallucination, forgetting their actions. Former foes became their dearest companions. Aubrey suddenly asked, "And you? Who are you?" The girl smiled, "My father brought me here, seeking the Death's Door flower to cure my illness, but he slowly succumbed to its poison. Before he died, he wished to unravel this mystery, and through relentless exploration, he learned the truth." Aubrey inquired, "Can the Death's Door flower cure the poison of the Death flower?" The girl shook her head. "They are indeed opposites. But it cannot heal. Instead, it exacerbates the affliction. The disappearance of the Death's Door flower intensifies the death aura and hastens the decay of the undead." Lin pondered. "But haven't those zombies already perished?" The girl smiled. "In truth, they are merely living dead, still existing. The Death flower grants a swift death. Yet the Death's Door flower prolongs that process, leaving people as mere shells, gradually losing vitality. Neither holds a benevolent existence. Lin regarded the serene girl. Why do you wish to break this curse? The girl smiled. I merely wish to fulfill my father's last wish. He sought to end this farce of existence. I do not aspire to be a savior, but simply to bring it to a close. Lin nodded. For the sake of our companions, I shall. The girl asked, will you reveal the truth to him? Lin shook his head. I do not know. Such revelations may be cruel. The girl chuckled. Do not worry. He will forget it all, never to remember again. Once this is over, everything will conclude. Lin nodded, and Aubrey asked, what shall we do now? The girl pointed to the death's door flower. You both must carefully dig one up, roots and all. This way, the poison will not affect you. Do not move too much. If you disrupt the balance again, I cannot predict the outcome. My father only uncovered certain information but never discovered the essence of the death aura. Lin nodded and, with Aubrey, cautiously unearthed the death's door flower. They followed the girl back, and indeed, the return journey revealed no more distorted scenery. As they walked, the girl remarked, you are quite clever. Without these protective suits, you would have been in danger. Lin nodded. There are intelligent individuals on my ship who crafted these for our safety. The girl wore a somewhat sorrowful expression. How wonderful. Had my father known such people, he might not have perished. Aubrey comforted her. May you find peace in your grief. The girl nodded, suddenly smiling. Yes. My father did not die like those zombies, but rather passed away normally and peacefully. In truth, that is not a bad ending. Lin felt uncertain about how to console her as he and Aubrey silently followed the girl into the village. The girl, visibly anxious, said now, we must tread carefully to the seaside. The death and Apos' door flower may provoke unusual reactions from the villagers. We must be cautious. Lin nodded, concerned for Avis. However, as long as the villagers remained entrapped in their hallucinations, Avis should remain relatively safe. They approached the shore with caution. Lin ignited a signal flare, and soon, Eblon, Doriel the healer, Uncle Rad, Dr. Kaijin, Dr. Herbert, and Ebnai, all donned in protective suits and carrying equipment, arrived. Doriel and the other 4 doctors, upon seeing the death's door flower in Lin and Aubrey's hands, were filled with curiosity and hurriedly brought their instruments to study it, while Eblon examined the protective suits Lin wore. Ebnai, using rather complex instruments, began to investigate the death's door flower in a manner unlike the doctors. The little girl remarked, are they your companions? Lin also nodded as the little girl spoke, her demeanor radiating a sense of reliability. Lin smiled in acknowledgement, affirming that they were indeed trustworthy companions. Shortly thereafter, Eblon, with a grave expression, remarked that the composition of this deathly aura appeared to be a type of carnivorous fungus. Ebnai elaborated, stating that during the growth of the flower of the death gate, not only do its branches and petals release factors that are unappealing to the consuming fungi into the air, but its roots also disseminate such elements into the soil. As for the death flower, Manjusaka, it likely has a symbiotic relationship with this carnivorous fungus. The true catalyst of demise is indeed this very fungus. The little girl was taken aback. Carnivorous fungus? How is that possible? My father clearly could not discern anything unusual under the microscope. Eblon explained that this was due to his failure to utilize a capturing agent, a substance exceedingly rare yet vital for biological research. The carnivorous fungus is capable of movement influenced by air currents, thus eluding detection without such a reagent. The little girl felt a wave of sorrow. How can it be like this? Eblon replied, sometimes, the truth is brutally harsh. Such a price is not one that all doctors can afford to pay. Dr. Herbert nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, this place serves as a graveyard of despair for physicians. Not solely due to their own medical inadequacies, but also due to a profound helplessness in the face of reality. Uncle Kaijin concurred. Our ability to unravel this mystery relies on the wealth of the captain. Eblon nodded once more, adding, even with the knowledge of this carnivorous fungus, the situation remains grim. We are unaware of what might counteract it. The flower of the death gate is merely repulsive to them, lacking any genuine restraining relationship. The little girl, filled with concern, asked, what shall we do now? Eblon shook his head, indicating uncertainty. Ebnai then inquired, Captain, where has Yavis gone? Lin replied, he is in the village, surrounded by those zombies. Chapter 37, Death City 2. Eblin expressed his curiosity, inquiring about zombies. What are they like? Do such beings truly exist? Are they dead or alive? Aubrey provided a general description of the villagers' characteristics. Eblin pondered, could these carnivorous fungi cause such outcomes? A state of living death. Without the deadly bloom, those individuals would likely have been completely devoured. Dr. Doriel interjected, there exists a trace of death energy within Yavis, albeit minimal. These fungi remain dormant, once on the island. They should pose no significant threat. Eblin remarked, yet we cannot entirely dismiss the potential for danger. The villager's behavior remains uncertain. Lenya nodded, then let us seek him out. As Aubrey and Lenya prepared to proceed, Eblin abruptly urged, hurry. The carnivorous fungi have altered their mode of action. Lenya and Aubrey rushed toward the village, where they observed the villagers had lost their senses, exhibiting bizarre behavior. Yavis, clad in protective gear, attempted to deter the villagers. Upon seeing Lenya and Aubrey approach, Yavis anxiously asked, what has happened? Why have they become like this? Aubrey placed a reassuring hand on Yavis' shoulder. This situation is rather complex. The so-called death energy is a manifestation of carnivorous fungi, and currently, there is no remedy. Yavis, filled with sorrow, lamented, is this truly the only fate awaiting them? Lenya struggled to explain to Yavis the gravity of the situation, questioning whether he would care for the villagers' fates after uncovering the truth. As Lenya attempted to comfort Yavis, the villagers suddenly charged at them, wielding rusty pitchforks. Lenya pulled Yavis aside, but was unable to grasp Aubrey in time. The cumbersome protective gear hindered their escape. The villagers' erratic yet swift movements heightened Lenya's anxiety. Aubrey clumsily dodged, but one pitchfork pierced Lenya's protective suit. An unsettling sensation coursed through Lenya as black liquid surged toward the breach in Aubrey's armor, attempting to mend it. Lenya felt an invasive force trying to penetrate his skin, but the black liquid dissipated upon contact. His sister's voice echoed in his mind. Brother, you are truly foolish. This is your power, not a shield, but a force of consumption. You must learn to harness it. Our mother bestowed upon us no ordinary strength. Have you not yet developed it? It is quite concerning. Reinvigorated, Lenya emerged wholly from his protective gear, enveloping the air around him with his hands, releasing minute particles that attached to the carnivorous fungi. The zombies halted their movements, and both Aubrey and Yavis succumbed to unconsciousness. Immersed in the delicate atmosphere, Lenya closed his eyes yet sensed every detail of the island. The carnivorous fungi were ensnared by the black liquid, being drawn out from the zombies in the depths of the earth, vanishing within the consuming force. Once he completed this task, the black liquid returned to his body. Unlike the exhaustion typically associated with using his powers, Lenya felt invigorated, his body brimming with strength. The island was devoid of the pervasive black mist. The encircling fog lifted, and sunlight poured in. The zombies lay motionless on the ground, resembling humans once more. Yet marred by scars, their fates uncertain. Lenya escorted Aubrey and Yavis back to the beach, where Eblin inquired, what transpired? The carnivorous fungi have vanished. Lenya smiled, indeed. I consumed them all. Eblin, astonished, asked, and you? Dr. Doriel quickly approached Lenya, examining him for any issues. After checking the others, she confirmed they were unharmed. Eblin, bewildered, questioned, what happened? Lenya chuckled, patience. The deadly bloom is no longer necessary on this island. I shall retrieve it. You all return to the ship for safety. As Lenya spoke, he vanished, racing toward the growth site of the deadly bloom. The white flowers continued to bloom normally, and Lenya carefully uprooted the remaining ones. On his way back, he noticed the red spider lilies wilting, disappearing in the wind. As for the villagers, he chose not to dwell upon them, hoping simply that Yavis would awaken with no recollection of this place. Sometimes, forgetting is the best conclusion. Lenya spotted a little girl seated on the beach, gazing vacantly at the sea. He felt a pang of compassion, questioning, will you come with me? There is no purpose for you to remain on this island. The little girl hesitated, asking, really? Is that possible? Lenya smiled. If you prefer not to stay on the ship, we can find you a foster family. Her face brightened. Father's wish has been fulfilled. Thank you so much. If you don't mind, I would like to live with these dependable companions. I will surely find my own purpose. Lenya chuckled. realizing that was not his initial intention. Yet finding one's purpose and being comfortable on the ship is indeed a valid choice. Then you must utilize your unique talents. Let us depart. Linya lifted the girl and swiftly returned to the ship, where everyone remained engulfed in their previous confusions. Linya provided a brief explanation, igniting Eblin's intense curiosity about Linya's extraordinary body. I truly wish to study you thoroughly, Eblin declared. Linya laughed. You are making it difficult for me to sleep. Eblin turned to the little girl, asking, What is your name? The girl shyly replied, I am Vera, the daughter of a doctor. Dr. Doriel inquired, Do you possess any medical skills? Vera bashfully admitted, Just a little. Linya suddenly realized that if Vera were to study diligently under Dr. Doriel, she might become a remarkable physician. However, he was uncertain if Doriel would accept her. Doriel nodded. Saying nothing further, Linya decided not to press the matter, leaving it to Vera's own choice. After Uncle Rad planted the deadly bloom, the doctors began their research. Doriel intentionally kept Vera close by, seemingly intrigued by her striking red eyes. Linya monitored Aubrey and Yavis in the medical room, having consumed all traces of carnivorous fungi from their bodies. Aubrey awakened after an hour, while Yavis remained unconscious for an entire day. Even Alia regained consciousness after ingesting the medicine infused with the deadly bloom. Upon waking, Yavis expressed confusion. Where am I? Linya was taken aback, wondering if Yavis had forgotten even his own identity. Aubrey asked Yavis several questions and thankfully discovered he had merely forgotten details regarding Death City. Linya mused. This selective amnesia is quite remarkable. It allows for a tailored erasure of memories. Following this incident, the group's confidence surged, and they set their sights on the next destination, the City of Seven Waters. Linya contemplated the need to expand the ship, adding additional levels to accommodate both people and provisions. Furthermore, if suitable crew members could be found, it would be beneficial, as Linya and his companions still had much to learn. Linya observed that the crocodile had seemingly grown larger, inquiring, Have you gained weight or merely matured? The crocodile chuckled. I have merely expelled some toxins. I am recovering. Linya frowned at the crocodile's size, realizing they needed to reach the City of Seven Waters quickly. For once he fully recovered, the ship would struggle to contain him. Linya asked, When you regain your complete form, will you be able to control your size better? The crocodile appeared bewildered, having never experienced this before. Lin also nodded. All right, we shall discuss this matter once you have resolved the poison. Ebnir chuckled from the side. Is the captain concerned about accommodating the crocodile? Lin nodded. Not only that, I also wish to ensure your brother is well taken care of, otherwise we would be placing all aboard in peril, which is a terrifying prospect. Ebnir smiled. Indeed, your brother has been much more cautious aboard the ship. Had it been in the past, he would have faced innumerable dangers. Lin nodded. Once we locate the Crown of Adam, we must consider our next steps and find a suitable place to settle. Your brother and Appo's research facility requires proper arrangements. Ebnir inquired, What are your plans for when Gale awakens? Lin contemplated. We shall venture forth on an adventure, but we must also have a fallback position to develop our reserves. And what about you, Ebnir? I intend for your brother to work in the laboratory on land. Do you wish to be with him? Ebnir reflected. As long as my brother can conduct his experiments safely, I need not be by his side constantly. Now, I have observed many things I previously overlooked, and I wish to study the world's climate and flora. Lin smiled. How difficult could that be? By the way, have we established permanent markers in the places we have traversed? Ebnir nodded. My brother has done so. Captain, do you truly wish to circumnavigate the globe? Lin replied. Traveling the world sounds splendid. It is quite liberating, is it not? Ebnir asked. Do you aspire to be the Pirate King, Captain? Lin chuckled. It is merely a title. I am not interested in treasures or truths. I seek only the freedom to roam the vast seas, and therein lies my joy. The crocodile interjected. If that is the case, Captain, I too wish to accompany you to the ends of the earth. Lin laughed. That is contingent upon the ship's ability to carry you. The crocodile lowered his head in dismay. That is beyond my control. Ebnir suggested, Captain, should we consider finding a devil fruit for the crocodile? That might improve his form. Lin burst into laughter. Ha ha ha? A crocodile that cannot swim? What a notion. The crocodile's previously revived spirit dimmed once more. Lin then asked, "By the way, crocodile, do you not have a name? How shall we address you among your kin?" The crocodile sighed. "I have no name. I am merely experiment specimen number 1, as the researchers refer to me." Ebnir said, "That sounds rather unfortunate. How about the captain bestows a name upon you?" Lin inquired, "Would that be acceptable?" The crocodile eagerly nodded. "Yes, please name me, captain." Yavis approached. "What? A name? Count me in." Aubrey, being pulled along by Yavis, chimed in, "Let me gather everyone in Apos' opinions, and then the crocodile can choose." Yavis proposed, "How about Crocodile King?" "It sounds impressive." Aubrey suggested, "How about 10-meter beast?" He estimated the crocodile's restored size. Doriel, the medic, remarked, "The insubordinate crocodile that refuses medication. He has escaped the medical bay multiple times, inciting my wrath on several occasions." Uncle Rad grumbled, "Destruction King Crocodile," recalling the damage to his medicinal garden. Uncle Kaijin lamented, "Armored crocodile," ruefully remembering the needles ruined by the crocodile's hide. Uncle Herbert said, "Bloodless one," still troubled by the difficulty of locating the crocodile's veins. Ablun suggested, "Experimental collaborator, selfless contributor, pleased with the crocodile's cooperation in various experiments, though the crocodile remained unaware." Ilya proposed, "Chubby," quite an image, as she observed her custom-made outfit nearly bursting due to the crocodile's size, her smile concealing her dissatisfaction. Uncle Xingluan playfully suggested, "Frostbite crocodile, fire-cooked crocodile, fried tail crocodile," as he busied himself with experiments on various ingredients he had acquired, temporarily devoid of thoughts of dismembering the crocodile. The crocodile, feeling quite wronged, stated, "We were naming, not reflecting on impressions." Lin laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha. It seems none of you possess a talent for naming. Ebnir, do you have any ideas?" Ebnir proposed, "How about Gankiryu?" Lin pondered, "That sounds rather like a medicinal name." The crocodile seemed to grasp the implication, shaking his head vigorously. Lin continued, "What about Theodore?" "It means and Apos, gift from above, and Apos, signifying your unique existence. Though your circumstances have been unfortunate, you are now with us, alongside 2 good brothers." The crocodile murmured, "Theodore, yes. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Captain. Ha ha ha. I am now Crocodile Theodore. I have a name." Ebnir remarked, "It sounds delightful." Yavis added, "Theodore, you must live up to this name, ha ha. This rotund crocodile is currently not up to par." The crocodile nodded vigorously, "Ha ha ha. Soon, you shall witness me. Warrior Theodore. I am also a force to be reckoned with." Aubrey skeptically questioned, "I remain dubious about how Theodore intends to achieve this." The crocodile confidently replied, "Oh, I have my methods." Aubrey, do not undermine Theodore's confidence. Lin chuckled, "Theodore must not disappoint our expectations." Aubrey, do not consistently douse his enthusiasm. Aubrey smiled, "I fear it may be impossible to extinguish Theodore's fervor." Lin nodded in agreement. "All right, let us proceed to training. We have much to improve upon." As Lin spoke, he led Aubrey and the others toward the training room, leaving Theodore gazing excitedly at the sea. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of training echoed from the training room, while Uncle Xingluan busied himself in the kitchen. Days passed, and Lin and Apos' ship finally sighted the city of water. Lin felt a surge of excitement. There was no longer any need to worry about the remaining medicines. Only the crown of Adam remained. With the crown of Adam, Gale's research could commence, and he eagerly anticipated the day Gale would awaken. The crew gathered on deck, gazing at the waterborne city. Lin smiled. "Fernan has received word that the crown of Adam is indeed for sale. Once we acquire it, we can produce the antidote. Everyone, let us remain discreet for now. Our notorious reputation as the demon pirate crew precedes us." Nods of agreement followed. Aubrey remarked, "Given that we have many doctors aboard, and considering the instability of Elia and the crocodile's conditions, we should prioritize caution. There is still Enforcer Island to contend with, so we must tread carefully. Therefore, fewer of us shall go ashore. I will join Lin, along with Ebnir, who can identify things." Eblun added, "I need to modify the ship. We must recruit some more shipwrights as well. I should go too." Aubrey shook his head. "For the sake of caution, let us first secure the crown of Adam. All other matters shall wait until we produce the antidote." We will linger here for some time. Modifying the ship is no small task. We must first ensure a safe location and scout ahead. Ebla nodded as Lin Yi, Aubrey, and Ebni disembarked. In the distance, Lin Yi spotted Fars. Boss Lin, esteemed leaders. We have gathered some intelligence. Later, there will be an auction featuring the crown of Adam. While its rarity does not rival that of the branch of Adam. For reasons unknown, the opposing party declined Boss Fernand's proposal and opted for an auction instead. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Regardless, we must secure it. Fars concurred. This island is currently teeming with government officials. We should exercise caution. I have procured entry tickets for you all. It would be prudent to maintain a low profile before entering, as there will be government personnel providing security. It remains uncertain whether nobility or others will be present. Given the scale of the event, Aubrey nodded. In this regard, we have made preparations to ensure our success. Fars, feeling somewhat embarrassed, added, Boss Fernand is a bit hesitant. We are not in a position to employ forceful measures, and we have not been able to assist Boss Lin. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. We had no intention of resorting to force. The risks are too great. The crown of Adam is a prize we must obtain. Chapter 38. The City of Seven Waters. Fars nodded, indicating that if there were any needs from Lin Yi, they should feel free to voice them, and they would provide full support. Lin Yi smiled in gratitude, expressing that they might require a temporary and secure place to stay, as they wished to modify their ship. Fars acknowledged this with a nod, assuring them that accommodation would not be an issue, but they should exercise caution. Fars led Lin Yi and the others to a secluded seaside villa area, stating that this was the private residence of Boss Fernand, a place known to few and seldom visited. You may stay here, he said. As for the ship modifications, there is a nearby dock owned by Tom's Shipbuilding Company, which only accepts private orders. It appears to cater specifically to pirates, thus ensuring its safety. Lin Yi nodded appreciatively, thanking Fars. Fars waved his hand dismissively, insisting that it was his duty. I will attend to the auction matters now. You all can rest here. Just call for me if you need anything. With that, Fars departed. Lin Yi took out a transponder snail, instructing Avis to bring the ship to their location. Once everyone arrived, Lin Yi sent Avis and Eblon to liaise with Mr. Tom, whom he deemed a trustworthy individual. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, Aubrey, and Eblon prepared for the afternoon auction by changing their appearances. Eblon designed a clever cosmetic that, while not long-lasting, could alter their facial features enough to avoid immediate recognition. As afternoon approached, Lin Yi and his companions transformed into the guise of affluent merchants, adorned with exquisite accessories. Alia remarked, "The clothes I purchased indeed reflect impeccable taste. We look quite the part." Mr. Tom was engaged in an animated discussion with Eblon at the adjacent dock. Avis returned first and nodded, commenting, "Naturally. It's not just about the attire. They are all quite handsome. It's a pity, however, that they still fall short compared to me." Alia shot Avis a playful glare, suggesting he should also dress up next time to see who possesses the most charisma. Aubrey chuckled, claiming that he had thoroughly studied the art of charisma. Eblon expressed interest in joining this light-hearted competition. Lin Yi laughed, noting that it felt akin to a beauty pageant, and he opted out, offering to present a prize to whoever won. The lively Theodore perked up, inquiring about the rewards. "Really? What are the prizes? I want to participate." He grinned, showcasing his tusks. Uncle Rat approached, asking if the captain could grant him a prize as well. Lin Yi smiled, reassuring Rad that he would cover any expenses for his desired items, thus advising him not to compete. Rad laughed heartily, relieved that he wouldn't need to embarrass himself to earn money. Herbert adjusted his hat and expressed his desire to join the competition, citing his confidence in his charisma. Kaijin humorously questioned if he possessed any of that quality. Dr. Doriel picked up a nearby bottle of wine, jokingly asking if there would be refreshments available for the judges. Vera, clad in a charming blue dress, blinked her red eyes and declared, "Big brother Lin Yi, I also want to be a judge." Uncle Xingluan approached with drinks, remarking on the quality of the wine and food at the venue. "What are you all discussing? It's quite a lively affair." Avis excitedly suggested hosting a charisma contest, seeking Uncle Xingluan's support to claim victory. Xingluan nodded, asking if he was the only participant. Laughter erupted as Avis feigned indignation, claiming favoritism. Alia teased, "Look at our Avis. Still a child and quite the pampered darling." Avis shot her an annoyed glance. In a light-hearted moment, Uncle Xingluan ruffled Avis's hair, assuring him of his support. Aubrey interjected, expressing his own confidence in winning. Linny observed the playful banter between Aubrey and Avis, feeling a pang of discomfort, as their previous camaraderie had not been so boisterous. Perhaps they were attempting to fill the void left by Gale. Fars re-entered, inquiring about their cheerful conversation. Avis enthusiastically shared their plans for the upcoming event. Fars struck a pose, declaring his desire to join, as the captain's rewards must be substantial. Linyi sighed, conceding that everyone could participate. "Thank you, boss." Fars replied with a smile. "Now, let us discuss the auction. We have arranged everything, secured a private room, and communicated with the bidders." Linyi nodded, signaling their readiness to proceed. Aubrey and Eblun followed closely behind as Fars led them toward the auction venue. Along the way, Linyi noted the desolate path. Fars chuckled, explaining that they had closed the road, a customary practice of Boss Fernan, which would not raise suspicion and would minimize complications. "We have also taken care of the Navy and government. They will not disturb you," Fars assured. Linyi nodded appreciatively, acknowledging Fars's efforts. "Rest assured, you may bid freely. We will handle the payments," Fars continued. Linyi smiled, confident in their financial standing. Through several transactions with Fars, Linyi had amassed considerable wealth, a testament to the treasures of the sea, which he and his crew had acquired with relative ease, though they lacked someone capable of transforming that wealth into power. A detail Lin Yi was keenly aware of. Navigating through several deserted streets, they arrived at an imposing building, resplendent in its grandeur, flanked by rows of security personnel conducting checks. Fars swiftly approached the lead guard, exchanging a few words. The guard glanced at Lin Yi, nodded, and Fars returned with a smile. "It's all set, boss. Let us enter." Fars guided Lin Yi and the others through a different entrance, where security bypassed any search procedures. Lin Yi reflected on how, in any world, wealth held significant sway. "Convenient, isn't it?" Aubrey remarked. "Did you foresee this from the beginning, Lin Yi?" Lin Yi chuckled, admitting he had only sought convenience and was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. "Shoo, less talking, let us move," he urged. Fars led them to a spacious private room, presenting Lin Yi with a luminous bidding paddle. "This is your paddle. Raise it to bid," he instructed. Lin Yi nodded, and Fars continued, "I will arrange the bidders. Should any competitors arise, we will see if we can resolve the matter." Lin Yi thanked him, and Fars waved him off as he exited. Aubrey questioned Lin Yi's trust in the situation. Lin Yi smiled, pondering the importance of trust in their current circumstances. "Does it truly matter? Are we afraid of anyone now? Can the three admirals even come here? Today, I am determined to turn this place upside down and seize the crown of Adam. My only wish is for the crown to remain intact." Aubrey nodded in agreement, acknowledging its significance. "Even if he resorts to petty tricks, it is of no concern to us." Ebuni chuckled, asking, "So, Captain, shall we traverse the seas with boldness?" Lin shrugged, responding, "It isn't so simple. I am unafraid. Aubrey is unafraid, and Yavis is unafraid, but what about those we care for? Our fears are profound. We cannot afford any mishaps. We must protect you, ensuring no further misfortunes befall you. Only when the situation is entirely secure can we truly act freely. Otherwise, we shall continue to tread cautiously." Aubrey smiled, reminding Lin, "You weren't saying that just a moment ago." Ebuni joined in the laughter, and Lin grinned, saying, "Is it not permissible to speak of it? One day, we shall indeed walk boldly, especially when Gale awakens." Aubrey produced a small notebook, stating, "I have received the captain's instructions and have noted them down. Our goal as the demon pirate crew is to navigate the seas with audacity." Lin replied, "Do remember, that notebook is precious." As the lights dimmed, the auction commenced. A host, sporting a flamboyant mustache and exaggerated eyes, welcomed the attendees, announcing, "Welcome to the auction. Let us unveil today's first item, a delightful surprise." The first offering was a group of exotic dancers, skilled both in dance and combat. These 6 were indeed top assassins. However, there was no cause for concern, as the collars around their necks ensured they would not resist. Lin inquired, "What do you think of these 6? Aubrey appeared confused, asking, "What do you mean?" Lynn explained, "Didn't T. Yavis mention the arrival of the assassin group? Are these 6 suitable?" Aubrey expressed disbelief. "You can't be serious." Lynn clarified, "There is nothing wrong with acquiring these slaves. While some may not wish to be our allies, there are surely talents among them. Is it not the samurai's code to value loyalty? We can simply release those unwilling. After all, we possess ample funds, do we not?" Aubrey hesitated but eventually nodded, conceding, "Well, that does make some sense. If we disregard the investment, it could yield high returns." Lynn smiled. "This holds my purpose. I shall explain later. For now, I will secure their purchase." After several rounds of bidding, Lynn successfully acquired the group. Soon after, 6 women, their eyes filled with trepidation, appeared in Lynn's private chamber, where he instructed them to remain in the corner. The auction continued, with Lynn acquiring additional slaves, including some samurai, swordsmen, and fishmen. As the auction neared its midpoint, it finally arrived at the crown of Adam, with an opening bid of 50 million berries. The quantity of the crown was considerable, filling a large chest. Lynn chose to wait for others to make their bids. Aside from those sent by Fowles, 2 individuals also participated in the auction. Lynn remarked, "It appears these 2 are determined. I wonder what they intend to do with the crown. Apart from its medicinal properties, does it possess any other special functions?" Aubrey shook his head, stating, "I heard Ebrin and Ebuni mention that aside from its medicinal uses, the crown has no other particular significance. If one were to speak of its function, it would merely be for decoration." Ebuni nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, it is primarily decorative, quite wasteful. Thus, while the medicinal value of the crown is high, its practical value is limited. Very few doctors can utilize this herb effectively. If they are not doctors, it will likely go to waste." Lynn found it difficult to comprehend why such an extravagant item would be used for decoration. Ebuni chuckled, explaining, "The crown of Adam is renowned for its perpetual allure and emits a subtle woody fragrance. It is indeed a fine decorative piece, famous in the realm of adornments. One can profit significantly from processing it." Lynn nodded, understanding this rationale. Aubrey added, "Yet, this is somewhat concerning. I wonder how much the others are willing to bid." Lynn smiled, declaring, "Regardless of their offers, we shall see this through to the end." The bids escalated, eventually reaching 500 million. The 2 individuals remained silent, and Lynn raised his paddle. When no one else followed suit, he secured the crown of Adam for 510 million. Fowles entered with the escort, exclaiming, "Boss, we won it." Lynn nodded, and as the escort left, Fowles inquired, "Should we escort these items away? Those individuals seem rather predatory." After verification from Ebuni, Lynn confirmed, "I will accompany you. Ebuni and part of the crown will take another route. Aubrey should stay behind to see if there is anything else worth purchasing. I will proceed with the bulk of the crown to our lodgings." The group split up, with Lynn and Fowles exiting the auction house, followed by the transport team. Lynn sensed someone observing them, and after walking a while, he noticed he was being followed. Disappearing from sight, Lynn reappeared behind one of the pursuers, swiftly incapacitating him with a chop to the neck. It seemed to be a servant from the auction, likely seeking to discover their residence for a potential heist. After a thorough search, Lynn subdued several more individuals before returning to Fowles, urging, "We must hurry. We were being followed." Fowles nodded, and they quickened their pace. After delivering the crown, Lynn retraced his steps to find Ebuni. His route was more discreet, yet still required caution. Upon reuniting with Ebuni, they remained vigilant. Relieved to find no one had followed them, Lynn reassured himself, saying, "Aubrey will manage." Upon returning to their lodgings, the doctors were already hard at work, concocting the antidote. Lynn approached the captives, stating, "We are the demon pirate crew. If you wish to stay with us as allies, you may remain. If not, you are free to leave." With that, he unlocked the collars around their necks. The women were momentarily stunned, then knelt, tears streaming down their faces, thanking him profusely. "Thank you. We are so grateful. Please allow us to stay aboard. We will contribute our efforts." Lynn nodded, declaring, "From now on, you shall be known as the 6 Sisters of Narcissus, with the designations Narcissus 1 through Narcissus 6 as members of the assassin group. This will be easier to remember." The women eagerly agreed, while Yavis, observing from the side, expressed astonishment. An assassin group? Is this for me? Lin smiled, asking what? Are you dissatisfied? These individuals possess commendable skills. Given time, they will surely become exceptional assassins. Yavis nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, haha, no need for thanks between us, my dear brother and captain. Lin chuckled, addressing the 6 sisters. This is your captain for the assassin group. Currently, we are few in number, but more will join in time. Should you require anything, speak to him. He will make the arrangements. The 6 sisters nodded gratefully, saying, Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Lin replied, It's nothing. We are all comrades. Aside from a few pirates who expressed their desire to return home, the remaining individuals indicated their wish to stay aboard. Lin provided those wishing to return with some money, stating, This should suffice for your journey home. If you seek to reform, do truly reform and engage in good deeds. The individuals agreed, and Lin added, By the way, leave your names. Perhaps I can assist you with any future troubles. Chapter 39. The City of 7 Waters. 2 Those who had left their names gradually departed, leaving behind 2 warriors, 2 swordsmen, and a fishman. The first warrior introduced himself, I am Buggy. I sincerely thank the captain for his rescue, and I wish to serve under your command. The second warrior spoke, I am Lar. I am grateful for your assistance and would like to repay the favor. One of the swordsmen, his long hair obscuring half of his face, lamented, Unfortunately, I was captured. It is a stain upon my honor. To be rescued now is our fortune. May I call you captain? The second swordsman, sporting a red buzz cut, added, Captain, thank you. The fishman hesitated and asked, Can I also become a part of this crew? Tommy nodded and replied, Of course, why not? Theodore approached, puzzled, What is happening? The fishman, astonished, exclaimed, This. What is this? Theodore proudly declared, I am Crocodile Theodore. The fishman was taken aback. Crocodile? What? This is. Tommy confirmed, Indeed. He is simply a crocodile. Do not be overly surprised. We shall elaborate on the details later. You too can become our ally. The fishman nodded, visibly pleased. I am Aiden. Captain, I look forward to your guidance. Tommy smiled and welcomed everyone aboard. 2 male servants and 2 female servants, purchased but unwilling to leave, were addressed by Tommy. If you are to care for us, there may be dangers involved. Do you accept? All 4 nodded in agreement. You shall be named Coney, Colin, Aishi, and Ella. That evening, Coney and the others assisted Uncle Xingluan in preparing dinner. The doctors informed the captain, Captain, we have a response. The medicine is beginning to meld, and it should be successful by tonight. Aishi and Ella hurriedly delivered the dishes. Through Tommy's explanations, everyone understood the significance of the medicine being prepared by the doctors. After dinner, Aubrey returned carrying a large package, excitedly announcing, Tommy, I bought several branches of Atom. We can significantly renovate the ship. Tommy nodded, That is splendid news. What else did you procure? Aubrey replied, Nothing much else, just some useful items. I did, however, acquire this, an unusual devil fruit, known as the mist fruit. Tommy nodded, That sounds promising. Have you eaten yet? Let us dine first, and we shall discuss the rest later. Aubrey agreed and went to eat. Tommy, Aiden, and Aubrey made their way to the nearby dock with the Atom branches. Upon arrival, Tommy encountered Mr. Tom and Ms. Kokoro, along with the young iceberg. Tommy approached to greet them. Mr. Tom, I am the captain of the Devil Pirate crew, Tommy. I have yet to introduce myself. Please forgive my absence. I purchased this to renovate my ship. They revealed the wrapped Atom branches, uncertain if they would suffice for the renovation. Mr. Tom approached with a smile. This will be more than enough. I will ensure your ship is splendidly completed, rest assured. Tommy nodded, confident in Mr. Tom's abilities. My pirate crew may require a fleet in the future. I would like to commission a few more ships from you. Mr. Tom inquired, Are you already contemplating a fleet? Tommy nodded. This is a grand plan even my companions are unaware of, but I trust you will be able to execute it. After sharing his vision, Mr. Tom appeared intrigued. A fleet sounds fascinating, quite an ambitious undertaking. The iceberg interjected, Are you requesting a ship? It sounds more like a floating island. Tommy smiled and nodded. Indeed, it resembles an island. Young one, do you think it can succeed? The iceberg paused. Can an island float on water? An island-like fleet? Transforming an island into a ship? It should be possible. It is a rather crazy idea. Tommy chuckled. I believe Mr. Tom can realize my dream. Mr. Tom laughed heartily. A man must boldly pursue his ambitions. Your dream is my charge. Ms. Kokoro cautioned from the side. This is no simple task. Do not take it lightly. Tommy smiled. You must be Ms. Kokoro. Let us discuss this. If possible, we can make the full payment now. We can meet all your requirements. Ms. Kokoro was taken aback. Full payment? Do you comprehend how substantial that sum is? Tommy replied with a smile. For something of value, I fear not. My concern lies in whether Mr. Tom's craftsmanship is priceless. Tommy handed Ms. Kokoro 50 billion as an initial payment, and she raised no objections. Mr. Tom, would the Adams crown be beneficial for shipbuilding? Mr. Tom replied with a smile. With the Adams crown, the ship's planks will be exceptionally beautiful and robust, enhancing resilience. The iceberg remarked, that is merely an added benefit. No one would spend such a fortune for just a slight increase in resilience. The cost efficiency is too low. Tommy replied with a smile, Mr. Tom, I currently possess some Adams crown to enhance resilience. The subsequent Atom branches and crowns, or any other luxurious materials, you may utilize as you see fit. I will cover the material costs. This is our Devil Pirate Cruise dream. Please do not hesitate to invest. Mr. Tom laughed heartily. Ms. Kokoro remarked, You are truly a madman for such a trivial benefit. Tommy smiled. The ship of dreams is our home. We must spare no expense. Well said, Captain, echoed Mr. Tom. The second sentence, however, came from an unfamiliar voice, silencing the gathering. The iceberg asked, Who spoke that second sentence? Everyone shook their heads as a dark figure gracefully descended, kneeling before Tommy, shrouded in black as though aflame. Two white eyes glimmered, rendering the rest of the features invisible. The being looked up and said, I am Shura, Captain. Tommy was taken aback. Shura? Mr. Tom exclaimed, Are you the spirit of this ship? Shura nodded. Indeed, I am. Mr. Tom's skills are remarkable. I am fortunate to have encountered him. Thank you. Mr. Tom waved his hands. What is happening? You are not meant to appear before others. The iceberg remarked, astonished. Not only has he appeared, but he also stands here speaking. Shura smiled. I am different from other ship spirits. I have absorbed some of the captain's power, granting me both consciousness and physical form. Avis and Aiden approached, with Avis asking, Who is this? Tommy smiled. This is the spirit of the Shura ship, having gained a physical form through my power. Both Avis and Aiden were astonished. Aiden exclaimed, A ship spirit? A legendary being standing before me. I truly am aboard an extraordinary vessel. Avis asked, How do you know this, Aiden? This must be a tale among shipwrights. Aiden, slightly embarrassed, replied, Though it feels awkward to admit in front of Mr. Tom, I am a shipwright and greatly admire his work. Mr. Tom approached, asserting, A man ought to be bold. There is nothing to feel embarrassed about. Aiden hesitated before asking, Can I also participate in the renovation of this ship? Mr. Tom nodded, and Aitone glanced at Linyi, who smiled and said, Of course, you are one of us. Shura chuckled and added, I want to join as well. Everyone, let us enhance my strength together. The enthusiasm among Mr. Tom and the others surged. Linyi observed them, momentarily at a loss for words, and then he returned with Avis. Fortunately, Fernand's place was spacious enough to accommodate everyone. However, the newcomers were eager to keep watch, so Linyi urged them to rest, assuring them that he and the others were there. The antidote was nearly complete. Some found it difficult to sleep, leading to a decision to practice through the night. Uncle Xingluan was nearby, preparing a midnight snack for Linyi and the others. During a break, Avis remarked, Uncle Xingluan, your responsibilities are increasing. I heard from Linyi that we are to build a massive fleet with numerous ships, almost like floating islands on the sea. Uncle Xingluan smiled. Is that so? Then I will indeed be managing quite a crowd. Linyi replied with a grin, You are in charge of all the captains. Uncle Xingluan paused slightly, pondering Gale's situation, and asked Linyi for his thoughts. Linyi explained, Once the antidote is ready, we will head to the latter part of the Grand Line, to the Dark Empire. I intend to establish our base there and resolve Gale's matters. I believe he will awaken. Uncle Xingluan nodded, expressing his hope for the well-being of the five of them. Avis and Aubrey affirmed their commitment, and Linyi and the others resumed their training. As night transitioned into dawn, Vela approached, announcing, "Brother Lin Yi, the antidote is ready." Everyone hurried over, with Theodore and Elia feeling somewhat anxious. Theodore took the antidote first, saying, "I'll go first," before consuming it. He rushed outside, and his body began to transform, growing larger until it reached several meters before shrinking down to a humanoid form, retaining only his crocodilian eyes. "What just happened?" he questioned. Dr. Doriel explained, "The potency of these ingredients is remarkable. It not only cured your poison, but also altered your physique. However, you should be able to revert to your original form." Tears streamed down Theodore's face, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Captain. Now I can remain on the ship without taking up space." Elia hesitated with the antidote in hand, asking, "Will my body change too?" Eblun responded, "It should only enhance your physical capabilities. You want to experience the same effects as him." His results were related to prior transformation experiments. Elia took the antidote, and everyone anxiously awaited her reaction. Upon opening her eyes and stretching her hands, she seemed unchanged. Dr. Doriel checked her condition and smiled. "You're perfectly fine now." Elia joyfully leaped, exclaiming, "Hey, my stamina seems even better than before." Avis covered his face. "Even better? We won't stand a chance against you. You were already formidable up close." Elia laughed. "What have you all been training for? Come on, let us spar." Avis cried out in distress. "Lin Yi, hurry and intervene. I told you Elia has become aggressive, but you didn't believe me. She was never this combative before." Lin Yi chuckled. "Elia, take it easy. We need to ensure your body has time to recover." Elia grinned. "All right, I want to spar, but I want to explore. This vast city must have many exciting things. Plus, we're in the process of outfitting the ship, so there must be plenty to buy, including personal items for our new companions." Lin Yi nodded. "That's fine. But you cannot go alone. Let Aubrey accompany you. Everyone can go, buy whatever you need, and see if there are suitable weapons for our warriors and swordsmen." Avis perked up. "Can I check if my world-class daggers are available?" Lin Yi smiled. "Go have a look. If you find something satisfactory, purchase it." Elia chimed in. "The 6 sisters and I will go to buy some beautiful clothes." Shui Xian blushed slightly, glancing at Avis. "Is that all right?" Avis smiled. "Why wouldn't it be? The captain has plenty of funds, so there's no need to hold back." Shui Xian nodded gratefully. Aubrey remarked, "Lin Yi, with so many people following Elia, do I really need to go?" Elia laughed. "Aubrey, where do you think you're going? We still need to buy clothes for the others. We can't do it without you. Have you recorded everything?" She then added, "Oh, Aishi, Ayla, you should join us too. Wearing those server outfits is so dull." Aishi and Ayla attempted to decline, but were swiftly pulled along by Elia. Lin Yi turned to the remaining individuals, saying, "We can also take a break. Doctors, rest well first. Once you're refreshed, we can go shopping for what we need." The doctors had endured an all-nighter, and now it was time for them to rest. Theodore, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Captain, I want to go out and play. With this new form, I want to attract attention." Lin Yi nodded. "Go ahead, all of you. Take enough money. If you need more, just withdraw it. Avoid unnecessary complications, and let me know if you need anything." Lin Yi prepared to discuss with Eblun about their next destination. Eblun inquired, "Captain, are we heading straight to the Sabaody archipelago?" Lin Yi contemplated for a moment before nodding. "That would indeed be the best course." Eblun acknowledged. "Then I will begin the preparations." Lin Yi added, "Once you're done, you should also head to the island to buy supplies." He gazed at the joyful faces around him, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. With Gale among them, the demon pirate crew would surely be a warm home. Reflecting on this made him feel somewhat akin to Whitebeard. He wondered how that old man was faring now. Upon entering the new world, he anticipated encountering many great pirates, which filled him with excitement. After resting, Eblun hurried to the dock. Lin Yi gazed skyward when Changbai returned, stating, "Captain, the Navy is approaching." Lin Yi stood tall, asking, "What kind of Navy?" Changbai's expression was grave. "It's the Navy hero." Lin Yi replied with a wry smile. "Quickly, let us prepare to receive him. You all should stay back. I will handle this." Changbai appeared uncertain, but Avis and the others returned in haste. "Lin Yi, are you prepared?" Lin Yi nodded, indicating he was mentally ready to face his father. "Make sure the doctors have some pills ready for me." Avis frowned. "Is it really that serious?" Linyi chuckled. You'll find out soon enough. Before long, the imposing figure of Karp strode forward, unaccompanied. Linyi greeted him with a smile. Father, it's truly a long-awaited reunion. Karp laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. You are indeed thoughtful. Avis busied himself with hospitality. Please, sit down. This is specially prepared senbei and tea. Enjoy at your leisure. Karp nodded, taking a seat and sampling the food. Linyi sat opposite him, and after a sip of tea, Karp asked, Zifa has informed me about your situation. How are things now? Linyi replied, Father, not so well. Although the antidote has been created, one of our companions is gravely injured and remains in critical condition. Karp nodded. Do you require the Navy's medical facilities? I can assist in blending in, Rin said with a smile, which was quite unlike my father's demeanor. Karp remarked, You never caused trouble for me, and this situation is simply unavoidable. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that those old men are too rigid. Otherwise, you would have made an exceptional Navy officer. Rin chuckled. The celestial dragons will not spare me. I sincerely apologize, Father, for disappointing your expectations. Garp waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. As long as you live freely, that's what matters. This incident is not your fault. Rin smiled again. How is Teacher Zifa doing? I would still like to visit him when I have the chance. Garp replied with a grin. He is quite relaxed now, training new recruits every day. And he is rather strict about it. Rin nodded. With a teacher as dedicated as him, he surely will cultivate outstanding talent. Garp agreed. Zifa is a good man. Rin playfully inquired, Did Father come to capture me this time? Garp chuckled. If I had come to catch you, I would have acted long ago. Rin laughed. Then what significant movements are happening within the Navy? Garp hesitated for a moment. Indeed, that celestial dragon has been pressing for your capture for the past 6 months. Rin remarked with a smile. So my leisurely time these past 6 months must be thanks to you and Teacher. Garp said with a hint of bitterness. What help can I provide? A large number of Navy officers will be coming after you. What are your plans? Are you still meandering about? Rin smiled and replied, No, I'm leaving. I intend to find a place to settle in the new world. When the time comes, I will visit you both. Garp laughed heartily. You little rascal. You certainly have a bold attitude. Rin nodded with a smile. Yes, but I will definitely come. Father, I must frequently visit you and Teacher. And I also wish to see what my junior brothers are like. Garp, munching on senbei, warned, Just don't get caught. I want to come to your rescue. Rin laughed. How could I trouble Father? Garp expressed his displeasure. How can you say it's a trouble? You are just too considerate. Look at your brother. Rin smiled. I will return when my brother sets sail. I want to see him off. Garp playfully nudged Rin. It's not like you're joining the Navy. What is there to send off? You should take care of yourself and avoid causing trouble. Rin chuckled. They can certainly come to the East Blue to capture me. It would make my brother's departure all the more lively. Chapter 40. The Devil's Triangle. Kapu waved his hands repeatedly, urging calmness. This is not a game, he said. Linya chuckled. Father, I understand. I promise I won't cause any trouble. By the way, has our Devil Pirate Crew's name made waves yet? The Navy hasn't come up with any ridiculous titles, have they? Kapu laughed despite himself. Is that the reason you insisted on announcing your name? Linya nodded. This name sounds much better. Being called the Blue-Haired Pirates would be rather embarrassing. Kapu burst into laughter. You have no idea. That celestial dragon thought you were boasting and pressed for more information. Sengoku is quite displeased with me now, huh? If only he knew your reason. He might just blow a gasket. Linya smiled. So, is there no intention to unleash the Demon Slaughter Order? Kapu grew serious for a moment. There is. But Zephyr stopped it for other reasons. You truly owe your teacher a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, you wouldn't be enjoying such a leisurely life. Your affairs have not even made the news. All thanks to Zephyr keeping it under wraps. Linya nodded. So, I will visit my teacher. Father, once I settle down, you must come to visit too. He refilled Kapu's tea, and Kapu, munching on senbei, remarked, These senbei are delightful. Next time, make sure to prepare some for me. Linya smiled and nodded. I prepared extra for you to take along. This tea is also cultivated on the ship. I'll send some to you regularly. Kapu nodded approvingly. What a good son I have. Linya took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Kapu. Father, this is my life card. It will make it easier for you to find me. Kapu looked a bit exasperated. How dangerous. If others find out, you would be in peril. As he tucked the life card into his pocket, Linya handed him his Din Din Mushi number. With this, you can reach me anytime. Kapu muttered in disbelief and noted down the number. After chatting for a while, he prepared to leave. I'll head back now. You should hurry along as well. This isn't a time for leisure. Linya smiled and nodded. Aren't you staying for a meal? If you do, I will cook for you myself. Kapu paused. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry and prepare the food. I'm starving. Linya chuckled. I'll get right to it. Let Avis keep you company for now. As Linya headed to the kitchen, Aubrey suddenly appeared and whispered, How's the Simbei defense? Did you get hit? This is a special recipe crafted by Uncle Xingluan, designed so you wouldn't be harmed. Linya smiled. Yes, it was a tremendous help. Are you all joining me for dinner? Aubrey shook his head vigorously. No way. He's a Navy hero. Let us not forget we are pirates. You all should dine separately. Linya laughed and continued to the kitchen to prepare. During dinner, Kapu remarked, If only Dragon were like this. Linya asked, Father, have you seen my brother? Does he know about me? Kapu nodded. Yes, he knows. That kid wanted to come find you, but upon hearing you were fine, he calmed down. Linya smiled. My brother is good. I'll tell him everything when I return. Kapu chuckled. You two are certainly a handful. Linya grinned. That's just a reflection of you, father. Kapu laughed heartily. Indeed, it's my fault. After finishing their meal, Linya took a bag of Simbei to see Kapu off. Kapu advised, if all is well, then leave swiftly. This place isn't safe. Linya nodded. We'll set sail soon. Kapu nodded in response and departed. Upon returning to their residence, everyone was curious. Linya shared Kapu's advice. Relieved that the ship was nearing completion and they wouldn't have to wait long. They went to inspect the ship, and Shura greeted them cheerfully. Everyone's here. Let us set sail. To their astonishment, Shura introduced himself, and Eblon stated, I've built the system. Just input the destination on the map, and Shura will take us there. Shura, a bit shy, affirmed, Yes, I'll take everyone wherever you wish. Ilya jumped up and hugged Shura, exclaiming, Shura, our ship is magnificent. Shura blushed at the compliment. Mr. Tom approached, and Linya hurriedly said, Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Tom, and Ms. Kokoro, Iceberg. Mr. Tom waved his hands, dismissing any notion of trouble. Linya continued, Regarding the subsequent ships, we will send someone to collect them. We won't trouble you, Mr. Tom. He nodded in acknowledgement. Iceberg, brimming with excitement, urged, Come look, come look. Linya walked over and unveiled the cover, revealing the Shura, a colossal vessel towering 10 stories high, featuring a tall mast, numerous cannons, and a garden. The pearlescent deck glimmered softly, spacious and adorned in black and blue, perfectly embodying the spirit of a pirate flag. Everyone praised its beauty, and Shura's face turned crimson. Everyone, let us go aboard. I can now bring more companions. Linya grinned as they prepared to load their supplies. After unloading, Linya said to Mr. Tom, This is my Din Din Mushi number. If you encounter any troubles, please call me. Mr. Tom nodded, accepting it. Linya added, We have matters to attend to and are immensely grateful for the ship you've remodeled. Thank you very much. We shall set sail now. Mr. Tom smiled and nodded. Set sail with a bang. Linya returned to the ship, declaring, We are off. Farewell. The crew waved goodbye as Linya said, Shura, we're heading to the Sabaody archipelago. The Navy's demon slaughter order could be issued at any moment. Let us go. Shura nodded and raised the sails, steering towards the Sabaody archipelago. On board, everyone chose their cabins and organized their belongings. Communication devices were placed in the corners of the rooms for immediate notification. Linya and Avis were in the training room when Ilya, Theodore, and others joined in. Fortunately, there was ample space, and thanks to Linya's reinforcement, the ship remained unaffected. Days passed, and during their continuous training, Shura suddenly exclaimed, Captain, something's wrong. My compass is malfunctioning and can't determine the direction. Ahead looks ominous. Everyone rushed over as dark fog began to envelop the Shura. Linya felt a surge of excitement. This must be the Devil's Triangle. Brooke was still adrift in these waters. Although it was uncertain if they would encounter him, what a pity it would be if they did, as they couldn't take him along. Eblon stated, We've arrived at the Devil's Triangle. This place is unique and causes magnetic interference. However, with my brother here, we shouldn't face any major issues. Linya smiled. Let us drift here for a few days. I've heard tales about this place. Why not verify if the legends hold any truth? Kakadala inquired. Are you referring to the eerie pirate ship with its ghostly skeleton? Linya nodded. Exactly. Theodore trembled slightly. What eerie skeleton? Aiden added. I believe it's a singing skeleton. I've heard other fishmen talk about it. Theodore was terrified. A talking skeleton? Could it be a ghost? Ilya jumped up, patting Theodore's shoulder, who now stood 3 meters tall. Are you still scared? Theodore paused for a moment, reflecting that ever since he had been transformed in this manner, he had developed a profound reverence for the spirit realm. He could not deny that such entities, like vengeful spirits, instilled a genuine fear within him. Raoul stepped forward, asserting his resolve. Fear not, for I shall protect you. The 6 sisters of Narcissus encircled Theodore, while Ramia chuckled. Is there still room for fear with us around? Let us retreat to the cabin, Aubrey interjected. Ramia, your tone suggests you might anticipate something. Is this legend truly factual? Ramia chuckled lightly. Not exactly. But I have heard some tales from Eblun that may shed light on this phenomenon. Eblun approached, adjusting his glasses as he spoke. Indeed. I do not believe in the existence of ghosts per se, yet there is a peculiar phenomenon I cannot explain, the devil fruit. If there were a talking skeleton, it must have consumed one of those fruits, although I am still uncertain about the specifics. Theodore queried. So it is not a ghost, then? Avis laughed. Do not tremble so. Your form shakes the very vessel. Shura, are you feeling dizzy? Shura nodded. Yes, quite dizzy, but such things as ghosts cannot possibly exist. Theodore. Why do you fear? Theodore retorted. Your words carry the least weight on the matter. Then how do we explain Shura's situation? Eblun inquired, glancing at Shura before turning to Ramia. You are a walking enigma. Kindly settle down and allow me to examine you. Ramia chuckled. Our current task is not this. We must seek the skeleton. Nurse Doriel chimed in. If it truly exists, Captain, I would love to conduct a thorough study. The other doctors seemed eager as well. Ramia mused. Brooke's arrival on board may not be pleasant. Eblun asked, Shura, can you sense whether there are vessels nearby? After a moment of concentration, Shura replied, This fog restricts my senses greatly. I can faintly detect the presence of ships nearby. But Shura fell silent, then exclaimed, I hear it. The lament of a ship. Everyone gathered, curious for any information. Can you decipher anything? They asked. Shura shook his head. It is unclear and appears distant, making it difficult to discern direction. Alia encouraged. Continue listening. Everyone, heighten your senses to search. Aubrey assigned positions to each individual, and they observed attentively. Coney and the others assisted Uncle Starwheel in the kitchen, ensuring continuous vigilance, which made communal meals impractical. A day passed without notable occurrences. On the following day, Shura announced, Captain, I can understand now. It seems to say, I am here, you are not alone, I am here. And then it sings of Bink Sake. Ramia smiled. This is it. Can we find our way? Shura shook his head but added, We are drawing closer. Alia responded, Excellent. Will we soon encounter it? Theodore began to sway. Oh, really? Shura nodded affirmatively. Theodore stepped back, and after a moment, he heard a distant melody. Ramia listened deeply, feeling nostalgic as the voice emerged from the misty unknown, resonating with longing and solitude. Yo ho ho. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho ho, here s Bink Sake, brewed with care. Emitting the fragrance of a sailor-s spirit on the other side of the waves, the sunset gleams, birdsong arcs across the azure sky. Farewell, Bay Harbor. We sail towards the sea, singing as we journey into the unknown. Golden waves and silver waves frolic, transforming into beautiful spray. Let us venture to the end of the Grand Line, delivering to you Bink Sake, long awaited. Hoist the sails, steer towards adventure. The waves dance in a line. The drums echo in the west. The timid wind gathers courage, persisting until the end. Tomorrow's dawn shall still rise as the song concluded. A ship slowly drifted into view, with a skeleton leaning against the side, holding a cup and gazing at Ramia and the others. Greetings, everyone. I hope you are well. He chuckled. The crew was taken aback, and Ramia inquired, Would you honor us by joining us aboard the Shura for a drink? Brooke nodded, Certainly. Thank you for the invitation. After docking, he joined them on the Shura. I am Brooke, the last remnant of bone, he proclaimed cheerfully. Ramia smiled. Let us dine. We can discuss your story in the dining hall. Brooke was enveloped by the crew's enthusiasm as they entered the dining area, clearly thrilled. I have not seen people in many years. This is truly a joyous occasion. Ramiya chuckled. Today, you may indulge freely and enjoy yourself. Brooke eagerly nodded. Thank you. The feast commenced, and Brooke appeared delighted. Theodore sat aside, straining to control his tremors, while Leblon and Nurse Doriel peppered Brooke with questions, intrigued by his presence. Brooke joyously remarked, Your ship is truly luxurious, and the food is exquisite. Ramiya asked, Do you wish to leave this place? Brooke responded affirmatively, Yes. Do you intend to take me away? To everyone's surprise, Ramiya shook his head. I wish to, but it is not possible. You may not understand. But your destiny lies not on this vessel. However, you shall wait here for your fate, perhaps for a long while. Will you wait? Brooke pondered for a moment before nodding. Thank you for your honesty. I will wait. Shura added, Moreover, you are not adrift alone in this sea. Your ship speaks, singing the same song with you. Brooke scrutinized Shura, startled, and fell from his chair. What is this? A Gigi ghost. Theodore burst into laughter. You still fear ghosts? Brooke nodded. Of course, I am terrified. Theodore laughed again. Do not be afraid. He is the spirit of the ship, thus able to hear your vessel's words. Brooke was assisted back to his feet. A ship spirit? Can a ship spirit manifest in such a way? Ramiya chuckled. Shura is rather unique. But it is true that he can hear your ship's voice. Brooke's excitement surged. Really? Is our ship still alive? Sho Luo nodded and said, Indeed. It has been telling you that he is present and will sing with you, albeit in a hushed tone. Brooke also nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude. As for my destination, I shall await it. Lin Yi interjected, I sincerely apologize. I cannot take you away. However, today, allow us to alleviate your troubles. We are hosting a banquet tonight. The others responded joyfully, bustling with preparations. Some guided Brooke on a tour, while others shared tales of their extraordinary encounters. As evening descended, Lin Yi and the others assisted Uncle Xing Luan in preparing the meal. The deck was transformed into an open-air banquet, illuminated by bright lights. Brooke, filled with excitement, picked up his violin, exclaiming, Allow me to entertain everyone. The atmosphere was filled with joy as they sang, danced, and laughed. Once the dishes were prepared, Coney and the others served them. Lin Yi warmly called out, Everyone, come over. No need for caution. Join us in celebration today. As they gathered, Xiao Luo raised his cup, though unable to partake in the drink. They sang, danced, conversed, and drank until morning light broke. Uncle Xing Luan prepared a hangover soup. And after breakfast, a new round of lively discussions commenced. Brooke was in high spirits, while Lin Yi felt a twinge of regret, smiling as he said, Before we depart, let me give you some items to help pass the long hours. Coney and Colin produced an array of gifts, an exquisite fishing rod and bait set, a collection of world-renowned novels, a small portable generator, a set of modular furniture. Most importantly, a telebug. This is for you. It's our ship's telebug. You can chat with us when you feel lonely. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call us. We even offer a delivery service. If your solitude becomes unbearable, we can send someone to keep you company. Brooke, moved to tears, asked, Really? Lin Yi nodded. Yes, but this must remain a secret. If you encounter your destination, please keep it confidential. Brooke agreed. Yes, I promise to keep it a secret. Lin Yi chuckled. We are currently in a unique situation, otherwise we might have stayed longer with you. Brooke nodded gratefully. I am truly thankful. Lin Yi smiled. We must set sail now. Farewell, Brooke. Standing on the ship in his new attire, holding a fresh tea set, Brooke bid his goodbyes. By the way, Aiden also refurbished Brooke's ship. Chapter 41. Sky Island. As they sailed out of the Devil's Triangle, Lin Yi inhaled the fresh air. Suddenly, his sister remarked, Brother, I am suffering from a lack of sunlight. Can we go to a place bathed in sunshine? I am about to be born. Lin Yi found himself in a predicament, replying, But I have yet to construct the castle. His sister grew angry, insisting, What shall we do? I must be born. I simply need more light. At that moment, Chongbai brought over a snail phone, announcing, Captain, it's Vice Admiral Carp calling. Lin Yi answered, Father, what is it? Carp's voice came through. Lin Yi. The demon-slaying order has been issued. Have you left the Grand Line yet? Lindy frowned. Not yet. It seems we must lay low for a while. Father, I will head to the Sky Island first. Carp hung up the call, and Lin Yi quickly gathered his crew, stating, the Navy has issued the demon-slaying order. Our route to the Sabaody archipelago may face some obstacles, so we will first head to the Sky Island. I have some needs. Ebony nodded, inquiring, the Sky Island? The one 10,000 meters high? Lin Yi affirmed with a nod. Shura asked, Captain, do we really have to go to such a place? I am somewhat afraid of heights. Lin Yi chuckled. Well, you must overcome that. Do you wish to become the captain of the demon pirates? Fear of heights is not something to flaunt before other ships. Shura nodded. I will do my best to conquer it. Rest assured, Captain. Lin Yi then asked Ebony. Is there any issue with going there? Ebony smiled. Which route does the captain wish to take? Lin Yi replied with a grin. We should be able to take a formidable route. Ebony smiled back. An ascending current? Eblun chimed in. The captain certainly has ideas. Lin Yi laughed. Perhaps. Eblun added. Then we must prepare well. Shura, come with me and Aiden to make arrangements. Lin Yi turned to Ebony. Have there been any ascending currents in the past few days? Ebony nodded. I'm not sure if it's the captain's luck or our Shura's, but there will be an ascending current tomorrow afternoon. Lin Yi smiled. That is it. We shall ride it to the Sky Island. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The ascending current will not be gentle. Everyone busied themselves, primarily ensuring all experimental equipment was secured, as well as organizing Gale. With Ebony's bubble ball, things were considerably easier. Ilya approached and asked, Are we really going to an ascending current to a 10,000-meter high Sky Island? Does it truly exist? Lin Yi nodded. Ebony and Eblun know it exists, though it is quite difficult to reach. Ilya smiled. That is wonderful. My adventure novels will have so much more material. Theodore gazed at the sky, asking, Are you saying there is an island up there? Lin Yi confirmed, Yes, indeed. Theodore curiously looked at the sky and asked Aiden, Do you believe there is an island up there? Aiden replied, We fishmen can live at 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Surely, there are inhabitants of the Sky Island as well. Theodore nodded. But I was born on land and know little of both the Sky Island and Fishman Island. Can I really go to so many places? Aiden smiled. The captain will surely take us. Do you doubt it? Our journey through the latter part of the Grand Line is destined to lead us there. Theodore nodded earnestly. I believe it. Of course I believe it. The captain will take us to all sorts of places. Lin Yi smiled. This time we have overlooked many islands. In the future, we shall explore them one by one and bring your two brothers along. Theodore was thrilled. Really? That would be splendid. Thank you, Captain. Lin Yi nodded. There's no need for thanks. We are all comrades, after all. Theodore grinned. Then I will serve diligently. Aiden inquired, Can my brothers come too? Lin Yi replied, If they wish, of course, but they must wait until we reach Fishman Island. Aiden joyfully nodded. That's wonderful. It's great that my brothers can join us. Lin Yi chuckled. Soon, our crew will grow larger. Coney approached, asking, Captain, can my brothers come too? Lin Yi nodded, though they may not be combatants. Our ship needs such personnel. As long as they are willing, we may face some dangers, and they can join the empire we will build. Coney was astonished. An empire? Lin Yi affirmed. That is our goal, Gale's dream. There, everyone can live happily. Coney beamed. Then my family can go there. That is truly wonderful. Lin Yi smiled. The more, the merrier. You may apply first, and when we have time, we can send a ship to explore the islands. Changbai remarked, The captain's ambitions are indeed vast. Buggy chimed in, I shall certainly contribute. Lin Yi laughed. Do not make promises. Comrades often do this. Now, prepare yourselves. Time is of the essence. Everyone nodded and went about their preparations. Eblun came over, saying, I have made arrangements. Before the ascending current arrives, we will use the bubble balls to wrap the ship, which should mitigate much risk. Ebony asked, But will that reduce the gravitational pull as we ride the current? Eblun replied, We can tie stones with ropes and throw them to the center to maintain the ship's stability. Ebony nodded. We primarily ride the ascending air current. Once it stabilizes, it will ensure our bubble balls ascend. Lin Yi nodded, though he did not fully understand the specifics. However, he trusted that Ebony and Eblun's skills would not be inferior to Nami's. He was not overly concerned about this matter. The remaining issue was the Navy. Having lingered in the Devil's Triangle for some time, He was uncertain where they might form a blockade, and locating the ascending current would require some time. That night, Shura continued to navigate, while Lin Yi and the others kept a vigilant watch over the sea, remaining sleepless throughout the night. By noon the next day, Shura approached the vicinity of the ascending current. Eblun was calculating the precise location, while Ebuni stated, when the ascending current appears, a whirlpool will form. We simply need to reach the center of that whirlpool. Everyone nodded, carefully observing their surroundings. At that moment, a small boat drifted nearby. Aubrey observed, Lin Yi. It seems there are people on that boat, but they are lying down. Lin Yi nodded. Everyone, stay alert. He and Aves approached the small vessel, which slowly floated closer. Inside, a man dressed in ordinary clothes lay unconscious. Aves leapt down and hoisted him aboard. The man had a red stain of blood on his side. Dr. Doriel came over, pulled back the man's clothing, and after examination stated, he has a knife wound. It is wet and shows signs of mild infection. The man appeared to be unconscious. Kaijin examined the wound, noting, this injury is not severe. Why is he still unconscious? Uncle Rad nodded in agreement. The injury should not be serious. It likely occurred within the last 2 hours. His complexion is acceptable, and there are no signs of excessive blood loss. Uncle Xingluan approached. Exchanging a knowing smile with Lin Yi, this man's muscular condition suggests he is likely an active soldier. It is possible he is a pirate. But it seems too coincidental for him to feign unconsciousness and end up aboard this pirate ship. It seems that he heard the conversation nearby. Or perhaps it was due to Doriel and Apos' meticulous treatment that the man slowly regained consciousness. Ah, where am I? Linya smiled. You are aboard the demon pirate crew. What has transpired? The man, slightly surprised, replied, I belong to the Zhanba pirate crew. I got into a fierce fight with my crewmates. And now I find myself in this predicament. I have nowhere to go. Linya nodded. Then why not rest here on the ship? Wait until your wounds heal before deciding your next course of action. The man hesitated. Is that truly acceptable? Avis reassured him, there is nothing to worry about. Just focus on recuperating here until you are well enough to leave. The man nodded gratefully. Thank you, but I have a question. Why is the ship docked here? Alia smiled and explained, our ship's power system encountered some issues, and we had no choice but to conduct repairs here. Thus, we cannot take you to the shore at the moment. The Shura ship rocked slightly, and the man nodded, so that is the case. Avis affirmed, rest assured. By the time you recover, the ship should be repaired, and we will take you to the next island. The man replied, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Doriel added, your clothing is not conducive to your recovery. We have clean garments on board. You should change and rest in the infirmary. The man nodded appreciatively. Thank you very much. Koni escorted him inside, while Shura appeared, somewhat displeased, who said there was an issue with the power system. I have no problems at all. Alia rushed over. Of course not. Our Shura is the best. Shura, would you like to check if that man exhibits any suspicious behavior? Shura blushed. What is there to see in a man changing clothes? Even if you praise me, I won't go. Alia laughed. How stingy. In your body, you won't take a look? That could be treachery. Shura resignedly nodded. I understand. My eyes. Before long, Shura returned. There are no suspicious movements. He just made a phone call. He seems to have a tiny phone bug in his hand, along with a camera bug. Avis inquired, what was said on the call? Shura pondered. It seemed to indicate that our ship would be here for quite some time. Aubrey nodded. It seems we were correct. It must be the Navy. Buggy asked, what audacity the Navy has. Linya chuckled, perhaps because we have yet to take action against them? Aside from teaching the celestial dragons a lesson, we have no other negative records, which has emboldened them. Aubrey questioned, what about this time? Linya contemplated. There is no need for unnecessary casualties. We shall depart for Sky Island this afternoon and observe when their encirclement arrives. If they come early, then they cannot blame us. Aubrey nodded. Avis, you should refrain from joining. Your actions leave no survivors, which does not align with Linya's orders. Avis protested. How can that be? I can use a wooden sword. Surely that is acceptable? Uncle Xingluan expressed his concerns. Children, while I know you are kind-hearted, we are pirates after all. This notion of wounding but not killing could put us in a precarious position. It is better to prioritize our safety. Linya nodded, agreeing with Uncle Xingluan's worries, yet, regrettably. As a disciple of Zephyr, It is improper for me to issue combat directives. My teacher has never killed a pirate, but Linya suddenly recalled his own past, where he seemed to have devoured many during a rampage. Everyone awaited Linya's continuation, and Alia asked, "What? Why did you stop?" Linya smiled. "It is better to show mercy towards the Navy. I fear the reprimands from my teacher and father. If we put everyone in danger, I would apologize." Uncle Xingluan patted Linya's shoulder. "We do not initiate killing, but we cannot be complacent either. In my eyes, your safety is paramount. And I believe your teacher and father feel the same." Linya nodded. "I should consult my father later and ask Zephyr when we encounter him. If I inadvertently kill a Navy soldier, will I face consequences?" Linya felt a wave of guilt. Pride could lead to retribution. Avis affirmed, "His subordinates typically leave no survivors. We cannot afford to let him roam freely." Linya inquired, "Avis, can you ensure that your wooden sword only injures and does not kill? It is best to avoid critical areas." Avis nodded reluctantly. "Is it only for the Navy? Or for pirates as well?" Linya responded, "Our purpose in sailing is adventure and freedom. If we are not in life-threatening situations, we should strive to leave survivors. However, if faced with danger, we may resort to lethal measures. This will be the principle of our demon pirate crew. Do you all agree?" Everyone voiced their agreement, and Linya proclaimed, "We may not be the most virtuous pirates or the most belligerent, but our yearning for freedom is undeniably sincere. Let us embark on adventures to the corners of the world together." Everyone wholeheartedly concurred. Linya pondered whether he was too naive in this world. Encountering the four emperors would not permit the luxury of leaving survivors. For now, he decided to proceed as such. In the original world, the law against murder was deeply ingrained in his heart, and even though he had crossed into another world, it was not so easy to abandon. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Since this man was a member of the Navy, it was illogical for him to remain in the infirmary indefinitely. Linya recalled Sanji's self-portrait and said, "Everyone, we typically disguise ourselves while on the islands. Therefore, some in the Navy may not recognize us. Moreover, due to our discreet actions, some bounty posters may lack photographs. This presents a splendid opportunity. Let us all showcase our most charming selves, for we cannot afford to have unflattering bounty posters." Upon hearing this, Alia nodded vigorously. "My bounty poster. My mother will see it. I must dress up nicely. Everyone, let us hurry and not tarnish the reputation of our demon pirate crew." Everyone hastily returned to their quarters. Those who were unsure of their aesthetic choices sought Alia's assistance. Uncle Xingluan considered himself indifferent, but was dragged away by Avis, who insisted, "How can that be?" Thus, only Linya and Shura remained on the deck. Shura blushed as he fiddled with his hair. Linya chuckled, "At this rate, you won't be able to take a decent photo. What are you so excited about?" Shura's face reddened further. "What if there's a residual image? I am aboard the ship of the demon pirate crew, the Shura. How could I allow myself to be embarrassed?" Shura carefully inspected the deck, which emitted a faint glow. "Should I clean it again? Is it bright enough? How does it look outside? Is my black paint intact?" Linya laughed. "Coney and the others clean it countless times a day. You are spotless. The black paint contains special materials. Not only will it not chip, but even barnacles cannot cling to it, and octopuses cannot settle on it. The surface is remarkably smooth. If the sunlight strikes directly, it will reflect. What more do you have to worry about?" Shura pondered. "What about my sails? Are there any tears? Do they need mending?" Linya was at a loss for words. Ashi and the others inspect it multiple times daily. "You are simply perfect. Why are you so flustered? Who would issue a bounty for a ship? Your wanted poster would not exist." However, Shura remains quite exhilarated, even in the absence of my bounty notice. "The backdrop of the posters you captured is undeniably mine, essentially rendering them as my own bounties." Lin also chuckles, observing the fervent Shura, seemingly in agreement with this notion. Shura, brimming with excitement, shifts poses animatedly while Lin watches them with amusement, lightly brushing his fingers through his hair. Indeed, he has always been flawless. One cannot deny that the genes inherited from the sea are truly remarkable. Lin is confident in this aspect, certain that he will be perfectly represented on the wanted poster. Chapter 42. Sky Island 2. Elio approached and inquired, "Linyi, since he is a naval officer, he should be rather cautious. How could we possibly persuade him to take our photographs openly? We are pressed for time. Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging the issue at hand. Always then approached, dressed as if he were a nobleman. What is the matter? Elia remarked, we are pondering how to have him take our photos without suspicion. Always nodded. Let me give it a try. I believe we have a camera. He retrieved the camera, and the man, evidently restless, came forth, appearing somewhat aimless. Always approached him, saying, our ship is broken today, and we have nothing pressing to do. Would you be willing to take some pictures for us? Our skills are rather poor, but you are a patient, so it shouldn't be too much trouble, right? The man shook his head vigorously. Not at all. I'm actually quite adept at photography. Always beamed, is that so? Then please help us out, and we will select a few to make an album for you as a keepsake. The man appeared touched, replying, that sounds wonderful. Always nodded. We will also add our signatures, allowing you to commemorate this experience well. The man inquired, what about the telephone bug's number? Always pondered for a moment. That could work, but let us take the pictures first. The man was exhilarated. All right, I'm on it. Lin Yi called everyone out, and they all donned flamboyant attire, resembling a grand ball of nobility. Elia, brimming with excitement, declared, I'll go first. She sought a picturesque backdrop, striking a pose befitting a noblewoman. The man appeared slightly taken aback, but proceeded to take the photos. Shura, concealed behind Lin Yi, was bubbling with excitement. Oh, my window is exquisite. It must be captured well. And my potted plant is quite lovely too. My vase looks splendid on camera. How much did the captain spend on this? Lin Yi chuckled at Shura's murmurs while scrutinizing his companions' outfits, each adorned with glimmering jewels. He wondered what the bounty hunters would think upon seeing the extravagant accessories they wore, far surpassing the bounty amounts listed. Elia continued directing. This detail needs to be captured well, and did you get the brooch? It's a treasured heirloom. And this bracelet, too, is quite old and needs to be in the frame. Don't forget the clothing. Did you see the accessories on this side? They must be captured clearly. Some of the jewelry Elia wore had been salvaged by Lin Yi, while others were purchased at auctions. As for the clothing, AC and Ayla possessed remarkable tailoring skills. Elia had utilized some gemstones brought by Lin Yi to create sparkling outfits for everyone, claiming they would need them for infiltrating noble gatherings. It appeared that Elia was already planning for the Empire's future. Always, waiting nearby, commented to Theodore, you seem rather inconspicuous in that form. Perhaps you should revert to your original appearance? That would certainly make you memorable, wouldn't it? Your brothers would easily recognize you. Theodore nodded. Indeed, Always. This visage pales in comparison. If my crocodile head were to emerge, it would undoubtedly steal the spotlight. Aiden smirked beside them, while Changbai remarked, Changbai shall shine brilliantly. Do not even think of overshadowing my sword's radiance. Changbai, clad in traditional attire adorned with gemstones, drew his sword and struck a striking pose. Kakadila brandished his knife, proclaiming, I am here, and my blade shines the brightest. Buggy quipped, can your blade truly compete with the captain's? Kakadila's knife quivered. I shall shine second. Raul chuckled, I must reveal my finely honed muscles. I trust my bounty will not be diminished. The doctors appeared less animated, except for Doriel, who donned a remarkably handsome outfit, declaring, I must have a stunning photo. I'm still young. The man, while photographing, began to relax, encouraging, yes, perfect, change your pose. Splendid. Next person, that pose is dashing, excellent. Lower your arm a bit. Yes, yes. He was so engrossed that he barely paid attention to his meal, urging, let us finish eating quickly. The weather is splendid for photos. Lin Yi and the others did not dampen his enthusiasm. They cooperated, and each person had their picture taken. Shura, viewing the completed photographs, was ecstatic. Captain, look, I'm in this one. Ha ha ha, this one has a window. Oh, this one features a close-up. Quick, look. This one captures the back of my head on the ship. Excellent, splendid. I look quite magnificent. I shall boast to my subordinates about this. Before they knew it, afternoon had arrived, and the sky began to darken. The man lamented for the umpteenth time about the vanishing sunlight. Shura's ship began to emit a faint glow, contrasting beautifully against the inky sky. The man suddenly grew enthusiastic. This backdrop is wonderful. Let us take a few more sets. Everyone, get ready. He seemed tireless, continuously snapping photographs. Perhaps this fellow's true calling was in photography. Ebony approached, saying, "Captain, we have approximately 30 minutes remaining. We must prepare." Lin Yi nodded, and Ebony conveyed the specific location to Shura, who stealthily navigated the ship toward their destination. Once Elia had finished her photo shoot, she organized the pictures, reprinting the best ones into an album, which she presented to the man, stating, "Thank you for your hard work. Our names are already signed here." The man nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, Theodore whispered to Aiden, "What do you think of my title, Crocodile Baron?" Aiden replied, "My title of Master Shipwright is quite commendable as well." Theodore nodded. Their private naming of titles continued. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi smiled and said, "It's getting late. You should disembark now. We are headed to a different location. Regrettably, we cannot escort you to the next island." The man appeared bewildered. Lin Yi smiled, "I believe your ride will arrive soon. Remaining with us could prove perilous." The man remained in a daze as a wave lifted him and placed him back onto the small boat he had arrived in, saying, "We shall meet again. I'm afraid I still cannot share the telephone bug's number with you. My sincerest apologies." The man's confusion deepened. "You all." Shura gave a swift motion, causing the waves to push the small boat away. "Captain, they are coming." Lin Yi nodded, observing the military ships gradually appearing around them, 20 in total. He chuckled. "It seems this celestial dragon is truly in a state of disarray." Aubrey announced, "Prepare the cannons." Aside from a few large cannons operated manually by Aways and the others, the rest have been integrated into Eblun's operating system, directly controlled by Shura. Shura's dark cannon barrels blended seamlessly with the shadowy ship, rendering them inconspicuous. Aubrey added, "The first shot is merely a deterrent. Fire." A barrage of cannon fire erupted around the Shura, creating a curtain of water that slowed the advance of the Navy. "We have 15 minutes left," Ebony stated. Aubrey nodded in agreement. "Shura, we must prevent them from getting too close. If we allow the rising currents, it could lead to their complete obliteration." Shura acknowledged and unleashed another round of cannon fire, while the Navy commenced their assault. Shells rained down, but Rinna soared into the air, shattering the incoming projectiles. Defensive measures surrounded the vessel, yet the Navy continued its approach. 10 minutes remaining, Ebony reported. "Everyone, brace yourselves. I'm about to create a wave," Shura announced, beginning to sway vigorously from side to side. The surrounding waves grew larger, aided by Ebony's research, ultimately slowing the Navy's advance. Amidst the naval bombardment, Rinna and the others held their ground. 5 minutes to go. "The vortex is coming," Ebony warned. Shura steadied the ship as the vortex began to expand, growing larger with rhythmic movements towards its center. Finally, they came to a halt at the vortex's core. While the Navy continued its relentless attack, the towering wave shielded them from many shells. Suddenly, Shura leaped, and Ebony conjured a massive bubble to envelop the ship. "It's coming. Everyone, prepare yourselves," Ebony called out. On the other side, Bugi and Rao had secured their positions, anxiously awaiting the outcome. A tremor shook the area as a colossal water column propelled the Shura skyward, the bubble carrying the ship in a graceful arc. It stabilized as they ascended rapidly along the water column. Ebony sighed in relief. "Fortunately, we reinforced the bubble's composition. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble." Rinna patted Ebony's shoulder. "You've worked hard." They gazed down at the naval fleet, pondering how they would report back. Will they think we've perished? Or will they predict our descent's location and timing? Aubrey mused. There are many who do not believe in Sky Islands. Perhaps in their eyes, we are already dead. Rene replied, his voice trembling. "Captain, I and Apos am flying. I and Apos am really flying, but it and Apos is rather high. Sky Islands truly exist." Rene chuckled. "We can still meet our end together. No need to worry. We shall arrive shortly. Everyone, carry on with your tasks." Nods of agreement followed as each found a spot to admire the ascending scenery. As night fell, rest eluded many, though Rene and the others slept soundly, having seen little of the sights during the day and having engaged in prolonged training. After breakfast, Rene inquired, "How are we faring?" Ebony replied, "We have reached an altitude of 6,000 meters and are still ascending." Rene nodded, "We shall arrive soon." Shortly thereafter, The Shura pierced through the clouds and landed heavily upon the cloud sea. The bubble burst, causing everyone to gasp for air. Fish leapt from the water, prompting Avis to attempt to catch one. The fish burst like balloons, and Rinne did not hear any fish speaking. Holding a mangled fish, Avis said, "Is this the fish of the Sky Island? I'll give it a try." He urged Aubrey and the others to catch more fish. Ebernie surveyed the surroundings, remarking, "This truly resembles the sea." "The island, where is it?" Theodore asked. Ebernie contemplated, "We are still at 7,000 meters. We must ascend further. Let us search for it." As they maneuvered, they arrived at a gate where an elderly woman announced, "The fee for each person is 100,000 berries." Rinne nodded. "Ilya, pay her." Ilya muttered softly, "So expensive, really." Rinne smiled. "It's not a significant matter. We can rest well here. Money is of little consequence." Ilya paid the fee. And the old woman smiled. "Welcome to our land." With that, a gigantic lobster appeared, lifting the Shura. "What is happening?" Shura exclaimed. The small lobster dashed away with the vessel. Aubrey remarked, "Did you see that?" The old woman had wings behind her, and her hair resembled antennae. Rinne nodded, while Ebernie chuckled. "I find it quite fascinating. If only I could study it. That would indeed be wonderful." "I will pay. You can conduct thorough research," Rinne replied. Avis interjected, "Are we really doing human trials?" Rinne laughed. "Having charged us such an entrance fee, there must be some return." The lobster swiftly transported them to the White Sea, where Rinne and his companions beheld the islands and towns. Rinne grinned at the colossal vine, saying, "Look at that vine. I desire its seeds. Ebernie, if you can research this for me, and Ebernie, if you can find the seeds, we will return with bountiful rewards." Ebernie and Ebern nodded. "We shall do our utmost." Rinne smiled. "Everyone, the Sky Island lies before us. Explore to your heart's content." They nodded and disembarked, heading towards the shore, leaving only Rinne, Shura, and Uncle Xingluan. Rinne remarked, "I've heard that the shellfish of the White Sea possess culinary properties. Quite intriguing. There are also many peculiar foods." Uncle Xingluan nodded vigorously. "I shall join, but who will watch the ship?" Rinne smiled. "No need to worry. Shura can sense anything. Rest assured. There is nothing here that can harm our vessel." Uncle Xingluan nodded and went ashore. Shura inquired, "May I join in the fun, Captain?" Rinne nodded. "Feel free. We've paid for it. Enjoy yourselves. I shall seek someone." With that, Rinne vanished, leaping into the air. "Now, let me see. Where is 6-year-old Enel?" Rinne scanned the island from above, spotting a tree with scorch marks from lightning and an inconspicuous little house. "Found you." Rinne landed in front of the house, and a child wearing a headscarf emerged, filled with hostility. "Who are you? What do you want?" Rinne smiled. "I mean no harm. I simply came to play." "Is that not acceptable?" Enel, somewhat irritated, retorted, "Do you dare to toy with me?" Lightning. Enel's lightning struck Rinne, leaving a mark on the ground. "Impressive power. Come. Follow me. I am the captain of the Devil Pirates." Enel appeared puzzled. "A pirate crew? From the Blue Sea?" Rinne nodded. Enel scoffed. "I wish to be a god. I have no interest in being a pirate." Rinne chuckled. "You can't even defeat me. How can you aspire to be a god?" Enel's face flushed with anger. "Who says I can't beat you? Come at me." Enel attacked Rinne, muttering, "Odd. Why does it feel different this time?" Rinne was perplexed, unsure what was amiss. Suddenly, his sister spoke. "Brother, you must not be aware. We are devil fruit users. Other devil fruits are subservient before us, automatically diminishing their power by 30%. Even elemental forms are weakened." Rinne was astonished. It was akin to having a golden key. He swiftly overpowered Enel, who begrudgingly stated, "When I grow up, I will surely defeat you." Rinne grinned wickedly. "But what if I prevent you from growing up?" Enel, feeling aggrieved, suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "You are bullying me." Linyi, at a loss for words, recalled similar moments from Enel's childhood. "Stop crying. If you promise to come with me, I won't bully you anymore." Enel wiped away his tears and replied, "But I still want to be a god." Linyi chuckled. "And what happens after you become a god? If you are defeated, come find me." Enel nodded, asserting, "How could I possibly be defeated once I become a god?" Linyi smiled. "One can never be too certain. If you are defeated, remember to seek me out in Qinghai. But if you are victorious, don't hold it against me if I am not courteous." Enel felt a mix of indignation and trepidation towards Lin Yi. All right, I understand. I will remember this promise. Lin Yi laughed softly, pulling out some delicacies from his pocket. Here, this is a delightful treat from Qinghai. Enjoy it as my apology for bullying you. Enel snatched the food and settled down beside him, replying, Now this is more like it. Chapter 43. Sky Island 3. Rin smiled as he observed Enel devouring his food. Was this fellow truly accustomed to living alone? His future personality seemed to bear a certain blend of malice and innocence, which appeared somewhat justifiable. Enel quickly finished the rice crackers, gazing expectantly at Rin. Asking if there was more, Rin inquired, Did you find it delicious? Enel nodded eagerly, affirming it was quite tasty. Are there so many delectable things in the Blue Sea? Rin produced more snacks from his pocket, having brought them specifically for this occasion. His actions felt reminiscent of a fatherly figure, bringing joy to Enel as he indulged. Rin chuckled, You should hasten to become a god. After being defeated, come find me for a plethora of delicious treats. Enel nodded, then shook his head. How can you be so sure I will become a god, and will certainly be defeated? Rin replied with a smile. The current god lacks sufficient strength. It is certain you will ascend, and given your current weaknesses, defeat is also inevitable. Enel, feeling indignant, retorted, Who are you calling weak? Rin found amusement in his response. Are you not weaker than I? Enel, fuming, countered, But you are older than me. Rin laughed lightly. Strength is what matters. Age holds no weight. Are you using your age as an excuse? Enel huffed. Well, it is clearly the case. Suddenly, Enel remarked, It seems there is another entity within you, radiating warmth. What is it? Rin's expression shifted dramatically. Enel's observation was astute. With a smile, Rin said, You will know in due time. For now, shall we engage in special training? Enel, intrigued, asked, Are you going to teach me? To make me stronger? Rin nodded. You are currently far from strong. You are quite weak. Enel protested. Who is weak? Rin intended to teach Enel the basics of martial arts, a fundamental aspect of the Navy's 6 styles. The future development would depend on Enel himself. Suddenly, Rin contemplated that if he enhanced Luffy's adversary's strength, wouldn't Luffy also grow stronger? If Luffy became powerful, he could indeed assist in rescuing Ace. Rin felt like a genius as a clear path unfolded before him. Enel interrupted his thoughts. What's wrong? Are you going to teach me or not? Rin eagerly affirmed. Yes, I will teach you. Rin continuously demonstrated techniques to Enel, who quickly grasped the essentials. Rin nodded. This martial art, combined with your lightning speed, will be formidable. After several days of interaction, Enel grew more affectionate towards Rin, declaring, See, I told you I am strong. Rin playfully tapped Enel. You must train diligently. Otherwise, if you're defeated, do not come crying to me. Enel turned away, muttering, Do you really want me to find you? Rin laughed. Of course I do. But since becoming a god is your dream, I shall wait for you to achieve it before seeking you out. Enel pouted. Humph, I couldn't care less. Hey, I'm hungry. Let us cook. Rin chuckled. How many times must I tell you to call me brother, Rin? Enel shook his head defiantly. I refuse. Rin turned away to gather ingredients, soon returning with a meal for Enel, who devoured it eagerly. Rin watched the still childlike Enel and smiled, pondering how he would appear decades hence. After finishing his meal, Enel frowned. Hey, the glow on your chest is becoming increasingly intense. Is that all right? Rin looked down and indeed noticed his chest glowing. Just then, his sister's voice echoed, Brother, what is happening? Aren't we by the sea? As Rin gazed at the pristine ocean, he felt his strength waning. Darkness enveloped him, and he gradually lost sensation. Brother Rin. Enel supported Rin as he slowly collapsed, staring at Rin's closed eyes. Enel focused on the glowing point on Rin's chest, determined not to blink despite the pain it caused. After a burst of light, a blue-haired infant appeared atop Rin's chest, crying. Perplexed, Enel stripped off his upper garments to wrap the infant. The baby ceased crying and looked at Enel, uttering, Bro brother, see, pointing to Rin and then to the ocean. Enel seemed to comprehend something, straining to push Rin toward the water. Aburi and the others arrived. Witnessing this scene, Rin had already submerged into the sea. Avis rushed in, but realized he could not match Rin's speed of descent. Rin vanished from Avis's sight, prompting him to return in fury, grabbing Enel. Why did you do this? What happened? The infant began to cry again. Enel transformed, swiftly appearing beside the baby, cradling it as he muttered, "I don't know what happened. All I can say is that Brother Rin gave birth to her. And she instructed me to place the unconscious Brother Rin into the sea." Avis approached, disbelief etched on his face. The infant spoke, "Avi Avis." Avis turned to the baby and noted its striking resemblance to Rin. However, the notion of Rin having a child seemed absurd. Aburi interjected, "Avis, calm down. Look at Rin's life card." Avis hesitated, remembering why they had rushed here. They had seen Rin's life card burning furiously, nearly extinguished. Aburi remarked, "Rin's life card has ceased burning." Avis steadied himself, exhaling in relief, yet Rin's life card remained smaller than its original size. How could one survive a fall from 10,000 meters? The infant declared, "Brother, no, something will happen." Avis turned back, questioning, "Really?" The infant nodded earnestly. Despite his doubts, Avis found himself believing the baby's words. "You little one, take him and come back with us to the ship. We need to clarify this situation." Enel nodded, fully aware he could not contend with either of the two before him, though he had no intention of fighting. Back on the ship, everyone gathered. Having sensed the changes in the life card, Uncle Xingluan rushed over. "What happened? What is going on?" Avis explained, "Rin fell. He plummeted from 10,000 meters." Uncle Xingluan struggled to comprehend. Avis continued, "Although it's hard to explain, this infant calls Rin brother and claims he will be fine." The crowd encircled them as Enel recounted the events. After a moment of contemplation, Eblun suggested, "There is a possibility. Rin is shrouded in many mysteries we do not comprehend. For now, we should closely monitor the life card and prepare to return to the Blue Sea." Elia cradled the infant, declaring, "Since she is Rin's sister, she is our sister too." Enel handed the baby to Elia and inquired, "Could I also have a life card for Brother Rin?" Elia, surprised, realized that Rin had not shared his recent experiences with them, and they were unaware of Enel's circumstances. However, since Enel had witnessed it all and referred to Rin as brother, Elia retrieved a life card and handed it to Enel. "Keep it safe. If Rin were here, he would surely give you one. We must depart now. Do you not intend to join us?" Enel nodded, expressing his determination to fulfill his dreams. "Once I have achieved my aspirations, I shall go," he declared. Alia smiled as Avis approached, apologizing, "I am sorry. I was too hasty. Please forgive me." Enel shook his head, reassuring him, "It's quite all right. You are a good companion to Brother Linya." As Enel disembarked from the vessel, he watched the Shura hastily depart. Clutching the life card in his hand, he realized he had been but a step away from death. Yet, Linya had not exuded any malice towards him. Indeed, as Linya had mentioned, he was somewhat lacking in strength. Regarding today's events, perhaps one day he would have the opportunity to inquire directly with Linya. On board, Abunai communicated with Shura while Alia and the others gently soothed the infant, who gleefully remarked, "It is because of my birth that I drew most of my brother's vitality. Once he encounters the sea, he will be fine." Avis voiced his concern, "What if he falls and does not meet the sea?" The infant laughed, "That will not happen. Do not worry, brother. He possesses the strength to protect himself." The group felt somewhat reassured. The infant continued, "May I visit Brother Gale?" Alia carried the infant to Gale, whose touch emitted a radiant glow. Regretfully, the infant stated, "My current power is too weak. I can only heal the parts of Brother Gale that have deteriorated after being sealed. The remaining issues will require detoxification." Everyone was astonished. The infant explained, "My power is the opposite of my brother's. Mine is healing. When I grow up, I will surely be able to restore Brother Gale completely." The group was elated. Eblun gazed at the infant with fervor. "So, you and Linya share the same constitution?" The infant clutched Alia's hand, exclaiming, "Sister Alia, protect me. Brother Eblun is quite frightening." Alia held the infant tightly, with Avis and the others shielding her as well. "What do you intend to do?" Ebnui cautioned Eblun, "Brother, remain calm. Do not let fervor consume your heart." Eblun, slightly embarrassed, admitted, "I lost my composure." The infant chuckled, "Brother is not very clever. He hasn't fully developed his own powers. However, I understand our strengths well. Brother Eblun, you cannot harm me. I shall reveal to you that we are of the devil fruit. I embody light, while my brother embodies darkness. You may study him without fear of him being consumed. Besides healing, I possess purification abilities. I can alter a person's character and cleanse their negative energies. It would be wise not to become overly fervent towards me, lest I transform you into someone unrecognizable. The revelation stunned everyone. Though they had speculated about Linya and Apos as powers, they had never imagined it to be as such. The infant's form matured slightly, resembling that of a 3-year-old. I initially did not wish for my brother to arrive here. Although the power of light is substantial, it would be detrimental to my brother's condition. I had not anticipated that the Sea of Sky Island could not provide him direct strength. Thus, as he returns to the sea, his strength shall gradually recover. He will be fine. The group listened in confusion. You are all good companions of my brother. But the only one I am somewhat concerned about is Brother Eblon. Should he act in error, I shall rectify it. Eblon felt a bead of sweat form. While he felt a natural fear towards Linya, facing this little girl instilled genuine dread within him. I shall not act against you. This matter shall remain confidential. I am a member of the Devil Pirate crew and will focus solely on Linya. The little girl smiled. Now that is a good brother. She nestled in Alia's embrace, stating, "It seems my brother has entered the sea. I can sense some of his aura. Please check if there are any changes to the life card." Avis quickly glanced at the life card held by Aubrey, exclaiming, "It is recovering. Wonderful. Linya is safe." The little girl beamed. "Brother will be fine. Should we go retrieve him? He seems to have fallen far away." Uncle Shiluan nodded. "Indeed, Linya is a devil fruit user. While you claim he will not be consumed, I still harbor concerns. Is he not unconscious? How can he protect himself? We must hurry to fetch him." The little girl descended from Alia's embrace and jumped into Uncle Shiluan's arms. "Indeed, this scent brings the utmost comfort. Uncle Shiluan, carry me." He lifted her gently. "You are also my child." The girl smiled sweetly, yes. The discussions aboard the ship commenced, revolving around these matters. The girl elucidated their origins, expressing satisfaction with her brother's companions, as she felt secure in sharing everything, not merely because they were her brother's allies, but because she understood human hearts, an innate skill her brother lacked. Meanwhile, Enelon Sky Island stared intently at the life card in his hand. The sudden collapse of Linya had left him in a daze. Having been solitary for so long, he had nearly forgotten the sensation of companionship. Linya had provided him with company, but had also taught him the pain of loss. Suddenly, Linya's life card returned to normal, prompting Enel to smile joyfully. "I knew you would be all right. Wait for me. I shall become a god and will also await the arrival of the one you spoke of who will defeat me." At the Navy base, a loud crash reverberated as a table shattered in two. Zephyr, visibly anxious, inquired, "What on earth is happening?" Carp, equally troubled, gazed at the waning life card in his possession. He had secretly come to inform Zephyr about Linya, but the life card's alarming state was unexpected. Carp's expression darkened with panic. "Be quiet. I still have the transponder snail." After a moment of dialing, with no answer, Zephyr suggested, "Let us wait. The life card has ceased burning." Carp hurriedly looked over. Yes, it has stopped. A tense silence ensued as Carp continued to attempt contact, but to no avail. Eventually, the life card began to rejuvenate, relieving both Carp and Zephyr. "You nearly scared me to death." Yet Zephyr remained uneasy. "Linya is undoubtedly injured. Where is he? I must find him." Carp waved his hands frantically. "You are still a vice admiral. If you go looking for him, won't you draw others in as well?" No. For safety's sake, you cannot go." Zephyr grew increasingly anxious. "Then what should we do?" I remain very concerned. Carp pondered briefly. "I shall try again." He dialed the transponder snail once more, and it connected. "Carp here. This is Avis. Linya has just fallen to the Blue Sea. We are preparing to retrieve him." Carp was puzzled. "The Blue Sea? Where are you?" Avis replied, "We are on Sky Island." Zephyr was taken aback. "What did you say? Linya fell from 10,000 meters?" "Yes," said Avis, "but Linya is fine. His life card is proof. We should go pick him up." Carp was quite agitated, questioning how someone could survive a fall from such a height. Zifa glanced at the life card, momentarily calming down. The card could not lie. However, he expressed his concern that the demon-slaying order was still in effect. "I must go retrieve him," he insisted. Carp shook his head, reiterating that it was impossible. Linya's situation was too precarious, and he would go instead. Zifa countered, I will take my private vessel, which will not attract attention. Karp ended the call, remarking, What do you mean it won't attract attention? They are already investigating your relationship with Linya. You cannot act rashly. Zifa still wished to go, but Karp cautioned, At this moment, we cannot create chaos. We must not alert the demon-slaying order. Let us wait. Linya and Apos, as companions, should be fine. We must remain calm. Meanwhile, as Linya regained consciousness, he found himself being carried by a sea king, feeling fatigued but otherwise unharmed. He inquired, Where are we headed? The sea king replied, To the nearest island, where you can rest properly. Do not overexert yourself. Nodding in agreement, Linya closed his eyes again. When he opened them next, he was greeted by a woman who asked, Who are you? My name is Linya. I am the captain of the demon pirate crew, he replied. The woman smiled. I am also a captain of a pirate crew. Why are you here alone, uninjured, and sleeping in the sea? Linya, doubting her claim of being a captain, said, That is a long story. I am still quite tired. Please allow me to rest. Hey, why are you sleeping again? You must be the captain of the sleeping pirate crew, right? Aren't you going to eat? Her voice lulled Linya back into slumber. When he awoke again, he found himself on a bed made of leaves, covered with some foliage, beside a crackling fire. The woman was roasting meat, and, noticing his awakening, said, You can really sleep. It's been ages. How come you've just woken up? What if a beast had eaten you? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Linya smiled sheepishly and asked, Thank you for taking care of me. What is your name? The woman handed him the roasted meat, smiling as she replied, I'm Leia. The meat is ready. You must be hungry. Linya sat up, accepting the food. Thank you. I truly apologize for the trouble. Leia chuckled. It's no trouble at all. It's just a small favor. As Linya ate, his gaze drifted behind Leia, and his expression shifted as he swiftly lunged to catch a white snake. Leia quickly exclaimed, Release it. It's my snake. It's harmless. Linya promptly let go, and the snake coiled around Leia affectionately. He apologized profusely. I'm truly sorry. I thought it was dangerous. Leia inspected the snake, and upon confirming its safety, she smiled reassuringly. It's all right. There is nothing to worry about. Chapter 44. Amazon Lily Lin Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he remarked, I had no idea you would have a snake as a pet. Leia smiled. It is a custom of our Amazon Lily. Everyone has a snake as a companion. At that moment, Lin Yi truly grasped that he had entered a realm inhabited solely by women, and such proximity seemed inappropriate. I apologize. I was unaware this was a land of women. I shall take my leave, he said hastily, preparing to depart. However, Leia called out to him, her smile warm, I know you are a man, but this is not a land of women. It is merely a small island adjacent to it. I am here for training. Lin Yi nodded, inquiring, Aren't you supposed to have an aversion to men? Am I a disturbance to you? Leia laughed lightly. I do not share that sentiment. Men and women are of the same kind. There is no distinction. I am the only one here, and I have not encountered anyone for several years, not even another woman. Lin Yi was puzzled. Aren't you the captain? Leia blushed slightly and replied, I should say, the former captain. I lost in the arena and came here to strengthen my abilities. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully, recalling how the Amazon Lily portrayed in anime did not delve into internal politics. Surely, a nation must experience internal strife, and only in the face of overwhelming power might harmony ensue. What of your current strength? Leia appeared sheepish. I have been training my hockey, but I have yet to meet my expectations. Lin Yi's interest piqued. If you don't mind, shall we train together? I am unfamiliar with hockey, but do you know how to train it? Leia chuckled. How can you be a captain without even knowing hockey? Let me teach you. Lest someone else usurp your position. Lin Yi smiled bashfully, acknowledging her words. He surveyed the surroundings, recalling his training on Demon Island, and said, We need a place to stay. We must immerse ourselves in training. We cannot neglect our physical well-being. Our accommodations must not be overlooked. Leia, intrigued, asked, What do you propose? Just watch, Lin Yi replied, and with a swift motion of his blade, he felled numerous trees and bamboo, stripping them bare. In no time, he had constructed a house with 2 rooms, beds, pillows, and various necessities. Leia watched in astonishment. You must be a shipwright. How can a captain do such work? Lin Yi smiled. Even a captain may find themselves isolated at times. one must first ensure their own survival. This is fundamental. No one can guarantee that the crew will always be together. Each person must possess their own survival skills. Leia laughed. You are absolutely right. I had not considered that. Lin Yi gazed at the dimples on Leia's cheeks and remarked, You must have grown into a beautiful woman and an excellent captain. Leia's cheeks flushed, her dark hair cascading down to obscure her face. Sunlight filtered through her strands, illuminating them, bathing her in a radiant glow, as if she herself were shining. Lin Yi chuckled. This scene resembles a goddess descending to earth. I wonder if Hancock is like this too? Leia, curious, asked, What are you looking at? Nothing. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Shall we commence our training? Leia nodded, and they began their practice together. She instructed Lin Yi on the ways of hockey. And he seemed to discover a breakthrough, realizing, so that's how it is. Lost in the pursuit of strength, Lin Yi delved into his exploration. Wishing to be undisturbed during this precious time, a pale blue circle emerged around the island's perimeter, unbeknownst to Lin Yi. This circle halted the attraction of the life card. A month later, in the morning, Leia prepared breakfast and called for Lin Yi. Lin Yi, wake up and eat. Lin Yi feigned annoyance. Didn't I mention? I cook in the morning. Why have you taken on the task again? You need to rest well. Leia smiled. It's nothing. I simply wanted you to taste my cooking. Lin Yi chuckled. Come now. Are you saying my cooking is inferior? Leia shook her head. Of course not. Now eat. As Lin Yi savored the meal, he acknowledged, Your cooking is indeed delightful. After finishing, he added, I can now grasp hockey. Lin Yi possessed Conqueror's hockey and could meld his aura with it, creating a new dynamic. He marveled at the innate talent of this body, realizing it was he who had failed to unlock its potential. Leia nodded, smiling. You are impressive, the fastest learner of hockey I have ever encountered. Lin Yi admired Leia's smooth, waterfall-like hair. You are quite remarkable as well. You can now utilize it proficiently. Leia blushed under Lin Yi's gaze, responding, That is thanks to your guidance after my understanding. I truly appreciate it. Suddenly, Lin Yi, in a moment of mischief, suggested, Then perhaps I should offer my body in gratitude. Both Lin Yi and Leia froze, and he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, that was a mistake, merely a jest. Please disregard it. I know you cannot be with men from your land. Leia paused momentarily before looking up and smiling. It's fine. I understand it was a joke. Seeing that Leia was unperturbed, Lin Yi nodded. But truly, you cannot accompany me to sea? Wouldn't it be delightful to embark on an adventure together? Leia regarded Lin Yi's earnest expression and shook her head. I apologize, but being the captain of the 9 Snake Pirates is my dream. A place where I must prove myself. Upon hearing Leia speak of her dream, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Dreams are paramount. You must fulfill yours. Leia responded quietly, Lin Yi was unsure why his heart felt heavy. He suddenly realized he had become so engrossed in training that he had lost track of time. How long have we been training? Leia shook her head. I'm not quite sure. It must have been about a month. Lin Yi was taken aback. A month? What has happened? Why has anyone come for us? He rushed to the shore and noticed the pale blue circle floating in the air. What is this circle? Leia also shook her head. I'm unsure. Lin Yi attempted to dispel the circle, and to his surprise, it vanished as if it had sensed his intent. He turned to look at the sea and then back at Leia, saying, Leia, you should return to the arena now. You can surely succeed. Leia nodded, and at that moment, Lin Yi heard his sister's voice. Damn it, brother. How could you isolate yourself? Do you have any idea how long we've searched for you? We are almost there. Do not move. Just wait there. Lin Yi gazed at Leia, her brown eyes sparkling, sweet dimples accentuating her features, and her dark hair shimmering in the wind. He felt an overwhelming urge to take her away, though he did not comprehend the source of this impulse. He recognized it as longing, yet Leia's dream quelled all his desires. In the world of One Piece, a dream held greater significance than anything else. Leia stared back at Lin Yi until she spotted a swift ship approaching across the water. With a smile, she remarked, Your ship has come to fetch you. Lin Yi nodded, knowing he should feel joy, yet for some reason, that joy was delayed. The ship had not yet come to a complete stop when figures approached. Elida rushed forward, and Timmy felt an impulse to evade her embrace, yet he hesitated, pondering the reason for his desire to escape. In that moment of uncertainty, he lost the opportunity and was enveloped in Elida's arms. Tears streaming down her face, she asked, "What have you been doing for the past month? We've been searching for you for so long." Timmy had intended to reassure everyone, but found himself inexplicably gazing at Leah, who turned her face away. A sense of melancholy washed over him. "I was training. I truly apologize for worrying you all. As for why I couldn't be found despite the life card, I am at a loss." At that moment, Uncle Xingluan approached, cradling a 3-year-old girl. "It's not my fault. You, the foolish brother, inadvertently triggered a skill." Timmy was pleasantly surprised to see his little sister. "Sister." Elita released him, and Timmy took his sister into his arms. "I am so sorry for making you wait." His sister smiled. "You silly brother, you really worry me." Timmy had intended to introduce his crew to Leah, but when he turned, she had already vanished. His sister softly said, "She has set sail, returning to her homeland." Timmy nodded. "Yes, she is off to pursue her dreams." Yavis and Aubrey came over, embracing Timmy tightly. "You have no idea. When the life card ceased its pull, we were so frightened we could hardly breathe." Timmy smiled. "I apologize, but I have learned to harness hockey now." Yavi scoffed. "That sort of thing? We mastered it ages ago." Timmy looked at his sister. "It's you, isn't it? I am the depriver, and you are the giver, correct?" His sister stuck out her tongue. "Who told you to vanish for so long? The Navy has been after us, and it was quite a fierce battle. I merely enhanced everyone's abilities. The rest they must integrate themselves." Timmy nodded. "Thank you, sister, for helping everyone." She beamed with happiness. "By the way, I can also assist with Brother Gale's condition." Timmy nodded, glancing at the tear-streaked faces of the crowd. "Everyone, I have returned." They responded in unison. Preparing to board the ship, Timmy said, "Sister, how about the name Edelin?" "Monkey D. Edelin." His sister nodded but asked, "Will father agree?" Timmy reassured her. "We spoke to him. He will consent." Edelin nodded. "All right, brother." Yavis interjected. "By the way, Timmy, once the mist fruit was consumed, she used the mist it created to help us evade numerous admirals." Timmy nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your hard work." Shuro was still sobbing. "Captain." Timmy patted his head. "I have returned. Everything is fine now. Let us depart for the Dark Empire. It is time to settle down." Shuro nodded. Eben handed Timmy several green, spherical objects. "These are Jack's peas, seeds from the giant vines of Sky Island." Timmy nodded. "Thank you, everyone. We shall depart from Fishman Island and head to the latter half to forge our empire, the Empire of Light." Everyone nodded in agreement. Eben said, "We need to first go to Sabaody Archipelago. Brother can also coat the ship, but let us approach from there." Timmy nodded. "We can restock. The auction house there is quite large. Perhaps we can rescue some individuals to join us." Shuro's ship sailed towards Sabaody Archipelago. Upon reaching his room, Timmy called Carp. "Father." "I am safe." Carp responded with some irritation. "Where have you been? I've been quite worried about you." Timmy smiled. "I merely went to train. Everything is fine, father. I am heading to the latter half now." Carp acknowledged this, and Timmy ended the call. Timmy then sought to salvage some gems and contacted Farce. During this time, their bounties had increased significantly, though he was unsure what they had done to warrant such a rise. They were all now worth 500 million berries, including the crew. Timmy inquired, and Edelin simply stated, "We merely had some encounters with the Demon Hunter Order and managed not to be sunk." Timmy did not dwell on the matter. Surrounded by mist, they encountered no Navy forces. Eben intended to construct the ship in a way that it could reflect its surroundings, effectively concealing it. This project was still under research. Upon arriving at Sabaody Archipelago, Eben and the others sought out the coding specialist to see if they could improve the coding through study. While the rest went shopping, Timmy remained on the ship, lost in thought. Once they reached the Dark Empire, he could begin devising a plan to rescue Gale. He wondered if the issues in the Dark Empire could be resolved before his brother set sail. Timmy gazed at the bubbles of Sabaody Archipelago, contemplating deeply when Edelin approached. "Brother, the matters of the Dark Empire are not so simple. To topple a nation is not merely to replace a king. It is more crucial to consider the sentiments of those who reside there. Can they accept the light? If there is mental manipulation, it becomes exceedingly complicated." Timmy nodded. "With you here, we should find a way." Edelin nodded, her expression a mixture of concern as she looked at Timmy. "What troubles you, sister?" Edelin paused, choosing her words carefully. "The Navy is active on the island, and there are many pirates as well. The auction house is bustling with world nobles. This place is quite lively. Timmy showed no intention of avoiding the situation, even feeling a sense of anticipation for some intriguing occurrences. However, events did not unfold as Timmy had envisioned. The atmosphere remained eerily tranquil, devoid of sound. Once the ship's coating was complete, they set sail towards the depths of the ocean, encased in darkness. Timmy felt a growing sense of unease as he stood on the deck. Theodore stood at a distance. Timmy noticed and asked, "What is it? Why are you standing so far away?" Theodore hesitated. "Captain, it feels dangerous. My instincts keep warning me." "Captain, has something happened?" Timmy felt a jolt of apprehension. He sensed that something was amiss, particularly in this dark sea. A sense of emptiness and unrest washed over him, as if something was lurking, eager to consume. Edelin emerged and said, "Brother, your essence is darkness. It is consumption, deprivation, bloodlust, and malevolence. Previously, while I was within you, I constantly neutralized these emotions. When you trained before, you severed our connection, and now your inherent nature is beginning to awaken." Timmy felt a sense of foreboding. What will I become? Will myself be consumed? Edelin shook her head. No, but you will undergo some changes. This is you. It should be you. Do you not like it, brother? Timmy shook his head. I am uncertain. This is my essence, and the sudden transformation is hard to adjust to. This craving makes me exceedingly uncomfortable. What should I do? Should I kill? Should I consume them? Edelin shook her head. Brother, right now, you are tainted. Your essence has not settled. Unlike me, you can encompass everything, while I, despite being light, reject all. This settling, I cannot assist you with. It is something you must achieve on your own. My involvement would only deepen your taint. Timmy nodded, finally grasping the source of his distress. I must ask, is it possible that I could harm my companions? Edelin replied solemnly, Brother, that depends on you. Timmy gazed silently at the pitch-black sea, feeling power coursing through him. He was bored, uninterested, yearning to toy with life, to scorn it, inundated with countless thoughts. Timmy struggled to endure. What he faced was a journey of self-formation. He did not wish to harm his companions. Yet this desire, this combative body, this bloodthirsty power was becoming increasingly difficult to control, yearning for consumption, for emotionless slaughter, for pain. Chapter 45. The Dark Empire. Tomia tightened his grip and gathered everyone, explaining the current situation. He asserted, I am now a perilous entity. I intend to seek out the colossal sea kings for combat, to unleash my pent-up feelings. I shall return in 1 week's time. Await me in the Dark Empire. Initially, there was some dissent among the group, but after Tomia's persistent insistence, they reluctantly acquiesced. He burst forth from the bubble, vanishing into the depths of the ocean, propelling himself forward. Where are you? Colossal sea kings? Where are you? After an indeterminate period, voices emerged from the darkness. Over here, our benefactor. Tomia surged towards the sound and inquired, What should I do now? Do you have any suggestions? The sea kings replied, Engage in battle, a blood-soaked battle. We shall cooperate. What you need is to sever your shackles, to break free from the chains of light. Tomia nodded and joined the fray with numerous colossal sea kings. Excitement surged within him, an exhilarating force clamoring to breach his limits, devoid of guilt or emotion, yearning to consume. He wielded the power of devouring and the strength of erosion, entering a frenzied state that led him to momentarily lose himself. However, the discomfort within him alleviated significantly. The bloody battle heightened Tomia's senses. Devour them, slay them, consume them. He vented his fury, momentarily forgetting his identity, reveling solely in the ecstasy of power. His mind danced with exhilaration. This was his bloodthirsty self, his evil self. In this world, contemplating so much was a sin in itself. The desire to show mercy was a form of arrogance. To be powerful, to seize control, was his purpose. Tomia indulged himself, devouring everything around him, filling the void within. When he awoke, half of the sea kings had vanished. With a smile, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for helping me find myself. The sea kings nodded and departed one by one. During these days, Tomia had discovered his true self, shedding his shackles. Since he was inherently evil, the captain of the demon pirate crew, Discussing justice was indeed hypocritical. If the Dark Empire refused to please Gale, then he would seize it for himself. If he wished to prevent Gale's departure, he would take it back from the clutches of death. Mercy did not belong to him, but to his sister. It was time to return. Tomiya raced towards the location of the Dark Empire and encountered Shura on the way. He returned to the deck, smiling as he announced, "Everyone, I am back." The crew was taken aback. Tomiya bore a different appearance. His blue hair now had a streak of black, and his pupils had turned entirely black. Adeline approached him. "Welcome back, brother." Her blue hair sported a strand of gold, her pupils now golden as well. "It seems we have both found ourselves." Tomiya nodded with a smile. Uncle Xingluan approached. "Are you all right, Tomiya?" Tomiya affirmed, "I am fine, just slightly irritable towards outsiders." Yavis chuckled. "Can you be worse than me?" Tomiya grinned. "Certainly not worse than you." Upon returning from his training, he sensed a strong scent of blood emanating from Yavis. Wondering how many lives Yavis had claimed in his absence, Yavis nodded with a laugh. "Ah, it's still you, Tomiya." "Ha ha ha." Aubrey chimed in. "Who else could it be but Tomiya?" Elia added, "Yes, it can only be Tomiya." Tomiya turned to Theodore. "What about you? Are you still afraid?" Theodore smiled. "What is there to fear from the captain? That aura that once sent chills down my spine is no longer present." Tomiya nodded. "That's good to hear." Aubrey spoke. "Now that the captain has returned, let us devise a landing plan." Everyone agreed. Aubrey continued. "Here is the map of the country." He unfolded a large map and elaborated. "We are uncertain of the island's conditions. We may encounter dire circumstances. Thus, the first group to land will include Eblun, Yavis, Ebnai, and Dr. Doriel. You shall bring research equipment and wear protective gear, heading to an unobserved area to investigate if any harmful substances exist." Eblun and the others nodded in agreement. Aubrey added, "If there are no harmful substances, then it is a matter of control. We must infiltrate this country and discover what governs it. If it is mental control, that would be more manageable. We can present our manifestation of light as a substitute for mental control." Adeline nodded. "I agree with this." Tomiya inquired, "What about the army? Can I devour them all?" The crew was slightly taken aback by Tomiya's manner of speaking. Aubrey cautioned, "It would be best not to escalate the army issue for now. If we can later take over the mental control, these soldiers might serve as leverage." Tomiya nodded. "That works too. Let us disperse and communicate via the telephone bugs." The crew agreed. Shura asked, "What about me?" Eblun pointed to the map. "Look here, there is a recess. You should go there. Water Lily will create mist around the area to avoid arousing suspicion from the Dark Empire, and there is a path nearby, facilitating your landing. This location is quite reasonable." Shura nodded, and Tomiya added, "After our infiltration, we must secure a place to stay. Eblun should investigate Gale's situation first. We need to settle the doctor without any mishaps." Aubrey nodded. "Uncle Xingluan will stay with them. We are quite concerned about Gale being without a strong protector." Uncle Xingluan agreed. "I will guard the doctors and Gale. Be cautious during your operations." The crew nodded in agreement. The ship continued its journey towards the Dark Empire. Adeline asked, "Brother, could the Dark Empire have any adverse effects on our bodies?" Tomiya smiled and shook his head. "Do not worry, there is nothing to fear. Look here." A black orb formed within Tomiya's body. "This is my dark energy. By condensing it outward, it will not significantly affect my emotions." Upon hearing this, the crew felt reassured. Tomiya glanced at Eblun's fervent gaze and chuckled. "This is not something you should research. A careless mistake could lead to your consumption." Eblun nodded. "Understood." As the ship surfaced, they beheld the Dark Empire, shrouded in dense black mist, with ominous clouds above, intermittently flashing with lightning. The crew gazed upon this land with a foreboding sense of dread. Theodore remarked, "This place is far more terrifying than the mysterious island." Aubrey concurred. "The key issue is that the people here are unified against outsiders, a truly terrifying phenomenon." Gale's experience teaches us that dismantling such a nation is no simple feat. Everyone nodded in agreement. Nonetheless, this was a challenge that Tomiya and his crew were determined to confront. The Azura sailed into a concave harbor described by Eblun, where the daffodil conjured a thick mist enveloping the Azura. As he observed Avis and his companions preparing to disembark, a wave of concern washed over him. "Be cautious," he urged. Avis and the others nodded, donned their protective gear, and stepped off the vessel. After a brief interval, they returned. Eblon removed his protective suit and declared, "The gases on the island pose no danger. We may ascend with ease." Aubrey nodded in agreement, but cautioned, "Before we set foot on the island, let us conceal ourselves as much as possible. We are unaware of the island's circumstances or its disposition towards outsiders. Prudence is essential." The group nodded in unison. Aubrey continued, "Elia, Avis, myself, and Linya will proceed to scout the island. We will disperse in 4 directions and assess the situation. Once we ascertain safety, we shall relay the information to you." The others nodded, and Linya chose the farthest eastern route, traversing through the sea. Upon emerging, he found himself in a forest shrouded in mist. Silently, Linya navigated through the underbrush, which resembled a forest of withered trees. Deprived of sunlight for so long that the woods had lost all color, evoking a sense of desolation. Not a single creature stirred in the forest. As Linya ventured further, he spotted a large black dog gnawing on something. Its blood-red eyes flicked towards him momentarily, revealing the decaying severed hand of a human clenched in its jaws. The sound of its chewing echoing through the desolate woods. Suddenly, a hissing sound broke the silence as several green-striped snakes slithered towards the dog. The dog deftly dodged them, continuing its meal, while the snakes writhed among the nearby human corpses, voraciously devouring their remains. In due course, a voice pierced the air, "Cough, cough. What is this? Why are there no burials? Just left here to rot. How foul." A pale, middle-aged man with a slight hunch approached, clad in plain, dust-free garments. He wielded a pitchfork, digging into the earth while occasionally glancing at the corpse. Neither the snakes nor the dog showed any signs of retreat. After a spell of digging, the man paused to rest, observing the snakes and dog. "Go ahead and feast. Once you're full, I can bury him," he remarked. Having excavated a grave, he noted that the snakes and the dog showed no inclination to leave, so he sat beside them. "Eat, eat. You must be hungry," he encouraged. Moments later, a bell tolled, ringing out, ringing, ringing. The man's eyes turned crimson as he rose and made his way towards the town. The snakes and dog also stood erect, but after a brief moment, they resumed their feeding as if nothing had transpired. After a considerable time, the man returned, stating, "Having eaten, it is time for your burial." He straightened his back, brushing the snakes off the corpse with swift motions. The dog observed passively, while the snakes slithered back without any sign of agitation, merely watching from the edge of the grave. The man pushed the body into the pit and covered it with soil. Once he completed his task, his body slumped back into a hunch, his demeanor weary. "Alas, I am so tired," he sighed, before slowly retreating with the pitchfork in hand. The snakes and dogs circled the mound a few times before departing. Linya cautiously ventured further in, sensing a pair of eyes upon him. A snake appeared to notice his presence but merely gazed before turning away. Continuing onward, he reached the outskirts of a town where a number of individuals wandered aimlessly. Each person bore a pallid complexion, some with red eyes, others with fiery hues. Here, Linya observed not a single normal human being. All wore expressions of despair, devoid of purpose, merely meandering, including the children, who displayed no emotion. Linya began to comprehend the reasons behind Gare's unwelcomed presence in such a realm, where a bright and cheerful disposition could scarcely find acceptance. At that moment, a child stumbled, blood seeping from his knee. His mother quickly covered the wound with her hand, scolding, "Be careful, or someone might come and drain you dry." The boy nodded, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I understand." When the mother removed her hand, the boy's injury had nearly healed, no longer bleeding. The surrounding individuals resumed their aimless wandering as if roused from a stupor. The boy's mother took his hand, leading him into a building, after which they did not return. Linya changed direction, wishing to discern the situation within the structure. Suddenly, he felt a sensation of being watched and swiftly concealed himself in a shadowy alley, the feeling dissipating. As he peered into the building, he found it shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. He could sense the movement of people inside, yet they seemed to merely shuffle about. Soon, voices emerged from within. "Mom, I'm hungry." A female voice responded, "Be patient. When the bell tolls, we shall eat." The boy protested, But Mom, that person isn't tasty. When will we get the next one? The woman retorted, don't be foolish. It's quite palatable. If you don't wish to become the next meal, eat your food properly. The boy, frustrated, replied, is it within my control when we eat? I can hardly recall what happens at mealtime. The woman's tone grew stern. Yet you still claim it is unappetizing. Given the scarcity of food, we are fortunate to survive without starving. The boy expressed his discontent. What difference is there between our existence and death? With a resounding slap, she admonished, this is a blessing. We can live without food. What more do you seek? The boy, filled with anger, protested, I wish to live, to eat delicious food. Is that so wrong? The woman, equally incensed, retorted, there is no food. We have become this way to survive. Had we not transformed, you would have perished long ago. What about Dad? Where is he? Why was he chosen as food when I was born? The boy cried. The woman, enraged, responded, he was mad, raving about wanting to take you away. There was no food. All our money was spent to acquire this form. He thought he could take you away into the sunlight, which would have killed you. He should be grateful he can serve as food at all. If you speak of him again, I shall ensure you become food yourself. The boy wept bitterly. You are a monster. You should never have given birth to me. I want my dad. The woman, fuming, snapped. Think carefully about your words. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, leaving the boy in tears. I don't want to be here. This life is worse than death. Linya remained silent, recognizing the need for caution. The state of those people was indeed peculiar, coupled with the unsettling sensation of being observed. What transpired here? Why were humans treated as sustenance? How could they survive without food? And what was the meaning behind the transformation acquired through wealth? Linya decided to wait for the next chime of the bell to assess the situation. He carefully concealed himself, aware of some noises nearby, rats scuttling about. He remained vigilant, suppressing his own presence while the rodents remained oblivious to him. Observing his surroundings, Linya noted that the people around him appeared dazed, as if anticipating something. Likely the toll of the bell. After a considerable time, the bell tolled, prompting a gathering of individuals, including a boy among them. Each person stood vacantly, staring ahead in a line. At the center of the square stood a figure clad in a black robe, holding a bowl, and beside him, a bound corpse. The robed man collected the blood from the cadaver and distributed it among the crowd with swift movements. Before long, the distribution was complete, and the black-clad figure vanished with the body. For a fleeting moment, the onlookers seemed to regain some vitality, hastening their pace and engaging in conversation, but soon reverted to their listless state. As for the guards, Linya observed none, which struck him as peculiar. He departed the town, aiming for the central settlement, but encountered no one along the way, only a multitude of corpses and desiccated trees. Exercising caution, he arrived at the next town, where a similar scene unfolded. However, here he spotted a contingent of guards, their condition markedly superior to that of the townsfolk, patrolling with a semblance of vigor, albeit their faces remained pallid. Linya discerned a flicker of awareness in the guard's eyes, suggesting a stronger sense of self compared to the others. He pondered how the bell's toll here might differ from elsewhere, and resolved to wait patiently. At that moment, a voice emerged nearby. Hey, you don't belong here, do you? Linya turned to see a man with the obscured face, revealing only his green eyes and curly black hair, clad in black attire. Gazing at him from below, Linya swiftly moved to deliver a lethal strike, but the man suddenly vanished, leaving only a piece of wood in Linya's grasp. The man spoke. Please, don't be so hasty. I'm also from outside. I mean no harm and wish to convey my message. Linya nodded in consent. The man led him to a treehouse where conversation was more feasible. I am the bearer of a peculiar fruit, he began. I arrived here with my pirate crew, and in a single night, my comrades turned into mummies. Thanks to the fruit's power, I escaped that fate, yet I find myself trapped on this island. The mist prevents any escape, and my feet seem drawn back inexplicably. Linya inquired, Aren't you like the others? The man shook his head, Not at all. Curious. Linya pressed, Then what sustenance do you consume? There is no food here. The man replied, It's not that there is a lack of food. There is a granary in this town filled with plundered provisions. I trade my strength for food there, and they remain unaware. Linya nodded. What do you know about the happenings here? The man shook his head. Not much. If I approach the guards, the townsfolk seem to sense it and converge, which is quite terrifying. I've been here for over a month and have gleaned little useful information and am unable to escape. It's not just me. Many pirate ships have been robbed, and those who aren't turned into mummies become like the rest. Chapter 46. The Dark Empire. 2. Lin Yi nodded, realizing that further observation was necessary. I am Lin Yi, the captain of the demon pirate crew. The man appeared somewhat astonished. Are you the one who incapacitated a celestial dragon? Lin Yi smiled and affirmed, Indeed, that would be me. And what is your name? The man replied, I am Rocco. The pirate crew has disbanded, and escaping is already a great fortune. Lin Yi inquired, Are you aware of the soldiers' condition following the bell's toll? Rocco pondered briefly. Aside from those who momentarily lose consciousness, the soldiers remain alert. They are monitored by some bats, which provides around-the-clock surveillance. Lin Yi responded, Have you attempted to isolate one of them? What were the results? Rocco replied, I did try, but the others seemed to sense it and came running. Lin Yi contemplated the situation. This poses a challenge. Have you gathered any intelligence regarding the control mechanisms from the king's domain? Rocco shook his head. Near the king's fortress, there are soldiers who observe, and above, bats conduct aerial surveillance. I also tried underground, where some snakes serve as watchers. Lin Yi remarked. So it is highly probable that the individuals within the king's stronghold are the culprits. Rocco nodded in agreement. It is almost certain, otherwise. The multiple layers of surveillance would be excessive. Lin Yi scanned their surroundings and said, This place isn't very secure. Let's return to the ship. Rocco nodded. Is your ship safe? Lin Yi assured him, It is relatively secure. Let us proceed. Rocco followed closely behind Lin Yi, though he couldn't match Lin Yi's speed. He managed to keep pace, demonstrating his competence. Upon returning to the ship, Lin Yi introduced Rocco and shared the information he had gathered. When Elia and the others returned, their reports were consistent. Aubrey stated, What we need now is to understand the internal conditions of the king's fortress. This task should be entrusted to Narcissus. Your mist fruit can elementalize, allowing it to blend with the surrounding environment for reconnaissance. Narcissus nodded. However, before my return, the mist here can only be sustained for half a day. I fear I may not make it back. Aubrey acknowledged. Then we must prepare for contingencies. Eblun and Aiden will coat themselves in camouflage. If Narcissus cannot return in time, we shall submerge to hide. Narcissus agreed. I will prepare to depart. The group nodded, urging her to hurry and return. Narcissus elementalized and departed, while Lin Yi and the others deliberated their next move. Avis remarked, I believe an overall infiltration carries significant risks. Given the numerous monitoring channels, it would be safer to remain here. Lin Yi asked, Sister, what is the extent of your healing ability? Edlin replied, My current power does not extend far. I can only heal within a town. Wouldn't it be better to heal the king's fortress directly? Aubrey concurred. The conditions in the nearby towns are progressive, and the situation within the king's fortress is undoubtedly more dire. Elia added, I fear that if combat ensues, the ordinary citizens under control may be affected. Lin Yi advised, Let us not overthink it. Our primary concern must be our own safety. Uncle Starwill echoed, I share that sentiment. Our safety must come first. As for the citizens, we shall do what we can. Aubrey asserted, We must escort Edlin into the king's fortress and clear any obstacles. Lin Yi posed the question, But how shall we traverse this route? Should we ask Narcissus to use the mist to guide us? Aubrey nodded. That seems to be a prudent approach. If that fails, we shall charge through. Thus, we must ensure our mobility is robust. Those who cannot move swiftly should refrain from participating in this operation. The group nodded in agreement. Aubrey began to select the participants while Lin Yi and the others prepared for battle, awaiting Narcissus's return. After some time, Narcissus returned, stating, The king's fortress is filled with people, those who are controlled and excessively agitated. Among them is a figure resembling a national sorcerer, with fangs and a pale visage. He is accompanied by several attendants, sharing a similar appearance, conducting rituals to transform individuals into their current state. Aubrey inquired, Did you see the king? Is he imprisoned? Or is there another reason? Narcissus, visibly angered, replied, No, the king is no different from an ordinary person. He merely desires wealth, and he is a vile individual. Linya nodded. Then there is nothing particularly alarming to note. Avis, the sorcerer and his attendants are your responsibility. Dispose of the king, and let my sister heal. Elia questioned, what shall we do if this country lacks food? Linya acknowledged, that indeed presents a problem. Eblun, contact Ferris and have him bring food post-haste. Aubrey nodded. There should be no further oversights. Everyone, prepare to set out. Lin Yi led the group, moving swiftly through Narcissus's mist. Narcissus announced, the castle is in sight. There is a small path to the right that leads directly inside. They arrived at the king's quarters, where the king was joyfully embracing a multitude of treasures and relishing exquisite delicacies. Suddenly noticing Lin Yi and the others, he demanded, who are you? Lin Yi smiled. You need not concern yourself with that. He lunged forward, dark energy erupting from his hands, enveloping the king. In the next moment, the dark energy dissipated, and the king vanished from sight. Lin Yi surveyed the room filled with treasures, chuckling softly. Such fools, they regard wealth as everything, forgetting what truly matters. Lin Yi carried Edlin to the castle's pinnacle, holding a transponder snail as Narcissus's voice echoed, Captain, the food has arrived. Lin Yi informed Avis, we are ready to engage. In the next instant, a massive surge of dark energy manifested in Lin Yi's hands, resembling a gaping abyss, soaring towards the sky and devouring a substantial portion of the ominous clouds, allowing sunlight to pour through. Edlin radiated with a brilliant glow, levitating as her lips parted. Holy light, shower upon us. A radiant light erupted from Edlin, illuminating every inch of the king's fortress. The citizens began to regain their senses, the earth regained its color, and life blossomed anew. Elia planted Jack's beans, and a colossal pea vine sprouted, reaching into the heavens. The onlookers were left in awe. Aubrey declared, these are the Light King and the Light Princess, come to save you. They bring not only light, but also abundance and happiness. This plan had been premeditated by Aubrey. Only a miracle could penetrate the deepest defenses of the heart, garnering effortless belief. The food, contained within Eblun's enormous bubble, was continuously delivered. The formerly starving citizens, upon eating, shed tears and knelt, calling out for the Light King and the Light Princess. Aubrey and the others busied themselves, for there were countless remnants of the Dark Empire to eradicate, and the original structure required reorganization. Aubrey's capabilities shone in this moment, adeptly managing the nation's affairs. Lin Yi took Edlin to heal various towns across the kingdom. Within a day, the ominous clouds over the Dark Empire had vanished, and sunlight bathed the land. The Dark Empire was reborn as the Empire of Light, and everything was reset at that moment. The people wept with gratitude, savoring the aroma of food. Lin Yi returned the wealth previously seized by the Dark King to the people. Upon returning to the palace, Lin Yi proclaimed, our next step is to invade the neighboring nations and incorporate them into our realm, creating a vast coalition of islands interconnected by Jack's beanstalks, ensuring that the Radiant Empire becomes an essential passageway. Eblin's laboratory appeared in a corner of the castle, while Mr. Tom's ships continued to arrive. Each member of Yavi's was fortifying their fleets and commencing warfare, embarking on campaigns to claim the adjacent islands. This endeavor persisted for 3 years, during which Lin Yi established dominion over 15 nearby islands, successfully integrating them into the jurisdiction of the Radiant Empire. The tendrils of Jack's beanstalk connected them, with the immense vines cloaked in soil, giving rise to a series of grand bridges spanning the seas, linking each island together. Lin Yi and Adeline managed their appearances. As the king and princess of the Radiant Empire, they donned golden hair and eyes. Under Aubrey's governance, the Radiant Empire flourished increasingly. One day, Lin Yi calculated the days and remarked, it is nearly time for me to send my brother off on his voyage. Aubrey inquired, will you be heading to the East Sea? How do you plan to get there? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi admitted he was uncertain but wished to summon a few individuals at this juncture. Eblin mentioned, Gale's research is nearing completion, and by the time you return, you should be able to rescue him without fail. Lin Yi chuckled, that is splendid news. Initially, I intended to confront that celestial dragon in Mariewa, but let him live a little longer. This is truly monumental news. Adeline, curious, asked, will my brother take me along to see him off? Lin Yi smiled and replied, if you wish to go, you may. Anyone who desires to join can come. Our campaigns have concluded, and our rule is stable. It's time for us to explore." The group echoed his sentiments, and Linya grinned. "Then let our demon pirate crew set sail for the East Sea." As Linya and his companions boarded, the ship anchored at a corner of Radiant Empire Island No. 1. Adjacent to the Mist of Narcissus, the vessels merged, forming a ship large enough to accommodate Theodore's original form. This was the true visage of the demon pirate crew's fleet, the Isle of Sea Demons. Thanks to Ebelin's research, the ships could now reflect their surroundings, rendering them nearly invisible. Shura and the other vessels moved in synchrony, heading eastward with great fervor. Along the journey, Linya and his crew explored islands, occasionally purchasing slaves. Adeline's unique ability dispelled the evils within people, leading many notorious pirates to amend their ways and serve aboard Linya's ship, while others, having lost their ambition, settled within the territories of the Radiant Empire. One day, they arrived at a slave market, where Linya continued his habit of acquiring slaves. He spotted a woman of striking beauty and asked, "What is your name?" The woman, trembling, replied, "Stella." Linya pondered, that must be the name. Having lived in this world for so long, he struggled to recall certain details. Elia, somewhat annoyed, queried, "What? Linya, do you fancy her?" Linya shook his head with a smile. "Not quite, but I am intrigued by the light in her eyes." "Do you have someone you cherish?" Stella, taken aback, remained silent. Linya continued, "What is his name? Where is he now?" At that moment, Yavis approached, dragging a man with gray-green hair. "This fellow has been lurking about, so I brought him along." The man looked up and, upon seeing Stella, scrambled toward her, exclaiming, "Stella, how could this happen? I was almost able to save enough money." Linya chuckled, "I'm sorry, but I purchased this person." The man glared at Linya, rage evident in his eyes. "What do you intend to do with Stella?" Linya, unperturbed, replied, "Let's not dwell on anger for now. What is your name?" The man hesitated, then answered, "Tesoro." Linya smiled. "That will suffice. You appear quite capable of earning money. Purchasing Stella was no small feat. How did you manage to save so much?" Tesoro looked perplexed. "What are you talking about?" Linya explained, "I have a significant business venture, and your ability to generate profit is crucial. Consider Stella as collateral with me. Once you expand my business, you may redeem her. For now, come along with me." Before Tesoro could react, Theodore lifted Yavis and began to walk away. Elia released Stella from her bindings, taking her hand. "Come, we shall head to the ship." Stella, bewildered by the attention, accepted. Elia reassured her, "Your worth is substantial. We shall not neglect you." Stella nodded, inquiring, "What will you do with Tesoro?" Elia grinned. "As you heard, we simply need him to manage our business and serve us. Nothing more." Stella remained skeptical as Tesoro, still bewildered, was guided through the mist to the Shura. Astonished by its scale, he exclaimed, "Is this truly a ship?" Shura chuckled. "Of course. Surprising, isn't it?" Tesoro gazed at Shura in disbelief. "What is this?" Buggy approached. "This is the ship's spirit. Not only Shura, but all ships possess one." Shura nodded. "Indeed, I have many little brothers." Tesoro looked around in astonishment. "This is nothing short of an island." Linya smiled. "Are you satisfied? Do you wish to join us?" Tesoro nodded. "Then can I have Stella back?" Linya replied, "Of course, but remember, you must earn her freedom. I anticipate your ability to generate profit." Elia asked, "What about Fernan?" Linya expressed some regret. His skills are somewhat lacking. He struggles merely with gemstones. Since Linya's base had been established, some fish ventured great distances to bring gemstones to the island, which now boasted gems beneath its surface. Thus, Linya and his crew were in dire need of someone like Tesoro, while Fernan could assist him. Linya added, "Send someone to Doflamingo as well. If there are any Goma Goma fruits, procure them for Tesoro." Tesoro, astonished, queried, "Why? What is the purpose of all this?" Linya grinned. "I believe you can expand my business, so please do not disappoint my expectations." Tesoro nodded vigorously. Linya turned to Stella. "You shall stay with us on the ship for a while. Once Tesoro is settled, we will allow you to move freely." Stella nodded, now understanding her situation, and felt immense gratitude toward Linya and his crew. Linya smiled. "Let us set sail for the East Sea. Upon reaching the next town, we will escort Tesoro to the Radiant Empire." Tesoro, astonished, asked, "The Radiant Empire?" Why must we go there? Isn't it forbidden to enter? Linya affirmed, it is now. Once you arrive, it will no longer be so. Your first task is to learn how to open the borders and transform us into the most advantageous trading port. Go. Upon your arrival, someone will be there to receive you. Tesoro, bewildered, was guided along as Linya gazed ahead, urging, hurry. We must not miss my brother's departure. Chapter 47. Setting sail. Xiao Luo responded affirmatively and accelerated the vessel's speed. After a month, they finally arrived at the East China Sea. Lin Yi eagerly anticipated reuniting with his brother, wondering how he had changed. However, Lin Ye's joy was short-lived as Yavis remarked, Lin Yi, there are numerous naval warships nearby. Lin Yi chuckled, do they wish to send my brother off with great fanfare? Elias speculated, perhaps it is because of us. Frowning, Lin Yi replied, we have been so cautious. How could they have caught up to us? Yavis explained, the Navy has always maintained stringent surveillance over us. Lin Yi nodded. That one-legged celestial dragon is still relentless. I look forward to teaching him a lesson. Lin Ye's ship anchored beneath the waters of Windmill Village. He and Adeline ascended to the surface, and Lin Yi returned to the familiar embrace of home. Is it you, brother? A warm voice called out. It is I. Lin Yi replied. Long hurriedly emerged, enveloping Lin Yi in a hug. Come to see me off? Is everything all right? I was terrified when I saw your bounty notice. Lin Yi smiled. I am fine, brother. Though your journey may not be peaceful, I have brought back some trouble. Long laughed. What does that matter? Your presence brings me immense joy. Releasing Lin Yi, he finally noticed Adeline in his brother's arms. Who is this little one? Lin Yi grinned. This is my sister, Adeline. Long lifted Adeline, saying, your sister is also my sister, Adeline. I am your brother. Long Adeline beamed, elder brother. Long nodded repeatedly. Good, very good. He turned to Lin Yi. How are you faring? Lin Yi smiled and replied, I am well, brother, though I am eagerly anticipating your utopia. Long nodded with a grin. Of course, just wait for me. Lin Yi nodded. I shall, brother. Lin Yi handed Long the life card and snail phone number, inquiring, brother, are your preparations for departure complete? Long affirmed, all is ready. He led Lin Yi and Adeline toward his ship. Come, brother, it is time to set sail. Lin Yi nodded. Then let us depart together. I shall accompany you part of the way. Long agreed, and they boarded his vessel, commencing their journey. The Xiao Luo followed closely behind. The Navy's blockade loomed in the distance as Lin Yi soared into the air, cradling Adeline. Brother, I have stirred up trouble. Let me resolve it. Besides, father has arrived. It is best that you remain concealed. Long watched his departing brother, feeling a sense of pride. He has grown. Lin Yi landed on a naval ship, greeted by a throng of sailors. With a smile, he said, I wonder if you might refrain from troubling me in the future. It is quite difficult to show mercy. Sengoku approached, declaring, you have harmed a celestial dragon and evaded the demon slayer's pursuit several times. You cannot continue to evade justice. Lin Yi chuckled, that cannot be said. If the celestial dragon seeks trouble, I shall address it, sparing you any inconvenience. However, for now, clear a path, or this scene may become unpleasant. Sengoku, infuriated by Lin Ye's blatant threat, glanced at Carp, who was enjoying a bag of delicious snacks from an unknown source. Sengoku's irritation grew. This man neglects his own son. Although Lin Yi had never actively harmed the Navy, nor had any negative record, the offense of harming a celestial dragon could not be overlooked. It was indeed a source of frustration. Lin Yi smiled. If you do not voluntarily step aside, I shall have to compel you to do so. As he spoke, he conjured the sea ring, a pale blue circular force that displaced the surrounding waters, creating a massive gap in the encirclement. Ships scattered to either side as sailors attempted to assault Lin Yi. Adeline chimed in, holy light prison, ensnaring the sailors in sunlight, rendering them immobile. Carp, having finished his snacks, approached. Who is this little girl? Lin Yi replied with a smile. This is my sister, father's daughter, Adeline. Carp, taken aback, watched as Adeline reached out. Father, I want a hug. Carp embraced her, feeling a familiar warmth, reminiscent of Lin Yi's younger days. Adeline, I have some snacks. Would you like to try? Adeline nodded eagerly. Carp laughed heartily. Excellent. I have a daughter now. Sengoku, still ensnared by sunlight, but not deprived of his senses, interjected, "Carp, shouldn't you handle this situation?" Carp, looking at Adeline, suggested, "Dear daughter, how about we release them?" Adeline nodded. "Once my brother has departed, I will let them go." Carp nodded in agreement, addressing Sengoku. "All sorted?" Sengoku's face flushed with anger, while Lin Yi smiled. "Father, I plan to visit Mariewa." Carp inquired, "What is your purpose there?" Lin Yi replied, "Being pursued is quite bothersome, so I hope they will cease their harassment. This will also make things easier for your navy." Sengoku, grumbling, remarked, "That rascal is getting into trouble again. Will you not intervene?" Carp laughed. "Let him go. If he can resolve this, it is for the best." Lin Yi nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your understanding, father." As Long's ship sailed further away, Lin Yi retrieved a considerable amount of snacks from his pocket, stating, "Next time, I will return to Mariewa to visit father and master." Carp nodded. "Go ahead." Lin Yi then pursued Long's vessel, as the sunlight binding Sengoku and the others gradually dissipated. Sengoku grumbled, "You are spoiling that boy too much." Carp chuckled, "When has my son truly caused trouble?" As Carp departed with the snacks, Sengoku fumed. "He doesn't even leave some snacks as an apology. What am I to do about my dignity as a fleet admiral?" Lin Yi boarded Long's ship, saying, "Brother, I shall not accompany you further. Once you are settled, I will come to visit." Long nodded. "Go on," Lin Yi affirmed, taking Adeline's hand and leaping into the sea to find the Xiao Luo. Upon reaching the Xiao Luo, Lin Yi declared, "I am going to Mariewa to settle the matters with the celestial dragons. You all head to the mysterious island to find the bats and wait for my return." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Lin Yi set off alone towards Mariewa. With his enhanced abilities, he swiftly ascended to Mariewa, locating the celestial dragon without alarming others. Standing behind the celestial dragon, he asked, "Are you still intent on pursuing me?" The celestial dragon, astonished, stammered, "How did you get here?" Lin Yi smiled. "That is of no concern. I hope you will speak to the elders and request the withdrawal of our pursuit. Otherwise." Dark energy began to swirl around Lin Yi's hand as the celestial dragon pleaded, "I will do it. I will do it." Lin Yi chuckled, "To ensure your sincerity, I believe it would be prudent to retain a part of you. What do you think?" The celestial dragon, filled with dread, replied, "I will not go back on my word. Please spare me." Lin Yi smiled. "Your words, I cannot trust. Eat this." He produced a pill and forced it upon the celestial dragon, who trembled in terror. "What have you made me consume?" Lin Yi replied with a grin, "It is poison. I will bring the antidote each month, though it cannot completely eradicate it. If you wish for the antidote, it would be best to follow my instructions and keep this matter secret." The celestial dragon nodded repeatedly, and Lin Yi departed from Mariewa. Lin Yi arrived at the mysterious island, where a grand feast was underway. The snakes and bats bowed in gratitude to their savior. Lin Yi smiled and said, "We are all crew members now. There is no need for thanks. Let us board the ship together." Everyone joyfully climbed aboard. Lin Yi's thoughts drifted to Leia. He wished to see her. The Shuro was heading towards the Amazon Lily, and Lin Yi felt a twinge of uncertainty. Should he go? After 3 years, he wondered if Leia had become the captain of the 9 snake pirates and how she was faring. Each day, these thoughts consumed him. Yet, what purpose did this serve? Lin Yi was puzzled by his own feelings, yearning to take Leia away. If they were to meet, he might be unable to resist the urge to forcibly take her with him. Was this a trait he had deprived himself of? How could he explain such thoughts? Gazing at the sea and recalling Leia's smile, he pondered if she would welcome him. As they peacefully traversed the windless zone towards the Amazon Lily, Leia approached, expressing her desire to find Leia. However, the others replied that the 9 snake pirates had already set sail and had not yet returned. Lin Yi's spirits plummeted. He was utterly bewildered by his own state. What was it for? The Shuro began its return journey, and Avis inquired, "Lin Yi, what troubles you?" Lin Yi shook his head, confessing, "I don't know. When alone, I can't help but think of her. I long to claim her, but I don't want to cause her unhappiness. What does this feeling mean? Am I truly so wicked?" Avis chuckled, "Lin Yi, this is simply love." Lin Yi was taken aback. Love? He was baffled, having no romantic experience in his previous life. Did he truly have feelings for Leia in this life? Avis nodded affirmatively. "This is what love feels like." Lin Yi hesitated, then shook his head. "But if I act on this, I would only bring her harm. She is the captain of the 9 snake pirates and cannot leave. Moreover, they are quite averse to men. If she were to become the empress of the Amazon lily, how could she not lead by example? I cannot take her away. Expressing this would only endanger her. Avis nodded knowingly, not wanting to see her harmed or put in a difficult position. That is love. Linya sighed deeply. Even if I love her, what can change? Can I remain here? Avis replied. If you wish, staying here for a while could be beneficial, though I wonder how the 9 snake pirates will respond. Linya agreed. I still want to see her. If she consents, I will stay for a time, but will she agree? I'm uncertain of her feelings for me. Avis advised. Simply ask her. This endless doubt serves no purpose. Linya nodded. Yes, I must ask her. I will wait for her return. Thus, the Shura anchored nearby the Amazon lily, waiting day after day. Finally, the 9 snake pirates returned, and Linya spotted Leia, who looked equally astonished to see him. He asked, Can we speak privately? Leia nodded in agreement. Once they found a secluded spot, Linya confessed, I have feelings for you, Leia. I can even say that I love you. If you consent, I wish to stay by your side. Leia was taken aback but shook her head. Linya. I'm sorry, but I am already with child. Linya was stunned. What did you say? Tears streamed down Leia's cheeks, piercing Linya's heart. This is my duty as empress. Though I was coerced, I can no longer be with you. I would abolish this law if I could, but time cannot be reversed. I wish I had never pursued my dreams and had instead stayed with you. I am truly sorry for ruining everything because of my choices. Please, you should leave. There are many girls who deserve your affection. Knowing that you like me brings me no regrets. Thank you sincerely. Linya stood frozen, gazing at Leia. No. I don't mind, as long as it's you. Leia threw herself into Linya's embrace, sobbing. I am truly, truly sorry, Linya. Linya comforted her. It's all right. I will consider the child as my own. Leia struggled. No, Linya, that isn't right. You deserve better. Please forget me. Linya looked at her, unsure of what to do. This was his first love, his first concern for someone. Despite the circumstances, he didn't care. It was enough that it was her. Leia. Leia shook her head. No, Linya. Regardless of the circumstances, we have missed our chance and cannot turn back. There is no way, Linya. I am truly sorry. If we were to be together now, I would live in regret every day. Is that what you desire? Linya shook his head. I don't wish for that. I only want you to be happy, but I wish even more to be together. Leia smiled. Remember the best version of me from years ago. Let that Leia live in your memory. I am not that Leia anymore, so please forget me. If you find happiness and joy, I will be content. Promise me you will take care of yourself. Linya nodded through his tears, his vision blurred by sorrow. The pain of missing out was unbearable. Why did it have to be this way? As Leia turned to leave, she uttered one last plea. Forget me, and take care. Linya remained rooted for a long time, until Adlin approached. Brother, let us go back. Like a ghost, Linya allowed Adlin to guide him back to the ship. He remained in a daze for several days, caught in this state until Eblun remarked, Linya, it is time for Gale to awaken. Only then did Linya regain some semblance of spirit. Let us go. Eblun led Linya to the laboratory, where Rocco stood by, next to a body identical to Gale's. This was a contingency plan should Gale's body become unviable, providing a resting place for his soul. Eblun took a deep breath. Surrounded by numerous doctors, while Adlin stood ready, waiting for Linya to release the binding. Linya steadied himself, extending his hand to momentarily lift the binding and reclaim his strength. Eblun and the others moved swiftly, performing surgeries and detoxifications. Linya stepped back, awaiting the outcome. After a few minutes, Eblun paused, grinning. It was successful. It worked. The group was electrified with excitement as Adlin used her powers to heal the final portions. Once completed, everyone held their breath, waiting. Slowly, Gale's body began to rise and fall, his eyes attempting to open. After a moment, Eblun observed the instruments and announced, He has awakened. He is out of danger. Everyone sighed in relief, and Linya inquired, But why hasn't he woken up yet? Idurin remarked that after enduring such a prolonged existence akin to that of the living dead, a substantial amount of nourishment and time for adaptation was necessary. He suggested it would be best not to disturb him, allowing him to rest peacefully. Rintaro nodded in agreement, but chose to remain outside the ward, patiently awaiting developments. The others did likewise, maintaining a tranquil vigil outside. After 2 days, a stir finally emanated from within. Rintaro rushed into the ward, where Gale had awakened. Smiling as he greeted my friend, tears welled in Rintaro's eyes as he replied, "Yes, it is I." Gale chuckled. "I apologize for my prolonged slumber. It seems I have kept you all worried." Starwheel, standing nearby, wiped his tears while stroking Gale's hair. "Honestly, sleeping for so long had us all in a state of concern." Gale smiled. "I'm sorry, but I knew I would awaken again. It was an instinct, my friend." Rintaro chuckled. "Indeed, your instincts have never failed you. But let it be known, this is the last time. There shall be no next." Gale nodded. "Understood, my friend. No next time." A great weight lifted from Rintaro's heart, and he felt considerably lighter. As Gale continued to recuperate, he was soon able to walk on deck. Rintaro supported Gale, introducing him to their commitment. "This is our promise, to bring light to your homeland. Now, it belongs to us, and here. We are in the Empire of Light." Gale gazed around. "My friend, indeed, you are truly my friend. My instincts have never led me astray." Rintaro smiled. "Your instincts are remarkably accurate. Recover swiftly, for we have adventures to embark upon together." Alicia approached. Indeed, you have slept far too long. We are missing a vital member, making our adventures incomplete." Avis grinned. "We shall retrace the paths we have not yet walked together." Gale, recover quickly. I am eager to spar with you." Aubrey chuckled. "At present, my performance data cannot be the worst." Gale laughed. "Then I must strive harder." "Aubrey, you ought to cultivate a sense of urgency." Aubrey responded with a smile. "I find that hard to believe. Even with your exceptional talents, I have not been idle." Rintaro inquired, "Who do you think will ultimately prevail?" Alicia laughed. "That essay given, it will undoubtedly be Gale. Aubrey has an entire nation to govern and cannot be training at all times." Avis concurred. "I too believe it will be Gale. He is the second most diligent among us, and who knows, he may surpass us in no time." Aubrey retorted in mock indignation. "At least have someone stand by my side. This is so biased. Why am I in such a predicament? Shouldn't it be Avis instead?" Laughter erupted among them, and Rintaro joined in the mirth, reveling in Gale's awakening, a profound joy filling his heart, as if the wounds within were beginning to heal. Rintaro continued to guide Gale on a tour, leading them to the Vine Bridge, where they observed the lives of those residing along its sides. Marveling at the unique ecological environment that had formed, Gale expressed his awe. "This feels like a dream. How did you achieve this? It is beyond my expectations. No matter how I envisioned it, I never imagined it would be like this." Rintaro smiled. "It will only get better. The Empire of Light is expanding, and in the coming decades, there will surely be transformative changes." Gale nodded, and together they shared a laugh, marking a pause in the events here. During this time, Rintaro primarily focused on the passage of time, enhancing his abilities while waiting. Chapter 48. Whitebeard. The 5 elders have rescinded the demon extermination order, although the bounty remains. There will be no further pursuit. Linya, with nothing pressing at hand, decided to visit Marineford. "Father, is father in?" A sailor responded that Vice Admiral Karp had already set sail and had yet to return. The sailors had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Linya nodded, proceeding to seek out his mentor, Zifa. Upon seeing Linya, Zifa and Apos' face lit up with joy. "You've come. Please, have a seat. You travel such a distance just to see me." Linya smiled and settled down. "It's the least I can do. Isn't today a training day for those recruits?" Zifa chuckled. "Indeed, it is. Why don't you join me?" Linya agreed, knowing that among Zifa's first batch of students were Kizuru and Akainu, and he was eager to witness the potential of these future admirals. Following Zifa, they made their way to the training grounds. Linya inquired, "How is Justice doing? And how is Sensei's wife?" Zifa smiled. "They miss you dearly. Justice has begun training, aspiring to become a formidable Navy officer. I haven't shown him your bounty yet. I wonder if that would change his perspective. The Navy isn't purely about justice, which can be quite a headache." Linya chuckled. "That's all right, Sensei. As long as justice is strong enough, I believe you will uphold your sense of justice, regardless of his identity. After all, he is your child." Zifa patted Linya on the shoulder. You are also my child. Your steadfast beliefs bring me great comfort. If all my disciples were like you, it would be truly wonderful. Linya nodded with a smile. Of course, Sensei. Your disciples must be exceptionally talented. Upon arriving at the training ground, the recruits were already lined up. Linya spotted Kizaru. His curly hair and familiar visage resembling that of the anime character perfectly. Kizaru, now the eldest, exuded an impressive aura. Zifa introduced him. This is my eldest disciple. Though he is a pirate now, he remains my proudest student. I do not wish for you to become pirates, but I hope you all can maintain justice. Regardless of your circumstances, the recruits responded in unison, and Linya smiled. Then I shall be your senior brother. Come, let us spar and see your prowess. Using only martial arts. With Zifa's approval, the first recruit stepped forward, a muscular man. Forgive me, senior brother, he said as he charged. Linya vanished with a shave. Appearing behind the man, finger gun. The man did not turn, iron block. Linya swiftly altered the position of his attack, paper drawing, finger snake. His arms slithered like a serpent, striking the man in various places. After pausing, Linya remarked, your use of iron block is commendable, but you lack agility. Defense is not absolute. One must develop a decisive technique under the guise of defense. Zifa noted the exchange in his notebook. Next, it was Kizaru and Appo's turn. Senior brother, please guide me. Linya smiled. Remember this. If we meet at sea, it will save you some trouble. Kizaru nodded, slightly taken aback. In the next moment, Kizaru launched an attack, but Linya utilized paper drawing in conjunction with shave to evade. It was undeniable that Linya's physical prowess provided him with an overwhelming advantage. His mastery of the 6 forms of the Navy was unparalleled. Seizing the opportunity, Linya executed Gale Kick. Unlike a straightforward kick, it was a spinning maneuver. As Kizaru attempted to leap, Linya gathered force in his foot with iron block, striking Kizaru on the head with a sweeping kick. Kizaru found himself caught off guard. Yet remarkably, he sustained only a minor injury, demonstrating impressive agility. With time, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional naval officer. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Kizaru stepped aside. Next up was Kizaru. Linya smiled. You should rely on the power of your devil fruit. I've heard from Sensei that you are quite dependent on it. Allow me to illustrate that the fruit can also betray you. Kizaru looked puzzled but approached nonetheless. Linya vanished, and Kizaru activated his devil fruit, transforming into light. The speed was indeed formidable, but under Linya's pressure, Kizaru's velocity diminished significantly. Surprised, he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Linya chuckled. Armament haki is quite effective against you. With his hands enveloped in haki, he grasped Kizaru, who had transformed. Linya advised, Sensei's words are for your benefit. Do not rely too heavily on the devil fruit. Your martial arts and strength are paramount. Should you encounter seawater or haki, your own strength is what will preserve your life. Zifa nodded. Borsellino, you must diligently train your martial arts to strengthen yourself. While developing your devil fruit abilities is crucial, a robust physique is equally essential. Kizaru glanced at Linya and nodded in agreement. After sparring with the students, Zifa had further training obligations, so Linya waved goodbye and made his way to the Marshal and Appo's office. Uncle Sengoku, how have you been lately? I brought you some senbei. Sengoku glanced at Linya and the senbei, taking a piece. Just try not to cause me more trouble. Linya smiled, of course. Sengoku snorted. If that's the case, then send me some pirates each year. Your pirate crew doesn't kill or plunder, so just conveniently dispose of some pirates for me. Linya chuckled. Are we pirates doing the Navy's work? Sengoku, visibly frustrated, retorted. Do you think it's easy to lift the demon extermination order? Linya smiled. I'll consider it. Sengoku continued. Recently, Roger has been quite restless, and your father has gone to pursue him. Wood and Appo's, it be better for you to ease his burden? Linya nodded. If that's the case, it is indeed a son's duty. Linya then produced a brocade box. This is for that celestial dragon. Sengoku took the box. I truly don't know what kind of agreement you reached with the celestial dragons. Not only did they let you go, but they also forbade any pursuit. Linya smiled. I fear that if you knew, you'd be hopping mad. It's a secret. Once revealed, it loses its value. Sengoku, munching on the senbei, grumbled. Linya added, Uncle Sengoku, don't be angry. I'll send you pirates. However, I trust you will compensate me. Sengoku shot Linya a disdainful glance. Do you lack money? The gifts you send to Karp and Zifa are worth a fortune. Do you really need the bounties of these pirates? Linya chuckled. No one can ever have too much money. I have crew members to support. I can't let them work for free. Sengoku huffed, truly greedy, just like your father. Half. You can only take half. Linya smiled. Half is fine. A bit of pocket money is nice. Sengoku was displeased, noting the Navy's operational expenses were substantial. This young man claimed to assist his father, yet demanded payment, which was quite irksome, especially since he was already wealthy. Sengoku inquired, "What are you doing in the latter half of the Grand Line? You seem to visit everywhere, but your base lies in the latter half, correct?" Linya smiled. "That is no secret. The great pirates are all in the latter half. I must secure some territory before it's too late." Sengoku asked, "Which territories are yours?" "I seem to have not received any reports. There has been a rising empire of light in recent years, a colossal force. Could it be that you are involved?" Rin smiled, stating that he belonged to a pirate crew and that the Radiant Empire did not quite suit his temperament. However, there was a slight connection. Sengoku regarded Rin with suspicion, cautioning him not to stir up too much trouble, as the Radiant Empire had yet to join the world government, and the Navy was contemplating whether to apply pressure. Rin chuckled, revealing that Sengoku and Appo's information was outdated. The Radiant Empire had already joined the world government. Sengoku, intrigued, asked how Rin knew this. With a smile, Rin reiterated his earlier point about having connections. Sengoku hesitated, advising Rin to avoid causing excessive trouble. Rin responded that it was better to prevent trouble from seeking him out. Rin rose, bidding farewell to Sengoku, suggesting he would return another day. Sengoku expressed his dissatisfaction, reminding Rin that the Navy headquarters was not a playground where he could come and go as he pleased. As Rin walked away, he remarked that it was indeed the case for now. Exiting the Navy headquarters, Rin spotted the relatively younger Lady Crane in the corridor and cheerfully offered her some rice crackers, to which she declined with a smile. After leaving the headquarters, Rin boarded the whale he had arrived on and headed back. He pondered the danger Lady Crane posed, briefly suspecting she might know some secrets. Secrets he intended to keep until Luffy and Ace arrived. Upon returning to the Radiant Empire, Rin was greeted by Alia, who informed him that Whitebeard had arrived. Rin nodded, acknowledging that the 16 islands must have piqued their interest, being fertile lands transformed by vines. Approaching the shore, he saw the imposing figure of Whitebeard along with Marco and others, smiling as he addressed them, apologizing for the welcome and suggesting they continue to the banquet hall. Whitebeard, after a brief glance at Rin, nodded in agreement, and they proceeded to the banquet hall. Rin ordered drinks and stated that he was remiss in his welcoming. Marco, curious, inquired about Rin's intentions. Rin, with a grin, expressed his desire to be considered a brother to their father. Marco was taken aback, questioning Rin's words. Rin explained that given his strength and possessions, he felt he should be viewed as a brother rather than a son. Marco grew incensed, but Rin playfully reminded him that he was conversing with their father and that children should refrain from interrupting. Whitebeard chuckled, finding Rin amusing. Rin, naturally confident, pressed on with his proposal. Whitebeard found it intriguing and expressed his willingness to see what Rin could accomplish as a brother. Rin, smiling, mentioned a significant gift, his sister. Edeline stepped forward, and Rin introduced her, highlighting her healing abilities. Whitebeard appeared puzzled, asking for clarification. Rin explained that Whitebeard must have accumulated numerous hidden injuries over the years. Whitebeard nodded in acknowledgement. Rin suggested that if Whitebeard did not mind, his sister could attempt to heal him. Marco, alarmed, protested, but Whitebeard waved it off, encouraging them to proceed. Under the watchful eyes of Marco and the others, Edeline approached Whitebeard and extended her hand, a warm light enveloping him. Moments later, she withdrew her hand, announcing that his hidden injuries were healed. Whitebeard tested his body, feeling significantly lighter, and expressed gratitude, declaring Rin as his brother. Rin smiled, stating it was all in good faith. Marco, astonished, asked if their father was truly healed. Whitebeard confirmed that all discomfort had vanished. Marco knelt before Rin in gratitude, to which Rin responded that they were brothers, and it was no trouble at all. He then raised a toast, urging them to drink deeply with Whitebeard. Whitebeard nodded, encouraging everyone to relax and enjoy themselves. The members of the Whitebeard pirates eased into a festive mood, toasting with Rin. Whitebeard inquired why Rin did not raise the pirate flag over the Radiant Empire, questioning if he feared pirate disturbances. Rin shared his experiences, explaining that to fulfill his mission, he had to hand over some pirates, and if they dared to disturb, he would gauge their strength, otherwise, they would simply be delivered to the authorities. Whitebeard nodded, acknowledging Rin's tumultuous journey, yet found it remarkable that Rin showed no interest in becoming the Pirate King. Rin replied that Whitebeard felt the same. He had his own companions and wished for freedom on the seas to explore the vast ocean. Therefore, there was no necessity to aspire to the title of Pirate King, which was merely a burden that brought about countless troubles. Whitebeard noted that if the Navy discovered Rin's current strength, it would be challenging to remain unnoticed. Rin mused that it would depend on how long the present tranquility could be maintained. Whitebeard laughed heartily, feeling that today was a fine day to indulge in revelry, and Rin assured him that he could relax without worry on his territory. As the night passed, Whitebeard and his crew awoke one by one. Rin approached them, inquiring if they had recovered from their drunkenness. Whitebeard laughed, affirming that he certainly had. Rin produced a black entry ticket, declaring it the highest grade entry pass in their nation, a valuable item for lifetime use. Whitebeard accepted it, humorously instructing his crew to enjoy themselves with it. Marco asked if Whitebeard would join them, to which Whitebeard replied that he would. Marco expressed his eagerness to accompany his father. Rin reassured them that the citizens of the Radiant Empire would treat them well, encouraging them to enjoy their time freely. Chapter 49. Building an Empire. Whitebeard nodded and walked outside with Marco. Aubrey approached and inquired if Taizaro was ready to report on the progress. Rintaro nodded in agreement, suggesting they should go listen. By the way, what news is there regarding Doflamingo? Any updates on the gold fruit? Avius interjected, noting that he had been prudent, as he heard it was what they desired, and sent it over without hesitation. Rintaro nodded, reminding them not to forget to compensate him, as the black market would necessitate transactions in the future. Aubrey acknowledged that Taizaro was waiting in the conference hall. Rintaro instructed to bring the gold fruit for Taizaro to consume. Additionally, he inquired about Stella's whereabouts and the absence of Elia. Avius replied that they had taken Adeline to enjoy some leisure time at the 13th Hot Springs Island. Rintaro nodded, asking how the construction of the hot springs was progressing and whether the locals had implemented precautionary measures. Aubrey confirmed that Eblun was in charge of that aspect. Rintaro then mentioned Doriel, the doctor, intending to return home, inquiring about Uncle Kaijin and Dr. Herb. Avius disclosed that Doriel was already aboard the ship, while Uncle Kaijin and Dr. Herb expressed their desire to settle down here. Rintaro remarked that, regarding the matter of settling down, they had become a member state of the world government, thus also part of the global aristocracy. He suggested granting Elia the highest noble title and facilitating the relocation of her family, as well as the families of others, to their own nation, ensuring they would no longer fear threats from the Navy or pirates. Aubrey raised a concern about the Navy's request to establish a presence. Rintaro contemplated that they should allow them to settle on the 12th island, a minor trading port, which would have minimal impact on them. Conversely, the furthest 5th island would serve as a dedicated harbor for pirates. He expressed a desire to bring his teacher's family over, including the families of others, to reside on the main island. Aubrey confirmed that the 16 managing ministers had been selected. Rintaro noted that they would require training to ensure they could defend their islands in case of emergencies, delegating the training responsibilities to Uncle Xingluan. Furthermore, he planned to select additional individuals to serve as their guards in their absence. Aubrey acknowledged that Adeline was currently scouting for talent. Rintaro agreed, recognizing his sister's capabilities were indeed beneficial, yet reminded that human intentions can be fickle, advising her to remain vigilant. Avius inquired whether they would capture the pirates requested by the Navy on the island. Rintaro shook his head, asserting that they could not entwine their fates too closely with the Bright Empire, suggesting they capture them at sea instead. Following this decision, rumors spread across the ocean about a devilish mist that would engulf those who ventured too close, leading pirates to retreat in panic upon encountering it. This trepidation also permeated the Navy, as only a few were privy to Rintaro's dealings with them. Thus, The sea mist became a forbidden zone, with the Devil's Triangle seeing few visitors. Brooke had called multiple times to voice his complaints. Upon arrival in the conference room, Taizaro stood and addressed Captain Rentaro, who gestured for him to sit. Avius presented the gold fruit, stating that consuming it would significantly enhance his current endeavors. Taizaro nodded, acknowledging he had heard of the fruit's powers. After consuming it, he grimaced, remarking on its unpalatable taste. Rentaro chuckled, remarking that acquiring such abilities was never an easy task. Uncle Xingluan would train him, and he needed to make the most of his time to improve himself. He also urged Taizaro to take charge of the black market operations. Taizaro nodded and began to discuss Stella. Rentaro waved him off, allowing Coney to lower the curtain as the visual transponder connected. Elia and Stella were seen enjoying the hot springs, surrounded by steam. "What is it, Rentaro? Is there something important?" Elia inquired. Rentaro smiled, mentioning that they were all wrapped up nicely, and Taizaro wished to meet Stella. Stella, looking radiant, smiled gently and expressed her gratitude for the captain's concern, assuring Taizaro that he should work diligently for the captain. Taizaro blushed and nodded repeatedly. After hanging up the transponder, Rentaro encouraged him, revealing his anticipation for their wedding, as they would be the first couple on the ship. Aubrey interjected, stating that it was not quite accurate, as Uncle Xingluan and Aunt Weiyun were the first couple. Rentaro laughed, admitting he had forgotten. He then turned to Taizaro, remarking it would be interesting to see who married first. Taizaro blushed and nodded. Rentaro continued, expressing hope for the arrival of little ones on the ship. Avius chuckled, expressing excitement for such an event. Aubrey added that Taizaro's current endeavors would inevitably involve women, questioning whether Stella might feel jealous. Avius smiled, noting that such matters were between the two of them and beyond their understanding. Taizaro blushed again as he continued to report on the commercial construction across the 16 islands and his future plans for a maritime golden city. Rentaro nodded, stating he would not interfere in that regard, but advised Taizaro not to appear overly benevolent, as he required some individuals to undergo training. Aubrey inquired about who he referred to, suggesting it was the little rascal from Sky Island. Rentaro chuckled, revealing it was his yet-to-be-born nephew. Avius covered his face, commenting that it was rather premature to think about. Rentaro retorted that it was not too early. In 5 or 6 years, it should be feasible. Aubrey and Avius laughed, while Rentaro turned to Taizaro, playfully stating that if his son wished, he could take him along for training. Taizaro shook his head vigorously, uncertain of the child's existence yet. Rentaro smiled, suggesting that he might reach out to the Vinsmoke family, expressing interest in their technological prowess, hoping to procure some innovations to fortify Iblan's military. Taizaro nodded, acknowledging Rentaro's request to earnestly pursue talented individuals and doctors, as well as to acquire rare creatures to populate their islands. They were contemplating constructing a small sky island atop the massive vine on the main island, aiming to recreate any extraordinary phenomena. Taizaro nodded repeatedly, affirming their goal of enhancing their islands. Rentaro then inquired about the situation with Rosinante, expressing curiosity about the individual and requesting Doflamingo to sell him if possible. Aubrey responded that Doflamingo did not seem inclined to do so. Rentaro chuckled, speculating whether the price was insufficient. He instructed Aubrey and Avius to bring him over, dismissing the notion of a small child refusing. After some contemplation, Rentaro decided to wait, granting him a few more years for growth. He then asked Taizaro about the development of Roko's skills, inquiring whether he could transfer souls yet. Avius shook his head, confirming that it was not yet possible. Rentaro urged him to expedite the process, suggesting they could create backup bodies in case of emergencies. Aubrey nodded, assuring that they would monitor progress in that area. Rentaro expressed gratitude for their efforts regarding the island's matters. Aubrey waved it off, deeming it trivial. Rentaro smiled, asking if EBN was still in Victoria. Aubrey nodded, indicating that they were still receiving reports from time to time. Rentaro inquired, "Have there been any updates from Theodore?" Avis responded, "Yes, indeed. The 3 brothers are engaged in a fierce struggle with the Sea Kings over there, honing their skills. They mentioned they would return once they have matured." Rentaro nodded thoughtfully. "Have we located the bowling islands?" "That is a splendid place." Avis chuckled. "Indeed, It is a paradise for food lovers. Rintaro intended to expand their influence over that territory. Of course, he affirmed. The first half of the Grand Line has numerous islands, which greatly pleases me. However, I wonder if we can establish a light empire there, as the bowling islands serve as a crucial reserve. Avis remarked, it seems we also have a larger island nearby, even bigger than the bowling islands. Rintaro replied, why did you not mention this sooner? Do we still possess Jack's pea seeds? We should integrate them. Avis nodded, I shall take care of that. Rintaro continued, incorporating them necessitates an expansion of our personnel. Aubrey, can you manage that? Aubrey affirmed, no problem. We have backup candidates. Rintaro nodded in satisfaction. Let us continue to develop in this manner. 3 years passed, and a significant event unfolded. Ilya asked, have you heard? Pirate King Roger has been captured. Aubrey interjected. He surrendered, didn't he? Terminal illness, I believe. Rintaro nodded. Indeed, he surrendered. Wasn't he here previously? Adeline could only delay his fate. She couldn't cure him. Aubrey expressed surprise. Is there really something Adeline cannot heal? Rintaro smiled. Adeline's healing powers cannot infringe upon the cycle of life and death. Roger's name is already inscribed on the ledger of death. After all, he is a man destined to usher in an era. Ilya inquired, an era? What kind of era? Rintaro smiled knowingly. What do you think? Why would the Pirate King surrender? There must be a reason, and soon enough, we shall witness it. Ilya pondered. Will this affect us? Rintaro replied, of course it will. Over the years, we have expanded our territory to 26 islands. With so many islands, countless matters arise daily. Should the number of pirates increase, our responsibilities will also swell. Ilya laughed lightly, but we have so many ministers, it shouldn't burden us too much. Rintaro chuckled. Let us hope so. Has there been any news from my brother? Aubrey remarked, I never expected your brother to achieve such a scale in just a few years. His reputation is formidable. Rintaro smiled. That is only natural. Avis asked, when shall we ascend to the stage of history? Rintaro grinned. We are already there. As time gradually passed, the newspapers finally broke the news. Roger's public execution had unveiled the existence of the Pirate King's great treasure, hidden somewhere, heralding the dawn of the great age of exploration. Ilya gazed at the newspaper. So, Roger discovered something remarkable? Rintaro replied with a smile, regardless of what he revealed. It bears no significance for us. We are not interested in that treasure. However, it does mark the commencement of a busy period. At last, have the gears begun to turn? Ilya looked at Rintaro, perplexed by the metaphor of gears. Rintaro chuckled. We are pirates too, albeit shrouded in mystery. Naturally, we possess our own standing. Let us listen to what we truly are. Days later, a call came from Dragon. Have you seen the newspaper? You are dubbed the mysterious Fifth Emperor. Rintaro laughed, merely a title concocted by them. Dragon chuckled. Brother, you have found someone special. Perhaps, one day, I shall have a son, and then you must see for yourself. Rintaro nodded, naturally. After the call ended, Rintaro glanced at the calendar on his desk. The year was 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar. In 2 years, Ace would be born, followed by Luffy. Rintaro planned to train these youngsters well. At this thought, he felt a surge of excitement. He was now 17 and yearned to sail the seas, explore islands, and visit the Navy to mentor his successors. Upon returning to the Light Empire, he intended to pay visits to his mentors. Notably, there had been some changes. Uncle Starwheel and Tizolo had tied the knot, while Aubrey and Avis had found their beloved partners. The Theodore brothers had become even more extravagant, each having found their companions. Though they could transform into human forms, Rintaro was astonished they could find partners. As for Rintaro himself, he had gazed longingly at Amazon Lily, but had not pursued news of Leia until that fateful day when he learned of her tragic death during childbirth, buried on the island where she had trained. Alone, Rintaro made his way to the island, standing before her grave on the shore. He gathered a multitude of flowers and laid them beside her resting place, kneeling there in contemplation, conjuring her image and laughter. Forgive me, forgive me. I should not have spoken. I should have held my tongue. Rintaro recalled the descriptions of the previous emperor's demise in the anime, afflicted by lovesickness. He despondently slumped before the grave. Forgive me, forgive me. It is my fault. If only I had not spoken, if only I had endured a little longer. It would not have ended this way. Leia, Leia, you wished for me to live well. Why could you not do the same? Why? Tears streamed down his face, and the sea surged tumultuously. Rintaru remained by the grave for 3 days, fasting and grieving. When Elia and the others arrived to retrieve him, he appeared aged beyond his years. Elia embraced Rintaru. Please, do not be like this. Your self-reproach serves no purpose. Leia would not wish for your suffering. Do you not want her to rest in peace? Rintaru shook his head. She has departed from me, gone forever. If she could see me, I would rather bear the pain. Elia shook him gently. Rintaru, you must awaken to reality. Gale approached Rintaru's side. My friend, cease this lamentation. She has left, but she would not desire your suffering. You must find the strength to rise again. Edeline approached, placing a hand on Rintaru's shoulder. A gray-blue orb materialized and was expelled from him. Rintaru lost consciousness. Edeline stated, This is your brother's sorrow. When he awakens, all shall be well. But let us refrain from mentioning Leia again. Gale and the others nodded in agreement. Edeline continued, Let us bury your brother's sorrow here. Gale and some crew members dug a deep hole, interring Rintaru's sadness within. Gale carried Rintaru back to the ship, and as they journeyed home, Elia asked Edeline, Can you truly control emotions? Edeline shook her head. It is different. Rintaru can expel it due to his unique constitution. An ordinary person would become incapacitated. A common person's emotions cannot be separated. Edeline added, Elia, sometimes the more you wish for someone to forget certain things, the more counterproductive it becomes. Next time, perhaps refrain from such actions. After saying this, Edeline departed. Gale inquired, What have you done to my friend? Elia? Elia smiled. I merely wish to help Rintaru forget Leia, giving him a potion of forgetfulness that poses no harm to his health. Gale fell silent. Sometimes, affection cannot be forced. Elia, do not lose your way. Elia nodded, a bitter smile gracing her lips. I understand. But do you have any means to make Rintaru love me? You do not, either. Gale nodded, acknowledging the truth in the matter. However, based on my understanding of Tamiya, a direct confession might yield a favorable response. Elia, puzzled, questioned whether his agreement stemmed from his kindness towards us, implying he would not refuse. Yet, that is neither affection nor love. What I desire is the same depth of feeling he harbors for Leia, Gale replied. The waiting time remains uncertain. Are you truly willing to endure such uncertainty? Elia sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Gale, you have yet to experience love. Once you do, you will comprehend its nature, a constant preoccupation with his actions, a perpetual concern for his thoughts, leaving no room for retreat. Gale fell silent, pondering her description. Could it be that I have fallen for my friend? Elia retorted in frustration, urging him to refrain from complicating matters. That is merely camaraderie. You must see it clearly. Gale chuckled lightly, suggesting that if Tamiya were to remain unmarried throughout his life, accompanying him would still hold great value. Elia's cheeks flushed with indignation. Must you truly stir the pot? I already contend with a deeply rooted rival. Do I need you added to the mix? This is utterly exasperating. Gale, still smiling, inquired, What's wrong? If I were to be your rival, do you lack confidence? Your competitors are far more formidable. Elia paused, taken aback by his words. What do you mean by that? Gale continued to smile, referring to Tamiya's brother, a devoted sibling, and the fervor with which Ebuni and Eblun regard him. Not to mention, Adeline seems quite attached to her brother as well. As for the countless women in the Radiant Empire enamored with the Radiant King, their numbers are beyond counting. Elia placed a hand to her forehead, realizing the truth in his observations. I hadn't even noticed. How can they all be vying for my attention? This is utterly outrageous. Gale chuckled, speculating on how their friend would react upon awakening. You might find it intriguing to anticipate. Elia nodded, turning to Gale. Are you not in a hurry to find a partner? Seeing you so closely attached to Tamiya makes me somewhat uneasy. Gale laughed heartily, exclaiming, Is the pressure truly that immense? The future stretches endlessly before us. Besides, in Tamiya's heart, I hold a significance that outweighs yours. Elia shot him a disapproving glance, retorting that it was merely because he had previously been injured and bettered in longer than she. Thus, Tamiya's concern for him now surpasses that which he holds for her. Gale chuckled again, asserting that this only underscores the point. I monopolized Tamiya's time daily. You have no opportunity to compete. Ilea glared at him, asking, Are you a devil? Chapter 50. Training with Doflamingo. When Linya awoke, he found himself back in the Bright Empire. A lingering feeling of lost memories haunted him, elusive and frustrating. He turned to Gale and inquired what had transpired, wondering why everyone was gathered there. Gale glanced at Elia before returning his gaze to Linya, saying, It's nothing. You simply overexerted yourself in your training yesterday and fainted for a while. Linya nodded, acknowledging that he should indeed act within his limits. The others concurred. Over the past year, aside from his training, Linya had ventured out to sea with the pirate crew, exploring islands and capturing other nefarious pirates to hand over to the Navy. Thus, a year passed, and in the year 1500 of the ocean calendar, his objective had finally come to fruition. Linya desired to see if he was still on the right path, so he visited the East Sea and encountered his father, who was cradling a child. Kapu was somewhat surprised to see Linya, exclaiming, What brings you back? Linya smiled, replying, Just came to see. My brother mentioned he has someone he cares for now, and he might have a child. Is this one in your arms my brother's? Kapu shook his head. No. This one ISN and Apos. T. Linya continued. So this child is entrusted to you by someone else? Kapu nodded. Yes, I intended to keep him hidden here, but seeing you, I thought it might be a good idea to place him with you. Linya chuckled. Perhaps it's better to keep him in the safer East Sea. My place is rife with notorious pirates. Aren't you concerned about corrupting this child? Anxiety surged within Linya at the thought of the child being sent to him. Everything would undoubtedly change. They were still brothers, after all. Kapu sighed, acknowledging Linya's point. I certainly don't wish for him to become a pirate in the future. Linya smiled. In a few years, there will be my brother's child too. Will you hide him here as well? Kapu nodded. This is your hometown. Although it was somewhat dangerous last time you returned, it seems rather unsafe now. Linya smiled wryly. That is indeed my fault. I cannot carelessly return here again. Kapu advised, stay in your part of the sea. Coming here too often is ill-advised. Linya repeatedly nodded, agreeing with his father. Kapu then asked, Did your brother truly say he would have a child soon? Linya nodded, though he was uncertain of the exact timeline. Kapu grew irritated. That rascal. Why hasn't he shared anything with me? Linya chuckled. He probably feared you'd overhear him. What he's involved in is perilous, after all. Kapu agreed. That fellow is indeed worrisome. And you, having become a notorious pirate, should not roam about alone. Many eyes are on your head. Linya nodded. I understand, father. He then looked at the child in Kapu's arms and asked, May I hold him? Kapu nodded, passing the child to Linya, who carefully cradled the infant with thick black hair. In his heart, he vowed, I will protect you. After a moment, he returned the child to Kapu, saying, I must take my leave. My presence here might bring danger. Next time, I will disguise myself. Kapu nodded. Hurry along. Linya departed, contemplating that not only must Luffy's strength improve, but also Ace's. How could he enhance their abilities? Should he train them himself? And Luffy's adversaries were far too weak. That would not suffice. Linya mused that it would take several years for the three brothers to unite, and during that time, Luffy's enemies would tremble, laughing to himself. However, many had not set sail yet, making it difficult to find them. After a long wait, Linya decided to seek out Doflamingo. At that moment, Doflamingo was situated in a modest town, his base lacking the opulence of Dressrosa. Upon arriving at the entrance, Linya called out, Hello? Is anyone there? Come out and greet me. Doflamingo emerged, recognizing Linya. Isn't this the fifth emperor, the demon Linya? What brings you here? His subordinates gathered behind him. Linya smiled, unsheathing his blade, causing blood to spurt from them. Doflamingo, feeling a surge of excitement, asked, What do you intend to do? Linya replied with a grin, Nothing much. Your weakness has made this vast sea rather dull. Doflamingo, now tense, asked, What do you mean by that? Linya reassured him, Do not worry. I am merely bored. Not only you, but your subordinates are also too weak. If you wish to be a villain, you must possess greater strength. Doflamingo remained silent, and Linya continued, Rest assured, I am not here to take your heads. However, should you fail to meet my standards, I might reconsider. Doflamingo was perplexed, and Linya chuckled, I am rather idle, and here to provoke. He surveyed Doflamingo's base and spotted an area in need of repair. Grabbing Pika by the collar, Linya commanded, "Come, help me tidy up this place." Pika was unceremoniously thrown aside, landing in a disheveled heap. Doflamingo, now agitated, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Linya laughed, seizing Doflamingo by the collar and lifting him into the air, saying, "I trust you understand your own capabilities and are not foolish enough to resist me." Doflamingo made no attempt to fight back as Linya hovered in the air. Addressing Pika, "If you can clear this area quickly, we can descend sooner. Do not keep me waiting." Pika scrambled to his feet, disregarding the blood on his face, and hurried to level the ground. Once Linya descended and released Doflamingo, he instructed, "Those outside, come in quickly and line up." The subordinates hurried inside. Linya smiled. "Your abilities are far too weak, to the point of making this world feel monotonous. Unless you grow stronger, I shall not spare you. Prepare yourselves." Linya removed his outer garment, enveloping his arms in black hockey. "Come, one by one. I will point out your shortcomings. Doflamingo, you are first." Doflamingo, under unclear circumstances, was struck by Linya. Fruit abilities are vital, but so are martial skills. Have you not heard this? Who taught you? While Linya did not impart the Navy's 6 styles to him, he did share training methods to enhance his martial skills. Hurry, do not rely on your fruit powers. Use your own strength. Yes, speed up your training. Your innate power is insufficient. What will you do if you encounter Sea Prism Stone and cannot use your powers? One must always have a backup plan. Do you not understand? Under Linya's guidance, Doflamingo diligently trained. Linya turned his attention to the others, exclaiming, "Martial skills. You all, if you solely depend on your fruit powers, will your entire force perish when faced with seawater?" Linya was dissatisfied and delivered blows to the remaining individuals, including Razanandi, though he was somewhat gentler with him. "Honestly, why do you not consider joining me? You are different from them. Even if you share blood with Doflamingo, you are not the same. Rather than stay here, why not leave with me?" Razanandi remained silent, and Linya turned to Doflamingo, reproaching him. "What makes you think you can afford to be complacent? Hasten, all of you. Do not rely on the power of the fruits, Torpole. Put away your belongings. I have said it cannot be used. Look at you, with such a feeble physique. Encountering someone like me would lead to your swift demise. Those who find it troublesome do not come to clear away, you insignificant little fish. I, however, have ample time. Hurry, hurry. Today, anyone who does not faint will not be excused." Under the admonition of Doflamingo, they persistently trained, the intensity of their regimen causing them to faint in succession. Doflamingo placed them into a room and lit incense beneficial for muscle recovery, which was prepared by the doctor, Doriel, before her departure. Doflamingo carried it with him at all times to enable training wherever he found himself. Doflamingo roused Razanandi and smiled, saying, "Why not walk with me? Are you truly willing to remain in such a perilous place for the sake of your justice?" Razanandi replied, "I am aware of your circumstances. Yet I do not comprehend your current actions. If it strengthens Doflamingo, will it not lead to more casualties?" Doflamingo chuckled, "I have never claimed to embody justice. Who told you I represent it?" Razanandi expressed confusion, "But you have not attacked the Navy, and you even capture pirates." Doflamingo laughed. "Who has declared the Navy to be just? My actions are merely to avoid unnecessary complications for myself. While the pirates serve to lessen the troubles for my father and master, I have never suggested that I act out of a sense of justice. That is merely your misunderstanding. My motivations are solely for my own benefit. Yet, do you genuinely believe yourself to be so grand? Without Doflamingo, others will certainly emerge. There are always matters in this world that you cannot halt. Why fixate on your brother? Would it not be better to target another, like Kaido, Big Mom, or even myself? They are all quite fearsome. What purpose does it serve to linger beside such a minor figure as your brother?" Razanandi shook his head. "No, I still wish to stop my brother." Doflamingo replied, "You remain too narrow-minded. Once you have gradually strengthened within the Navy and attained the power of an admiral, what will be impossible for you? You can achieve so much more. If possible, I do not wish for this little fellow to perish. My impression of him is rather favorable, yet it seems my persuasive abilities are lacking. At present, I see no signs of wavering in Razanandi's resolve." Doflamingo regarded the resolute Razanandi and smiled. "This is all I can teach you. If you truly wish to stop him, grow stronger. Should you ever find yourself in danger, hold on to a breath and seek me." Rosinante nodded. Thank you. Doflamingo smiled. You must strive harder than Doflamingo. Press on, little one. Doflamingo discreetly imparted some knowledge of the Navy's Rokushiki techniques to Rosinante. As the time approached, Doflamingo called to the others, Rise, little ones. With such weak abilities, how can you afford to remain lying down? If you continue to lounge about, you will be unable to defeat anyone. Doflamingo felt a mix of incredulity and irritation as they fainted before him and then revived. It was an exceedingly embarrassing situation, for they had collapsed, weak, before the enemy. Doflamingo approached and tapped Doflamingo on the shoulder. Why are you dawdling? Let us commence training. I have no time to amuse you here. Get your spirits up and grow stronger. Doflamingo and his companions were perplexed. One day, they experienced a rare day without fainting and engaged in hushed discussions. Torpol inquired, What is this demon, Doflamingo, truly here for? Pikachu shook his head. I do not know. Is there not a purpose behind our training? Torpol persisted. Are we truly in no danger? Pikachu contemplated and said, Doflamingo is a celestial dragon. How could there be? Doflamingo remarked, Have you all forgotten why this demon? The fifth emperor is known. He once crippled a celestial dragon, and even after the Navy issued several extermination orders, he remained unscathed. Now, the matter has faded into obscurity. What could he possibly fear? Diamante added, He has not yet done anything detrimental to us. We can utilize this opportunity to grow stronger. Torpol nodded. Beyond that, we cannot fight back nor escape. We must endure for now, albeit at the expense of the young master. Doflamingo chuckled. I wish to see what he intends to do. Ultimately, Doflamingo did nothing but train them. After approximately a month, Doflamingo and his companions had become accustomed to Doflamingo's training and achieved notable results. Doflamingo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You have all performed admirably. Continue onward, and I shall take my leave. Doflamingo queried, Wait a moment. What is the purpose behind all this? Doflamingo smiled. Did I not mention I am quite idle and bored? Doflamingo replied, There is no such reasoning for simply making us stronger. Doflamingo laughed. Is my kindness insufficient? Doflamingo was at a loss for words, and Pikachu asked, Then, my lord, why are you leaving now? Doflamingo laughed heartily. I thought you had endured enough of my mockery. What? Do you have a penchant for masochism? Pikachu was speechless, as Doflamingo had begun laughing at his voice from day one, yet they had no means to retaliate. Diamante interjected, Lord Doflamingo, my swordsmanship has not yet reached its pinnacle. Doflamingo chuckled, I wield a knife. Sharing insights is already generous. Do you expect me to elevate you to the status of the world's greatest swordsman? Doflamingo smiled. Little ones, you are considered my half-partners. Being too weak is unacceptable. Strive harder. Doflamingo said, I have some inquiries regarding the Radiant Empire. Doflamingo chuckled. It is my domain. However, I trust you will not speak of it. Doflamingo pressed. And what of the Golden City, Tesoro? Doflamingo nodded. He is one of my subordinates. Is there anything else unclear? Doflamingo fell silent, and Pikachu asked, So? All those cities at sea under the Radiant Empire belong to you? Doflamingo smiled. Indeed. Why? Have you considered laying claim to the Radiant Empire? Pikachu and the others shook their heads vigorously. Doflamingo laughed. If you wish to visit, you are welcome. I trust you can afford the entrance fee. Pikachu and the others nodded, affirming their ability to pay. Doflamingo asked, Then why not openly declare that the Radiant Empire is the domain of the demon pirates? Doflamingo chuckled. There is no significant reason, merely for convenience. Doflamingo queried, Will you intervene in our future endeavors? Is this a warning? Doflamingo shook his head. What a peculiar thought. While my actions may appear strange now, I have no such intention. Even if you were to turn the Grand Line upside down, I would not intervene. As for the Radiant Empire, why would I warn you? You lack the capability to overturn it. Whatever you wish to do is your affair. However, it would be wise to enhance your strength, lest you bring shame upon the pirates. Doflamingo was left speechless, bewildered by the conversation. Doflamingo added, Well then, the hour grows late. I must take my leave. Do not neglect your training, little ones. Doflamingo turned and dashed toward the sea, vanishing into the depths. Doflamingo and the others remained silent, contemplating the vast potential that strength could yield. Although the past month had been quite stifling, they had indeed learned much, making significant progress in their abilities. Reflecting on this, they found themselves even more perplexed regarding Doflamingo's true intentions. Was he truly just bored? Torpol asked, "Young master, what shall we do now?" Doflamingo gazed into the distance and remarked, "Let us grow stronger." Pika inquired, "Shall we pay a visit to the Kingdom of Light? It seems to be well managed." Diamante nodded in agreement. Indeed, Doflamingo also seeks to rule over nations. Consequently, Doflamingo and his companions decided to explore before heading to Dressrosa. If Lim were to find out, he would likely be displeased, for he had no intention of promoting anything, as spending a month on publicity was certainly not favorable. Chapter 51. The World Conference. Upon returning to the Radiant Empire, Linya encountered the Whitebeard pirates reveling in the vicinity. Given their close proximity, it was not uncommon for members of the crew to visit. Linya sought out Whitebeard and found him enjoying a drink at a wine estate, accompanied by Marco. Upon seeing Linya, Whitebeard chuckled heartily. "Linya has arrived. Where have you been?" Linya smiled and replied, "I was off training with a young lad. It's no fun if one's strength is too lacking." Whitebeard laughed, acknowledging, "Your perspective has always been uniquely yours." Linya took a sip from his cup, remarking, "Brother Whitebeard, though your health has improved, moderation in drinking is still essential." Whitebeard waved dismissively, "I feel splendid now, but I must admit, the wine here is truly delightful." Linya glanced at Marco, who appeared concerned, and added, "Yet, one must still exercise restraint. Are the other children on the island as well?" Whitebeard nodded. "This place is indeed splendid for children, akin to an amusement park. There's everything they could desire, including training grounds. Many have ventured to Beast Island to hone their skills." Linya agreed. "As long as they enjoy themselves, that is what matters. By the way, I heard that you have declared Fishman Island as your territory?" Whitebeard confirmed, "Indeed. Is there something you require?" Linya responded, "The pastries from Fishman Island are exquisite, and I wish to procure a substantial amount. I wonder if you could assist?" Whitebeard waved it off. "That's a trivial matter. Just relay the request." Linya nodded. "I shall provide a fair compensation." Whitebeard chuckled. "You are less like a pirate and more akin to a merchant." Linya retorted with a grin, "Aren't you the same, being the patriarch of the seas?" They shared a drink, and Marco inquired, "Uncle Linya, are you planning to annex another island?" Linya pondered for a moment before nodding. "I intend to establish 2 islands as culinary havens, transforming them into gastronomic capitals." Marco laughed. "Uncle Linya, this is beyond an amusement park. It's a treasure trove." Linya smiled. "Once the culinary capital is complete, I shall invite you all to visit." Whitebeard nodded. "Bring good wine, and I shall come." Linya replied, "For that, a trip to Fishman Island is necessary." After bidding farewell to Whitebeard, Linya prepared to set sail for the depths of the sea aboard the Shura, with Elia and Gale by his side. Glancing at Elia, he remarked, "You have grown increasingly beautiful." Elia blushed, while Gale interjected, "What about me?" Linya, now patient with Gale, examined him closely. Gale's wounds had healed without scars, and he had grown significantly taller, his radiant smile akin to the sun, rendering him a striking figure. Gale shot a playful glance at Elia, who responded with an eye roll. Linya, however, remained focused on the vast ocean as they arrived at Fishman Island. Neptune emerged to greet them, and Linya smiled. "You are the only one aware of my true identity. Now, let us not dwell on that. I am here to negotiate a trade, wishing to place a large order for pastries." Neptune nodded vigorously, and Linya continued, "Additionally, I need to recruit some chefs. Although some fishmen still face discrimination, the Radiant Empire will not. Thus, I implore you to confidently accompany me to the land as chefs. I will create a livable environment for both merfolk and fishmen, including currents suitable for swimming." Neptune appeared uncertain. "Do you wish to build a realm where all races can coexist harmoniously?" Linya smiled. "Precisely. The Radiant Empire embodies such a nation. I wish to enlist some assistance. Would you be able to facilitate this?" Princess Odoheim approached, asking, "Is it truly possible for humans and fishmen to coexist in harmony?" Linya shook his head. "Within the domain of the Radiant Empire, such harmony is assured. However, I cannot guarantee the same elsewhere, so it is wise not to be overly naive." Linya then led Princess Odoheim aside, saying, You will one day have a daughter. I shall bestow upon her a blessing, ensuring she is shielded from harm and difficult to injure. By the name of the sea, I grant this blessing." As Linya spread his arms, the ocean trembled momentarily, waves rippling toward Princess Otoheim. Tears welled in her eyes as she nodded. "Thank you, my lord." Linya smiled. "No need for thanks. You two are children of the sea, and it is only right. Now, I must recruit some individuals to live on land. Might you assist me?" Princess Otoheim nodded, leading Linya and his companions to the principal island of Fishman Island. She summoned the people, and Linya explained the situation, stating, "Upon arriving at the Radiant Empire, I will safeguard all citizens living there, guaranteeing no discrimination or harm. However, your activities will be confined to the Radiant Empire. I will also work to improve living conditions and ensure fair treatment. Those interested may join us to see for themselves." Elia added, "Moreover, we welcome fishmen to settle with us, offering free housing and suitable conditions. We can assure you that while there are certain dangers within the Radiant Empire, it is safe to remain within our territory. You may travel back with us. If not, we will ensure your safe return." Princess Otoheim expressed her support and commitment to accompany them. After recruiting many, Linya inquired, "Is there not a place known as Fishman Street? Are there any willing to join me?" Princess Otoheim hesitated, but Linya reassured her, "Fear not. When formidable strength appears, all will comply. I shall see if anyone on Fishman Street wishes to accompany us." Without waiting for Princess Otoheim, Linya hastened toward Fishman Street. There, he exuded an aura of the ocean, causing many fishmen to tremble. Linya proclaimed, "If you are dissatisfied with life here, you may come to my nation at any time, where you will witness a bright future. Is there anyone who wishes to join me for a tour?" As Linya emanated the essence of the sea, even the fiercest of fishmen felt a sense of trust. Gradually, some fishmen began to rise. Jibei approached, introducing himself. "I am Jibei. If you would not mind, I would like to see what you offer." Linya nodded, stating that those with skills could seek employment in the Radiant Empire, while others could participate in the selection of guards. For those without, they could opt to settle in the Radiant Empire, where they would receive free housing and basic necessities. They could choose to engage in productive work, ensuring a good life. Many fishmen expressed their desire to join, though Linya lamented, "It is unfortunate that individuals like Hody are yet to be born. They will miss this opportunity." Linya led the gathered fishmen back to the ship, with Princess Otoheim and several residents of Fishman Island also boarding. The fishmen and their ruffian counterparts stood apart, and Linya shook his head, recognizing that issues existed not only between humans and fishmen, but also among fishmen themselves. Upon reaching the surface, Linya arranged for the fishmen to be settled on a designated island. Prior education had prepared the citizens of the Radiant Empire, ensuring a warm welcome for the newcomers. Before they disembarked, Linya cautioned them, "This is solely within the Radiant Empire. I cannot guarantee safety in other regions. Therefore, do not venture beyond this sea. Do you understand?" A multitude of fishmen expressed their understanding, though some still required Adeline's guidance. Preparations for the construction of the sea currents had already commenced, and the islands of Aubrey and Avis were now ready. Jack had sowed his peas and connected the necessary infrastructures. The facilities above were under construction. Linya organized the fishmen, instructing those with skills to register for job allocations, while those without were assessed for their physical fitness. Those deemed qualified were directed to training camps for the guard, while the remainder, whether visiting or contemplating settlement, were managed by Aubrey. Elia and her companions guided Princess Yuki and others on a tour. After the tour, those who wished to leave were escorted back by Shura. The culinary metropolis began to take shape. All newcomers to the island were required to engage in a pledge against discrimination towards fishmen. Failure to comply would result in denial of entry. Additionally, Linya offered complimentary training for fishmen who did not wish to work here, and many opted to stay to strengthen themselves. Among them was Aaron, whose presence pleased Linya, as yet another potential adversary on the path of Luffy was gaining strength. However, Linya was unaware that he had inadvertently become a significant force in the latter half of the Grand Line, pondering the fate of the individual from Skypiea. As for Kaido and Big Mom, Linya had not yet encountered them, uncertain if the island's pastries would entice her. After approximately a week, both islands were completed, and Linya established sea currents and accessible routes for the fishmen, facilitating movement. The culinary metropolis, having undergone selection, saw an increase in diverse vendors, further enhanced by exquisite delicacies transported from the gourmet island and desserts from Fishman Island. The reputation of the culinary metropolis grew exponentially, thanks to Linya's purging efforts. Incidents of discrimination against fishmen soon ceased, allowing them to live comfortably on the island. Moreover, many fishmen, upon hearing of these developments, flocked to the island, transforming its demographics from exclusively fishmen to a harmonious coexistence with humans. Linya hoped this transformation would not mislead Princess Yuki, as the process was arduous and complex. It was rare for those who governed an entire island to harbor no ulterior motives. The presence of Edeline facilitated spiritual purification and control, fostering swift acceptance of the fishman's existence. Whitebeard visited the island once more, with Marco and others indulging in the delights of the culinary metropolis. While savoring his meal and sipping wine, Whitebeard remarked, "Linya, you have managed an impressive endeavor here. I have never heard of pirates undertaking such endeavors." Linya smiled. "There are myriad types of pirates. I merely represent a unique variety." In due time, preparations were underway for the World Conference. Linya and Edeline had transformed, sporting golden hair and golden eyes, resembling the regal figures of the Radiant Empire under Elia's guidance. Aubrey had meticulously arranged the proceedings, and Avis and others had disguised themselves to accompany Linya. Additionally, several ministers from the Radiant Empire, well-versed in the affairs of the world, accompanied them. Linya and Elia boarded the grand vessel, the Holy Light, crafted specifically for this occasion. The opulent ship, adorned with the crown of Adam and encrusted with numerous jewels, radiated a golden glow. Upon entering the cabin, Linya gazed at his reflection, exuding an air of nobility. Was this not a tad excessive? Elia blushed. "This is how a king should appear. Our nation's vast territory deserves no less." Linya nodded. "I am not well versed in such matters. Let us proceed as you suggest." Elia gazed at Linya, his golden hair and eyes, even his lashes shimmering in gold, complemented by his fair visage emanating purity. Edeline nudged Elia, "Sister Elia, do not be entranced, awaken." Elia blushed, regaining her composure. Edeline was equally radiant, and the World Conference would surely elicit astonishment from many. Edeline chuckled. "It is merely a game. Are we not the protagonists?" Elia grinned. "Of course, the Radiant Empire is naturally the centerpiece." Aubrey entered, stating, "We have arranged everything for our arrival at Mariewa. We await your grand entrance." Linya smiled. "Are you all prepared, my esteemed ministers?" Aubrey adjusted his hat adorned with a colossal gemstone, affirming, "Indeed, your majesty, we are ready." Linya nodded. "Let us see what the world government has to say about our burgeoning nation." Avis entered, clad in a striking uniform. Linya chuckled. "Look who has come to play our guard. Is this a burden for you?" Avis smiled. "Not at all. It is a splendid position, allowing me to witness many intriguing events." Linya chuckled. "Just be cautious not to intervene in anything too entertaining. There are other celestial dragons present." The group nodded in agreement. Days later, their vessel arrived at the Holy Land, Mariewa. The moment their ship docked, it attracted numerous gazes. To create a dramatic entrance, Aubrey had prepared a red carpet adorned with gemstones and golden trim, flanked by guards wielding the Aurora ceremonial instruments invented by Eblin. At that moment, Linya and Edeline made their entrance, their presence dazzling. The two embodiments of radiance approached, gliding gracefully along the carpet, followed by their ministers, all of whom were equally remarkable. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Which nation do they hail from? The murmurs continued. They are from the Radiant Empire, do you not know? The Radiant Empire has been flourishing recently. Another added, the Radiant Empire boasts 26 cities, all interconnected by immense vines. Moreover, I have heard they recently annexed 2 more, creating a culinary metropolis that wafts aromas for miles. I also heard that the culinary metropolis is home to enchanting mermaids. Visiting there for indulgences promises a delightful encounter. What a grand display, another remarked. Indeed, you cannot fathom the vastness of their territory. Each island is a marvel in its own right. A vital passage in the latter half of the Grand Line, ensuring their prosperity. To ascend to emperorship at such a young age, what a mystery. Legends abound, claiming the Radiant Empire's people are divine beings sent from the heavens. What does it matter? In the presence of the celestial dragons, they remain the same. That is indeed curious. The celestial dragons have yet to confront the Radiant Empire, and they even dutifully purchase tickets to enter. This is quite peculiar, others whispered. Observing the scene, the other kings regarded Linya and his companions, expressing their thoughts. The rise of such an empire, what implications might it hold for us? Several neighboring nations have already been consumed. It appeared that these kings had not suffered greatly, merely demoted to nobility, which, while a loss of status, seemed preferable to the previous state of affairs. Indeed, those nations were either devoured by pirates or ravaged by unending conflicts. The Radiant Empire's conquests may not be entirely detrimental to them. Transitioning from king to noble, what merits are there in such a change? How could this be deemed a cause for celebration? Behold, the ministers behind him, adorned in resplendent finery. Surely the wealth of the Radiant Empire is quite substantial. It is certain that the carpet beneath their feet is worth a fortune. Is this a spectacle meant for our eyes? Is it intended to instill a sense of awe? Are there any kings in the vicinity who have been intimidated? Our nation lies at a considerable distance. Let us see if any king has been struck with fear. I have heard whispers that the denizens of the Radiant Empire have even sought alliances with merfolk. Is not Fishman Island the domain of the Whitebeard? Indeed, it seems that the waters of the Radiant Empire run deep. I am aware that they permit pirates to enter, provided one possesses a ticket. Anyone may venture forth. But what if trouble arises? If they are able to welcome pirates, they must also possess the means to manage any ensuing chaos. It would be prudent to avoid hostility. Your words reveal your trepidation. Why not test your mettle against them? Their wealth could easily purchase your nation. I did not imply any desire for conflict. The king of the Radiant Empire is surely astute and should not be underestimated. If possible, I would like to engage in trade. You dwell in the South Sea, a considerable distance away. Moreover, what do you have to offer in exchange? My nation possesses rare gold mines. I have heard that after engaging in trade, Fishman Island has prospered greatly, treating traders with utmost generosity. Thus, it appears a trade is feasible. Let us discuss this privately. The kings and their ministers observed and conversed. When a celestial dragon, having lost a leg, approached, the king and princess of the Radiant Empire were making their way here. Upon seeing them, Ling nodded and walked over, discreetly presenting him with a pill. Chapter 52. World Conference. The celestial dragon hastily swallowed the pill. In the scene of Linyi and the celestial dragon walking together astonished onlookers. What could this mean? After all, they were celestial dragons. What connection could they possibly have? Do you not know? The rise of the Radiant Empire is inextricably linked to the healing abilities of the Radiant Princess. What healing abilities? Are you unaware? It is said that she can cure almost any ailment. That sounds somewhat exaggerated, yet there is a basis for it. Perhaps the celestial dragon wishes to regenerate his leg? Regenerate? Is that even possible? It is unclear, but judging by the celestial dragon's demeanor, he must indeed have a request. If regeneration is achievable, then her healing ability would be truly terrifying. Indeed, this newly established nation is extraordinary. Can we also seek treatment there? However, they charge a fee, and it is rumored to be exorbitant. Only nobles could afford such costs. Truly, the celestial dragons have long been aware of the Radiant Empire's healing capabilities. Whenever someone attempts to probe, Saint Delos intervenes. It is said that the celestial dragon who lost a leg even considered asking the Radiant Princess for treatment. However, relations are currently quite tense. Saint Delos cautiously guided Lin Yi and the others to their residence. The resting quarters of the Radiant Princess are splendid, but certainly not in the company of the celestial dragons. Once they reached a secluded area, Lin Yi smiled and said, "Saint Delos, if you have a request, please speak plainly." Saint Delos appeared somewhat embarrassed. "I wonder if you could cure this poison and heal my leg." Lin Yi smiled and replied, "Why should I do that?" Saint Delos insisted, "I have turned over a new leaf. I no longer wreak havoc or take lives, and I do not possess a single slave. I assure you, I will not trouble you again, and I may even help you resolve certain issues. I am open to any form of compensation, and your companions should be safe, or else you would not merely threaten me." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the intelligence of this celestial dragon. Rest assured regarding the poison. I will send the relief medication on schedule every month without fail. If you do not trust me, I can provide you with a year's supply right now. St. Delos nodded repeatedly. That would be wonderful. But what about my leg? Lin Yi smiled. That naturally follows the rules of our Radiant Empire. You must come to the Radiant Empire and provide appropriate compensation. Regardless of who you are, we will treat you. St. Delos nodded repeatedly, thanking Lin Yi profusely. You can be assured that I will not trouble you again. Lin Yi smiled. There is no need for concern. You should leave promptly. I do not wish to attract the attention of other celestial dragons. St. Delos nodded and departed with his guards. Once they were out of sight, Lin Yi inquired, Gale, are you certain we should let him go? He caused you to suffer for so long. Gale nodded. I have awakened, and maintaining control over the celestial dragons carries significant risks. If he can refrain from causing trouble and assist us, that would be splendid. Our people would find the seas easier to navigate. Although the Navy has not pursued us, our actions are still closely monitored. Lin Yi smiled. Every pirate emperor is under similar scrutiny. There is nothing strange about that. Gale shook his head. It is different. Our crew is also tracked once they set sail. How can we speak of freedom at sea under such conditions? Yavis remarked, wouldn't it be better to threaten more celestial dragons? Lin Yi chuckled. Do not underestimate the celestial dragons. There are undoubtedly formidable individuals among them. It is wise to refrain from impulsive actions. Though we are indeed a formidable force, we are not yet in a position to confront the world. We must strengthen our capabilities, as long as the celestial dragons do not provoke us. We have no need to instigate trouble. Aubrey nodded. If they were all useless, they would have been eradicated long ago. The title of world ruler is not easily attained. Elia concurred. To maintain royal status without being overthrown, one must possess their own means, in addition to historical reasons. Aubrey interjected, all right, you all rest for a while. The conference will commence shortly, and we will summon you then. Lin Yi nodded and walked into the resting room with Adeline. Adeline asked, brother, can I go out to play afterward? Lin Yi inquired, where do you wish to go? Adeline smiled. Do not think I am unaware, while in your body. Our memories are shared. You know a bit about the future, do you not? I wish to partake in the adventures of older brother's child and Roger's child. It sounds delightful. I want to join. Lin Yi chuckled. You knew all along. Why did you not mention it sooner? Adeline laughed. I was afraid of startling you, brother. Lin Yi smiled. So, whom do you wish to visit? Luffy. Adeline nodded. It must be quite amusing, but you must hide my identity. Lin Yi agreed, but asked, are you strong enough to handle yourself out there? Could there be danger? Adeline laughed. I am not like you, brother. I replicated your strength at birth. Although our techniques may differ, I am quite formidable. Lin Yi smiled wryly. You do not need to train, you simply acquire strength. That is rather frightening. Adeline continued with a smile. Brother Rocco has created a clone for me. I can leave part of my strength with it and manage the affairs of the Radiant Empire. Lin Yi nodded. You are quite thoughtful, but Luffy will not be born for another 3 years, and he will not set sail for another 20. Adeline pondered this. Yes, it is a long wait. How shall we pass the time? Lin Yi shook his head. We have traveled to countless places already. Adeline agreed. Shura's efficiency is indeed remarkable. Are there any places we have yet to visit? Lin Yi contemplated. There are always many places we have not yet explored. Adeline suggested, brother, shall we go and experience those places? Lin Yi inquired, what do you mean by experience? Adeline smiled. There are not only countless places in this world, but also various professions. I could adapt to different jobs and settings. What do you think? Lin Yi replied, that sounds intriguing, but should we not include everyone? Adeline shook her head. Just the two of us. If you wish, you may bring along Sister Elia. Lin Yi questioned. If you are not bringing anyone, why specifically mention Elia? Adeline chuckled and shook her head. Then let us not bring anyone at all. After the World Conference concludes, we will inform Brother Aubrey and then depart. Lin Yi nodded. All right, I will follow your lead. In the afternoon, the World Conference commenced, and Lin Yi joined the other kings. Someone proposed, so what does everyone think about allowing pirates to hold the position of warlords of the sea? What? Legalizing pirates? How can this be acceptable? Lin Yi spoke up. I believe it is feasible. With the emergence of the 4 emperors and the arrival of the great pirate era, The Navy's influence has diminished. Furthermore, the warlords of the sea could help achieve a balance. You, a newly joined nation, have no right to speak here, someone interjected. Lin Yi smiled. However, our Radiant Empire pays more in taxes in a single year than your nation has contributed in many years. What more is there to dispute? As Lin Yi gently tapped the table, a radiant light emanated, dazzling the assembly. Everyone paused, and someone questioned. After all, the warlords of the sea are pirates. What will the public think? Lin smiled. So, is it better to allow the pirates to dominate unchecked, or to somewhat acknowledge a portion of them to stabilize the situation, allowing us to gradually devise a plan? However, those pirates are indeed quite ferocious. If they turn their blades against other citizens, would we not be aiding and abetting them? Yet, one cannot dismiss the reality. Even if we do not acknowledge it now, the situation remains dire and fraught with peril. If we were to concede, must we also accept their unlawful deeds? That is, of course, out of the question. So, what should we do if such a scenario arises? Lin chuckled, clapping his hands. How can you even pose such a question? To call themselves world nobles, yet they cannot even manage their own hounds? If one is found to be disobedient, simply detain them and replace them. Gaining the Navy's recognition and avoiding pursuit is a tremendous advantage. Surely many would desire this. We can conserve our resources to address the troubles caused by the Pirate King, Roger, which is preferable. Some nodded in agreement, while others remained unconvinced. Ultimately, the proposal was passed. After the meeting, Lin returned to the lounge, exhaling deeply. This charade is truly exhausting. Being a world noble is no easy task. Aubrey chuckled, observing that their pretense is innate to them, while we find it somewhat laborious. Lin nodded, noting that the matter of the 7 warlords of the sea has been settled, and there is no need for us to intervene. Ensure your crew remains vigilant. We must not inadvertently become one of the 7 warlords. The Navy has yet to fully comprehend our depths, so caution is paramount. Aubrey nodded, mentioning that several spies attempting to infiltrate have been detected and sent back by Adeline. Lin concurred, emphasizing that the crew's training must keep pace. We cannot afford the slightest relaxation in this world. Aubrey acknowledged that Uncle Xingluan is keeping watch. Lin assented, instructing that any devil fruits encountered should be procured. Those who wish to consume them may do so, but they must not grow overly reliant on the fruit's powers. Physical prowess remains of utmost importance. Aubrey nodded, and Avis added that they have developed a systematic approach to weapon skills training, assuring that the crew would not become overly dependent on the fruit strength. Elia remarked that everyone has familiarized themselves with the list of those possessing devil fruits, ensuring they can safeguard them in case of a fall into water. Gale mentioned that training on the utilization of technology has also been implemented, preventing any unforeseen circumstances from catching them off guard. Lin nodded, expressing that with their presence, he felt significantly reassured. The meeting lasted 3 days, and 3 days later, aboard the returning ship, Lin stated, "Aubrey, I will be traveling with Adeline. I do not know when we shall return. We will leave a doppelganger in the Radiant Empire, so please do not seek us out." Aubrey nodded, saying, "Go ahead, I will remain in the Radiant Empire." Lin nodded, reminding everyone not to neglect their training. Aubrey agreed, and Lin vanished into the night with Adeline. In a small town in the South Sea, Lin donned simple attire while Adeline, in a petite dress, sat on a chair eating an apple. Lin smiled, standing behind a fruit stall. Fresh fruits, each guaranteed to be sweet. Would anyone care to purchase some? At that moment, a woman approached with a child. "Are your apples really sweet?" Lin chuckled, tossing an apple into the air. Holding a small knife in his left hand, he deftly peeled the apple, allowing it to gently land in a dish. He presented the dish to the woman, urging her to taste it, as it is indeed very sweet. The woman, astonished, picked up the apple while the child exclaimed, "Wow, how impressive." The woman purchased some apples and left with her child. Lin smiled and asked, "What do you think?" Adeline replied, "Your knife skills have certainly improved. That woman's hairstyle has been altered by you, yet she remains oblivious." Lin chuckled, acknowledging that you can discern my knife skills, which are indeed remarkable. Your abilities, however, surpass mine in their terrifying nature. Adeline laughed, saying that your deprivation is related to life itself, while I merely enhance my own strength. How could I possibly compare? Lynn smiled, remarking on her humility. He glanced at the fruit stall and said, I'm growing somewhat weary of this. What shall we do next? Adeline pondered, suggesting they become chefs, as your culinary skills are rather mediocre. Lynn chuckled, conceding that she was correct. Very well, we shall proceed. I will finish selling these apples first. Lynn began to shout, golden apples, truly remarkable. Within these apples are golden seeds. Come quickly and buy. People began to gather, and Lynn cheerfully announced a limit of 10 apples per person, noting that only 2 had been plucked from the golden apple tree. It was all a matter of luck. The golden apples were snatched up in a frenzy, and once Lynn saw the empty stall, he picked up Adeline and departed. Adeline inquired about the significance of Lynn's golden apples. He glanced at a ragged man who, despite his appearance, raised a healthy child, and smiled, stating, It's nothing of consequence. I merely wish to sell the apples quickly. Adeline disapproved, warning him not to forget that he is the embodiment of evil. Constantly doing good deeds could cause his dark powers to spiral out of control. Lynn nodded, feeling a twinge of guilt. Adeline expressed her anger, pointing out that he had accumulated a room full of dark orbs and still claimed awareness. Lynn, puzzled, asked how she knew. Adeline scoffed, asserting that if he wanted those dark orbs to disappear, he should take them to their mother to be slowly digested. Lynn shook his head, refusing to burden their mother. Adeline laughed, stating that if his dark orbs were to explode, that would truly be a problem. Lynn nodded, conceding, Very well, I shall heed your advice. As they departed, Lynn queried where he might find work as a chef. Adeline smiled, suggesting it would depend on his skills and where he could attract interest. Lynn chuckled, lamenting that his options were quite limited. Lynn and Adeline altered their appearances and continued on their way. In East Blue's Windmill Village, Luffy called out, Hey, wait for me, Ace. Ace, without looking back, replied, I won't wait for you. Luffy chased after him, pleading, Wait for me. Ace ran swiftly, adamant about not waiting. In the forest, Luffy searched for Ace when he spotted a treehouse with a little girl playing nearby. He approached her, asking, Did you see a boy run past here? The girl shook her head, stating, I didn't see anyone. Luffy nodded and ran off. From the treehouse emerged a dark-haired man. Adeline, did you see Luffy and the others? Adeline smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, I saw them. Your brother's children are truly adorable. Lynn chuckled, stating that he was now the village blacksmith, and asked if she would accompany him or stay to play. After a moment's thought, Adeline decided to join her brother. Lynn's appearance had changed so drastically that no one recognized him. He opened a blacksmith shop, helping the villagers with their metalwork and repairs. In the evening, Lynn returned with some wild game and, after preparing it, served it at the table. A knock came at the door. Uncle, it smells so good. May I come in to eat? Linya pinched Luffy's cheek, noting that he had yet to consume a devil fruit. However, Luffy's appetite was indeed remarkable. Linya turned his gaze to the remaining ingredients and nodded in approval. Come in, he called, as Adeline entered with utensils for Luffy, smiling as she encouraged. Don't be shy, eat up. Linya prepared a bit more, and as Luffy devoured his meal, he exclaimed, Delicious. Uncle, this is truly wonderful. Linya chuckled. My previous chef did not toil in vain. If it pleases you, indulge yourself. Luffy nodded vigorously, unable to restrain his voracious eating. Observing Luffy's mannerisms, Linya pondered on the boy's character, speculating that it had been nurtured over time. His older brother Dragon and father were quite different. Perhaps it was his unseen sister-in-law who influenced him. Shaking his head at Luffy's enthusiastic consumption, Linya realized that there were still 14 years until this little fellow would set sail, a considerable time ahead. He planned to remain here for 2 years before returning, as it was essential for both of them to mature properly. After finishing his meal, Luffy joyfully exited, prompting Adeline to smile and remark, Brother, Luffy certainly has an impressive appetite. If he becomes a pirate, he might find himself quite impoverished.